Everyone travels through the zombie world, and everyone has only one goal: to survive. Survivors who survive to stage 10 will go to the new world. After drawing initial supplies at the beginning, Chen Kai obtained the skill of unlimited blessings. Kill zombies, get noodles, 10 times blessings, and get super Rojiamo. Kill the alien beast, get a pistol, 100 times blessing, and get Gatling, the god of fire. Adopt a little snake, get 1,000 times blessing, and get the world-destroying golden dragon. Adopt a cat, get thousands of blessings, and get a cat lady. In a room of less than 50 square meters. Chen Kai woke up from here. Looking around in confusion, Chen Kai slowly stood up. Where is this place? Didn't I get beaten up by readers because I stopped updating? Why did I end up here? Go to the door and open the wooden door. Chen Kai was stunned. A huge ruined city appeared before our eyes. Abandoned cars, overgrown asphalt, and zombies wandering around. The moment the door was opened, more than 10 zombies turned to look. Boom! Chen Kai slammed the door shut. But strangely, the zombies didn't attack. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Chen Kai's mind. Welcome to the world of doomsday survival. This is an apocalyptic world 10 times larger than Blue Star. You have only one mission: survive. The place you are in is a safe house. Zombies will not attack you here. The current difficulty is the first stage of survival. After completing the 10 stages of survival, you will get the door to the new world. After death here, you will return to the original world, and the system will give you corresponding rewards according to the stage of your survival. Please be careful of the original residents here, they will kill you and gain the qualification to go to the new world. You can call them NPCs. Notice, they are human beings just like you, but they are difficult to identify. So, hide your identity and don't be discovered. Humans can form alliances, and the early stage will be better. Next, please draw the initial supplies. Immediately afterwards, several options appeared in Chen Kai's mind. Food. Arms. Skill. Chen Kai looked at the food first. There are 10 portions of bread, 10 liters of water, a bag of rice flour, etc. There is also an option to choose randomly. There is a chance to get double supplies. Look at the weapons again. There were baseball bats, fire axes, kitchen knives, 10-round pistols, and children's toy water guns. I'll go. Can this thing also be used as a weapon? Chen Kai's face turned green when he saw the toy water gun. Only a fool would choose a toy water gun. Weapons are also randomly selected. There is a chance to obtain other weapons. Let's look at skills. Cooking skills allow you to cook delicious food. Buildings can be used to obtain shelters with certain defenses. Music, play beautiful music. Drive a car and learn the driving skills of a car. These seem to be life skills. For the early stage, it is of no use at all. However, this thing is permanent. Therefore, choosing skills is more cost-effective. Food will run out. As for weapons, you can find them when you go out. So choosing skills is the best choice. Chen Kai saw that in the skill column, there was also a choice to be drawn randomly. Want to try your luck? Chen Kai hesitated. Mad, if you didn't die even after being beaten by the readers, that must be because I was lucky and fought hard. Gritting his teeth, Chen Kai chose to randomly select skills. Only the 2 choices of food and weapons disappeared, leaving only the skills column. Then the screen began to rotate rapidly. After about 10 seconds, it gradually stopped. Congratulations on obtaining the unique special skill in the world and unlimited blessings. Unlimited blessings, you can bless any item twice, 5 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, etc., so that its effects can change and upgrade. The use of skills requires energy consumption, and the energy source comes from the crystal nuclei in zombies and alien beasts, or other items with energy. As the beginning of survival, I will give you 10 points of energy. The world? The only one? Special skills? Chen Kai was so shocked by these unique words that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Earned it, earned it. Once something is marked with the words unique, its value is unlimited. After the initial material extraction was completed, some other functional buttons appeared in Chen Kai's mind. For example, World Communication Channel, World Trading Platform, Storage Space Backpack, etc. Opening the World Communication Channel, Chen Kai was stunned by the content inside. The news of 99.99 Plus gave Chen Kai a sense of security. At least, the people here are all Blue Star people. For example, when you leave the city, you will feel very friendly when you see the city's license plate number. When you leave the province, you will feel friendly when you see the license plate number of this province. When you go abroad, you will see people with yellow skin and feel very friendly. Now that Blue Star is out, people who see Blue Star will feel very friendly. As mentioned earlier, NPCs kill humans. Then humans can completely identify whether the other party is an NPC through this. Chen Kai thought so, but didn't notice anything. This world is 10 times bigger than Blue Star. There don't seem to be many opportunities for human beings to meet together. From the very beginning of the news. What the hell is this place? I'm still making a big sword, why are I here? I committed suicide. I was about to fall to the bottom of the building, and suddenly I came here. I thought I had traveled through time. There are so many zombies out there. Is the end of the RLD happening? Are you all from there? I'm from Ingjiang country. I'm from Sakura country. I am from the Great Cold Empire. I am from China. People from all over the world chatted in the channel. Chen Kai discovered that no matter which country a person speaks, it will automatically be converted into the language of their own country. Moreover, there is no need to manually input, just speak and it will be converted into text. What did you choose as your initial supplies? I chose the food. Only when I'm full can I survive. The weapon I chose is a pistol. I also killed 2 zombies. There was something like a gem inside the zombie body. The system said it was an energy crystal core. Did any of you choose random? I chose random and got a ton of food. Oh my god, you don't have to go out then. I randomly got a Gatling weapon. Why are you so lucky? I randomly got a toy pistol. It's over. I was attacked by zombies. The system prompted me that I was infected. It also prompted me to return to Blue Star. Goodbye. Be good. The exchanges between people make people laugh and cry. Someone actually got a toy pistol. The importance of initial supplies is unquestionable. This is the capital that determines your survival. Moreover, I didn't expect that someone would be killed at the beginning and return to the original world. At this time, there was more than one person returning to the original world. There were not a few people who died at the beginning. When they returned to their own world, they found that the whole world had stopped. But they are in a virtual space. This is a mechanism invented by the system to protect the original world from being destroyed by those who returned early. People who die will come to a virtual world. Everything you want is available here. You can watch movies and eat to while away the waiting time. Moreover, in the virtual world, you can also directly see the changes in the Doomsday world. They will view any place in the apocalyptic world with God's vision, but can't communicate with them. In the safe house, Chen Kai turned off the world communication channel. Just pay attention to the latest news every day. Too much attention will only consume your energy. As an internet author who has been on the internet for 10 years, I have conceived countless fantasy worlds. Chen Kai has written no fewer than 10 science fiction apocalyptic novels. Although they are all Unix, but the elements inside are deeply imprinted in my mind. The Doomsday elements here are similar to what I had imagined. How to Survive also has a certain theoretical basis for Chen Kai. At this moment, we must find food. Chen Kai made a plan for himself. Looking around, Chen Kai saw that there was only one bed in the safe house and nothing else. Walking to the bedside, Chen Kai shook the wooden bed. After some shaking, I discovered that the bed was removable. After directly removing one leg, Chen Kai also discovered that there was a nail growing on one end of the stick. This greatly increases the aggressiveness. Next, let's see the P. Hour of Infinite Blessings. Putting the wooden stick on the ground, Chen Kai cast infinite blessings on the wooden stick. Doubling the infinite blessing requires 10 points of energy. 5 times infinite blessing is 50 points of energy. 1,000 times 100. 1,000 times is 10,000. 10,000 times is 100,000. In other words, the 10 points of energy given by the system are only enough to cast a doubled blessing once. Chen Kai thought for a moment and couldn't help but feel how precious energy was. Double blessing. I saw a milky white light sinking into the wooden stick. Then the stick changed. You doubled the blessing on the stick and got a mace. The wooden stick that was originally 30 or 40 centimeters long turned into a mace that was more than 1 meter long and covered with sharp iron spikes. What a good thing! Chen Kai picked up the mace as if he had found a treasure. This mace weighs about 5 pounds and is very handy. Holding the mace, Chen Kai came to the door. Slowly open a gap. The keen zombies outside immediately turned around. They say that when luck comes, it can't be stopped. There happened to be a zombie standing outside, and the others went to who knows where. God help me! Chen Kai tightened the mace in his hand, took a deep breath, and rushed out. At a distance of about 5 meters, Chen Kai clenched the mace with both hands and swung it with all his strength. Boom! The powerful mace hit the zombie hard on the head. Chen Kai saw that the zombie's head flew out. An unknown liquid spilled all over the floor. At the same time, a white crystal the size of a gem fell out. You killed an ordinary zombie and obtained a dough cake and an ordinary crystal core. Chen Kai pulled down his cuffs and picked up the white crystal core through his clothes. After wiping off the liquid on it, Chen Kai looked at the crystal core carefully. The crystal nucleus is white and opaque, like rock candy. Chen Kai guessed that it might be because the level was too low. Is the crystal nucleus converted into usable energy? The system asked Chen Kai. Switch. The next moment, a series of attribute information appeared in Chen Kai's mind. Name, Chen Kai. Codename, Huaxia 199303089527. Health, 100%. Physical value, 80%. Fullness, 70%. Energy value, 1. Skill, Infinite Blessing. Equipment, Mace. After the energy conversion, Chen Kai immediately returned to the safe house. After returning home, I started to study this attribute. In that codename, the subtitle is the nationality name, the date of birth is in the middle, and maybe the serial number behind it. Let's look at energy. Ordinary crystal nuclei can convert a little energy. This is too little, Chen Kai said with some regret. Opening the storage backpack, Chen Kai took out the noodles. After looking at the noodles, the attributes of the noodles immediately emerged. Food cake, a flour cake that tastes just like chewing rice. After eating it, the satiety level will increase by 10%. Just when Chen Kai was about to eat the noodles, he suddenly thought of infinite blessings. I wonder what will happen to the bread after it is blessed. Thinking of this, Chen Kai couldn't help but get excited. But now I only have a little energy, and I can't even use double the blessing. I looked at the satiety level and it was now 70%. When the satiety level drops below 50, the physical strength value will be affected. If it drops below 30, the health value will be affected. I'm not too hungry now. Let's kill a few more zombies and make up for 10 o'clock. Thinking of this, Chen Kai put away the noodles, picked up the mace, and walked out of the door. Just like what the system said. The world is really too big. Chen Kai saw the tall buildings reaching into the sky, with at least hundreds of floors. And it's a series of them side by side. You can imagine how prosperous this place used to be. Shocked, Chen Kai began to look for zombies. Hiding behind a car, Chen Kai slowly approached another lone zombie. Boom! With a sap, the zombie fell to the ground. You killed an ordinary zombie and obtained a box of contraceptive condoms and an ordinary energy crystal core. What the hell? Chen Kai was completely speechless by the reward he received. However, the attack just now also attracted the attention of other zombies. Suddenly, more than 5 zombies looked at Chen Kai. Run! Without any hesitation, Chen Kai turned around and ran towards the safe house. Finally, when the zombie was about to touch Chen Kai's butt, Chen Kai rushed into the safe house. Boom! Turning around and closing the wooden door, Chen Kai sat on the ground along the wooden door, breathing heavily. Take out the reward just now. Chen Kai suddenly discovered that this was a box of extraordinary condoms. Split condom, usage used to isolate tadpoles. Usage is used to isolate one's own smell and not be discovered by zombies. Once an attack is made, it will be ineffective immediately. What a good thing. With this thing, you won't be afraid of being discovered by zombies. Chen Kai opened it immediately. Found there were only 5 inside. It's a pity that it can only be used 5 times. Even using method 1 is not enough. Chen Kai said with some regret. After taking a breath, Chen Kai opened the door again and prepared to go out. How do you use this thing? Chen Kai looked at this thing. Is it the same as the original usage? Just when Chen Kai was about to take off his pants, the system issued a prompt. Use or not? Use. Immediately afterwards, a condom turned into light and penetrated into Chen Kai's body. Then Chen Kai's body seemed to be wrapped in air of invisible energy. I'm sorry, my whole body has been trapped. But now is not the time to worry about this. After walking out of the safe house, Chen Kai found that the zombies that were chasing him just now were outside. Slowly taking out the mace, Chen Kai swung it at the nearest zombie. Boom! The zombie fell to the ground. But Chen Kai was also exposed. The zombies around him immediately turned around. Chen Kai took out a condom and used it directly without hesitation. The next moment, the zombies lost their attack target and became sluggish again. After repeating this, Chen Kai killed 4 or 5 zombies. In one of them, Chen Kai killed 2 of them directly after attacking. Looking at the last condom, Chen Kai used it directly. Slowly approaching a female white-collar zombie, Chen Kai picked up the mace. But at this moment, the female white-collar worker seemed to notice something and slowly turned her head. Then he twitched his nose towards Chen Kai's position. Shouldn't they have been discovered? Chen Kai immediately held his breath. The 2 sides just stood facing each other. Ah! The female white-collar zombie opened her mouth and let out a sigh of relief. Chen Kai rolled his eyes immediately and almost fainted from the breath. Looking closely, Chen Kai found that the external characteristics of the infected female white-collar zombie were not that serious. It's just that after all the original teeth fell out, sharper teeth of different lengths grew out. Also, the whites of the eyes turn gray and the pupils turn red. If you keep your mouth shut, this zombie looks pretty good. What are you thinking about? Chen Kai shook his head and immediately pushed out the dirty thoughts in his heart. After the female zombie changed direction, Chen Kai swung it over without mercy. Boom! What surprised Chen Kai was that the female white-collar zombie didn't get her brain splattered like other zombies. Instead, his entire body was shot away. The head was not opened. The zombies were knocked away, and Chen Kai's whereabouts were exposed. You attacked the first-level zombie, and the first-level zombie fell into a coma for 5 seconds. First-order zombie? Chen Kai's eyes suddenly widened. The other zombies I killed just now were all ordinary zombies. But this one turned out to be of the first order. Through the World Communication Channel, Chen Kai learned about the hierarchy of zombies. Zombies are generally divided into ordinary, and there are levels 1 to 10. Ordinary zombies are more powerful and contagious. But zombies from the 1st to the 10th level already have special attack skills. Looking closely, the information about this first-order zombie appeared in his mind. Female white-collar, first-order zombie. Health, 60%. Skills, infection, swiftness. Status, dizzy. One stick knocked off 40% of his health. Chen Kai didn't dare to waste time, so he had to add another stick when he went up. But at this time, the 5 seconds of dizziness have expired. Boom! The mace was swung out. The female white-collar worker disappeared directly. What a speed! Chen Kai was shocked. It seems that he used a swift skill. Then he looked around and saw that the female white-collar worker was already 10 meters away. Roar! After being hurt, the female white-collar worker immediately rushed towards Chen Kai. But this time, she did not use the swift skill. It seems that this skill has a cooldown time. Chen Kai tightened the stick in his hand and planned to challenge this first-level zombie alone. At this moment, Chen Kai had no idea that a pair of evil eyes were staring at him from a corner. Boom! With a stick, the female zombie was knocked over again. HP reduced by 40%. With only 20% of its health left, it only takes one stick to kill it. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from somewhere. Hit the zombie directly. Chen Kai was immediately frightened and quickly found a bunker to hide. But at this moment, the zombie that was shot by an arrow was not dead yet. Only 5% of health left. Looking around, Chen Kai gritted his teeth and went up to make up for it. This damn thing is obviously a monster grabber in the game. You can get rewards by killing zombies, and the system will determine who killed the zombies last. You killed a first-level zombie and obtained the zombie's skill Swift and a first-level energy crystal core. I actually got the skills of a zombie. Chen Kai didn't bother to check and hit again. Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow was shot from a distance. Buzz! The arrow tail shook and made a buzzing sound. It plunged straight into the abandoned car in front of Chen Kai. Just a few centimeters away, Chen Kai was shot. Moreover, Chen Kai also discovered that the arrow seemed to be smeared with the blood of zombies. Even if the skin is broken, it can be infected. This is too cruel. Frightened, Chen Kai couldn't help but have murderous intentions. With the second arrow, Chen Kai captured the opponent's position. On the third floor opposite, the distance between the two sides was less than 50 meters. Looking back, I saw that we were more than 20 meters away from the safe house. This distance is enough for the opponent to shoot again. But, with the addition of agility skills, it might be possible. Immediately turning on the attributes, Chen Kai studied this skill. Swift, after use, the burst speed will be increased by 300% for 1 second. Only a second? However, according to Chen Kai's explosive power, there is no problem in rushing 8 or 9 meters in 1 second. Plus swiftness, that's enough. Move the position and change the opponent's aiming position at the moment. Chen Kai pedaled the car with his feet, bent his waist, hunched over his body, put his hands on the ground, and made a starting motion. The next moment, Chen Kai shot out like an arrow from the string. At this time, the opponent also shot a fatal arrow at Chen Kai. Swift. After rushing out, Chen Kai immediately used swiftness. Whoosh! The speed is accelerating. Chen Kai immediately disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the arrow arrived belatedly and shot into the ground. Chen Kai, who returned to the safe house, was still a little unresponsive. Immediately looking out through the crack in the door, Chen Kai saw a man and a woman walking out of the building opposite and then walking towards here. Is it a human? Or an NPC? Chen Kai couldn't help but start to guess. Besides, does the safe house only target zombies, or does it target people as well? If it's not directed at people, if the other party breaks in, it will be dangerous. Open the world communication channel immediately. Does any of you know that the safe house is absolutely safe? Zombies can't get in, but can other people get in? Chen Kai immediately started asking others. I really don't know this, I haven't met a living person yet. I tried it, zombies won't come in, but people don't know. I think we won't stay in the safe house forever, so the safe house must be unsafe. Looking at the series of answers, Chen Kai felt that what the last person said made sense. The world is too big. It is 10 times that of Blue Star. Therefore, no one will settle in one place. The safe house is destined to be abandoned. Therefore, it is very likely that someone else will break into the safe house. What to do? Chen Kai paced back and forth in the room. There is only one door in the safe house and there is no other way out. If you want to escape, you must use the door. That's right. Energy. Chen Kai suddenly stopped and immediately checked his energy. First-order energy crystal cores can be exchanged for 5 points of energy. Including the ordinary zombies he killed before, Chen Kai now has 12 points of energy. It's enough to double the blessings at once. I looked at the contents of my backpack. There are pancakes, drinking water, and cigarettes, all of which were exploded by killing the zombies just now. Chen Kai originally planned to try blessing the noodles, but now it seems that blessing the swift skill he just acquired is the best choice. The 300% speed increase is already very fast. Ordinary people simply can't catch it. If it is after blessing, then the speed will be faster. There should be no problem in killing 2 opponents with this skill. Day. The footsteps are getting closer. A man and a woman looked at each other, then surrounded them from the left and the right, standing on the left and right sides of the wooden door. During this process, Chen Kai noticed the weapons in the hands of the 2 men. One person holds a bow and arrow, and the other person holds a machete. It's only been over an hour since the game started. Anyone who dares to walk out arrogantly is definitely not a human being. Then it can only be NPC. Brother inside, don't be afraid, we just came to save you, please open the door. A man's voice came from outside. Chen Kai remained silent and used a double blessing directly on his swift skill. You blessed the skill swiftness and obtained the new skill super swiftness. Super swiftness, after use, the burst speed will be increased by 500% for 3 seconds. Percentage increase, time increase. Seeing this, Shin-Kei showed an excited smile. Picking up the mace, Shin-Kei hid behind the door. The people outside were silent when they saw what was going on inside. With a flying kick, the wooden door was violently kicked open. Sure enough, the wooden door is really unreliable. Boom! The wooden door was too powerful and hit Shin-Kei hard. My darn thing. Shin-Kei was beaten to pieces. I forgot, the door opens inwards. After the man came in, he held a machete and slashed directly at Shin-Kei. Super fast. Subconsciously, Shin-Kei activated the skill directly. The next moment, Shin-Kei's speed was like a car traveling at 180 miles. It hit the man hard. Speed determines quality. Boom! Shin-Kei hugged the man and hit the opposite wall directly. A trail of blood slid down the wall. The man fell down weakly. Shin-Kei shook his dizzy head and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Shin-Kei couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. Drop your weapons and put your head in your hands. There is still one. Shin-Kei immediately raised his hands and then dropped his weapon. Turn your back to me, walk to the corner and squat down. Following the girl's instructions, Shin-Kei came to the corner. Odd changes to even and stays the same. After squatting down, Shin-Kei had an idea and said immediately, "What did you say?" The girl snapped. Hearing this, Shin-Kei couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. It doesn't change from odd to even. The symbols look at the quadrants. This is the standard time travel code. It seems like the girl is not from Blue Star. But at this moment, there are 2 trees in front of my house. The girl asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Shin-Kei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Suddenly he turned around, but what he faced was a cold bow and arrow. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. Shin-Kei replied nervously and in a low voice. Are you from Blue Star? Hearing this, the girl suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Shin-Kei in disbelief. Yeah. Shin-Kei nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. My fellow villagers burst into tears when I saw my fellow villagers. I never thought we could meet here. The girl quickly put down her bow and arrow and helped Shin-Kei up. Correct. Shin-Kei looked at the man who was killed and asked. He is also a survivor. The girl sighed regretfully. The world is big or small, but the safe house for the 2 of us is together, and then we join forces. After seeing you, we felt that if you were a Blue Star person, you wouldn't be able to kill several zombies so skillfully, so we always suspected that you were an NPC. The girl explained. Why don't you use the secret code? Shin-Kei felt very worthless for that man. So he walked over and couldn't bear to look through everything on his body. At this time, in the virtual space. After a man was reborn, he became furious here. Wanama, how did I die? Then, the man immediately looked at the virtual screen and quickly searched for the place where he died. Not long after, they found the safe house where Shin-Kei was. When he saw Shin-Kei rummaging through everything on his body, his face turned pale. What was even more irritating was that when he saw that the girl who had been thinking about him was now side by side with Shin-Kei, eating the noodles one bite at a time. You eat it. You eat first, your girl's own. Oh, you should eat first. You are a boy. You can protect me only when you are full. In the safe house, a large-scale dog abuse scene was staged. It's so fucking annoying. Kill me, eat my food, drink my food, and fuck my girls. But no matter how angry this man was, there was nothing he could do. After eating and drinking, Shin-Kei took out all the man's things. It can be seen from the things on his body. His initial choice of supplies should be food. As for the machete, it may have been picked up. As for this woman, through getting to know her, Shin-Kei knew that her name was Anichuan. The initial material selection was bows and arrows. She said she used to be a member of the archery club. So choosing this weapon is still very advantageous. By the way, what did you choose? Anichuan asked curiously. It's the skill I used to kill that zombie that makes me faster. Shin-Kei did not tell the truth. Because, from the time he came into contact with this girl, Shin-Kei discovered that she was very deep. She was indifferent to the man's death. After revealing his identity, he immediately became attached to himself. Judging from Shin-Kei's guess, she should have taken a fancy to her ability. Then when she was eating, she pretended to be innocent and caring, but it was obvious that she was just pretending. But even so, Shin-Kei likes it. As long as she doesn't have any other evil purposes, keeping her by your side is a very good choice. At least the zombie thief will be killed quickly. Shin-Kei thought about how much he had killed just now. Look now, and Anichuan shoots one arrow at a time. After a while, the pot of arrows was used up. More than 20 zombies were killed. Shin-Kei collected all the crystal nuclei. Then he and Anichuan split it equally. These are the food and other daily necessities obtained by killing zombies. Anichuan took out some steamed buns, drinks, biscuits, toothpaste and toothbrushes. These are all caused by ordinary zombies. These are crystal nuclei, 24 in total, 12 for each of us. Anichuan did not refuse and put it into his backpack. Shin-Kei directly converted the crystal nucleus into energy. In an instant, Shin-Kei's energy increased to 13 points. Another blessing can be given. But this time, Shin-Kei plans to choose. Give infinite blessings and give blessings. This idea came to Chen Kai when he first acquired skills. This is the world, unique and infinite skills. But it doesn't give a clear prompt, so you can't bless your own skills. The reason why the previous two blessings did not directly give skills. It's because Chen Kai needs weapons and emergencies. But this time, after having enough balance, Chen Kai planned to give it a try. If not, forget it. If it could, I don't know what it would be like. Thinking of this, Chen Kai directly used blessing on his infinite blessing. The next moment, a sweet reminder sounded like the sound of nature. You used double blessing on the skill infinite blessing, the infinite blessing changed, and you obtained passive infinite blessing. Passive unlimited blessing, growth skills. Current passive level, double blessing. Next level upgrade, 1000 energy points. Have you become passive from being active? Chen Kai was stunned immediately. Moreover, it has turned into a growth skill. Is this good or bad? Chen Kai couldn't help but become a little suspicious. I just don't know if passively triggering the blessing will consume energy. Thinking of this, Chen Kai saw that Anichuan didn't care and immediately picked up a steamed bun. 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The bun in his hand remained unchanged. It's malfunctioning? Chen Kai suddenly panicked. Afterwards, Chen Kai picked up the noodles, biscuits, toothpaste, toothbrush again. Still no change. It's so bad, a normal person has been cured to become mute. At this moment, Anichuan next to him suddenly let out an exclamation. Look, someone is selling a green alloy sword. Looking back, I saw Anichuan visiting the trading mall in the system. Chen Kai immediately opened the transaction interface. I saw that the top grade item was actually a green alloy sword. The system clearly divides the levels of weapons. Weapons are divided into 6 levels according to their power. White, the most common weapons, such as kitchen knives, comes with an attribute. Green, relatively rare weapons, such as firearms, comes with 2 attributes. Blue, very rare weapons, such as special forging, weapons forged from precious materials, comes with 3 attributes. Red, a heritage weapon, one of a kind, comes with 3 attributes and 1 skill. Purple, epic weapon, one of a kind, comes with 3 attributes and 3 skills. Gold, a mythical weapon, only exists in legends, comes with 3 attributes and 5 skills. The green alloy sword is enough to survive the early stage of survival. Moreover, it is almost possible to survive the first 3 stages. Trader, lock. Trading item, green alloy battle knife. Trading requirements, 100 ordinary energy crystal cores, or other rare items. You can chat privately. Let's look at the properties of alloy swords. Alloy combat knife, green. Attack power, 120%. Attribute, attack power plus 10%. Attribute, attack speed plus 10%. Good guy, with a combined 130% damage, you can kill a zombie with just 1 strike. Chen Kai couldn't help but licked his lips. This is really a good thing. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself? He may have other better weapons. Anichuan explained beside him. What kind of opportunity did this guy get? He started off so well. Chen Kai envied others at the same time. Little did he know that the infinitely blessed skills he had acquired were something that no one in the world could envy. If I can get this weapon and use it with your bow and arrow, we can attack from a distance and be invincible in close combat. Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. You want? Anichuan asked suddenly. Of course I do. Chen Kai replied subconsciously. But then, something felt wrong. What do you mean? I can trade with him. After Anichuan finished speaking, he went to chat privately with the man named Locke. Do you have 100 crystal nuclei? Chen Kai asked doubtfully. But then it became clear that Anichuan might have something else. Because Locke marked it, there are other rare things that can also be traded. It seems that Anichuan also has his own adventures and secrets. Thinking of this, Chen Kai couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But why should she help herself? No one will help you for no reason, even giving you a glass of water. This is a lesson Chen Kai learned deeply after being severely beaten by society in the past. Anichuan must have her purpose. No reward for no merit. Chen Kai really couldn't bear this gift. Seeing Anichuan's serious look, he seemed to be bargaining with Locke. Chen Kai took advantage of this time to look at other things on the transaction interface. Since it's just the beginning, the things above seem a bit uneven. What is placed above may be the initial supplies they obtained themselves. The weapons included a kitchen knife, a 5-bullet pistol, and what was even more ridiculous was that the toy water gun was also there. And the price is only 1 noodle. This guy is really hardworking. Chen Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, for the sake of your little back, let's use it for fun. Anyway, there is no shortage of food now. Chen Kai casually spent a noodle cake and bought a toy pistol. In an instant, the communication channel was abuzz. Who bought my toy pistol? You really have the guts to buy a toy pistol. This thing is useless at all. It has 2 hidden attributes, and I don't know what they do. What? Hidden attributes? Or 2? You are the one who really makes a fuss. Do you know that he is a treasure? Only green weapons have 2 attributes. You actually sold a green weapon for a noodle. Real or fake? I'm so tired. Dad, would you please give me the stuff back? Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately took out his toy pistol. Toy pistol, white. Attribute, hidden. Sure enough, there are really two hidden attributes. At the same time, Shin-Kei, who had lost hope in unlimited blessings, immediately became energetic. You get a toy pistol, which passively triggers twice the blessing, and the toy pistol unlocks hidden attributes. Infinite blessings. It's really changed to passive. And it doesn't consume energy. Shin-Kei suddenly became excited. And, it can be seen from this. Passive blessings are based on newly acquired items. Rather than blessing the original items. He immediately picked up the toy pistol and examined it. When Shin-Kei saw the unlocked hidden attribute, he immediately became excited. Toy pistol, green. Attack power, 100%. Attribute, attack power plus 20%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 20%. Remarks, it requires energy crystal core charging. One ordinary energy can be shot 10 times. At this moment, Anichuan also withdrew from the system. The next moment, she reached out her hand to Shin-Kei. A black alloy sword slowly appeared in his hand. Wow! Shin-Kei couldn't help but exclaimed. So handsome. The black alloy sword is somewhat similar to a tang sword, with a slight curvature. Even the blade is black without any reflection. It is different from the flash of swords and shadows in the movie. That's just being cool. A real murder weapon will not show flaws like reflection. Ball. Anichuan handed over the alloy sword. Shin-Kei was slightly dull. Think about it. He took out the toy pistol. Why do you have this thing? Anichuan sneered. I saw this toy pistol hanging on the trading platform. Did you buy it with a pancake? That's right. Shin-Kei nodded. You gave me such a heavy gift, there's no reason why I shouldn't return the favor to you, just take it. What do I need it for? Anichuan took it with a smile. But when he saw the properties of the toy gun, his mouth gradually turned into an O shape. Oh my god. What's going on? Anichuan looked at the toy pistol in his hand in disbelief. This, how can this be a green equipment? And it also has two attributes. This is too powerful. Hee, that fool didn't know the hidden attributes. After he was bought by me, I unintentionally unlocked it. Shin-Kei didn't explain too much on how to unlock the hidden attributes. Taking the alloy sword, Shin-Kei looked at its attributes again. Alloy combat knife, green. Attack power, 120%. Attribute, attack power plus 10%. Attribute, attack speed plus 10%. Danced in the air. The weight and length are just right. Let's go. Go out and try the power of the new weapon. Anichuan nodded and stood up impatiently. Opening the wooden door, zombies rushed over immediately. Anichuan picked up the toy pistol and fired at a zombie. Jio. The toy pistol fires energy-packed bullets. It doesn't make a pop sound like a real pistol. I'll go. It's a machine gun. A toy pistol was seen firing 4 or 5 bullets in succession. Shin-Kei was immediately stunned. How did it come so fast? Anichuan covered her mouth in disbelief. Press once, come once, keep pressing, and keep coming. Shin-Kei looked at Anichuan a little evilly. Can you change the way you talk? Anichuan blushed shyly. Then he looked and saw that the zombie had been killed. Walking over to collect the crystal core, the two continued to kill the zombies. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar came from a distance. I saw a canine mutant beast with its skin peeled off and covered with red mucus, staring at the two of them with a pair of red eyes. Careful! Shin-Kei tightened the alloy sword in his hand. Anichuan immediately replaced the core of the pistol. It's a first-order mutant dog. Looking closely, the information about this mutant dog immediately came to mind. Mutant dog, level 1. Health, 150%. Attack power, 50%. Defense, 30%. Agility, 80%. Skills, infection, death bite. It's hard to deal with. Shin-Kei immediately became worried. First clean up the zombies around you. You will be responsible for attacking later, and I will entangle him. Shin-Kei immediately customized his strategy and began to kill the zombies quickly. You killed an ordinary zombie, got a steamed bun, triggered a passive double blessing, and got a steamed bun. You killed an ordinary zombie, obtained an ordinary crystal core, triggered a passive double blessing, and doubled the energy of the ordinary crystal core. Ordinary crystal nuclei can be exchanged for a little energy. After doubling the blessing, the ordinary crystal core becomes 2 points of energy. Nice. Shin-Kei was ecstatic. Soon the surrounding zombies were cleared away. Careful. Anichuan kept an eye on the mutated dogs. Just when Shin-Kei was attacking the zombies, Anichuan suddenly reminded him. Looking back, the mutant dog jumped up on the abandoned car and rushed towards Shin-Kei. That big mouth is full of sharp teeth. There is also a mucus connection between the upper and lower jaws. A bite like this would make surgeons worried. Because I don't even know how to sew. Raising his sword horizontally, Shin-Kei blocked the attack. Jio. At this moment, Anichuan immediately launched an attack. Energy bullets shot out like machine guns. Because toy pistols have an attribute that increases the rate of fire. So the shooting speed is quite fast. Toy pistols can deal 120% damage. The zombie dog's health is 150%. But it still has 30% defense. so one bullet can only cause 90% damage. After the zombie dog was attacked, it jumped away. Chen Kai saw that this guy was not killed. Looking closely, it turned out that only one of the bullets hit the zombie dog. All others were avoided. Dear me, my agility is 80%. I can even dodge bullets. The zombie dog glanced at an Ichiwan in the distance with fear. Just be ready to escape. Where to go? Chen Kai picked up his knife and chased after him. An Ichiwan immediately changed the bullet and prepared to shoot. But Chen Kai stabbed the mutant dog's anus with a knife. You hit the zombie dog's weak point, causing twice the damage. You kill the first level zombie dog, get a mutton skewer, trigger double blessing, and get a roast leg of lamb. You kill a first level zombie dog and obtain a first level crystal core, which triggers twice the blessing and doubles the energy of the crystal core. There are 5 points of energy in the first order crystal core, and when doubled, it becomes 10 points. You killed the first level zombie dog and obtained a piece of white jewelry equipment. Walked up to an Ichiwan. Chen Kai took out all the loot. I was eating meat today and got a roast leg of lamb. Chen Kai did not say that the mutton skewers turned into roasted lamb legs. Wow, it's still steaming. An Ichiwan sniffed the delicious food in the air greedily. And this crystal core. A piece of whiteboard equipment also dropped. An Ichiwan looked at Chen Kai and said, you killed the zombie dog, so these trophies belong to you. What are you talking about? Can I kill you without you? Chen Kai immediately shook his head and said, by the way, how about this piece of equipment? An Ichiwan said quickly. Lucky necklace, white. Attribute, explosion rate plus 5%. You can even explode a leg of mutton, so this necklace is perfect for you. An Ichiwan directly pushed the necklace over. I just want this crystal core. No fighting, just giving in to each other. Chen Kai felt very comfortable getting along with an Ichiwan. Just after an Ichiwan handed over the necklace, a voice sounded in Chen Kai's mind again. Lucky necklace, green. Attribute, explosion rate plus 10%. Attribute, dodge plus 10%. The level of the necklace after blessing has been improved. Even the attributes have undergone completely different changes. He put the necklace on his body calmly, and Chen Kai's attributes were updated again. Victory in the first battle. The two of them cooperated quite well. Return to the safe house. Find a clean newspaper and spread it on the floor. Then Chen Kai took out the fragrant leg of lamb. TSK, good wine, good food, beautiful company, no wine, what a pity. Chen Kai sighed with a fly in the ointment. Surprise for you. An Ichiwan said playfully. Close your eyes. 3 seconds later. Open one's eyes. Ding dang dang. Ergo 2. An Ichiwan showed off. Where did you come from? Chen Kai asked in shock. I bought it from the trading area. An Ichiwan unscrewed the lid and took a whiff of the flavor. It's still a familiar taste, and it's still a familiar recipe. Then, an Ichiwan took a sip with enjoyment. TSK, it's so powerful. After saying that, he handed Ergo 2 over. Is this kind of thing still sold in the trading area? Chen Kai looked at the Ergo 2 that an Ichiwan had drank, then put it to his lips and took a sip. Subsequently, the system trading area was opened. I saw that the trading area had been transformed, and separate sections were divided according to the items traded. There is a weapons and equipment area, a fruit and vegetable area, a tobacco and alcohol department store area, etc. Chen Kai saw a bottle of Ergo 2, which was priced at 5 ordinary crystal nuclei. I have to say, humans are really amazing animals. There are more talents who have established a complete economic system based on the energy crystal core. The system has an identification function that allows survivors to see the energy in the crystal core. Then they converted it into money according to the energy points and the previous currency system. A little energy is a piece. After all, a bottle of Ergo 2 costs 5 yuan. The price is not expensive. But at this moment, Chen Kai had a new idea. That is to be a bad guy. How to do it? After triggering the passive blessing, sell the purchased items at a high price. This idea gradually formed in Chen Kai's mind. As soon as he said it, Chen Kai spent some energy to buy a noodle pancake. Since existing items will not trigger infinite blessings, Chen Kai can only buy them first and try them out. You purchased a piece of Yang Wei's noodle cake, triggered a doubled blessing, and got a piece of meat pie. Very good. With a backhand, Chen Kai put the meat pie on the shelf and placed it in the trading area. There are also meat pies in the trading area, and the market price is about 5 energy points. Whether to put the meat patties in the backpack on the shelves for trading. Yes. The meatloaf has been put on the food section, please enter the transaction price. 4 points of energy. Others sell it at 5 points, but you sell it at 4 points. Small profits but quick turnover. Whether to display the name of the trader. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect you could hide your name, it's so humane. An Ichiwan next to her could also walk around the trading area at will, but it would be difficult to explain if she saw him. Maybe one day Chen Kai will put some artifacts on the shelves, and it's hard to explain things like mythical beasts. Hide name. Chen Kai chose to hide without hesitation. Trader, hidden. Trading item, meat pie. Transaction price, 4 energy. After it was put on the shelves, it didn't take long for Chen Kai to hear the sound of the system. Wei Xingjin bought your meat pie, and you gain 4 points of energy. This is so much easier than fighting zombies. Chen Kai sighed. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good after it gets cold. Just when Chen Kai was about to continue, an Ichuan's voice came from beside him. After coming back to his senses, Chen Kai pretended to be emotional and said, "Since we came to this world, there have been so many good things on display in the trading area. It seems that there are too many people who are better than us." Yes. I just saw on the transaction announcement that someone actually listed a skill book. Skill book? What skill book? Chen Kai immediately opened the trading area again. I saw the most eye-catching scrolling advertisement at the top of the trading area. This advertisement is free. The system will advertise to you based on the 3 most valuable items in the trading area. And Ichuan explained. In addition, if you still have good items, you can go directly to the system to apply for advertising. But this requires additional fees, and a handling fee of 5% of the transaction amount of the item will be charged. I see. Chen Kai opened the products in the advertising area. Trader, Du Lesh. Trading item, skill book. Transaction price, 1000 energy points. Click on the skill book and the detailed information of the skill book will be displayed. Iron shirt, elementary. Attribute, defense plus 20%. Effect, after use, defense increases by 50%, lasting 3 seconds. This is a good thing. Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The price is just too expensive. Regretfully closing the trading area, Chen Kai prepared to finish his meal quickly. Then use your identity as a bad guy to quickly earn 1000 energy points. Time waits for no one. What if the skill book is bought by others? Looking closely, he saw that an Ichuan had torn the lamb legs apart and placed them neatly on the newspaper. Eat it. An Ichuan raised 2 oily hands, then put his index fingers into his mouth and sucked them. This action immediately attracted Chen Kai. The tongue licked the fingers, full of temptation. Seeing Chen Kai looking at him, an Ichuan smiled awkwardly, and then wiped his hands with a newspaper. Eat it. It was getting dark, and the two of them chatted wordlessly in the dark safe house. By the way, where are you originally from? In the dark room, Chen Kai's voice came from the ground. I'm from Sichuan, what about you? An Ichuan's voice came from the bed. The two of them were chatting as they got up and down. I'm from Chang'an. By the way, what did you do before? I'm in the agency. It's an iron rice bowl. I can't do it anymore. I used to be a provocateur online writer. Before I came here, I was caught and beaten by readers. Chen Kai sighed, lamenting the gap between the two. But it's good. They always send me blades by mail, and I bought an apartment by selling scrap metal. Oh, you are also a great writer? What novels have you written? Let me listen and see if you have read them? And Ichuan suddenly became interested. Hey, if you tell me about online novels that are not on the market, you must have never heard of them. Chen Kai smiled. Tell me about it. Chen Kai suddenly felt a burst of fragrance coming to his face. In the darkness, Chen Kai saw an Ichuan sticking his head out and lying on the edge of the bed looking at him. Then I told you not to laugh at me. Chen Kai first did ideological work for an Ichuan. Fine. I have written many books, including I Open a Restaurant in the Doomsday, Woman by Jia, Mother's Best Friend, and a martial arts novel, The Fall of the Red 13th Lady in Love. While they were chatting, an Ichuan's slight snoring could be heard from the bed. Chen Kai closed his eyes and opened the trading area system. Chen Kai's current savings is 25 points of energy. After finding something within the price of 25 points of energy, Chen Kai began to select. I want to earn 1000 energy in a short time. The items for resale must be best-selling items. At present, there is no shortage of food for survivors, because killing zombies can explode food. Some luxurious food can only be eaten by high-level zombies. Moreover, no one would consume too much energy on food. As for weapons, some firearms are best sellers. But the ones hanging in the trading area are basically pistols. And they are all pistols with few bullets. There is no source of bullets, so the price of the pistol is not expensive. On the contrary, the price of bullets has skyrocketed. Quickly find the bullet trading area. Chen Kai saw that a bullet actually required a little energy. Bought it. Chen Kai bought 25 rounds of ammunition without hesitation. You purchased 25 rounds of bullets, which triggered a double blessing, 25 rounds of strengthened bullets. Reinforced bullet, white. Attack power, 100%. Attribute, penetration plus 20%. It's not a blessing of quantity. Chen Kai was slightly regretful. From the current point of view, blessings are blessed in terms of quality, not quantity. It only enhances the quality of the item, not the quantity. Hang 25 rounds of reinforced bullets in the trading area. The price of Chen Kai is 2 points of energy. Twice as expensive as regular bullets. But in fact, this thing can be sold for 3 energy, but Chen Kai can't wait. Sure enough, if the reinforced bullet is attached, he will be killed in an instant. Shuritua bought your 25 rounds of enhanced bullets, and you gained 50 points of energy. Nice. In just a few minutes, Chen Kai doubled his savings. If this continues, won't I become a billionaire in a few days? Chen Kai couldn't help but start to fantasize. But as everyone knows, the market is saturated. And there are only a handful of people who can produce hundreds of crystal cores now. But Chen Kai was not worried. because today is the first day of survival in the apocalypse. I believe there will definitely be hundreds of thousands or millions of things in the future. Buy it when the time comes, give it blessings, and sell it again, guaranteed to make a huge profit. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai set his sights on products with around 50 energy. There are not many products around 50 left. There were only a few submachine guns, but not many bullets. There are also some therapeutic drugs. Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this medicine. This thing is life-saving, and no one will find it expensive. Browse carefully. Chen Kai focused his attention on a box of Luwei Dihuang pills. Good guy, even this is for sale. Curiously, Chen Kai clicked on the attributes and was shocked by the efficacy of this medicine. Luwei Dihuang pills, elementary. Effects: nourish the kidneys and nourishing permanently increase the lasting plus 30 points. This medicine and the skill book I saw before are divided into levels. They are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced and special levels. Do you want to buy it? Chen Kai admitted that he was moved. For Chen Kai, who can persist for 20 minutes, he will definitely become the king of fierce battles in another 30 minutes. It's a pity that now everyone can't even take care of eating and drinking, let alone doing such a thing. However, the second effect of this thing is actually a permanent increase. If you miss this village, there won't be that store. Buy it. Chen Kai didn't want to waste such a good thing. 2 boxes for 50 energy, you can use 1 box yourself and sell another box. Immediately, Chen Kai purchased the medicine. You purchased Shi Jinxiang's Luwei Dihuang pills, triggered a doubled blessing, and obtained Bai Dihuang pills. Bai Dihuang pills, elementary. Effects: nourish kidney, nourish yin and moisturize essence permanently increase lasting plus 60 minutes. It is still a rudimentary drug. However, the effect has been greatly increased. Durability has been increased from the original 30 points to 60 points. It also has a moisturizing effect. Without any hesitation, Chen Kai took a box directly. Suddenly, a powerful force came, filling Chen Kai with strength. Looking at an Ichuan on the bed with some uneasiness, Chen Kai's thoughts began to become dishonest. No, no. Chen Kai immediately shook his head and suppressed his inner thoughts. Then he immediately put Bai Dihuang pills on the shelves and started to divert attention. You have listed Bai Dihuang pills, please enter the transaction price. Chen Kai thought for a while and then input 100 energy. The next moment, a system prompt came from Chen Kai's mind. Congratulations on your product being put on the shelves. Bai Dihuang pills has been certified as an excellent product by the system. You have received free promotion from headline ads. Very good. Chen Kai was immediately happy. He quickly looked at the advertising area at the top. I saw my own merchandise hanging high on it, which was particularly eye-catching. The next moment, discussions started in the communication area. After not looking at the communication area for a long time, Chen Kai suddenly discovered that the communication area had also been reformed. Originally there was only a world communication channel, but now there is an additional national communication channel. In this channel, everyone is from the same country. In the World Channel, there are new products advertised in the trading area, go check them out. Bai Dihuang pills, an essential health product for men. Oh my god, if I bought it, wouldn't I be able to maintain it for 60 minutes and 3 seconds? 100 energy is not expensive, and it is a permanent increase. I bought it. Not long after, Chen Kai received the reminder. This is only the first day, there are so many rich people. Chen Kai sighed. Seeing it turn into 100 points of energy, Chen Kai laughed happily. Repeatedly, after reselling in the middle of the night, Chen Kai finally collected 1000 energy at 3 o'clock in the morning. I can finally buy this iron shirt. Then I looked around and saw that the skill book was still hanging there, no one could afford it. Etc. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly thought of his infinite blessings. The next upgrade of infinite blessing also requires 1000 energy. Should I buy a skill book? Or upgrade to unlimited blessings? Chen Kai began to hesitate. There will be better skill books in the future, but if you miss this one, it will be gone. Infinite blessings, you can upgrade as long as you have enough energy. However, if you don't upgrade, then you don't know how much you will lose from the next 5 times blessing. After thinking about it and weighing the pros and cons, Chen Kai planned to upgrade to unlimited blessings. After all, if you upgrade to 5 times the blessing, the value created will be unimaginable. Upgrade unlimited blessings. Chen Kai said to the system. You have upgraded the skill infinite blessing, and your unlimited blessing ability has changed. Then he looked around. Passive unlimited blessing, growth skills. Current passive level, 5 times blessing. The next day, an Ichuan got up early. After buying milk bread in the trading area, an Ichuan woke up Chen Kai. It takes a lot of energy. Chen Kai said and took out some crystal nuclei. You are responsible for the tea, rice, oil and salt, and you will hold all the crystal nuclei that will be opened in the future. No, I have it. An Ichuan quickly refused. Here's our money for dinner. Unable to defeat Chen Kai, an Ichuan had no choice but to take it over and agreed to Chen Kai's offer. Now that Chen Kai has the status of a trader, he can make money on his own in the trading area. Therefore, Chen Kai no longer looked down upon the crystal cores obtained from killing zombies. After finishing breakfast, Chen Kai and an Ichuan discussed their future plans. We can't stay here forever, so leaving the safe house is inevitable. Then where do you want to go? I listen to you. At this time, Anichuan seemed to regard Chen Kai as his backbone. It was as if they were a couple. Let's not talk about the distance. Let's take the city we are in as an example. We must first find out how big it is and whether there are other humans. Or there are NPCs in this city. Chen Kai expressed his thoughts. You're right, we don't even know what this city looks like now. And Ichuan said in agreement. No matter what, we must first find out what this city is called, and at least get a map. After discussing it, the two prepared to go out. Look! Suddenly, an Ichuan accidentally opened the system trading area. A headline advertisement above has refreshed a product, which is a world map. Chen Kai immediately opened the trading area and took a look. This map is not expensive and only requires a little energy, but it is placed in an alternative way of trading. That is, after everyone has seen it, they cannot tell others through the communication channel. My God, there are tens of billions of people in the world. If everyone buys it once, that's tens of billions of energy. Chen Kai was immediately shocked by such a transaction method. However, this transaction method is limited to data-type commodities. Moreover, the other party came out through proactive advertising. In other words, he has to pay a handling fee of 5% of the transaction amount to the system. But that's enough money. Ah, look! Anichuan has already purchased it. After taking it out, I found that in reality, the two of them could share it together. Within 10 minutes, someone placed an advertisement here. This time it's in the form of a photo, a map for sale. This is looking for a system bug. More and more people are following this approach. The world map suddenly became worthless. But even so, Chen Kai is sure that the first person has earned at least more than 10 million energy points. This will definitely give you a big advantage in the early stage. In an instant, he put a large distance away from the other survivors. There are so many capable people and strangers, it seems I can't fall behind. Chen Kai thought secretly. Then, the two opened the world map. After going out yesterday, Chen Kai saw a lot of advertisements on the building outside. From the advertisement, we can learn that the name of this city is Yunlan City. Opening the world map, Chen Kai discovered that the map distribution of this world was similar to that of Blue Star before. That is, the area has increased 10 times. China is still China, and the country of Eagle Sauce is still the country of Eagle Sauce. Yunlan City is a third-tier city located in Chang'an Province, northwest China. After finding Yunlan City on the map, Chen Kai began to check the distribution of the city. Based on the street signs and landmarks outside, Chen Kai quickly determined his location. Here, Xingfu South Road. Chen Kai pointed to a place on the map with his finger. Oh my God, this city is so big. Anichuan was immediately stunned by the size of the map. Looks like we need to find a mobility scooter. No, most of the cars outside are scrapped, and there are abandoned cars everywhere on the road blocking the road. Without clearing the roadblocks, it's worse than walking, and once surrounded by zombies, the situation will be even more dangerous. Chen Kai immediately rejected the idea. So what do we do now? Anichuan asked worriedly. Get out of here and find the organization. Chen Kai thought for a moment and then had a goal. I just saw on the national channel and the world channel that our country is building a human shelter. Where can we go? Really? Anichuan's eyes widened immediately. Our motherland has always given us too much security. As long as this name is mentioned, our hearts will be at ease. Afterwards, the two people immediately opened their home country channels and started watching. Announcement: the official government of China has been established, and its headquarters is still located in Kyoto, because the world map is relatively large. Therefore, all Chinese people who are able to do so are asked to go to Kyoto immediately. Announcement: survivors in each city are asked to form a group immediately and act together. This is a pinned message that everyone in China can see. Kyoto, great, I'm in a city next door to Kyoto. The people above are happy too early. Due to the large map, the distance between the two cities exceeds 3,000 kilometers. I am in Anton City, is there anyone in Anton City? I am in the Magic City, who is in the Magic City? I am in Yunlan City, who is in Yunlan City? Reading through the records of his country's channel, Chen Kai immediately saw a familiar word. Yunlan City. Focus the news on the person who just mentioned Yunlan City. Chen Kai immediately added him as a friend. Hello, I am also in Yunlan City. Where are you in Yunlan City? Really? I'm right here. Oops, I don't know where I am. Hearing this, Chen Kai rolled his eyes. Go out and take a look at the buildings outside and see what's written on the billboards outside. And look at the map to see where you are now. Map? You went to the luxury of buying a map? By the way, do you have any cake? I haven't eaten yet since yesterday. Chen Kai directly sent a piece of cake privately to the other party. After a while, the other party sent a message. By the way, I know where I am. I am in a community on Taoyuan Road called Taoyuan Community. Can you come here to find me? Seeing this, Chen Kai closed the dialog box directly. In the apocalyptic world, everyone is in danger, and they will look for you regardless of danger. Even if I find you, you are still looking for a bottle of oil. But the next moment, this person sent another message. Come here quickly, I found a lot of food in the supermarket downstairs in the community. Wow, there are still many crystal nuclei. Immediately afterwards, your friendly face sent you 10 ordinary crystal cores, please accept them. Seeing this, Chen Kei's eyes widened. It seems that this piece of cake is not in vain. Hurry, let's go to Taoyuan Road. Chen Kei immediately picked up the weapon, then opened the map and started looking for Taoyuan Road. It's here. Chen Kei looked at the distance between the 2 points. Fortunately, it's not too far, only 3 roads separate it. I found a survivor in Yunlan City. He found food in a supermarket. Let's go there quickly. Really? And Ichuan didn't doubt his presence and immediately followed Chen Kei out. In a community on Taoyuan Road. In a certain room, a thin young Ma, and wearing glasses squatted in the corner with his head in his hands. Brother, I have done everything you asked, please let me go. The man with glasses begged the 2 men holding pistols with a pleading look on his face. Let you go? One person snorted coldly. You invaders are the ones who brought the virus and made our world become like this. That's why God is so unfair that he gave you the opportunity to a new world to these abominable invaders. Another person echoed. Brother, kill him. If we kill him, we will have the opportunity to enter the new world. Not for now. Another sturdy man shook his head. They have the ability similar to a telephone. They can notify their companions. First, they can lure their companions over. There are only 2 of us, and we have to kill 1 more so that both of us can qualify. Yes. The young man with a bamboo pole next to him lit up. Let this guy bring people in for a while, and then we'll do it directly. Good. In order to reach Taoyuan Road as soon as possible. Chen Kei didn't tangle too much with zombies along the way. Just let an Ichuan use pistols and bows to kill him from a distance. Soon, the 2 came to Taoyuan Road. After entering Taoyuan community, Chen Kei immediately contacted the person named Li Fei. I've arrived at the community, where are you? At this time, in a unit building. The man with glasses stood up quickly. He's arrived. After hearing this, the 2 men immediately stood up and came to the window. Looking down through the curtains, the bamboo pole young man suddenly said in surprise. Brother, I saw it, a man and a woman. Hey, there are actually women. I wonder if women who are intruders are fun. The sturdy man smiled evilly. Get ready, come in and shoot. You, let them go upstairs. Bamboo pole came to the man with glasses, pointed his gun at the man's head and threatened. The man with glasses nodded fearfully. At this moment, the sturdy man came over. Boy, you'd better be smarter and don't tell them. They are 2 people, so we don't have to kill you. Really? At this time, the man with glasses had already entered a sentence in the chat box. Don't come up, they are NPCs. But after hearing this, the man with glasses immediately deleted it. Of course there is no problem. Moreover, after you help us kill them, everything on them belongs to you. Moreover, we also make you comfortable. I think that woman is very good looking. Boy, we can cooperate completely in the future. You attract people here, we kill them, and then divide everything equally. The man with glasses is Li Fei. After hearing this, I couldn't help but hesitate. After a moment, Li Fei nodded fiercely. Okay. I promise you. What Li Fei lacks now is energy. If energy can be obtained through these means, then buy weapons from the trading area, and then kill these 2 people. Afterwards, Li Fei immediately sent a message. I am in Unit 702, Building 4. After receiving the news, Chen Kei immediately came to the bottom of the 4 buildings. Go up. Chen Kei pushed open the unit door and walked in carefully. The elevator inside has been scrapped. Chen Kei came to the stairs, made sure there were no zombies inside, and then walked in. Not long after, the 2 arrived at 702. And just when Chen Kei was about to knock on the door, an Ichuan stopped Chen Kei. Chen Kei looked at an Ichuan doubtfully. Look at other rooms first, don't attract the zombies from other rooms. Hearing this, Chen Kei felt that it made sense, so he walked to 701 next to him. At this time, he noticed the 2 NPCs outside through the peephole. After seeing this, he grabbed Li Fei's hair. Damn it, did you tip off the news? They went to 701? No, I really don't. Li Fei grimaced in pain. Or did you say you gave the wrong room number? No, it shouldn't be. Li Fei opened the chat history uncertainly and saw that the message was indeed 702, so he quickly explained. I sent it correctly, I meant 702. Then why did they go to 701? The 2 looked at each other and said doubtfully. At this time, Chen Kei, who had just walked into 701, suddenly stopped. Then he looked at the door of 702 suspiciously. Did you hear anyone talking in 702? It seems so. Could it be that there is someone else? And Ichuan asked suspiciously. Could it be that person who tricked us into coming here? Damn it, if that's true, I'll kill him. Chen Kei said angrily. In this case, you ask him to come across this room. And Ichuan said with a sudden inspiration. Yes. Chen Kei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he immediately sent a message to Li Fei. Just in case, come over to room 701. After sending the message, Chen Kei closed the door and looked at the movement outside through the peephole. At this time, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely across a wall. He let me go. Li Fei said helplessly with a drooped face. I really didn't tell them, maybe they were too vigilant. It seems that these two intruders are difficult to deal with. The sturdy man suddenly became embarrassed. Brother, what should we do now? Zhugan suddenly lost his mind. If you go with him, just say you are in the same group. The sturdy man thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. You pretend to be an intruder, and then find an opportunity to kill the man first. Then I will rush over immediately and deal with the woman. Ah, boss, I can't do this. Bamboo Pole suddenly became embarrassed. Do you want to be qualified to go to the new world? The sturdy man scolded. This, okay. In desperation, Zhugan had no choice but to agree. Then, Li Fei opened the door and walked out anxiously. Bamboo Pole followed closely behind, and the two of them walked to the door of 701 and stopped. Boom, boom, boom. Li Fei knocked on the door. Brother, it's me, open the door quickly. Li Fei shouted anxiously. At this time, Chen Kai, who was behind the door, took out a pistol and pointed it at the head of the person outside through the door. Who is that person next to you? Chen Kai asked warily. Survivor, besides you, I also called other survivors to come over. Li Fei explained quickly. Ask him to add me as a friend. Chen Kai was not fooled, but thought of this method. Li Fei suddenly became embarrassed. This is an effective way to determine whether you are a survivor. He. Seeing Li Fei's hesitation, Chen Kai pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The bullet hit the security door but did not penetrate it. The two people outside were so frightened that they squatted on the ground. Chen Kai cursed secretly. Opened the door immediately. Bang bang bang. 4 or 5 shots were fired in succession. The two were shot dead directly by Chen Kai. Be careful, there might be someone on the other side. An Ichuan came out and pulled Chen Kai back. At this time, behind the security door opposite, the burly man's eyes widened. You're so cruel, you shoot without even saying a word. The sturdy man turned around slowly. He sat on the ground leaning against the security door. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and then quickly moved his body and hid to the side. If someone shoots outside, you must not be beaten into a sieve. At this time, Chen Kai saw that 702 had no movement, so he must have been frightened. Slowly opening the door, Chen Kai dragged the two bodies in. You killed a survivor and gained 1 new world point. Tip, this reward is a necessity for the second stage of survival. Blessings cannot be obtained passively. You killed a survivor and gained 2 new world points. You killed a survivor and obtained a piece of information. Survivors are people from Blue Star. The survivors are the native inhabitants of this world. There was so much poverty in these two men. Nothing came out. It was the new reward that caught Chen Kai's attention. New world points? Information? Chen Kai immediately checked the reward this time. New world points, used to break through the current survival difficulty stage. Stage 1 survival difficulty, 1000 new world points. New world points can be obtained by killing survivors or survivors and completing certain achievements. Seeing this, Chen Kai was no longer calm. This is asking us to kill each other. Reality is cruel, and this is the time to truly test human nature. Chen Kai looked at an Ichuan beside him and finally decided to tell her about the incident. Presumably all the world channels are in chaos at this time. It is estimated that many people will not be happy with the natural selection and survival of the fittest model arranged by the system. Then, Chen Kai opened the information again. You opened the information. A general message came into Chen Kai's mind. After some sorting, Chen Kai obtained some information about the survivors. The end is coming, the devil disguises himself as a human and blends into the crowd. They absorb the power of evil and can transform into anything you want. This world is on the verge of collapse. Find the demons and kill them, and you will be qualified to go to the new world. God will record what you do. After meeting the conditions, you will not only gain powerful power, but also travel to a new world. Devil? Are you talking about us? Absorbing the power of evil and transforming it into something you want, isn't this just killing zombies to obtain items and absorbing the energy of crystal cores for trade? Chen Kai was speechless. It's not just about humans killing each other. They also want humans and the survivors here to kill each other. In an instant, Chen Kai felt like he was being treated as a pawn. Something new. Chen Kai came back to his senses and said to an Ichuan. Killing them, I got something called New World Points, which are used to break through the survival stage. I see. An Ichuan nodded and said. Right now, the World Channel is talking about this matter. It seems to have just been announced. There is also a question. If you kill the opponent, you can get all the opponent's New World Points. Hearing this, Chen Kai suddenly frowned. Human beings are more terrifying than zombies. I can no longer trust anyone I encounter in the future. Then do you believe me? Suddenly, an Ichuan made an eerie sound. Chen Kai was startled. Looking back, I saw the corners of an Ichuan's mouth raised, revealing a hint of Zhang Zifeng's evil smile from the movie Detective Tangwan. Ah, look how scared you are. The next moment, an Ichuan laughed heartily. The weird atmosphere just now disappeared immediately. Don't make such a joke. Chen Kai rolled his eyes. But little did he know that he had already developed a grudge against an Ichuan in his heart. There is a classic saying about surviving in the apocalypse. Sometimes, even your parents don't believe it. Kill the opponent and get all the opponent's New World Pa. INTs. This cool operation has a classic gameplay in the game called pig raising. What's the meaning? Just wait until you get fat before killing you. But here, even if you have accumulated enough New World points, it will not be too late to kill you. Shin-Kei didn't deliberately dwell on this topic too much. Instead, he directed his attention to the room opposite. If nothing else happens, there must be someone on the other side, Shin-Kei affirmed. We pretend to leave and wait for him to come out? And Ichiwan suggested. No, he'll look through the window to see if we're really gone. Shin-Kei shook his head. Then how about destroying his door and attracting zombies? And Ichiwan continued. Hearing this, Shin-Kei's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. You stay here and I'll attract the zombies. After saying that, Shin-Kei went downstairs. At this time, the burly man who had been paying attention to the situation outside the door immediately became alert. I saw Shin-Kei going downstairs. And Ichiwan immediately came to the window and looked down. After seeing Shin-Kei indeed go downstairs, and Ichiwan walked out. Boom, boom, boom. And Ichiwan knocked on the door of 702. Open the door. What was shocking was that the door actually opened. Sister. This sturdy man actually called an Ichiwan eldest sister. That guy killed a bamboo pole. A life for a life. Wait for him to come up and kill him. You will inherit his system qualifications. And Ichiwan seemed to be a different person. His tone was cold and his words were ruthless. Good. The burly man nodded heavily. Then what did he do down there? I asked him to attract zombies. After a while, you blocked the door with something and I sneak attack from behind. And Ichiwan ordered. Good. But 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed. Still no sign of Shin-Kei. At this moment, on the road 3 streets away, a figure ran quickly. At the same time, he was mumbling, not knowing what he was talking about. Judging from my experience of buying more than 10 science fiction apocalyptic novels, this bitch must have bad intentions. The first rule of Doomsday is never trust anyone, especially women. Maid, the alloy sword is exchanged for my toy pistol. You and I don't owe anyone anything. When we meet in the future, let's settle down. This world is too dangerous, I have to live in peace. Now everyone is prey, and everyone is also a hunter. It was getting dark, and Ichiwan's face turned green. Thinking with your toes, you can tell that Shin-Kei has escaped. This guy is too cautious. And Ichiwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I feel like I haven't revealed any flaws. And Ichiwan recalled that from the first moment he met Shin-Kei, Shin-Kei had no doubts. Sister, didn't you just say that he only found out about the New World points after he killed the bamboo pole? Do you think it was because of this? At this moment, the sturdy man next to him suddenly said, possible. And Ichiwan nodded. Hey, what a pity. If I had known better, I would have killed that glasses guy and obtained his system qualifications. The big man said regretfully. Don't worry, the game has just begun, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. And Ichiwan said confidently. We survivors are at a disadvantage and have no system qualifications. But we also have an advantage, that is, the survivors don't know that we can gain their system qualifications by killing them. I believe that many of our survivors have already lurked inside the enemy. I'm curious what their system looks like. The big man next to him said expectantly. This thing is not what the main god said. He can kill any creature to get rewards. Moreover, everyone can communicate and trade freely inside. And Ichiwan explained. Okay, let's rest. I've been out for half a month and I've finally gained something. Let's go back tomorrow. Before night falls. Shin-Kei finally escaped from the city. In a villa community in the suburbs, Shin-Kei temporarily found a place to stay. After clearing away the zombies in the villa, Shin-Kei closed the doors and windows, and then went to the bedroom on the top floor. This is a 3-story villa. There are about 10 such villas in the entire villa area. The villa area is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with pleasant scenery. Today we temporarily eliminated the zombies in the villa where we live, and we will clean up the zombies in other villas tomorrow. The bedding in the bedroom is covered with dust and needs to be shaken before use. Lying comfortably on the bed, Shin-Kei bought some beer and food from the trading area and started eating. I will live here from now on and won't go anywhere. Shin-Kei thought secretly. Lying on the bed, Shin-Kei turned on the system. The system at this time was already in turmoil. Because of the issue of New World points, leaders from various countries came out to speak. The system says that after we die here, we will return to Blue Star. I believe that many people have died and returned. Everyone, do you think those people will go crazy and destroy it after they return? Once this statement was put forward, it was agreed by everyone. Don't let the whole world be ruined after we go back. No, Blue Star is the foundation. Some of us must go back to maintain law and order. What if we die here, we really die? Couldn't the system lie to people? At this moment, a person raised such a question. Yes. Just like death, none of us have died, so why should we say that the dead disappear completely AF? After they die? They may not go to another world. Everything needs to be proven in practice. We have not received any messages from dead humans. After some debate, still to no avail. Because no one will prove and practice it. So, live well in this world. But at this moment, Huaxia performed a feat that shocked the world. On behalf of China, I officially announce that I will lead some of the troops and leaders back to Blue Star to protect our homeland. Everyone who is left must survive. We hope that our sacrifice is worth it, and we look forward to one day when you can open the door to a new world. China has announced the news. Countries around the world were shocked. They were completely restless. The heads of every country all had this idea. What if China really goes back? Will there be only Chinese people in Blue Star? What if they destroy other countries' defense technology? When other countries come back, wouldn't that be the end of the world? No, we have to go back too. Immediately, countries around the world immediately organized people to commit suicide and go back. At this moment, the number of Blue Star survivors dropped by half. And when all these people went back in various ways, when they entered that virtual world, they immediately regretted it. The survivor, who had died long ago, said to these people in annoyance, "We here can't communicate with you at all. It's useless even if we shout at you when we see you doing such a feat." For a time, countries all over the world immediately pointed all their fingers at China. Damn China, if you hadn't taken the lead, would we have followed? You must compensate each of our countries for their losses. But at this moment, Hua Xia stood up alone. "We eat shit, will you eat it too? You guys all follow the same example of committing suicide, your brains are crazy." In one sentence, other countries were speechless. But there is nothing we can do now. They can only place their hope on the remaining survivors. At this time, the world is doomsday. In the communication channel, one sentence caught everyone's attention. Waste, so many people, these are all system qualifications. What does upstairs mean? When does the system qualify? However, the man realized that he had let slip his words and immediately stopped talking. Human meat on him, this guy is evil. Found it. They are NPCs. If they kill us, they can be like us, use all the functions of the system, and see our chat messages. I was killed, be careful. These words were set into bright red characters before the deceased died. Extraordinarily eye-catching. There is a mole, terminate the chat. For a moment, the world channel was quiet. Seeing this, Chen Kai was also stunned. Isn't an Ichuan the mole? Chen Kai suddenly thought of this question. Absolutely possible. The more I think about it, the more possible it becomes. Chen Kai was immediately glad that he didn't listen to an Ichuan and lure the zombies back today. What should we do now? How do we distinguish between ourselves and our enemies? Questions were posted on the public screen. Everyone was stumped by this question. If you know the secret code, even the insider can see it. Who knows how many NPCs can use the system now? And just when everyone felt desperate, a new message released by the system appeared on the World Channel. Announcement: due to the loss of balance due to the death of a large number of survivors, the survival rules are now changed to make everyone eligible to use the system, including survivors. The rules of New World points have been changed to include killing zombies and alien beasts, killing others, and purchasing in the trading area. Added camp settings, survivors and survivors. It's becoming more and more like a game. After Chen Kai read it, he turned off the system. You must ensure sufficient energy every day. Staying online all night is harmful to your health. But this update has kept many people awake at night. First of all, the biggest change is that survivors also have a system. The world and civilization here are roughly the same as those on Blue Star. Therefore, it is easy for them to accept the system. In this way, they no longer need to spend time and energy to harm the survivors. The world communication area is also divided into several channels. There is a camp channel. This is temporarily closed. Because of the camp channel, survivors can communicate together. There is also World Channel. This is the same as the previous World Channel. People in the world of this camp can communicate. There are also national channels. People from this camp and this country can communicate. There are also city channels. This allows people in this camp to gather together quickly. There are also power channels. Some people can create factions, and people with the same faction can communicate. There is also a team channel. Survivors can form a team when taking risks to survive. People on the same team can communicate. There are also temporary channels. This is limited to face-to-face communication only. It is the same quality as whispering. This is a change in the communication system. There are also changes to the trading system. Current trading system. It puts survivors together. Inside, people from any camp can make purchases. When Chen Kai saw the trading platform, it was discovered that the entire trading platform had been wiped out. Because of the things on the original trading platform, they were all hung up by survivors. But now survivors also have a system. After they saw that all the things above belonged to survivors, just sweep everything away. Because, before the survivors came to this world, the apocalypse happened here. The current survivors have accumulated a large number of crystal nuclei through hunting zombies. So they are very rich. Suddenly, the gap between survivors and survivors was revealed again. This is not fair. In the world of survivors communication channel, immediately there was opposition to this. There are many survivors and they have money. If they kill us all, we will have no room to resist. Yes. That means the world is so big, otherwise they would have searched all over and found us all. However, before the voice of resistance has completely spread, a world announcement that only faces survivors has been issued again. Announcement from the world of survivors: in order to increase balance, survivors can resurrect dead survivors. This is limited to one opportunity. Resurrecting each survivor requires consuming 100 energy points. After the announcement. This is even more unfair. I have no money to begin with. Why do you want me to resurrect my own people? Where can I get so much money? Although the voice of resistance is getting louder. But the system changed the rules until now, and it never makes a sound again. This is indeed a good thing for those in the survivor camp. At this moment, the representative of China released such a message on the World Channel. Each house sweeps the snow in front of its own door. The meaning is self-evident. That is to resurrect the dead people of their own country in their own country. At the same time, the people in the Blue Star virtual space suddenly became excited. Especially the leaders of various countries. When they saw this, they seemed to see hope. Next moment. Where all national leaders gather. Especially the most important leaders began to turn into white light and disappeared into the virtual space. Needless to say, they were all resurrected. At the same time, people also noticed a brand new feature. Ranking system. There are already people on the list at this point. The first one is the list of energy giants. This is equivalent to a rich list. Whoever has more energy will be on the list. Moreover, this is the list of all camps. Both survivors and survivors are listed together. Currently the first one is among the survivors, a survivor named Adam. This is a survivor from the country of Eagle Sauce. He tops the list with 100 million energy points. The second place is also from the survivor camp. But it's from China. It was a man named Long Wu. He ranked second with 80 million energy points. Among the survivors, only one named Chen Duo ranked 8th. He ranked 8th with 20 million energy. On this list, what Chen Kai admires most is not the survivors, but the survivor named Chen Duo. After all, everyone else is native. I don't know how much I have accumulated before I can accumulate so many energy points. And how much money? How long have the survivors been here? It only took 2 or 3 days in total. This person can get 20 million energy points in 2 or 3 days. Can you tell me how capable he is? And Chen Kai can be sure that this person is the one selling the map. But the next moment, all the survivors were shocked. Because Chen Duo was only on the list of energy giants. He stayed there for 3 minutes and then disappeared. Where did Chen Duo go? How come it only took a while? Off the list, dropped to 9,999th place. What happened? He is the honor of our survivors. Did someone kill him? No. He resurrected a large number of official national leaders of his country, as well as some elite troops. Someone immediately exposed the news. The name Chen Duo suddenly became a hero in the whole world. But then, people discovered that the name Chen Duo appeared on another ranking list. Faction contribution list. There are 3 words for a lot of money. With gold and dazzling light, it is at the top of the list. That's right, his contribution to resurrecting the country's leaders was directly converted into contribution value. Resurrecting a person contributes a little bit. Chen Duo ranked first with a contribution of 200,000. The second place is still Adam from the survivor camp. His contribution was only 10,000 points. The gap with Chen Duo is not even a little bit. This camp contribution list is divided into 3 lists. They are the camp contribution list, the world contribution list, and the national contribution list. The meaning is as self-explanatory as the name. But no matter which one of these 3 lists it is, Chen Duo ranks first. Another very important point is this contribution. Contribution can actually be used as energy to buy things. There is a separate contribution mall here. The good stuff sold there is simply eye-opening. Blue weapons, airplanes and tanks, war pet props, everything you need. More importantly, there is something called a Force Formation Certificate. This thing sells for 1 million contribution points. Force Formation Certificate, after using it, you can form your own private power anywhere in the world. The private power has powerful power skills and corresponding growth. Isn't this thing the gang building order in the game? There are many good things to attract everyone's attention. There is also a weapons and equipment list. This means whoever has the best equipment will win first place. Currently, the number 1 ranking is still from the survivor camp. It was a Chinese named Wuming who won the first place with a blue phoenix tail sword. This may be because these days, survivors have a systematic reason. Reward for killing zombies. Therefore, it can be seen from this point that survivors also have advantages. Finally, there is a new world standings. This is what is needed to break through the survival stage. At this time, a person named Mark from the survivor camp reached the top of the list with 500 points. People's first impression of this person is, how many survivors has this guy killed? In short, this reform is very huge. It can be said that it directly affects the balance between survivors and survivors. The next day, Chen Kai was awakened by a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. A regular knocking on the door made Chen Kai completely sleepless. Just touch it. The alloy sword is in his hand. Chen Kai suddenly felt safe. Bang bang bang. Regular knocking on the door came again. Chen Kai quickly walked to the window. I looked down, but I couldn't see where the door was. Carefully opening the bedroom door, Chen Kai walked downstairs. It shouldn't be human. At this moment, Chen Kai woke up a little and suddenly thought of this problem. Because if it were a human being, he would not knock on the door so loudly. This will attract other zombies. If it were humans, they would definitely break in. Again. When Chen Kai chose a villa last night, he chose one near the lake. It is far from the entrance of the villa community. According to normal people's thinking, they would go directly to the villa in front instead of coming here. Come to the lobby on the first floor. A marble coffee table blocked the doorway, safe and sound. Chen Kai looked out through the peephole and found that it was a girl zombie. The zombie's eyes were dull and his appearance was intact. Wearing pink cartoon pajamas, he knocked on the door regularly like a patient with dementia. And he was mumbling, not knowing what he was talking about. You found a mildly infected zombie. The system alerted the zombies outside the door. It turns out to be a mildly infected zombie. Chen Kai suddenly understood. Some mildly infected zombies only infect their brain cells, making them dull and non-aggressive. But if they don't receive treatment as soon as possible, the infection will worsen and they will completely turn into zombies. After seeing this girl zombie, Chen Kai suddenly thought of a question. According to the camp classification, this girl should belong to the survivors. If she is cured, we may be able to get a lot of secrets about the survivors from her mouth. Chen Kai had an idea, his eyes lit up, and he thought of this wonderful way. Because, judging from the system update last night, survivors also get systems. If this girl is cured, then she will also have a system. Wouldn't it be easy for her to reveal some information about the survivors? Thinking of this, Chen Kai immediately moved the marble coffee table. Slowly opening the door, Chen Kai held an alloy sword in his right hand, alert to the possibility of a girl zombie coming at any time. Once she rushes over, Chen Kai will directly end her life. However, after the door opened, the girl zombie slowly walked in like a robot. After entering, she started walking around the hall of the villa like a ghost without an owner. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This girl may be the owner of this villa. After a mild infection, she still vaguely remembered memories of her life. That's why he knocked on his door, wanting to come in. It was too dark last night, and Chen Kai didn't look for anything he owned. Now taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Kai began to look through the things in the room. Sure enough, I found many photos of this girl on the wall and on the table. As you can see from the photos, there is a family of 3 in this villa. The male host wears glasses, is gentle and elegant, and looks like an intellectual at first sight. The hostess is mature, sexy, and generous. The girl is sweet and cute, and they are truly a happy family. And from some letters and documents, Chen Kai discovered that this girl was called Kei Chichi. The male owner is called Kwaiyangong. The hostess's name is Lu Shengnan. What surprised Chen Kai was that this Kwaiyangong was actually the chairman of the most famous Yungan group in Yunlan City. And his wife Lu Shengnan turned out to be a biology professor. After the apocalypse broke out, Kwaiyangong didn't come back in time because he was out of town. My family and I are far apart. After understanding the basic information about the family, Chen Kai began to search the system for a way to treat Kei Chichi. Regarding the zombies infected by the virus in this world, does anyone know how to treat them? One sentence immediately caused experts in this field to come out. We obtained a laboratory, and through original information and research on viruses and zombies, we found that this thing can be cured. Currently we have discovered a drug that can effectively inhibit the spread of the virus. This drug is called E-antivenom. It is recommended that you search for it in the nearest hospital and pharmacy to prevent death from infection. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately started rummaging through boxes and cabinets to search. Because Chen Kai vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a medicine box in the villa. Not long after, Chen Kai found a large medical kit. After opening it, Chen Kai was stunned. Inside, there was actually a box full of this E-antivenom drug. And there is a letter. Chichi, you must keep the medicine in this well. It can save lives if necessary. Mommy has received news that a virus is spreading. And this drug is used to treat this virus. Chen Kai suddenly thought that Kei Chichi's mother, Lu Shengnan, was a biology professor. She seemed to have known about the spread of the virus in advance. That's why I collected these medicines in advance. Great. You really don't deserve to die. Chen Kai quickly took out the medicine. You should thank me and your mother. If you see your mother in the future, remember to ask for your mother's and me's WeChat ID. The moment he touched this potion, Chen Kai's infinite blessing was triggered. You got a box of E-antivenom potion, triggering the passive 5 Tim. ES blessing, and you got a box of Super E-antivenom potion. Very good. Chen Kai suddenly became excited. Quickly picking up the Super E-antivenom potion, Chen Kai was shocked by the properties on it. Super E-antivenom agent, intermediate. Efficacy, after taking it, you will be immune to viral infection. Effect, can be used to treat E-virus. I never expected that the blessed E-antivenom agent could actually treat viral infections. Chen Kai looked at a box full of potions. It's like looking at a box of crystal core energy. Chen Kai counted carefully. There are a total of 50 boxes in this box. Opening a box, Chen Kai found that there was only one potion inside. Looking at the girl zombie still pacing behind him, Chen Kai opened a box and prepared to feed it to the girl. Wait, just save her like this, what if she wakes up and tells other survivors? Chen Kai stopped immediately. Thinking of this, Chen Kai ground a potion into powder and divided it into 10 parts. After diluting one part of it, Chen Kai fed the potion to the girl zombie. Keiichi took the diluted Super E antivenom agent, and the virus in his body was effectively suppressed. After the system issued a prompt, Chen Kai saw Keiichi stop and seemed to be much quieter. At the same time, Chen Kai also noticed that when Keiichi looked at him, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. She seemed to be looking at a stranger. I don't know him, but I'm confused. Like a child of 3 or 4 years old, he is full of curiosity and at the same time feels a little scared. Chen Kai took out some food and handed it over. Keiichi timidly took it. Perhaps it was the existence of body memory that allowed Keiichi to know what these things were and how to use them. I saw her tear open the package, put it in her mouth and eat it. After a while, some food was eaten. Keiichi's favorability towards you has improved, and the current favorability is 60. Very good. Chen Kai was immediately happy. That shows that this method of yours is useful. The favorability level is 100, and 60 is a passing state. Lowly training starts from now on. Chen Kai showed a successful smile. Bah, I'm not that dirty. I was an undercover agent trained during the great renaissance of mankind. Chen Kai immediately faced up to what he had done. After eating, Chen Kai personally gave Keiichi a bath and then changed into the clothes he liked. Because Keiichi was really dirty. Of course, there will inevitably be some physical contact during this process. But as a gentleman and a wretched otaku, Chen Kai did all this with his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, without distracting thoughts and with excitement in his heart. Afterwards, Chen Kai left the villa and began to look for useful things in other villas. After all, this is a villa area, and wealthy people used to live there. So there's definitely going to be a lot of useful stuff. After counting, Chen Kai found that there were a total of 12 villas in the villa area. The 12 villas are named according to the 12 zodiac animals. The room Chen Kai lived in last night was the best room named after the dragon zodiac sign. After dealing with the zombies wandering in the villa area one by one, Chen Kai first started searching for villas with the rat zodiac sign. What is frustrating is that the door of this villa has been locked. The security door here is surprisingly strong and cannot be broken open with brute force. So Chen Kai could only enter through other entrances. Finally, Chen Kai found a damaged back door in the yard behind the villa. Holding the alloy sword in hand, Chen Kai walked in cautiously. From time to time, the sound of footsteps scraping the ground could be heard in the villa. Slowly and regularly. This means there must be zombies inside. The villa has 3 floors, and there is no movement in the lobby on the first floor. There was no movement in the entertainment room on the second floor. Come to the 3rd floor. Chen Kai finally heard the sound from the master bedroom. Put your ear against the door and listen carefully to what's going on inside. From the sound of footsteps, Chen Kai was able to determine that there was only one zombie inside. Gently twisting the doorknob, the bedroom door slowly opened. Then he looked around and saw a fat, middle-aged male zombie with scratches all over his body rushing towards him. Aha! Chen Kai, who had recently become proficient in using the alloy sword, slashed it with one backhand. In an instant, the zombie's head was cut off like an open watermelon. You killed an ordinary zombie, got a box of Lacoon cigarettes, triggered 5 times the blessing, and got a box of Zitsuwatsi. You kill an ordinary zombie and obtain an ordinary crystal core, which triggers 5 times the blessing and doubles the energy of the ordinary crystal core. After getting rid of the male zombie, Chen Kai breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly felt a bad wind coming from the right side. Looking back, I saw a naked woman hanging in the air, with her limbs tied, twisting her body, and rushing towards Chen Kai with her teeth and claws open. But Naiha was tied up, so he couldn't attack Chen Kai at all. Oh, I'll go. You're really good at playing. Chen Kai looked at the female zombie carefully. I saw 4 ropes hanging from the ceiling above the large bed. The rope was hung down and the woman's limbs were tied. Only 20 centimeters from the bed. This height is just right for you to show off your skills. Chen Kai couldn't imagine that scene. But he couldn't help but picture that scene in his mind. No. You have to go back and try this method with Keiichi. Chen Kai couldn't help but smile. Then, Chen Kai ended the woman's pain with a single blow. You killed an ordinary zombie, obtained the primary skill 18 moves of strange and obscene skills, triggered a 5-fold blessing, and obtained the primary skill 72 moves of strange and obscene skills. He stared blankly at the thick pile of skill books in his hand. Chen Kai was completely speechless. This zombie can actually explode something like this. What Chen Kai didn't know was that every zombie or alien beast, what is revealed is closely related to itself. As for whether it can explode, it depends on your luck. And Chen Kai owns a lucky necklace. Plus 10% explosion rate. It directly revealed the skills that this woman had painstakingly studied for more than 10 years during her lifetime. Then with the support of the system, it was summarized into a skill book. Give it a tap. This skill turned into a stream of light and entered Chen Kai's mind. In an instant, Chen Kai mastered the 72 moves that could be performed on the bed. Coupled with the Bai Di Huang pills he had taken before, Chen Kai could already be said to be a master in this area. Then, Chen Kai began to search for other supplies in the room. The villa area is indeed a villa area. Various facilities, daily necessities and emergency supplies are all fully equipped. In a medical box, Chen Kai found several more boxes of anti-venom. After 3 or 4 days of searching and moving, Chen Kai moved all the materials that could be used in the 12 villas together. Moreover, all of these things have been upgraded to the highest level with the blessing of 5 times the blessing. The harvest this time is as follows. Super anti-venom 80 box. Huazi and other famous cigarettes 120 pieces. Mutai Wulianye and other famous wines 1500 bottles. I don't know the price of red wine 5000 bottles. These things were mainly because Chen Kai discovered a wine cellar in the underground warehouse of Kei Chichi's house. It's all filled with expensive tobacco and alcohol. There are also guns and ammunition collected by the owner of the villa. There are about 20 guns and a few bullets. What made Chen Kai happiest was that he found a piece of thorn soft armor collected by the owner of the villa, and a bow and arrow that he could barely pull open with all his strength. Huazi, intermediate. Effect, after inhaling, spirit plus 10%, lasting for 30 minutes. Side effects, long-term use, dependence. This is Huazi after being blessed 5 times. Chen Kai listed it in the trading area. At the price of 100 energy, it was hung on it. Maotai, intermediate. Effect, after drinking, strength plus 20%, lasting for 1 hour. Side effects, speed minus 5%, spirit minus 10%, lasts for 1 hour. This is a famous wine that has been blessed 5-fold. There are also famous wines such as Wulianya, which have similar effects to this. Chen Kai listed it in the trading area at a price of 2,000 energy points. If it had been a few days ago, Chen Kai would never have dared to sell it so expensively. After all, a few days ago, there was a book of iron shirt skills that only sold for 1,000 energy points. A bottle of wine costs 2,000, so no one would have bought it a few days ago. But it's different now, because now people from the entire survival world have joined in. This price is sky high for survivors. But for survivors, they are more luxurious consumables. There were also some guns and ammunition, which Chen Kai also listed for hundreds or even thousands. Are guns and ammunition not as expensive as tobacco and alcohol? Certainly. Because in the last days, these weapons are the least valuable. So selling it at such a price is considered a good price. After hanging it up, within 5 minutes, all the weapons were wiped out. No need to look, it must have been bought by a survivor. Now the survivors are at odds with each other. Chen Kai's behavior, in the eyes of some people, is a betrayal of humanity. If anyone else found out, they would definitely be scolded. But Chen Kai had other ideas. Because, before that, in the domestic channel, China officials gave a list of resurrections. The above list is all official leaders and military members who committed suicide before. China announcement, the above list includes important leaders and military members of the country. We cannot resurrect everyone by our officialdom alone. We hope that the people of this country will take the rejuvenation of the country as their own responsibility and use your meager strength to resurrect one person if they can. Note, F. For everyone who was resurrected by you, we will record your name and information here. When you return to our own country in the future, your achievements will be remembered by the world. That's right. Chen Kai has his own goals. With a lot of money, tens of millions can be spent to resurrect so many people. He has made so many contributions to our country, why can't Chen Kai? Chen Kai is not a selfish person. Chen Kai is a person who grew up with a red education. Throughout history, there are countless people who have contributed to the country. In the field of science and technology, in the field of national defense, in the field of agriculture. There are some familiar heroes who work silently without asking for anything in return. Chen Kai wants to be such a person. Especially now that I have the ability. After only half a day, everything Chen Kai had hung up in the trading area was swept away. In one day, Chen Kai sold out all the supplies. Total revenue was up to 5 million. Cigarettes are sold by the pack. 120 items, income 120,000. There are 1,500 bottles of Mutai Wulianye, priced at 2,000 per bottle. Total revenue was as high as 3 million. There are also some other red wines. Total income was 5 million. Without any hesitation, Chen Kai directly resurrected 50,000 people according to the list given by the country. You have resurrected 50,000 people, your contribution has reached 50,000, and you have entered the second place on the national contribution list. Do you want to display your name? Your contribution reaches 50,000 and you enter the world contribution list. Do you want your name to be displayed? Your contribution reaches 50,000 and you enter the camp contribution list. Do you want your name to be displayed? Hearing this, Chen Kai thought for a moment and then replied, "Don't show it." At this moment, Chen Kai's whole body was glowing. At this moment, if I could describe Chen Kai in one sentence, that is, when the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. Chen Kai opened the rankings and took a look. With a contribution of 50,000, he has already reached the second place in the national contribution list. Ranked 5th in the world's contribution list. Because after they could be resurrected, many people in other countries also resurrected people from their own countries. Therefore, the contribution generated is second only to Chen Duo. But being ranked 5th, it is enough to imagine how powerful Chen Kei's contribution is. This small amount of tobacco and alcohol can give Chen Kei so much, and he can give so much to the country. This is really something Chen Kei never dared to think about. 50,000 people. If it is a political leader, then the Chinese official will directly consolidate the political agenda. If it is the army, then the Chinese official will directly pull out a sharp sword. In an instant, the whole of China was boiling. Because after the Chinese official gave out the resurrection list, just apply for an announcement display on the communication channel of your country with the system. Anyone who resurrects a person on the list will automatically appear on the announcement. At this time, a similar announcement directly flooded the entire Huaxia communication channel. Hidden name resurrects Zhang Zhanghua. Hidden name resurrected Li Yongfeng. Hidden name resurrected Zhang Delong. A total of 50,000 messages like this appeared. After this wave of announcements are refreshed, another round of screen flooding appeared on the Huaxia channel. Whose name is hidden? Who is hiding the name? Are you from the country? It must be a personal resurrection. If it is a national one, the name will definitely be displayed. That hero stands up and shows his face. You are the hero of the country, there is no need to be secretive. Everyone, look at the rankings. For a moment, people noticed that the second place in national contribution was still occupied by a person named Hidden Name. At this moment, people can be sure that the person who resurrected 50,000 people is the same person. At this time, there was an official base established by Chinese survivors in Kyoto. The resurrected supreme leader looked at the message played on the big screen with tears in his eyes. Exactly who resurrected so many people for our country? First of all, within a week of starting to survive, so many people have gained so much energy. There is hope for China's revival. The other leaders around him said excitedly with faces full of hope and determination. Look, how many people on the resurrection list have not been resurrected? The leader immediately ordered. Reporting to the first one, there are still 50 million people. Yes, it is such a huge number. Because China is one of the most populous countries in the world. So when they chose to return to Blue Star, the largest number of people from China went back. But this time is also the most powerless time. As long as we hold each other tightly, the storm will not defeat us. The leader clenched his fists and said with firm eyes. By the way, always pay attention to this hero whose name is hidden. If you know his information, don't expose it. Since he hides his name, he must have his own reasons, so we must protect his information. Clear. Of course, Chen Kei also kept some for himself. I have never enjoyed such good tobacco and alcohol when I was at Blue Star. Then, Chen Kei took out his 2 favorite treasures. These 2 backpacks are things that have been blessed fivefold. It is completely collected by the owner of the villa. This thing is well made, and it looks like the owner of the villa is someone who loves martial arts. This soft armor was originally made of hard horny material. When Chen Kei saw it at that time, it was a piece of green equipment. After 5 times of blessing, it was directly upgraded to blue equipment. And this piece of equipment also made Chen Kei top the weapons and equipment rankings. Thorn soft armor, blue. Defense, plus 80%. Attribute, chest and back defense plus 100%. Attribute, vitality plus 20%. Attribute, within the protection range of soft armor, attacks received will be reflected back to the attacker with 30% of the damage. Blue equipment has 3 attributes. Looking at this super defensive soft armor, Chen Kei put it on with satisfaction. This soft armor is similar to Huang Rong's soft hedgehog armor in martial arts novels. The super strong defense greatly increases Chen Kei's chances of survival. And it is very comfortable to wear without any discomfort. And there's the bow and arrow. When Chen Kei saw it, the bow and arrow was hung high on the wall of the villa hall. And it's protected by bulletproof glass. Chen Kei took out the bow and arrow with great effort. What shocked Chen Kei was that the bow and arrow turned out to be blue equipment. Initial blue equipment. After 5 times blessing. What makes Chen Kei helpless is that it is still a blue equipment. Maybe 5 times the strength of the blessing is not enough to promote him to the ranks of red equipment. However, after seeing its super aggressiveness, Chen Kei was satisfied. Lost God Bow, blue. Attack power, plus 200%. Range, 500 m. Attribute, defense break plus 50%. Attribute, charge every second of charge, increase attack power by 10%, maximum charge is 5 seconds. Attribute, cloud penetration, range plus 500 m. Just a little regretful. Such a powerful bow and arrow. It means that no bows and arrows can be used. Moreover, this bow and arrow are standard ancient Chinese bows and arrows. The bow body is made of some unknown wood and is carved with lifelike patterns of sea of clouds. Put it into the space backpack. Chen Kei experimented with the speed of retraction and retraction. After all, at critical moments, bows and arrows must be effective and can be held in hand. With the space reserve, Chen Kei does not need to carry it on his body at all times. I wonder if there is anyone selling bows and arrows in the trading area. Chen Kei thought secretly. So I immediately opened the system. But after opening the system, Chen Kei saw an official announcement posted on his home channel. China announcement: in order to prevent our country's survivors from being infected by zombies and leaving this survival world early, our country's Institute of Biology has now made new progress on the virus, which is far ahead of other countries in survivor camps. However, due to the current shortage of antivenom agents in the world, therefore, the country hopes that if individuals have antivenom agents, they can hang the agents in the trading area and set them up for designated persons to purchase under the premise of ensuring their own safety. This announcement has obtained the consent of the system. Anyone who provides a box of antivenom agents will the system rewards a little contribution. Seeing this, Chen Kai fixed his gaze on the 80 boxes of super antivenom in his backpack. I wonder how much contribution I can get in exchange for this. However, Chen Kai then changed his mind. All contribute to the country. It doesn't matter how much he does. Therefore, Chen Kai directly hung all 80 boxes of super antivenom in the trading area and conduct transactions in the name of a designated person. At the same time, Chen Kai set the price to 1 point per box. The moment the super antivenom potion was hung in the trading area, China is boiling. The world is boiling. Survivors are excited. Survivors are excited. Super antivenom agent, what is this concept? What does this mean? What this means is that even if you are attacked by zombies in the future, you will no longer be infected. This is a breakthrough progress for mankind. This is the hope for survivors in the world of survival. However, after seeing the information about the trading products, trader, hide name Huaxia, trading item, super antivenom potion, transaction price, 1 energy, transaction method, designated transaction, transaction quantity, 80 boxes. This moment, the survivors are excited. China is boiling. Only the survivors lost their boiling voice. Why? Because the people selling this product are survivalists and Chinese. If China develops this medicine, then people from other countries in the same camp will also benefit from it. At this moment, the camp of survivors, Ing Jianghua showed envy and jealousy in his eyes. Sakura country showed envious eyes. Although they were envious, they were still excited inside. Although they had friction with each other when they were at Blue Star. But here they are, on the same side. Even if you eat meat, I can still drink some soup. But what puzzles everyone is, traitor, why are your names hidden? But at this moment, only the Chinese people thought of one thing. That was the mysterious hero who had previously resurrected 50,000 Chinese spines. Because that mysterious hero also has his name hidden. At this moment, the man who brought the light of hope to mankind also hides his name. Involuntarily, everyone associated the two together. At this moment, China's Kyoto base. If it is really him, I will grant him first-class national honors. The leader's hands were trembling. At this moment, he felt proud of it. At this moment, he seemed to see the hope of China rising in the world. First place, 1,000 words, any reward can no longer represent our feelings. A group of enthusiastic Chinese leaders came behind him. Their hearts are bound to billions of dragon souls. But we only need to know one thing, that is, he is also Chinese, and our Yanhuang blood flows in his body. He is also our family. Yes. That's right, a family, a family. At this moment, the leader of China shed tears for it. Because, a little bit of energy trades for a price. What it represents is free donation. With these super potions, the Chinese Research Institute has developed the equivalent medicine and it is just around the corner. Then mass production will take place. China is reaching its peak, just around the corner. At this moment, in the China Institute of Biology, a professor, who was nearly 70 years old and had a full head of white hair, fell to his knees on the ground after seeing all this. There is hope for survival. There is hope for saving the country. There is hope for mankind. He is the light of hope, he is the light of mankind. Chen Kai didn't expect that his little effort would cause such a big response. But Chen Kai didn't care about all this. Whatever you do, please do it with peace of mind and a clear conscience. But then, Chen Kai received a harvest that surprised him and did not expect. You received a grateful gift from the survivors of China and gained 100,000 contribution points. This. Chen Kai really didn't expect that he would have such a harvest. This is really unexpected. In an instant, Chen Kai's contribution rose to 150,000. There is only a gap of 50,000 points between the first place and Chen Duo. But Chen Kai didn't have any intention of comparing with the 50,000 points. They are all contributing to the country, and those who can do more work. Afterwards, Chen Kai continued to browse the trading area, leaving the content of the communication channel behind. There is a bow in the sky, but no arrows. This is the same as a tiger without its claws. But after looking around, Chen Kai couldn't find anyone selling arrows. After all, now that there are so many guns, who would use cold weapons like bows and arrows? In desperation, Chen Kai had to turn to World Channel for help. Purchase specially made arrows at a high price, privately discuss the price. Once the message was sent, it was drowned in the ocean of channels. It seems that this is not an option. Chen Kai gave up searching for a solution online. So I suddenly thought of making it myself. Bows and arrows are powerful. No matter how rubbish the arrows you make, they should be able to deal super high damage. Afterwards, Chen Kai began to look for materials that could be made into arrows in the villa area. Some relatively straight branches or discarded steel bars can be used as materials for making arrows. Not long after, an arrow about 80 centimeters long was produced. This is an ordinary wooden arrow whittled out by hand with a knife. Chen Kai was cut out according to the appearance in his memory on TV. Chen Kai just wanted to test its power first. Taking out the Luotian bow, Chen Kai drew the bow and loaded the arrow. Aiming at the tree trunk in the distance, Chen Kai pulled for half a month. Because it can't be pulled open even if I apply force. Because the weight of this Luotian bow is really too big. In terms of the ancient calculation unit of stone, this bow is definitely more than 2 stones. In ancient times, the units of stone varied. The weight of 1 stone in each dynasty ranged from 30 to 60 kilograms. And their calculation of bow power is also quite simple. Just fix a bow on the wall and hang something heavy on the bowstring. When the bow is fully drawn, the weight of the weight hanging from the bowstring is the bow's power. Modern compound bows use pounds as the unit of bow power. 1 catty is equal to 1.1023 pounds. Therefore, the bow power of this bow definitely exceeds 100 kilograms. Whoosh! Wooden arrows were ejected by the powerful bowstring. Since it was used for the first time, the wooden thorn on the wooden arrow directly penetrated into Chen Kai's index finger. Boom! The powerful force drove the wooden arrow and hit the tree trunk directly. Of course, it was not the tree trunk that Chen Kai was targeting. After being shot, the wooden arrow was directly destroyed due to material problems. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately found the problem. First of all, the arrows are not professionally made, which affects the shooting accuracy, shooting distance, and shooting power. Secondly, my archery skills are too poor. At this time, Chen Kai couldn't help but think of an Ichuan. Her archery skills are truly amazing. However, the next moment, the system prompts made Chen Kai's eyes light up. You shot a bow and arrow and gained the skill basic archery. There seems to be something. Chen Kai suddenly thought of a word. Practice makes perfect. Combined with his proficiency in the game, Chen Kai seems to have found a shortcut to success. But making bows and arrows is too laborious. Moreover, since he was not professional, the bows and arrows he made could not be used at all. Hey! It's really a professional thing, it needs professionals to do it. However, money can make the world go round. Chen Kai doesn't believe that with so many people in the world, no one can make bows and arrows. 1 point of energy buys a bow and arrows. Chen Kai directly swiped the screen in the world channel. Suddenly, Chen Kai was drowned out by a sound of harmony below. Fortunately, I hid my name, otherwise I would have been scolded bloody. But don't tell me yet, it works very well. Not long after, someone started chatting privately with Chen Kai. Brother, how much do you want? You can make it in large quantities, but it's not worth it in small quantities. Thinking that basic archery requires continuous practice to improve proficiency, Chen Kai replied directly. 10,000 roots. 10,000 roots are 10,000 points of energy. If the price is high, you can get it for 8 to 9,000. For Chen Kai, who had just spent millions of energy points to contribute to the country, a mere 10,000 energy points could still be easily earned. After hearing this number, the other party agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Chen Kai told the other party the specifications. But in order to prevent being deceived, the other party requested the transaction in batches. 1,000 arrows at a time, paid with one hand and delivered with the other. Completed in 10 transactions. Understanding the other party's difficulties, Chen Kai agreed without any objection. The other party was also a Chinese and said he was hiding in an archery hall. There are all kinds of bows and arrows in the bow and arrow hall, so there is enough for Chen Kai. In other words, Chen Kai can be regarded as his benefactor. Because except Chen Kai, no one seems to need this thing at all. Brother, you have to use everything around you, understand? Chen Kai gave him step-by-step guidance. If you have bows and arrows, you can put them on the shelves in the trading area, even if others don't need them. But you can also package them for trading. What if someone needs them? For example, take a bow and arrow and give it 10 sets of arrows. This thing makes no sound when shooting. In the early stage, especially now, it is a very good weapon for hunting zombies. That's right. Brother, your words woke up the dreamer. The other party suddenly realized. Tears of gratitude to Chen Kai. Brother, you are really good news to me. I will give you a 20% discount on this bow and arrow. If you need it in the future, I will give you a 50% discount. Hearing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. For example, a little energy was sold to the National Research Institute for Super Potion. ID. Don't ask for anything in return at all. But he just got a contribution value of 100,000. But now, it's just for guidance. This saves 2,000 points of energy expenditure. This made Chen Kai understand something. Sometimes, your efforts will not get the rewards you deserve. But it will definitely come out in another way. The next moment, Chen Kai saw that the opponent had put up a large number of bows and arrows. There are traditional bows, compound bows, and all kinds of bows. Some of the arrows were hung on it through transactions with designated persons. Seeing this, Chen Kai spent 800 energy directly to buy 1,000 arrows. Ordinary arrows only have 10% attack power. But the enhanced penetrating arrows have an attack power of up to 30%. It also has a penetration property. Enhanced penetrating arrow, white. Attack power, 30%. Attribute, penetration plus 10%. Paired with a good bow and arrow, this thing can definitely do more damage than a pistol. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly saw it. This man named Zhang Liang, the bows and arrows he put on the shelves are being bought by others. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately chatted privately with Zhang Liang. Because if anyone needs this thing, then I can completely become a bad guy again. Purchase ordinary arrows from Zhang Liang, process them into penetrating arrows, and then sell them to this person. Then you can earn a good price difference. Brother, is someone buying your bows and arrows in large quantities? Brother, yes, you are absolutely right, someone really wants this. From reading between the lines, you can feel Zhang Liang's excitement. Don't be in a hurry to sell, try to raise the price, don't be cheated. Hearing this, Zhang Liang on the opposite side suddenly realized. Brother, thank you for reminding me. But less than 3 minutes later, Zhang Liang received another message. Brother, I raised the price by 2 points of energy, and the other party didn't want it. Hey! It seems that a little energy is already the highest price. Chen Kai sighed and said. In that case, if he contributes some energy, I will also contribute some energy. Why don't you give me the favor as a favor? This. After some hesitation, Zhang Liang immediately agreed. After all, if it weren't for Chen Kai, his bows and arrows wouldn't be sold. The next moment, Chen Kai immediately found the person who purchased Zhang Liang's arrows. Brother, I heard that you are purchasing a batch of bows and arrows. There is a batch of good goods here. Do you want them? Tip. You are chatting with someone who is not in the same camp, please pay attention. The system suddenly issued a prompt. Seeing this, Chen Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide. People from the two camps currently do not have open camp chat channels. But from here in the trading area, a temporary chat channel can be set up. This is simply a bug. If someone wants to betray information about our camp, can't they do it from here? Chen Kai couldn't help but think of this serious consequence. However, Chen Kai can think of it, and so can others. This should be deliberately set by the system. After all, no matter what world or country it is, there will always be people who sell out their own people for profit. Therefore, such people and channels cannot be completely eliminated. It is also a way to increase the difficulty of survival. Not long after, the other party responded. It's just because of the people in the two camps, and it's a temporary channel. Therefore, the other party's name is not displayed. Yes, I need a lot of bows and arrows. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately sent his enhanced penetrating arrow towards him. The next moment, the other party directly sent 2 words. How many? What's the price? Or are you asking me how many there are here? Chen Kai was immediately delighted. It could be seen that the other party was shocked by the properties of this arrow. Ask everyone. One of these penetrating arrows has 5 points of energy. How many do I have? I have as much as you want. Chen Kai said confidently. 4 points of energy and 1 penetrating arrow. I want as much as you have. If there are special reinforced bows, we will price them. No problem. Chen Kai didn't bargain with the other party, and directly agreed according to the other party's price. Later, Chen Kai followed the method proposed by Zhang Liang and made a deal with the other party. Here are 1,000 piercing arrows, pay. Chen Kai directly traded the arrows he had just purchased to the other party. Next moment, Chen Kai received an energy income. You have received a transaction energy from the survivor camp, totaling 4,000 energy. I made more than 3,000 yuan by changing hands. This deal is a huge profit. Afterwards, Chen Kai immediately contacted Zhang Liang and purchased 3,000 ordinary arrows for the price of a little energy. This time spent 3,000 energy. You purchased Zhang Liang's ordinary arrows, triggered 5 times the blessing, and obtained enhanced penetrating arrows 3000. The reason why I bought 3,000 for now is because Chen Kai still needs to buy a few bows to try. You purchased a traditional bow from Zhang Liang, triggering 5 times the blessing, and obtained an enhanced traditional bow. Strengthened traditional bow, white. Attack power, plus 80%. Attribute, defense break plus 10%. Looking at this traditional bow with satisfaction, Chen Kai bought another compound bow. Chen Kai wanted to determine whether the traditional bow was more powerful after being blessed, or the compound bow was more powerful after being blessed. You purchased a recurve compound bow from Zhang Liang, triggering 5 times the blessing, and obtained an enhanced recurve compound bow. Reinforced recurve compound bow, white. Attack power, plus 80%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 10%. Take a look at the properties of the 2 bows and arrows. Chen Kai saw that the additional attack power was the same, but the accompanying attributes are completely different. Judging from the attributes of the 2 bows, one is biased towards strong attack and the other is biased towards agile attack. According to Zhang Liang's pricing, a bow is sold for 50 points of energy regardless of type. To be honest, this price is relatively expensive in the trading area. However, Chen Kai didn't want to let it go, because now there is a demand for this thing. If there are no demanders, even if you sell 10 points of energy, no one will buy even a single point of energy. So 50 points of energy is not too expensive. This is like a bottle of beer, which costs 5 yuan outside but 50 yuan in. Side the bar. One is that the environment is different, but there is demand. After buying 10 different bows and arrows, Chen Kai spent all the energy he gained from the resale. Come, let's see how these two bows and arrows look like. Chen Kai gave both the traditional bow and the compound bow to each other. I want as much as I want. The other party responded almost instantly. Obviously he was shocked by the attributes of these two bows. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately told the other party the price he needed. 10 of each, one with 500 energy. Make a deal. He changed hands with 3,000 penetrating arrows and 20 bows and arrows. Chen Kai immediately earned 22,000 yuan. Repeatedly, Chen Kai bought all the bows and arrows from Zhang Liang. Later, it was resold to this person. After some reselling, Chen Kai has almost zero investment and a net profit. The total income totaled 450,000. Seeing this number, Chen Kai finally thought of something. That is to upgrade the skill of Infinite Blessing. It used millions of energy to resurrect so many people before. But at that time, Chen Kai never thought of upgrading his skills. After all the money was spent, Chen Kai thought about it. Now that he had made so much money, Chen Kai did not hesitate to spend 10,000 points of energy to upgrade his unlimited blessing level. You spent 1 W points of energy to upgrade the skill Infinite Blessing. Passive Unlimited Blessing, Growth Skills. Current passive level, 10 times Blessing. Next level upgrade, 1000 W energy points. Seeing this, Chen Kai's jaw dropped. The next upgrade will actually require 10 million energy. This gap is too big. However, Chen Kai felt relieved when he thought that next time he would be 100 times more blessed. Amplifying the effect of something 10 times and 100 times will have completely different effects. So the price is quite understandable. After completing this transaction, Chen Kai focused his attention on archery. Taking out the penetrating arrows he bought with Zhang Liang, Chen Kai walked out of the villa and started practicing by the small lake. These professional shooting arrows are just different from the inferior arrows with wooden spikes that you make yourself. Whoosh! An arrow was shot, but there was no movement. The target in the distance was motionless. You shot an arrow, basic archery proficiency +1. Hearing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, as long as you practice, you can continue to increase your proficiency. But the next moment, Chen Kai was stunned. Your basic archery triggers a 10-fold increase, proficiency +10. One arrow increases proficiency by 10 points. Who can match the speed? With 10 times the blessing, Chen Kai started shooting continuously as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. After a while, Chen Kai shot all the arrows left for him. This is 1,000 arrows. The increased proficiency is a total of 10,000 points. And after Chen Kai finished ejaculating, your basic archery proficiency reaches full value, and basic archery is promoted to intermediate archery. Basic archery can be understood as primary archery. The levels of skills are basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. And when you reach the intermediate level of archery, Chen Kai has become comfortable with the use of bows and arrows. After picking up all the arrows he shot before, Chen Kai was ready to continue practicing. Whoosh! On the 50-meter target, Chen Kai hit the bullseye with one arrow. Another arrow. Hit the bullseye again. Seeing this, Chen Kai immediately began to retreat and increase the shooting distance. At a distance of 100 meters, Chen Kai aimed at the target and shot directly. Whoosh! The arrow hits the target. But this time he only hit 3 rings. Another spurt. Hit again only 3 rings. Basic archery can guarantee that you will hit the target 100 times at 50 meters, but you can only hit the target at 100 meters. Chen Kai immediately had a new understanding of archery. Chen Kai spent the whole afternoon practicing shooting. However, from intermediate to advanced, Chen Kai ejaculated thousands of times, but still did not hear the system prompt. Beginner to intermediate level requires 10,000 points of proficiency. But from intermediate to advanced, it seems that 100,000 points of proficiency are needed. Chen Kai thought about it carefully. I picked up about 5 arrows in total. That's 50,000 points of proficiency. According to this progress, another 5,000 shots are needed to reach 100,000 points of proficiency. No. Let's practice again tomorrow. Chen Kai put away his things and returned to the villa. Looking at Kei Chi Chi, who was stunned, Chen Kai took out the second portion of Super E anti-venom potion and gave it to her to drink. After taking the potion, Kei Chi Chi clearly had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Brother? Who are you? Why are you at my house? Suddenly, Kei Chi Chi asked Chen Kai. Seeing this, Chen Kai knew that the medicine was working. Kei Chi Chi's IQ has obviously improved. From 3 or 4 years old, he has probably advanced to 5 or 6 years old. Due to the basis of original memory, Kei Chi Chi knew that this was her home. For Chen Kai, a stranger, Kei Chi Chi was unknown to him. Little sister, there are a lot of monsters out there, and my brother is here to protect you. Chen Kai showed a charming smile and immediately gained Kei Chi Chi's trust. Really? Then where are my parents? Kei Chi Chi looked around and asked. Your parents are out of town. After things settle down, my brother will take you to find them, okay? Chen Kai asked to calm Kei Chi Chi's emotions. By the way, do you feel that there is someone talking in your heart now? Chen Kai immediately asked Kei Chi Chi to see if there was a system in her heart. Hearing this, Kei Chi Chi shook his head in confusion. Hey! It seems that the system also has conditions. Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. Maybe, we have to wait until her IQ gets a little higher. It seems that the time for taking the medicine next time will be extended. Chen Kai must establish a relationship with Kei Chi within this time period. On this basis, she will be able to remember herself the next time she takes the medicine. Brother, I'm hungry. Chew. Chi, who was 17 or 18 years old, now acted like he was 5 or 6 years old. She pouted, coquettishly, and made a milky sound, very cute and cute. What do Chi want to eat? Chen Kai asked immediately. Fries, burgers, Coke. Sure enough, even the things they like are liked by 5 or 6-year-old children. Chen Kai bought some food from the trading area and placed it in front of Kei Chi. Seeing this, Kei Chi immediately started to eat hungrily. At this moment, Kei Chi's favorability towards you has increased, and the current favorability is 70. Chen Kai remembered that when he took the medicine for the first time, his favorability improved. But it was 60 o'clock. It really works. Chen Kai was secretly happy. This is a measure of whether the relationship between two people is close. After eating, Chen Kai found that Kei Chi, who had the ability to think, began to become very clingy. When I take a shower, she has to get in and take a shower with me. When I sleep, she also wants to get in and sleep with me. Communicating at night, smelling the alluring body fragrance coming from Kei Chi's body. The 72 strange and obscene techniques that Chen Kai had mastered in his body began to get ready to be used. There was a fire burning in Chen Kai's heart. But reason told Chen Kai that this could not be done. Kei Chi's IQ is only at the age of 5 or 6. I can't do such obscene things. By the way, go online and distract yourself. Chen Kai immediately closed his eyes, turned on the system, and began to check. Don't tell me, this trick really works. Suddenly, Chen Kai noticed a prompt appearing on the camp channel. Open it immediately and take a look. Action announcement. In view of some people's malicious comments, the camp channel and the world channel are now being mediated. If these two channels need to speak in the future, they will need to pay a little energy fee. I'll go, isn't this talking about me? Chen Kai suddenly thought of the scene when he purchased the bow and arrow. What Chen Kai didn't know was, changing the rules of speaking is actually caused by yourself. His own acquisitions caused many people to follow suit. This has led to many malicious screen spam incidents. Then I looked around and saw that the world channel was much quieter. But there are still some irritating people talking nonsense there. For those who waste energy, looking for presents, the system has restricted it again. Action announcement. In order to prevent some people from maliciously consuming energy and swiping the screen, the speech rules are now changed to 1 speech per minute. Please speak with caution. If you need to speak formally, you can apply to the system. Aren't you going to have fun now? Chen Kai sneered and started to look through other records. It's a key source of world news. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly noticed an important piece of speech information. Have you discovered it? The system is not very perfect. Yes, I also discovered th. The system will customize rules based on the vulnerabilities we discovered. I seriously suspect that the system is just a gameplay by some big guys behind the scenes, and we are all pawns. It's just that the game is incomplete, so he keeps fixing loopholes. Then if we discover a vulnerability and don't tell others quietly, will it always exist? This is not impossible, but the system will definitely find it. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Chen Kai didn't expect that anyone would notice these details, thus doubting the authenticity of the entire survival world. But if this is the case, then who is the person behind the scenes? This is really scary to think about. Afterwards, Chen Kai opened the trading area. After opening the trading area, Chen Kai found that many weapons of various forms had appeared in the trading area. These weapons include hot weapons and cold weapons, but most of them are white-level weapons. Seeing these things, Chen Kai seemed to see the energy value of a field of white flowers. As a loser, especially those who have been updated to the tenfold blessing, these are all top-notch weapons. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai opened the ranking list again. There is still no big change in the ranking list. Even in the weapons and equipment ranking list, his own falling god bow takes the first place. The weapon and equipment ranking list only displays the level and name of the equipment. Detailed information cannot be seen. This is done to protect the privacy of the owner. Otherwise, when fighting happens in the future, you will know that the enemy is holding a familiar weapon. There must be a way to deal with it. Afterwards, Chen Kai began to purchase weapons in large quantities. Chen Kai currently has an energy value of 440,000. So I have the capital to buy up all the weapons above. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly saw it. All of the weapons and equipment on the shelves seemed to come from the survivor camp. It seems that they thought that the survivors are now short of weapons. So they want to use these ordinary weapons to completely consume the energy of the survivors, so that they can't resurrect others. I have to say, this is really a brilliant idea. Now the survivors are at a disadvantage. If their energy is consumed again, it will be difficult for them to stand up again. But the next moment, what shocked the survivors and survivors? 3/4 of the weapons in the trading area were swept away. You watched helplessly as the weapons in the trading area disappeared one after another. But he could only stare. At this time, in the survivors' communication channel. Who bought our weapons on a large scale? They are not our people. They are not our people, are they the survivors? We received the transaction energy amount, and it was indeed the survivors. This is impossible. How can they have so much energy? Hurry up, raise the prices of other weapons that are still on the market, and make a huge profit from him. However, Chen Kai stopped the acquisition before they could raise the price. These white equipment are sold at almost the lowest prices. Because in the beginning, survivors were not interested in making money. They are people who want the survivors to consume energy and not save themselves. Therefore, this price is the lowest price. And when they saw everything was swept away, they reger. Tad it. When they raised the price, Chen Kai stopped buying. Why? No more money. 440,000 energy points were spent all at once. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai was disturbed by a series of system prompts that kept him awake all night. You purchased the white iron gun, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained the white point steel gun. You purchased a white dagger, triggered 10 times the blessing, and obtained a white three-edged thorn. You purchased the blue desert eagle, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained the golden desert eagle. 10 times of blessings sounded one after another. The purchase of 440,000 energy allowed Chen Kai to hoard a large number of super weapons. At this time, due to the limitations of communication channels. Therefore, survivors from various countries in the survivor camp can only discuss this matter crazily on their own country's channels. China Channel. Who is so generous? Did you buy so much equipment? Could it be our hero who did it again? Hey, how much energy do so many weapons require? I just noticed a detail, guess what it is? Stop being so secretive and tell me. I was browsing the rankings just now, and I saw a survivor whose name was hidden, ranked 55th among energy giants with an energy value of 440,000, but then, when I looked again, he was gone. So, it is possible that this person did it? There is only one person with such power and wealth, and his name will not be revealed. That's right, if it were anyone else, he would have had his name gilded for everyone to see. World Channel, speaking consumes energy. Does anyone know which country it was from? We are looking for a large number of weapons, please chat privately. Gigi, give me a weapon and I will do whatever you want. At this moment, the whole world is talking about it. But Chen Kai, who had purchased a large number of weapons, had already fallen asleep. Looking at Kei Chi curled up in his arms, Chen Kai kissed her forehead. The lust had dissipated by now. Chen Kai closed his eyes. At this time, in the darkroom, in the bright chandelier on the ceiling, a subtle light, like the twinkling of a star, flashed away. It turned out to be a camera. The camera feeds back Chen Kai and Kei Chi on the bed to a certain survivor base. At this time, on an island in the Pacific Ocean. Why is it called the Great Pacific? Because this Pacific Ocean is 10 times larger than the Blue Star Pacific Ocean. Do you think he is big? On the island. In a huge room. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a stubble. He was watching all this coldly. This kid actually held it back. Husband. It seems that there are many good people among the survivors, especially good people who can face temptation. A beautiful middle-aged woman wearing translucent black gauze slowly hugged the man from behind. My Chi-Chi is so good, she can bear it. I wonder if he is a man. Didn't you hear their conversation? This guy is a real man. The middle-aged man said with admiration. Also, I'm curious, why did he divide the anti-virus medicine into 10 parts for Chi-Chi to take? Is there something wrong with the antivirus medicine, or is the dose too high? It's possible that there has been a significant change in my Chi-Chi from the first time I took it to the second time I took it. The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded solemnly. This kid, if you can protect my family Chi-Chi, I will be very grateful in the future. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said. People waited all night. But he didn't wait for the next chapter. Finally, at dawn. One person's words ended the waiting. Don't wait, they may have formed their own forces and given all the weapons and equipment to their own people. Since then, no one has discussed this matter anymore. The next day, Chen Kai got up early. The reason why I didn't immediately sell the weapons after the blessing yesterday was because I didn't want to attract attention. Therefore, Chen Kai plans to sell them one by one. Although time-consuming, it is safer. Because here, Chen Kai considered a problem. That's why I saw someone say yesterday that the whole survival process is like a rigged game. Chen Kai firmly believes that this skill of his will definitely affect the fairness of the game. If discovered, let the system cancel your unlimited blessing skills. That would be a big loss. Looking at Kei Chi, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, Chen Kai came to the bedroom with milk and bread. Little lazy boy, wake up. Chen Kai opened the door and woke up Kei Chi. Oh, brother, let me sleep a little longer. Kei Chi turned over, pressed the quilt under her body, and continued to sleep soundly. Hey, get up and have breakfast. My brother will take you to a fun place today. A fun place? Hearing this, Kei Chi immediately stood up. But because the movement was too violent, the milk was directly spilled. Suddenly, milk spilled all over him. When Chen Kai saw this, he quickly patted Kei Chi's clothes. You're not burned, are you? Does it hurt? But the next moment, Chen Kai stared blankly at Kei Chi who was wet. His nose suddenly felt hot and he actually had nosebleeds. Brother, why do you have a nosebleed? The milk was poured on me. Why did you have a nosebleed? Did it not burn you? Keiichi asked doubtfully. Then he looked around. I saw Keiichi's chest being wet with milk and sticking tightly to his skin. The outline of the entire chest was clearly visible. I've been very angry lately. It's okay. Come on, get up quickly before you get burned. Chen-Kei opened the cabinet and took out a set of JK from inside to help Keiichi change into it. Then, he brought a pair of white knee-high socks and put them on her. Paired with a pair of black leather shoes, she instantly transforms into a schoolgirl that everyone loves. When he came to the living room, Chen-Kei took out the milk bread and put it on the table. Not long after, Keiichi walked out after washing up. After eating breakfast, Chen-Kei took Keiichi and left the villa. Because of the urban channel. Therefore, survivors from every city quickly gathered together. Yunlan City also established a shelter under the leadership of a survivor named Kuehu. This shelter is located inside a school in the city. So far, more than TW-20 survivors have gathered together. In order to respond to the call, Chen-Kei planned to go over and have a look. The road was not very safe, so Chen-Kei had to find a means of transportation. Searched the villa area. Chen-Kei found a brand new brown-green Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle in the underground parking garage. Of course, this is not a military version, but a civilian version. In peacetime, the selling price is also around 900,000. Driving this car, Chen-Kei drove all the way to school. Kuehu, all the survivors who come to the shelter, in order not to attract the attention of the survivors and zombies in the city. When you arrive at the shelter, you are not allowed to drive in or make any noise. Otherwise, for the safety of other survivors, we will block you and attack you when necessary. Kuehu warned all survivors on the city's channel. Along the way, Chen-Kei encountered many zombies, but they were all killed by Chen-Kei's car. When he was about to arrive at the school, Chen-Kei stopped the car. Next, we have to walk there. Chen-Kei held a fire axe in one hand and held Keiichi's hand in the other. The reason why he did not use an alloy sword was because Chen-Kei was not sure whether this group of survivors would be unjust and attack him. Sneak into the school quietly. Along the way, Chen-Kei would only take action when he had no choice. When Chen-Kei entered the neighborhood next to the school, he caught the attention of the survivors inside. 9 o'clock, are you one of our own? Someone immediately asked questions in the communication channel. After Chen-Kei received the news, he responded immediately. I am Chen-Kei, it's me. Kuehu, get ready to respond. After entering the school, Chen-Kei saw two people holding firearms in the distance, crouching and waving to him. Seeing this, Chen-Kei immediately ran over. When he came to those two people, the two people's eyes immediately focused on Keiichi next to them. Didn't you say you were the only one? She's my sister, there's something wrong here. Chen-Kei pointed at his head. I didn't trust her, so I brought her with me. Is it Blue Star's sister? Or the sister of the survivors here? Another person next to him licked his lips and asked warily. Of course she's Blue Star's sister. Chen-Kei pulled Keiichi behind him. Let's go up first. The other person turned around and walked inside. The shelter was set up in the school cafeteria. Because they found that there was a reserve of rice and flour here, they set up the shelter here. After entering, Chen-Kei regretted it. Because all of them were men. Mad. I knew I wouldn't come. But even though he regretted it, Chen-Kei could only bite the bullet and go ahead. After entering, these people immediately closed the door in the dim hall. Brother Chen-Kei, you are finally here. In the dim hall, a middle-aged man with a strong build, dark skin, and stubble walked over. Brother Kuehu. Chen-Kei smiled and stretched out his hand. Kuehu grabbed Chen-Kei's hand, then pulled it, and the two hugged each other, which was considered as joining the gang. She is? The next moment, Kuehu saw Keiichi next to him, frowned and asked. Didn't you say you were the only one? Brother Kuehu, she is my sister. She had a fever when she was a child and her brain was burned out. I was worried about her, so I brought her here. Chen-Kei quickly explained. Is she Blue Star's sister? Or the original survivor here? Kuehu saw the clues at a glance. She is Blue Star's sister. Her brain has been burned out and her IQ is only 5 or 6 years old. Therefore, she does not have the ability to accept the system and cannot communicate with us from the system. Really? Kuehu looked at Keiichi from top to bottom and made sure that Keiichi was not pretending, then nodded. Okay. Let me introduce to you our fellow survivors in Yunlan City. Then, Kuehu brought Chen-Kei to the others. After introducing one by one, Chen-Kei had a certain understanding of these people. At the same time, I also learned what they used to do when they were at Blue Star. Among them, what is particularly important to Chen-Kei is Kuehu and the thin man who supports him. Kuehu used to be a promiscuous person in Blue Star, but this thin man named Zhang Chang turned out to be a criminal. Still a rapist. When he was in jail, he was teleported here. As for other people, some are restaurant owners, some are rental companies, and some are teachers. Boss, there's someone outside again. Suddenly, a message from a sentry came through the city's channel again. Isn't everyone here? Kuehu frowned. He quickly asked on the local channel, who is coming? However, the other party didn't reply at all. Kuehu, pay attention, he may be a survivor. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. Brother, do you have a weapon? Kuehu came over and handed over a pistol. I have this. Chen-Kei took out the fire axe. It's better to hold this, it's more of a deterrent. Iohu insisted and handed over the pistol. Seeing this, Shin-Kei couldn't help but change his impression of Kuei-hu. A few people were left to guard the canteen. All the others walked out. At this time, on a street outside the school, a burly man walked cautiously into the school. When he saw the bodies of some zombies that had just been killed outside the school, he immediately became vigilant. Immediately, the burly man looked at the silent school with a solemn expression. Then he made a gesture behind him without looking back. This guy found someone in the school. At this time, on the highest floor of the school building, there was a survivor holding a telescope. It was immediately reminded on the city's channel. He gestured behind him. It seems there are others behind him. He backed away. Boss, what should I do? Kuei-hu, it must be from the survivor camp, we have been exposed. Did this guy Shin-Kei bring it? Immediately, some people began to doubt Shin-Kei. Kuei-hu, stop talking nonsense and go back to the cafeteria first. Not long after, everyone returned to the canteen again. But when Shin-Kei just walked in, a group of people gathered around him with a roar. Mad. It's you who brought it, isn't it? A strong J-fan named Zhang Chang pointed a gun at Shin-Kei. Put the gun down. Kuei-hu shouted sharply and walked over. I saw Kuei-hu staring at Shin-Kei with his eyes. Brother, is that you? You think those people are stupid or am I stupid? They showed up right after I came in? Shin-Kei snorted coldly. I'm sure you are a survivor, but the person next to you. Kuei-hu set his sights on Kei-Chi-Chi. Yes. The boss is right, if there is no problem with him, then there is a problem with this woman. Zhang Chang immediately agreed. There is definitely something wrong with this girl. If there is no problem, let him use the system to chat with us. I told you that there is something wrong with her. She is not intelligent enough and will not be recognized by the system. Shin-Kei said coldly. Do you think I am a fool? Or do you think the system is a fool? Zhang Chang sneered. I am a person who died once. After death, people will go to a virtual space. The elderly and children in our world, as well as those who have no fighting ability or survival ability, are all sent to the virtual space for care. Have you seen it? Are there children and the elderly and other vulnerable people in the system? Shin-Kei was startled when he heard this. I really haven't noticed this. Yes, Jianzi is right. If there is something wrong with her brain, the system will not let him come here. Kuei-hu followed. It seems that no matter what I say, you won't believe it. Shin-Kei shrugged and said nonchalantly. Brother, you need to understand the situation. We believe you, but we don't believe her. Kuei-hu pointed at Kei-Chi-Chi. We don't want to hurt our own people, but now we have been exposed. So we must leave as soon as possible. If you want to follow us, kill her, or let us kill her. Hey, boss, let me do it. Zhang Chang smiled evilly. Such a good girl can't be wasted. Besides, you can earn 2 new world points by killing her. Snapped. Hearing this, Shin-Kei waved his hand and gave him a slap. I told you, she is my sister. If you don't wipe your mouth clean, I will kill you too. At this time, on a certain island, a mysterious middle-aged man clenched his fists and stared at the scene in front of him. In the picture, it turned out to be a scene projected with Kei-Chi-Chi as the field of view. Click, click, click. The next moment, the people around him immediately pointed their weapons at Shin-Kei. Damn it, you dared to hit me? Zhang Chang was stunned by Shin-Kei's slap. He really didn't expect Shin-Kei to dare to take action against him. I'll kill you. Zhang Chang picked up the pistol and pointed it directly between Shin-Kei's eyebrows. Stop. Kuei-hu shouted angrily, and everyone put down their weapons. No one can take action until the matter is clear. What if those people outside really came here accidentally? Then haven't we misunderstood our own people? Brother Tiger, people have come to our door. Maybe they are discussing how to deal with us now? Zhang Chang said angrily. After taking care of this guy, let's get out of here quickly. Brother Kuei-hu, I respect you, but since I can't stay here, I'll leave now. Shin-Kei said, pulling Kei-Chi-Chi to leave. You sold our place and just want to leave like this? What are you thinking about? Zhang Chang snorted coldly and blocked the door. It's already too late for you to leave now. After speaking, Zhang Chang looked at Kuei-hu. Brother Tiger, I would rather kill by mistake than let go. You are the leader, and you are responsible for the lives of so many of us. Hearing this, the trace of hesitation in Kuei-hu's eyes completely disappeared. Zhang Chang is right. Would rather kill by mistake than let go. Brother, even if you die, it's not really death. If you want to blame it, it's your bad fate. Kuei-hu said, slowly taking out the pistol. After you die, enjoy yourself in the virtual world. After saying that, Kuei-hu pointed his pistol at Shin-Kei. Zhang Chang suddenly laughed when he saw this. Hey, boss, this girl seems to be really stupid. Can you leave her to us for a while? Kuei-hu remained silent. But the other survivors already showed evil smiles. Brothers, let brother who come first, and then we can take turns, okay? This girl looks like a chick at first glance. Shin-Kei's face turned completely gloomy. The atmosphere in the entire cafeteria was strangely solemn. Shin-Kei slowly retreated, protecting Kei-Chi-Chi behind him. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly came from outside. At the same time, there was also a scream, Brother Tiger, it's bad, those people are coming in. Everyone suddenly panicked. When Chen Kai saw this, he pointed his gun at Zhang Chang and fired. But this kid seemed to be always wary of Chen Kai. The moment Chen Kai took action, he immediately rolled to the side. Bang bang bang. Chen Kai fired 3 shots in a row. I don't know if Zhang Chang was hit. Suddenly, the flames of war were ignited. Others immediately started shooting at Chen Kai. Let's go. Chen Kai turned around to protect Kei Chi and ran outside. Bang bang bang. Gunshots continued one after another behind him. Chen Kai let out a painful groan, but still ran out strong. He received 120% of the attack, which was offset by the defense of the Thorn soft armor, and 40% of the damage was fed back to the opponent. Fuck! Who the hell hit me? Pull your eyes open and come, don't come randomly. There are also Chen Kai's accomplices, everyone, be careful. There was a noise behind me. Chen Kai took the opportunity to leave the canteen with Kei Chi. At this moment, a person ran towards him. Chen Kai took the gun and prepared to shoot. But the man shouted breathlessly, "Brother, run, the survivors are coming." By the way, what's going on inside? Is there a fight too? Chen Kai was startled and hurriedly explained, "Hurry up and support me, I'll help you block it." Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow flew from a distance. Hit this survivor directly. Chen Kai looked at the survivor who fell to the ground and was stunned. Damn it, isn't it an enhanced penetrating arrow? Looking at the familiar arrow, Chen Kai looked up. I saw a familiar figure in the distance, holding a bow and arrow, already aimed at Chen Kai. An Ichuan. Chen Kai was shocked and immediately changed his weapon. The next second, the falling god bow appeared in his hand. Then the bow, knock the arrow, and shoot. Whoosh! A bow and arrow was shot out very skillfully. Click! In midair, 2 arrows collided. The oncoming arrow was directly penetrated and hit the ground. Chen Kai's arrows continued to shoot due to the super attack power of Luoshan Bao. In the distance, an Ichuan was shocked. But it was already too late. Whoosh! The bow and arrow hit an Ichuan. Directly into an Ichuan's body. However, since they were 100 meters apart, the bow and arrow only hit an Ichuan's shoulder and did not cause fatal injuries. As for the arrow that just hit the air, it was because the arrow was already within 50 meters of Chen Kai. Intermediate archery, within a range of 50 meters, with 100 hits. Let's go! Taking this opportunity, Chen Kai immediately left with Kei Chi. When Chen Kai left school, only a roar was heard behind him. 4 or 5 trucks rushed out of it desperately. Chen Kai looked back and found that it was Kuei Hu and the others. I saw Zhang Chang alive behind a pickup truck. When he saw Chen Kai in front of him, he immediately started shooting at Chen Kai. Boom! One shot hit Chen Kai in the chest. But his pistol is just an ordinary white weapon. Attack power is limited. There is no way to penetrate the soft armor of thorns. Instead, 30% of the damage was fed back to Zhang Chang. Fuck! I hit him, how could I be hurt? And he's still fine? Zhang Chang was completely stunned. The truck came suddenly. Chen Kai hugged Kei Chi and rushed to the roadside. After rolling over, he escaped the impact of the truck. Watching the truck going away, Chen Kai took a bow and shot an arrow at Zhang Chang on the truck. Seeing this, Zhang Chang suddenly opened his eyes wide. But at this moment, the whole truck bumped violently because it hit a big rock. Zhang Chang immediately fell to the left. He actually dodged this attack. The bow and arrow hit the person behind him directly. Seeing this, Chen Kai punched the ground angrily. Maid! Your fate should not be determined. Afterwards, Chen Kai immediately took Kei Chi into the alley next to him. At this moment, on a certain island, a middle-aged beautiful woman looked at what just happened in disbelief. Husband, how many times was this young man shot? A conservative estimate is more than 5 shots. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "Oh my gosh, he looks unscathed." The beautiful middle-aged woman exclaimed in disbelief. This kid has something. Maybe if my daughter follows him, we can still hope to see her again. There was a glimmer of hope in the middle-aged man's eyes. These 2 people were Kei Chi's father, Kei Younggong, and mother, Lu Shengnan. After the doomsday broke out, the couple used the group's strong financial resources to escape to a private island for refuge. However, even with such strong financial resources at that time, they were not able to go home and get their daughter back. When they came to the island, I found that all the monitoring and positioning systems in my home can still be used. Moreover, the life safety monitor that was previously implanted in my daughter can also be used. It wasn't until they discovered that their daughter was infected that they gave up hope. Until Chen Kai came to the villa, his hope had been extinguished. Resurrection again. At this time, the team of survivors who were trying to escape had already left Yunlan City. The pickup truck drove smoothly on the road. Everyone had solemn expressions and looked at each other sadly. They are indeed a team. Zhang Chang roared angrily. It's all your fault. The next moment, Zhang Chang punched Kuei Hu in the face. Although Kuei Hu was the leader, miraculously he did not resist at this moment. Because he saw that the bow and arrow shot from Chen Kai's hand were exactly the same as the bow and arrow shot by the survivor when he was attacked just now. This alone makes it certain that they are in the same group. I said at that time that I would rather kill him by mistake than let him go, but you just didn't listen. It's okay now, we're running away like bereaved dogs. If you had not hesitated to let us kill him at that time, where would things be like now? Zhang Chang yelled at Kuei-hu hysterically. After a while, Zhang Chang took a deep breath and said, I suggest that Kuei-hu's position as team leader be cancelled. I agree. The next moment, a person next to Zhang Chang immediately raised his hand in response. I agree. One after another, other people immediately raised their hands. Kuei-hu looked at everyone and nodded silently. Seeing this, the corners of Zhang Chang's mouth slightly raised, showing a successful smile. At this time, Chen Kai didn't expect it either. The person who bought his enhanced penetrating arrow turned out to be an Ichuan. Good guy, now I remember. She might have bought tens of thousands of enhanced arrows. Now think of it. The bow and arrow she holds in her hand. It seems that it is also the recurve bow that I have blessed. It's really unlucky that the thing I sold comes to hit me. Chen Kai took a sip, and then led Kei Chi to the villa area cautiously. Before nightfall, Chen Kai finally returned to the villa. And when Chen Kai prepared dinner and turned on the system, suddenly he was stunned. Chen Kai in Yunlan City eats inside and outside, and cooperates with the survivors inside and outside to deal with us survivors. Everyone must be careful about this person. We will add him to the blacklist and kill anyone who sees him in the future. Chen Kai in Yunlan City eats inside and outside, and cooperates with the survivors inside and outside to deal with us survivors. Everyone must be careful about this person. We will add him to the blacklist and kill anyone who sees him in the future. Chen Kai in Yunlan City eats inside and outside, and cooperates with the survivors inside and outside to deal with us survivors. Everyone must be careful about this person. We will add him to the blacklist and kill anyone who sees him in the future. One message after another was refreshed from China's domestic channel. Chen Kai saw that the person who released the news was none other than Zhang Chang. And below, there are countless people following suit. The forest is really big and there are all kinds of birds. There are always traitors. I strongly recommend that we create a blacklist wanted list. Yes, from now on, I will mark all the people I meet on it, and kill whoever I meet. Brothers from Yunlan City, where are you now? We have escaped from Yunlan City, and now we are like lonely ghosts with nowhere to go. There are more than 10 of us in total. Brother, if you don't mind, come and join us. I'm in Fenglei City next to Yunlan City. Thank you for not giving up, brother, I will come to join you immediately. No. This is the rhythm of being wanted. When Chen Kai saw this, he felt helpless. Fortunately, the system can hide my name, otherwise no one would be willing to do business with me in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Kai suddenly thought of the blessed enhanced equipment he had hoarded in his backpack. It's time to start selling. The haze in Chen Kai's heart was immediately swept away. Chen Kai felt excited when he thought about the energy value of Bai Huahua who was about to arrive. You have put a white point steel gun on the shelves, priced at 2,000 energy points. You have put the blue gold desert eagle on the shelves, priced at 5,000 energy points. You have put the white dragon T1 army spur on the shelves, priced at 1,000 energy points. After putting 10 items on the shelves at once, Chen Kai stopped. Head. Because if more are put on the shelves, I'm afraid it will attract peeps. After Chen Kai put so much equipment on the shelves, the world channel immediately exploded. Look, everyone, there are several pieces of blue equipment on the trading area. Come and watch. Here I go. The attributes of some white equipment are comparable to those of blue equipment. It's just that the price is too expensive, I can't afford it. This was suddenly put on the shelves, maybe it was done by one person. Which boss has so many weapons that he doesn't need them but buys them? I go. Why is it gone? So fast? Are there so many rich people? However, it is what it is. The good thing is that while you are still watching and hesitating, some people will take action. This is the same as buying a house. When you think housing prices will continue to fall, someone takes action decisively. But in the end, what you are waiting for is not a price drop, but a price increase in short selling. In less than 5 minutes, the 10 weapons listed by Chen Kai were sold out. 8 of them were bought by people from the survivor camp. 2 pieces were bought by people from the survivor camp. 10 weapons range in price from 1,000 to 5,000. Chen Kai's income is as high as 40,000 yuan. I'll go. The profit has doubled more than 10 times. It seems that there are still a lot of rich people. Chen Kai was immediately shocked. One more shot for you. Chen Kai sneered and continued to play another round. This round, there are still 10 items. The quality of the weapons this time is obviously a higher level than last time. And the price is naturally much higher. Moreover, because it was sold out without hesitation last time, Chen Kai raised the price by another 20% based on his expected price. However, what surprised Chen Kai again was that within 5 minutes, it was sold out again. But this time, the people who bought it were all from the survivor camp. Oomph. I will give you back everything I bought from you. Chen Kai continues to be put on the shelves. But this time, the price directly increased to more than 300%. But even so, it is still very popular. At this time, someone suddenly noticed something. A mysterious survivor whose name is hidden is starting to appear on the list of energy giants at a rapid growth rate. This moment shocked all the survivors. This moment shocked the Chinese headquarters. It's him, our hero, the mysterious man. Almost everyone in the Huaxia base command post became excited. After being silent for several days, this mysterious hero who almost saved the foundation of China became active again. But this time, what they brought was countless super powerful equipment. These equipment were sold to survivors at extremely high prices. However, at this moment, all the survivors began to feel deeply worried. This is like if you sell your weapons to the enemy. What should you do if the enemy comes to attack you again? At this moment, the World Channel began to denounce this person. What country is this person from? All of his weapons were sold to people in the survivor camp. Is this asking the survivors to come and kill us more powerfully? Hurry up and ask him to stop selling. He is a villain to mankind. This person's name is hidden. He is most likely the mysterious person who resurrected 50,000 Chinese people some time ago. Then he is Chinese. Chinese people, ask him to stop the sale immediately. Otherwise, China will be our enemy as a whole. And when all countries point their fingers at China, China stood up. Without these weapons, can you defeat the survivors? He sold weapons to the enemy, but he used the energy he earned to resurrect more than 50,000 of us. The enemy has abundant funds and makes money from the enemy. Why not? A few words made countries around the world shut up. They just don't have such heroes in their own country. Otherwise, they scream louder than anyone else. The Eagle country used to be a weapons power. Why are they on top of the world? Isn't it because of selling weapons to other countries? Now they just can't eat the grapes and say they are sour. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the world are focused on the list of energy giants. 50, 30, 20. In just a few hours, this mysterious man rose to the 10th place on the list of energy giants. With 8 million energy points, it stopped at this moment. At this time, Chen Ke breathed a sigh of relief after selling out all the weapons. It's done. If you sell it now, won't it arouse the suspicion of many people? Enjoying the paradise of constant income, Chen Ke completely ignored this point. When he opened the chat channel, Chen Ke immediately sighed, I'm done, I can't pretend anymore. 8 million energy values. Chen Ke slowly opened the Chinese resurrection list. There are still more than 30 million people on the resurrection list. Chen Ke's eyes widened when he saw this. My country is amazing. There were more than 50 million people 2 days ago, but today there are more than 30 million. I believe it won't be long before all Chinese people can be resurrected. But there was another thing that Chen Ke didn't expect. Because, every day, people are killed by zombies, survivors, and even their own people. After they die this time, they will completely stay in the virtual space and will not be resurrected again. The next moment, Chen Ke began to resurrect people one by one according to the important positions on the list. At the same time, one message after another was displayed on the public screen set up by China. Hidden name resurrected Zhang Yaoyang. Hide name and resurrect Xia Heba. Hidden name resurrected Ji Songliang. At this moment, China is boiling. At this moment, the world is shocked. Because the mysterious man's ranking on the list of energy giants began to decline. At the same time, one after another Chinese characters were resurrected. At this moment, everyone knew that the person who sold powerful weapons and resurrected the Chinese people was the same person. After the 8 million was spent, Chen Ke breathed a sigh of relief. Happy. This kind of silently contributing to the country, enjoying the wonder and speculation of others, and the sense of worship like being regarded as a god. Chen Ke enjoyed it very much. Chen Ke couldn't imagine what kind of expression the whole world would make when his identity was exposed one day. 8 million energy points can resurrect 80,000 people. Chen Ke immediately received 80,000 contribution points. Suddenly, Chen Ke topped the Chinese contribution list and the world contribution list with a contribution of 230,000. At this moment, the Chinese base of survivors. The first seat, a total of 80,000 people, 80,000 people. An old leader who was over 60 years old came to the front desk with tears in his eyes. And, did you know? The 80,000 people resurrected by this hero actually resurrected another one of our strongest special forces. Suddenly, the leader turned around. Grabbed the old leader's hands. Old man, are you talking about the Dragon Special Forces? Aha! The old leader nodded repeatedly. Call. The leader took a long breath. God bless me, China. Although Chen Ke is quietly making contributions to the country and mankind. But in everyone's eyes, he has become a street rat, the target of everyone's shouting. That Zhang Chang tried his best to spread rumors and describe Chen Ke as a traitor to the country. Early the next morning, Chen Ke was awakened by a scream. He touched it casually and found that Kei Chi next to him had gone somewhere. Chen Ke was immediately shocked, took out his weapon and rushed out. When they came to the lobby on the first floor, they saw Kei Chi wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand, sitting on the sofa in fear. At this time, a hole was broken in the wooden door blocked by the coffee table. A black mutant mouse the size of a watermelon was squeezing in at this moment. Half of that fat body has already come in. Seeing this, Chen Ke took out his alloy sword and raised and lowered the sword. With one strike of the knife, the mutated rat's head was chopped off. You killed the first-level mutated mouse, obtained 10 blood-enhancing red dates, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained 10 O-type blood-enhancing red dates. You have obtained a first-order crystal core, triggering 10 times the blessing, and obtained a first-order crystal core with 10 times the energy. The mutant rat shed black blood all over the floor. Chen Kai wiped the alloy sword and then sealed the door again. Then he brought Kei-Chi upstairs. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Brother is here. Chen Kai comforted the frightened Kei-Chi. After a while, she calmed down. Brother, what a big rat, Chi-Chi is so scared. Kei-Chi lay in Chen Kai's arms and made a trembling sound. Chi-Chi thought you had a hard day yesterday, so I planned to prepare breakfast for you, but I didn't expect a big mouse came in. Chi-Chi is so awesome, he actually learned how to make breakfast. Chen Kai gave a thumbs up and praised. Isn't that right? Kei-Chi said proudly. Soon, Chen Kai changed the topic and made Kei-Chi ignore the matter. Breakfast was solved by taking some food from the storage space. Chen Kai told Kei-Chi to stay in the room and not come out, and then came outside alone. The sudden appearance of the big mouse made Chen Kai feel a sense of crisis. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly thought of the reward for killing the big rat. The blood-tonifying red dates I just rewarded, what is that for? After taking it out, Chen Kai saw a bright red date appearing in his hand. It looks very tempting. O-type blood-tonifying jujube, primary level. Effect, equivalent to 200 milliliters of blood supplement, which can restore 10% of blood volume. Note, the effective type O blood is doubled. What a pity, I don't have type O blood. Chen Kai sighed regretfully and looked at the crystal core exploded by the big mouse. The energy of the first-order crystal nucleus is 5 points. After the BL. Essing, although it is still a first-order crystal core, the energy saved has become 50 points. It seems that this is a way to make a fortune. Chen Kai thought secretly. In the future, the level of infinite blessing will increase by 10,000 times. Even an ordinary crystal core can have 10,000 points of energy. Killing 10 ordinary zombies will equal 100,000 energy. The more Chen Kai thought about it, the more excited he became, and he came to the yard unknowingly. Looking up, Chen Kai couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that the entire villa area was densely packed with mutant rats scurrying around. These giant rats gnaw at the bodies of zombies, even the carrion. At this moment, the nearby mouse's nose twitched, as if it smelled something delicious. Suddenly he looked up and saw Chen Kai very close at hand. Zit CD. Some obese mutant mice stared with a pair of scarlet eyes. Supported by his hind legs, he actually stood upright. When the other mice heard the call, they immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. Voodoo. Chen Kai swallowed hard. You can't see me, you can't see me. Chen Kai muttered silently while stepping back with trembling legs. Chen Kai is born to be very afraid of these 4 pests such as rats, cockroaches, and snakes. Especially there are so many rats, which are as big as puppies. Densely packed. Chen Kai, who has trypophobia, simply cannot accept it. Click. And in the process of slowly retreating, Chen Kai accidentally stepped on a fallen mineral water bottle. A harsh sound resounded in the silent wilderness. The next moment, hundreds of rats swarmed towards Chen Kai like a tide. Mom! Chen Kai was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Boom! After entering the room, Chen Kai turned around and locked the security door. At the same time, a large coffee table was pushed in to block the door. Looking around, the windows had long been sealed. Seeing this, Chen Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The security door is made of iron, so they may not be able to get in for a while. But so many rats must have surrounded the entire villa. These pervasive rats will definitely find a way to get in. Squeak! Suddenly, the sound of a mouse came from the kitchen. Chen Kai suddenly exclaimed, "What happened?" Sewer. I quickly came to the kitchen and saw a mouse trying to crawl out of the narrow sewer opening. But because the body was too fat, it got stuck in the middle. Taking out his pistol, Chen Kai killed this guy with one shot. You killed a first-level mutant rat, obtained a disposable white consumable weapon, a grenade, triggered 10 times blessing, and obtained a disposable blue consumable weapon, a C4 bomb. Very good. It's just the right time for the system to reward you. Chen Kai immediately came upstairs, and then took Kei-Chi to the basement. The basement has been reinforced by Chen Kai and is very reliable. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion upstairs. The mouse is in. Get in quickly. Chen Kai pushed Kei-Chi in. Stay in there and don't come out. After saying that, Chen Kai took out a lot of food and threw it on the ground. Also includes the remaining Super E anti-venom potion. Chi-Chi, if you eat these separately, you will return to your old self. Chen Kai ordered with a serious look on his face. Brother, why are you going? Kei-Chi didn't understand the danger of the situation and asked innocently. Don't you hate mice the most? Brother went out and drove them all away. Chen Kai showed a pleased smile. The smile infected Kei-Chi and gave Kei-Chi a great sense of security. Brother, you have to come back quickly. It's so dark here and I'm scared. Kei-Chi pouted and said. Do not worry. Chen Kai touched Kei-Chi's head and then kissed her forehead. At the same time, on a certain island, Kei-Chi's father was watching everything that happened with a nervous look on his face. Contact the nearest people and save my daughter and this little guy at all costs. Yes. After walking out of the basement, Chen Kai blocked the basement again, fearing that rats would get in again. At this time, the living room on the first floor was filled with dense rats. Chen Kai took out his alloy sword and prepared to break out. And right now, boom! The solid security door was violently knocked open by a huge black shadow. Then he looked around and saw that it was a mutated mouse as tall as a person. What's even more terrifying is that this mutated mouse actually walks upright. After breaking in, the mouse set its sights on Chen Kai. After seeing Chen Kai, the mouse showed a human expression. Mad, the mouse has become a spirit. This guy was blocking the door, and Chen Kai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out. Turn around and run upstairs. When passing by the stairwell on the second floor, Chen Kai installed C4 explosives at the stairwell. There were also mice on the second floor. After seeing Chen Kai, he immediately rushed over. Aha! One knife at a time, the super attack power of the alloy sword can kill these rats instantly. You killed a first-level mutant rat, obtained a disposable white consumable weapon, a grenade, triggered 10 times blessing, and obtained a disposable blue consumable weapon, a C4 bomb. One prompt after another rang in my mind. Another bomb. Chen Kai quickly took it out and installed it on the ground. This is a timed C4 bomb. Chen Kai set a time of 3 minutes. Then he came to the window and prepared to jump. Boom! Suddenly, the mutant Rat King forced his way in from the stairs. After seeing Chen Kai at the window, he kicked his powerful hind legs against the wall. The next moment, the Rat King slammed into him like a cannonball. Compared with speed, right? Chen Kai immediately gave up his preparations to jump. He tightened the alloy sword in his hand and immediately used super agility. Whoosh! Chen Kai also rushed towards the Mouse King fiercely. Of course, not a head-on collision, but pass by. At the moment when the two intersect, the alloy sword in Chen Kai's hand struck hard. Aha! The sword flashed, and a snake-like rat tail was chopped off. Bah, bah, bah. The rat's tail whipped the ground for a moment, then lost steam. Squeak! The next moment, the Rat King let out a tragic scream. Squeak! Just listen to the other mutated mice downstairs and respawn immediately. Then it came up like a tidal wave. It's over. There is a Rat King in the window and rat cubs downstairs. Chen Kai immediately lost the opportunity to jump out of the window and escape. Turn around and run directly to the third floor. At this moment, a big hole was opened in the floor of the third floor. This Rat King entered a state of rage and actually broke the floor and jumped down. The injured Mouse King was even more terrifying. Chen Kai did not dare to fight hard and continued to run upstairs. But continue upward, and you will reach the attic on the highest floor. There was a small window in the attic, and Chen Kai immediately ran to it. Suddenly, a giant rat paw protrudes from the attic floor. He directly grabbed Chen Kai's calf. Chen Kai was shocked. The alloy sword kept slashing at the mouse's paws. Once, twice. The Rat King felt pain and immediately relaxed. However, Chen Kai has been scratched. Come to the attic window. Chen Kai turned it out. But seeing the ground 3 or 4 stories high, Chen Kai suddenly became frightened. Who knows if you will be thrown to death if you go down. Even if he wasn't thrown to death, he would probably be broken to pieces. If the mouse catches up to him, then it will not be a dead end. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter propeller circling came from far to near. Seeing this, Chen Kai's heart suddenly sank. Anyone who can fly a helicopter here is definitely not a survivor. If you are not a survivor, then you are a survivor. Sure enough, the helicopter cabin door opened, and Ichuan drew his bow and arrow, and revealed the cold arrow at Chen Kai. Time is running out. Chen Kai was anxious. Because the time for the bomb is coming soon. Suddenly, tiles from the eaves fell. The Mouse King grabbed the edge with his sharp claws and climbed up slowly. After seeing the Mouse King, an Ichuan raised his eyebrows and immediately put down the bow and arrow in his hand. The helicopter was hovering in mid-air, and an Ichuan looked at Chen Kai with a playful expression. The most poisonous woman's heart. Chen Kai cursed bitterly. At the same time, he took out his alloy sword and got ready to fight the mutant rat. System, how much time is left until the C4 bomb is installed? Hint, 59 seconds. Help me count down. The system starts counting down. Chen Kai must jump out from here at the last moment and use a bomb to kill the Rat King. As for an Ichuan, never mind. If she had murderous intentions, I'm afraid she would have done it just now. Because everyone has a system now, she no longer insists on killing herself. At this moment, the Rat King climbed up. Chen Kai changed his weapons, picked up the falling god bow, and shot an arrow at the Mouse King. The super attack power shot directly into the Mouse King's chest. At this time, Chen Kai had time to notice the attributes of the Mouse King. Mutated Rat King, level 2. HP, 120%/300%. Attack power, 150%. Skills, Infect, Bite, Crash, Command Rats. It's actually the second level. Chen Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide. However, after Chen Kai attacked several times, its health was running low. And when Chen Kai was about to shoot an arrow again, the Rat King pulled out the arrow from his body and launched a direct collision. With no time to attack, Chen Kai could only give up dodging. However, the opponent's speed is too fast. Just as Chen Kai was about to activate his super speed, the Rat King bumped into him. But right now, the system suddenly prompts. Dodge. That's right. The goddess of luck favored Chen Kai. The 10% dodge effect on the lucky necklace worn by Chen Kai was triggered. The Mouse King and Chen Kai passed each other face to face. In midair, Chen Kai could still see the paws of the Mouse King waving, trying to catch Chen Kai to death. One hit missed. The Mouse King rolled several times and almost fell. Sudden. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Time is running out. Chen Kai had no time to think. He turned around and jumped upstairs. 3 or 4 floors away, almost 10 meters away, Chen Kai just took a leap of faith. Boom boom. There was an explosion in the villa behind him. The Rat King was directly shattered by the impact of the explosion. The entire villa completely collapsed. Chen Kai also fell to the ground the moment he witnessed the explosion. Severe pain came over me. Chen Kai completely lost consciousness. But before falling into coma, Chen Kai heard a notification sound. You jumped downstairs, your right leg was fractured, your brain was concussed, your blood volume was reduced by 80%, and your remaining blood volume was 5%. Because of the battle with the Rat King, Chen Kai had lost some blood. The remaining 5% allowed Chen Kai to save his life. After seeing Chen Kai jump from such a high place, and each one on the plane couldn't sit still anymore. Fly over and pull him up. The plane hovered in the sky and the ladder was thrown down. The 2 survivors jumped out, then picked up Chen Kai and boarded the plane. Then, the plane moved away and disappeared into the sky. And not long after the plane left, another helicopter flew over. Different from the helicopter just now, this helicopter looks more high-end. Moreover, there are 2 big characters Yungong written on the fuselage. That's right, this plane is Kei Chi-Chi's father's plane. The plane falls. I saw that the fuselage was covered with scars. This journey has been really hard. When they came, there were more than 10 planes. When we get here, this is the only one left. Since Qui-Gon learned about his daughter, he has sent people over more than once. But every time it ended in failure. The distance is not long, and it is not safe along the way. Mutated flying birds that attack airplanes upon seeing them. But this time, they had better luck, at least they got here. 6 or 7 people got off the plane. After seeing the villa in ruins, they immediately prepared a report. But suddenly, a magnetic middle-aged man's husky voice came from their walkie-talkie. My daughter is in the basement of the ruins. Dig immediately. Hearing this, the 2 defended themselves and the 3 began to dig. Squeak. Suddenly, while they were digging, a fat, blood-covered rat rushed out from inside. It bites people it sees. Boom. The 2 men responsible for defense had quick eyes and quick hands and shot these rats to death with just a raise of their hands. After a while, they finally dug into the basement. After opening the door, the sunlight from outside shines in. A girl inside squinted at the door. I saw her sitting among a pile of food, eating with a simple look on her face. Elder brother? The girl asked doubtfully. Miss. After seeing this girl, these people suddenly shouted excitedly. Brother Wu Zi? After seeing the leading man, Kei Chi-Chi stood up immediately. Chi-Chi. The leading man came over immediately, and then walked out with Kei Chi-Chi. After Kei Chi-Chi stood up, several pieces of paper wrapped in potions fell to the ground. Kei Chi-Chi actually ate all the remaining Super E anti-venom potion. In other words, she has recovered. No wonder I recognized the rescuer in front of me. However, the voice she spoke just now showed that she still remembered Chen Kai after she recovered. In other words, Chen Kai's training plan was still successful. While Chen Kai was unconscious. I also received several system prompts like this. Kei Chi-Chi returned to normal and remembered the care you had taken for her these past few days. Kei Chi-Chi's favorability towards you has increased, and the current favorability is 100%. You killed the 2nd-level mutated Rat King and obtained an Ability Awakening card, a recyclable arrow, the ability to command the Rat Swarm, and a 2nd-level Crystal Core. The Ability Awakening card triggers 10 times the blessing, and you get a designated Ability Awakening card. Recyclable arrows trigger 10 times the blessing, and you will get a bursting recycling arrow. The skill of commanding the Rat Swarm triggers 10 times the blessing, and you can obtain the commanding skill of the Rat King. The 2nd-order Crystal Core triggers 10 times the blessing, and obtains a 2nd-order Crystal Core with 10 times the energy. However, Chen Kai could not hear these beautiful sounds at this time. At this time, after the rescuers rescued Kei Chi-Chi immediately started looking around. Brother! Brother! Kei Chi-Chi shouted loudly. Stop looking for it! Suddenly, a voice sounded on the intercom. That little guy was rescued by local survivors. Dad! Hearing this voice, Kei Chi-Chi immediately shouted excitedly. But Dad, brother, he won't die. Although he is a survivor, if the survivors wanted to kill him, they would have done it long ago. There is no need to save him. You come back first, and I will find a way to contact the survivors here, and then get him out. That's great, Dad. Afterwards, Kei Chi-Chi left here. At this time, Chen Kai was also taken by helicopter to a prison in the suburbs. It is far away from the city center and there are very few zombies. Moreover, the prison's defense is very strong, and ordinary zombies cannot break in at all. There is a 7 or 8 meter high wall outside, and there is an iron mesh on the high wall to protect it. Unless you can fly, you can't get in at all. At this time, there were survivors working everywhere in the prison. When the plane flew back, someone immediately came to pick it up. After the plane landed and completely stopped rotating, someone covered the plane with a very large tarpaulin. This prevents someone from spotting the helicopter from high altitude. But the next moment, I thought a lot of supplies would fall from the plane. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a person. And who is this person? At this moment, an old man who was NEA RLY 70 years old came over and asked doubtfully, "Grandpa, this man is a survivor." What? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took out their weapons and pointed them at Chen Kai. Stop. And Ichuan immediately stood in front of Chen Kai. This person is useful and cannot be killed. Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment, and then ordered, "Carry the person in for treatment, and then, come with me and tell me what's going on." Afterwards, Chen Kai was carried in, and Ichuan followed the old man into the prison. The prison was transformed into a place about 200 square meters wide. This was originally a canteen for criminals. At this moment it was transformed into a conference room. Entering the conference room, the old man sat down. What happened? Is such that. Immediately afterwards, Ichuan told the old man his experience with Chen Kai. "You mean, do you want him to be our undercover agent on the survivor's side? But is he willing?" After listening to Ichuan's suggestion, the old man couldn't help but ask. "If he doesn't want to, it's not too late for us to kill him." "That makes sense." The old man nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll leave this person to you from now on." "Okay, Grandpa." And Ichuan responded immediately. In a certain dormitory, Chen Kai was lying quietly on the bed. And Ichuan took a look and then told the person taking care of him, "Tell me immediately when he wakes up." "Okay." Afterwards, Ichuan left. After Ichuan left, Chen Kai opened his eyes slightly. After some treatment, Chen Kai's blood volume is slowly increasing at a rate of 1%. However, as soon as he woke up, Chen Kai used a blood replenishing red date with type O blood. Although he is not an O blood type, he can still recover 10% of his blood volume at once. After eating 5 pills in succession, Chen Kai restored his blood volume to full. The world is strange. After being digitized by the system, as long as the blood volume is replenished, all injuries on the body will be restored. Chen Kai clearly remembered that his leg was broken before he fell into coma. But now that I have been moving a bit, I have recovered. But at this time, Chen Kai already knew that he had arrived at the tiger's den. So Chen Kai didn't dare to wake up and had to think carefully about his next plan. Chen Kai heard Ichuan's voice just now. After looking at the surrounding environment, Chen Kai was sure that this was the base of the survivors. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly noticed that there were several messages in the system log. Opening it immediately, Chen Kai discovered that it was actually a reward for killing the Rat King. Why is there still news about Chi-Chi? When he opened it, Chen Kai found that Chi-Chi's favorability towards him had actually increased to 100%. Did someone rescue her? Worried about Chi-Chi's safety, Chen Kai looked at other things. First of all, the first thing is this designated Ability Awakening card. The system has reported relevant information. But Ability Awakening is something that only appears in the second stage of survival. Now is the first stage of survival. How could something like this come out? But no matter what, this is a good thing. Open it immediately and the card. Chen Kai found that countless small square patterns appeared in his mind. Each pattern represents an ability. Click on the first one to view. Power Awakening, Level B. Function, after awakening, gain super strength. Regarding the levels of Ability Awakening, there are 5 levels in total. They are B level, A level, S level, SR level, and X level. And this Power Awakening is the lowest B level. Look at the second one. Speed Awakening, Level B. Function, gain super speed after awakening. It's still B grade. Chen Kai looked at several more in succession, and they were all B level. At a glance, it seems that there are hundreds of B level ones. Among them are Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Super Vision, Super Hearing, Eyes Like Light, Super Breath Holding, etc. It doesn't have much effect anyway. If it is a normal awakening card, one will be randomly obtained among all abilities. But now that the card has been blessed, Chen Kai has the right to choose. Not long after, Chen Kai saw A-level abilities. It is obvious that the abilities of A-level are much less than those of B-level. Fire Element Awareness, Level A. Function, can control the fire element around the body. Water Element Awareness, Level A. Function, can control surrounding water elements. The A-level awakening ability is much stronger. It is no longer the awakening of the abilities of one's own body. Let's look at the abilities of S-Class. Mind Reading, S-level. Function, can read the inner thoughts of people who are mentally weaker than yourself. Spring comes out of dead wood, S-level. Function, using the energy of wood attribute, you can restore the target's injuries. Cyclops, S-Class. Function, shoot laser rays from both eyes, causing powerful penetrating damage. S-level abilities, both in terms of attack and support, have been greatly improved. Let's look at the capabilities of the SR class. The abilities of the SR level are quite few, and each one is very powerful and rare. Space Law, SR level. Function, can control the power of space. Law of Time, SR level. Function, can control the power of time. There is also the final X-level awakening ability. Chen Kai saw that there was only one X-level awakening ability. No, how come there is only one? Chen Kai immediately checked it. Deduction, X level. Function, deducing what happens next to you. This? What does it mean? Chen Kai didn't understand why at first. But after careful calculation, I immediately discovered the awesomeness of this ability. If I want to buy a lottery ticket now, I won't win the next lottery ticket. Then I can use this ability to deduce the result of winning. Chen Kai felt excited just thinking about it. Sure enough, the hierarchy does not deceive me. X-level abilities are awesome. Decisively choosing this ability, a reminder sounded in Chen Kai's mind. You used the designated Awakening ability card and chose the X-level Awakening ability. As a deduction, the effect of this ability will increase as your Awakening level increases. The next moment, there was an introduction to the Awakening ability in Chen Kai's attribute panel. Now, Chen Kai has officially become an awakened person. Name, Chen Kai. Level, First Level Awakener. Energy limit, 10. Codename, Huaxia 199303089527. Health, 120%. Physical value, 100%. Fullness, 90%. Energy value, 250. Awakening ability, deduction. Skills, infinite blessings, super swiftness, 72 weird skills, intermediate archery. Equipment, alloy sword, lucky necklace, thorn soft armor, fallen god bow. Chen Kai saw that his level was a first level awakener. This may seem to be similar to the level of zombies and alien beasts. Then, Chen Kai started to look at the next item. Explosive recovery arrow, blue. Attack power, 150%. Attribute, after hitting the target, it can be recovered immediately. Attribute, after hitting the target, an explosion occurs, explosion damage plus 150%. Attribute, attack power plus 100%. I lost it. After Chen Kai saw the properties of the explosive retrieval arrow, he was surprised and cursed. Suddenly, the survivor outside the room who was in charge of surveillance immediately turned back to check. After seeing that Chen Kai was safe and sound, he turned around again. When this arrow is shot, it will directly cause 400% damage. That's it for now. A first level and second level target, this arrow can make him cool. What a good thing. At the same time, the explosive recycling arrow also immediately entered the rankings of weapons and equipment. Ranked 3rd. Because the names are hidden, others don't know who they are. This recycling arrow is simply tailor-made for the Fallen God Bow. Combined with the Fallen God Bow, one arrow can deal 650% damage. Lost God Bow, blue. Attack power, plus 200%. Range, 500 m. Attribute, defense break plus 50%. Attribute, charge, every second of charge, increase attack power by 10%, maximum charge is 5 seconds. Attribute, cloud penetration, range plus 500 m. Then, Chen Kai started to look at the next item. Call of the Rat King, intermediate. Function, can control rat creatures up to 100 levels higher than itself, and will never betray. He actually revealed this skill. Chen Kai was immediately surprised. Now thinking of the densely packed mutant rats, Chen Kai's scalp felt numb. For someone who was afraid of rats, obtaining a Rat King command skill is simply torture. However, the practicality of this skill is still very strong. After all, rats are found all over the world. The ability to reproduce is fast, so having 100 rats bite the enemy in the early stage would be a sour experience. This skill is equivalent to recruiting 100 subordinates. And as the level increases, the number of controls may also increase. Immediately, Chen Kai learned this skill directly. And then there's the last thing. That is the crystal core of the Rat King. The Rat King is the second level. The crystal nucleus is also of second order. The second order crystal nucleus is rich in 10 points of energy. After a 10-fold increase, it becomes 100 points of energy. It has to be said that killing zombies and strange beasts is also a way to make a fortune for Chen Kai. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Kai glanced at the door. There are 2 guards at the door. Seeing this, Chen Kai tried to activate his awakening ability. Deduction. The next moment, a picture of what he was going to do next appeared in Chen Kai's mind. At the same time, the system is accompanied by explanations. You ran away from the door and were shot to death by the guard at the door. After the deduction, Chen Kai couldn't help but shook his head. Deduction. Chen Kai continued to launch the deduction. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly discovered that every deduction consumes a certain amount of energy. Chen Kai looked at it, consuming a little energy at a time. Currently, Chen Kai's body energy limit is 10 points. This is similar to the Dantian used in martial arts. Can be used to reserve internal strength. After the internal energy is consumed, skills will no longer be activated. But this can be supplemented through meditation or other items, such as energy crystal nuclei or other things with energy. However, during the fight, the enemy will not give you a chance to replenish energy. Therefore, your energy limit is also the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Afterwards, Chen Kai began to continue the deduction. You sat up, and the person outside the door noticed you and called an Ichuan. After deducing this result, Chen Kai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Since an Ichuan saved me, she will definitely not kill me. She must have a purpose. It seems that the only way to do it now is to see her. Chen Kai thought secretly. At the same time, Chen Kai also activated another skill. The Rat King ordered. The Rat King command can search for mutant rats within a certain range. Sure enough, rats are everywhere. There are many mutant rats in the underground passages and sewers of this place. At this moment, Chen Kai felt that the dark, chubby mutant rat didn't seem so ferocious and terrifying. Instead, I started to feel cute. Under the skill summoned by the Rat King, each mouse suddenly froze in place. The next moment, they started to gather somewhere. Before long, Chen Kai had gathered 100 mutant mice. This is the upper limit of the Rat King's summoning. Any more and control becomes impossible. At the same time, Chen Kai discovered that there were 100 small vision pictures in his mind. Chen Kai randomly clicked one. It turns out that this is the vision of a mutated mouse. In other words, you can see the outside world through the mouse's vision. Discovered this benefit. Chen Kai sat up in no hurry. Instead, he began to control the mouse to clearly examine the terrain here. After some inspection, Chen Kai found that he was in an impregnable prison. After a rough calculation, Chen Kai found that there were about 1,000 survivors here. At this moment, Chen Kai was controlling a mouse and was suddenly controlled by an invisible force. Why is there a mutated rat here? How dare it come close to me? Chen Kai looked through the mouse's field of vision and found that the mutated mouse was actually controlled by an old man who was over 70 years old with invisible power. Next moment. Click. The mouse's neck was broken without hesitation. Subsequently, Chen Kai lost sight of the mouse. The awakened one is definitely the awakened one. Chen Kai was shocked. This method of air control is really terrifying. It seems that we can only play softly with them. With the awakened one around, Chen Kai felt that there was not much hope of escaping. Moreover, in addition to the awakened ones, there are also hundreds of armed personnel here. One person and one gun. Unless Chen Kai can fly to the sky and escape, there is no way to escape. Then, Chen Kai asked all the mice to move around freely. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Cough cough cough. Chen Kai deliberately coughed a few times to attract the attention of people outside. The next moment, the guard at the door turned around. After Chen Kai sat up, he moved back pretending to be alert. Who are you? Where are you? Chen Kai asked immediately. He's awake, go tell Master Inan. One of the survivors immediately ordered. Yes. The cell door opened and an Ichuan walked in with a smile on his face. Woke up? You are indeed a survivor. Chen Kai snorted coldly. No way, I can get the system by killing you, but now, we all have the system, so I don't have to kill you. And Ichuan didn't care at all about Chen Kai's hostility. But there are still new world points. Don't worry, I'll get 2 new world points just by killing you. It's not worth it. I have more important things to do and need you. And Ichuan sat on the edge of the bed and said, let me be an undercover agent. Chen Kai sneered. Stop dreaming. But you are already a traitor to the survivors. And Ichuan showed a teasing smile. How did you know? Chen Kai looked at an Ichuan in disbelief. Because of Zhang Chang's misunderstanding, Chen Kai was blacklisted in the survivor camp. But only survivors know this. Are there really other betrayers? You were wronged, but some people volunteered. There is nothing in this world that money can't do. And Ichuan said. Chen Kai, if that's the case, then what do you want me to do? And Ichuan, I hope you can help us find someone. Who? The next moment, an Ichuan took out an enhanced penetrating arrow. Seeing this thing, Chen Kai knew who she was looking for. You used this thing to shoot me last time. Who did you buy this thing from? And Ichuan thought of what happened last time and still can't forget it. Thought it with a survivor. And Ichuan could never have imagined that this person was Chen Kai. We hope that you will trade with him as a survivor and help us purchase a large number of weapons. First of all, people from 2 true camps cannot communicate. Even the transaction is through direct purchase, and you can't see the other party's information at all. After an Ichuan purchased a large number of penetrating arrows last time, he could no longer find this person. 2 days ago, someone was selling a large number of blue weapons crazily. And Ichuan was sure that the 2 were the same person. If this person could be found, an Ichuan would be able to obtain more weapons. Then what's in it for me? Benefit? And Ichuan immediately sneered. Your life is in my hands, and you still negotiate terms with me. And aren't you afraid that I will take a cut of it? Chen Kai said with a bad smile. Yes. And Ichuan suddenly realized. Let Chen Kai contact that person, and an Ichuan himself won't be able to see their chat history. If someone asks for something worth 10,000 yuan, and Chen Kai quotes 12,000 yuan, then Chen Kai will become an evil middleman. You. And Ichuan wanted to say something to threaten Chen Kai, but couldn't. What, me? This feeling of taking the initiative made Chen Kai suddenly laugh. Be good and be obedient. I have contacted him. He asked me what I need. Really? And Ichuan was immediately happy. Ask him, what good stuff does he currently have and what's the price? Chen Kai pondered slightly, deliberately pretending to chat with the other party. After a while, he said it depends on what you want. Whatever you need, she will have it. Really? Then you ask, how much energy does this arrow have? And Ichuan picked up the piercing arrow in his hand. Chen Kai vaguely remembered that when this penetrating arrow was originally sold, it had 4 points of energy per arrow. Originally, Chen Kai planned to tell her 5 points of energy. But for the first time, in order to gain her trust, Chen Kai told her the actual price. He said 4 points of energy for 1 arrow. Yeah. The price is okay, it's the same as when I bought it last time. And Ichuan just finished speaking. Chen Kai immediately pretended to be exclaimed. What? Why did he sell it to you for 4 points and to me for 5 points? I bought tens of thousands of them at one time, how many did you buy? And Ichuan snorted coldly. Oh, that's right. I have to say that Chen Kai's acting skills are really good. One person plays 2 roles, fooling and Ichuan around. I can tell you, you'd better be honest with me. Every time I buy equipment, I will find someone to ask about the price. Once you lie, you will definitely die. And Ichuan threatened fiercely. No, no. Chen Kai waved his hands repeatedly and said. Of course Chen Kai won't, because he sets the price himself. Moreover, with the addition of such a buyer, it was not too late for Chen Kai to be happy. However, in the next few days, Chen Kai was imprisoned in the room and could not leave. Hey, let me out. Chen Kai weakly slapped the prison door. I've had enough. I need some fresh air. I'm going to die of suffocation. Keep your voice down. The guard at the door yelled loudly. Brother, please let me out for some air, and I'll give you this box of cigarettes. Chen Kai secretly took out a box of Huazi and handed it over. Seeing this box of cigarettes, the guard's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, they stay at the base and do their regular jobs. Get a fixed salary every day. Even if there is a system, it is of no use at all. It's better to go out and kill zombies and earn energy quickly. Therefore, a pack of long-lost cigarettes was extremely tempting to the guard. Ahem. The guard glanced around, then slowly came closer. Whoosh. The guard took Huazi directly into his bag at lightning speed. Say it first, just 3 minutes. Eaters are soft-mouthed, but takers are short-handed. The man immediately agreed to Chen Kai's request. Then, the guard secretly opened the prison door. And Chen Kai didn't make any drastic moves. He just followed the guard silently to the prison release area. This is an open space located in a corner of the prison. It was also a place where prisoners were released from prison in the past. There are walls more than 10 meters high everywhere, making it impossible to escape. Ah! At the same time, the guard also took out Huazi. I lit one with enjoyment and started puffing away. It only takes 1 cigarette. I'll go back when I finish smoking. The guard turned around and told Chen Kai. Chen Kai ignored this guy and quickly began to deduce. You killed the guard and prepared to escape, but you were discovered by the guard outside and shot to death randomly. No. You used mutated rats to cause riots outside and found the right opportunity to escape, but you were discovered by the steward here in time and killed by the awakening ability. Not yet. After deducing again and again, Chen Kai tried to find an opportunity to leave here. And at this moment, you control the mutant rat, find the prison's alarm system, and activate it. 10 minutes later, a violent noise attracted zombies from all directions. The prison was completely surrounded by zombies. You took advantage of the chaos and escaped. What a great opportunity. Chen Kai was suddenly startled. He quickly controlled a mutated mouse and took action. Not long after. Looking back, the guard's cigarette was also burned out. But now, Chen Kai has not found the alarm system. Chen Kai had to stall for time. Aye, brother. Chen Kai immediately took the initiative to greet him. Speaking of which, you survivors also have a system. Why don't you go out and kill zombies? You can get a lot of energy by killing a zombie. Zombies can also explode a lot of good things. My Huazi was exploded by zombies. Hey, don't mention it. The guard immediately waved his hands and said something ominous. The guard kept talking. It seems that Chen Kai is regarded as a confidant whom he has not seen for decades. He told Chen Kai all his bitterness. At the same time, Chen Kai also found the alarm system and triggered the starting mechanism. Looking at the 3-minute countdown above, Chen Kai breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, 7 or 8 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the guard stopped. Why am I telling you so much? You are a survivor. Didn't I reveal my secret? The guard suddenly woke up and immediately changed his expression. Hurry up and go back. That's right, brother. Chen Kai deliberately delayed time again. Do you usually drink? Last time I fought zombies, a bottle of mutai popped out. I don't drink. If you drink, I will give it to you. I hope you can take me out for some fresh air next time. Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up. No problem, don't worry, I will take you out for some fresh air when no one is paying attention. After saying that, he put away the wine without leaving any trace. Money can make a difference, and this trick applies to any situation. Follow the guard back slowly. The two of them walked and talked. Sudden. Dee-dee-dee-dee. The piercing, sharp, and penetrating alarm sounded throughout the prison. Suddenly, the entire prison began to panic. What happened? Who triggered the alarm system? A rickety figure flew out of the prison and stood in the air. Alert! The man let out a sharp shout. The entire prison guard immediately took action. Brother, go back quickly. The guard quickly said to Chen Kai. Once back at the prison, the guards left hastily. But the prison door is still open. At this time, tens of thousands of zombies within a 10-mile radius all stopped what they were doing. They turned around and looked in the direction of the prison. The next moment, countless zombies rushed towards the prison. The siren blared for 3 full minutes. The prison yard was crowded with people. The old figure stood in midair, looking around with a solemn expression, because he saw the dense zombies and was attracted to them. Immediately, the old man landed. Looking at the neatly arranged team, the old man ordered coldly, "Anan, take someone to investigate the alarm system. The others and I are going to kill the zombies." And Ichiwan responded and took a dozen people with him to the abandoned alarm room. And when she pushed the door open, a big mouse jumped out. "Ah!" And Ichiwan screamed. The people nearby saw this and immediately killed the big rat. Looking closely, Ichiwan realized that it was actually a mouse. After walking into the alarm room, Ichiwan checked and was shocked to find that it was actually a rat. "I'm afraid this mouse has become a spirit." Immediately, Ichiwan cut off the alarm. "Suffer it." Suddenly, Ichiwan seemed to have thought of something. So he quickly led people to the cell. When she came to Chenkei's room, Chenkei is nowhere to be seen. "Damn it! Where are the guards?" Ichiwan roared angrily. Not long after, the guard who had been bribed by Chenkei ran over. He was here at the time. I heard the siren and ran out." The guards' faces turned pale with fear. It was an emergency situation at that time. Who knows if the door was locked or not? At this time, in the underground passage of the prison, Chenkei, with his back bent, left the prison under the cover of 100 mutated rats. A few hundred meters outside the prison, a sewer cover was suddenly opened. A pair of eyes appeared. There were zombies approaching overhead, and they all surrounded the prison. Gunshots continued to be heard in the prison, and it seemed that the survivors were already involved. At the same time, Ichiwan also came to his grandfather's side. "Grandpa, it's bad, that survivor ran away." "Damn it! Ignore him for now, deal with the zombies first," the old man said with an angry look. "By the way, why did the siren suddenly go off?" "It was a mutated rat that did it. It may have accidentally touched the activation mechanism." "Mutant rat?" The old man frowned, thinking of the mutant rat he killed last time. "It's him. It must be him," the old man said firmly. "He is the awakened one and can control rats." "What?" Ichiwan's eyes widened immediately. "Damn guy, I should have killed him if I had known," Ichiwan said angrily. "But now is not the time for accountability." Everyone immediately climbed onto the wall and started attacking the zombies outside. The sound of sirens originally attracted most of the zombies, but now the use of firearms to attack them attracted even more zombies who were sensitive to sound. Chenkei hid in the underground passage and watched all this silently. At this moment, the system's sound suddenly rang. "You passively killed a survivor and gained 2 new world points. You passively killed a survivor and gained 2 new world points." Alerts sounded one after another. Chenkei was immediately stunned. The survivors killed by this zombie were actually on his head. Looking at the skyrocketing new world points, Chenkei suddenly laughed. "This thing is a good thing. Without it, it is impossible to enter the next stage of survival." Gently closing the manhole cover, Chenkei sat back and waited for the group to be destroyed. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes passed. The gunfire outside gradually stopped. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter circling suddenly came. Chenkei immediately opened the manhole cover and looked outside. "I saw that the zombies had broken through the prison wall, and a helicopter quickly flew out of the prison. The helicopter was full of people. Chenkei saw Ichiwan and others fleeing in panic on the plane. "Young man, are you going to fight me?" Chenkei sneered. Then it was back to the sewers. Opening the trading system, Chenkei quickly browsed around. "Not long after, I found something. You purchased a grenade, triggered 10 times blessing, and obtained a C4-time bomb. You purchased a grenade, triggered 10 times blessing, and obtained a C4-time bomb. By more than 10 grenades in succession, Chenkei obtained more than 10-time bombs." Afterwards, Chenkei immediately returned to the underground passage of the prison. Then all the bombs were installed in every corner. "Timed for 3 minutes. Run!" Chenkei immediately ran outside and twisted around, and Chenkei quickly left the prison. He quietly opened the sewer cover and looked out. "I saw a large number of zombies still pouring into the prison. And right now, boom boom boom, continuous explosions sounded. The entire prison was instantly reduced to ruins. At this time, the helicopter had flown far away. After hearing the explosion, he immediately looked back. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone took a breath. If they were a little later, wouldn't they also be? And Ichiwan looked at this scene with fear. At the same time, the furious flames began to burn in his chest. She knew that Chenkei must have done all this. "Next time, I will definitely kill you." But at this time, Chenkei didn't care about this at all, because he had been so hypnotized by the beautiful sound that he was about to fall asleep. "You killed an ordinary zombie, got a lollipop, triggered 10 times blessing, and got a super lollipop. You killed a first-level zombie, got a box of Snowflake Brave Sky, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and got Snowflake Craft Puree Beer. You killed a first-level zombie, got a banana, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and got a suitable, thick banana." Too many zombies were killed. Chenkei chose to turn off the prompt. So many bombs exploded at the same time, and the contents inside were considered scrapped. Without choosing to go back, Chen Kai left the prison. There should be no survivors in Yunlan City now. The villa area has been exposed. Chen Kai took out the map and prepared to change his foothold. This world is 10 times the size of Blue Star, and a city is also 10 times the size of Blue Star. In such a big city, if you look like a cat, you won't be able to find anyone. The most important thing is that the abandoned city has unlimited resources. And in Yunlan City, where there was only Chen Kai, he guarded a treasure house alone. In order to better observe the changes in Yunlan City, Chen Kai chose to live in a towering building this time. This is a building with a height of 100 floors. After Chen Kai arrived here, he cleared out thousands of square meters of space on the top floor. With a soft carpet spread under his feet, Chen Kai set targets of 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters and 1000 meters for himself. I will practice archery here from now on. At the same time, Chen Kai also found a passage leading to the rooftop. If there is any crisis in the future, Chen Kai can still choose to evacuate from here. What did you say? Wouldn't you die if you jumped from a 100-story building? Don't worry, you won't die. Here, Chen Kai couldn't help but prepare enough landing ropes, as well as parachutes and paragliders. Of course, it's best not to use these things. While contributing to the motherland, Chen Kai plans to go out for adventure every day and turn the city upside down. After struggling for 3 days, Chen Kai finally decorated the place the way he liked. Lying comfortably on the 3-meter-wide bed, Chen Kai looked at the scenery outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At this time, Chen Kai squinted his eyes and looked at all the gains he had made in the prison in the past few days. Opening the system log, a series of prompts has reached 999+. Ignoring it dire. CTLY, Chen Kai chose to open his backpack. These are things that are blessed tenfold. No matter it is anything, even food, it is always a hot commodity when placed in the trading area. First thing first. Super Lollipop, Elementary. Effect, a favorite of children, it can be used to fool children, and it is also a favorite of human traffickers. What's the use of this thing? Chen Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry and threw it aside. Then, beer, drinks, mineral water, melon seeds, cigarettes, peanuts, everything. Chen Kai kept some of these things for himself and put them directly on the trading area. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai saw something very evil. Super Big Banana, Elementary. Effect, restore 50% satiety. Effect, the favorite thing of older leftover women. It's such a big banana, I'm afraid I'll be full after eating one. But what does the second effect mean? Thinking of this, Chen Kai burst into laughter. It sounds extremely obscene. After putting it away, Chen Kai vaguely felt that he could use it later. Then, Chen Kai continued to look. Weapons, equipment, daily necessities, pots and pans. The explosion of tens of thousands of zombies is enough for Chen Kai to open a supermarket. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law, the supermarket closed down, and there was a huge sale. It's the last 12 hours. After putting everything on the shelves, Chen Kai went directly to the system to post an advertisement. These items are slightly more expensive than other ordinary items, but their effects are several times that of ordinary items. As soon as the advertisement was released, a large number of survivors rushed into Chen Kai's trading area. In less than 10 minutes, all the merchandise was gone. Chen Kai looked at it and found that just these things made Chen Kai profit as high as 98W. It's really profitable. Chen Kai couldn't help but think of a perfect way to kill zombies. Find a way to use loud sounds to attract zombies to a place. Then use bombs to blow them all up. The sky was filled with flames, and what was exploded was all in vain. This is definitely a super idea. After recording it, Chen Kai began to check other harvests. The other biggest reward is the new world points for passively killing survivors. There were probably 1,000 or 2,000 survivors in that prison. But in the end only one helicopter escaped. Now in the new world standings. The first place is still from the survivor camp, Mark from Eagle Sauce Country. He won first place with 500 points. But 3 days ago, it was no longer the case. The first place has been replaced by a survivor whose name has been hidden. He achieved first place with 4,200 points. Chen Kai's eyes widened when he saw this ranking list. Done. Chen Kai quickly opened the system log. After careful inquiry, Chen Kai indeed saw such a prompt. You have killed 100 survivors in total, and you will be rewarded with 100 points. You have killed 500 survivors in total, and you will be rewarded with 200 points. You have killed 1,000 survivors in total, and you will be rewarded with 500 points. Chen Kai calculated that there were about 1,700 survivors killed by him. Wrong. He didn't kill himself. He was passive and killed because of himself. Chen Kai wants to correct this concept. Because killing with your own hands and killing passively are different concepts. At the same time, Chen Kai immediately turned to the World Channel 3 days ago. It's over, your identity has been exposed. Chen Kai couldn't help but soften and lay completely on the bed. My China is so awesome, so many survivors must be killed. This is really a big sigh of relief for us survivors. You are so happy, this has completely angered the survivors. People upstairs, you are so mean. Do you think they won't kill you if you don't kill them? You are a traitor. The people upstairs fell silent. Now at the cusp of the storm, once you are labeled as a traitor, you will no longer be able to think about being in this world or in the survivor camp. In short, the survivors are cheering. And the survivors are furious. Chen Kai saw this chat record and knew it deeply. At this moment, an Ichuan seemed to know his identity. And it was just as Chen Kai expected. 3 days ago, after an Ichuan and others left, I saw changes in the new world points ranking list. The first place was occupied by a person whose name is hidden. Nowadays, people know that the way to obtain new world points is to kill people from different camps and complete special tasks. Combine this score with the number of survivors in the prison. And Ichuan immediately knew that the person whose name was hidden was Chen Kai. And in the camp of survivors, the most famous one is the one who hides his name, and the one who sells equipment like crazy. This person was regarded as a hero and a god by those who wanted to survive, especially those from the Huaxia kingdom. No, it must be a coincidence. They can't be the same person. And Ichuan was comforting himself and other survivors. Because of the appearance of this mysterious man, many others are following suit, with names hidden. Chen Kai must be afraid that I would find out, so he hid his name. That's definitely the case. After convincing himself, an Ichuan did not tell anyone else about this. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. Chen Kai relaxed and didn't care what happened in the future. Anyway, if you stay here, you won't be able to find anyone. Even if it makes me unhappy, I can just scold him online. I can't lose 2 pounds of meat. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly heard a system prompt again. Congratulations, Survivor Chen Kai, you have met the qualifications to start the second stage of survival difficulty. Do you want to increase the survival difficulty stage in the current world? Is this, one person affecting the development of the entire world? Chen Kai suddenly sat up straight and began to think about the importance of this matter. In today's world, there must be many survivors who cannot even solve the problem of food and clothing. The second stage of survival begins so quickly. Isn't it a little early? Chen Kai's heart was caring for other survivors. However, since there is only one other person who has achieved this condition, doesn't that mean he got there first? This is a very rare opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai chose to start the second stage. A worldwide announcement is about to be launched. Do you want to hide your name? Hide it. Chen Kai continues to choose to hide his merit and fame. Next moment. Congratulations to the survivor hidden name for reaching the qualifications to start the second stage of survival. It is now announced that the current stage of survival will collectively enter the second stage. The second stage will be more difficult. The qualifications for starting the second stage of survival are now announced. Condition, become an awakener. Condition, new world points reach 1000 points. As the first person to complete the condition of hidden name, he will be rewarded with the unique title Pioneer of Survival and a random awakening ability card. Ability awakening cards are now sold in the trading area, with 1000 energy per card. The awakening ability is related to one's own physical condition. The awakening ability is random. Once awakened, it cannot be changed. Thinking of several announcements in succession, Chen Kai suddenly laughed. Sure enough, something triggered the world announcement. There are very generous rewards. But at the same time, the communication channel also raised questions. What kind of random method is this of yours? Is your random mechanism fair? Is your random mechanism a 10 million style lottery mechanism? But then, the system also gave clear reminders and guidance. Remind everyone to be as prepared as possible before using the awakening card. Your physical fitness and your own skills will directly affect the level of the awakening ability. The levels of awakening ability are divided into B level, A level, S level, SR level, X level. For example, if you are a fitness instructor, then you may have a greater chance of awakening your strength ability. If you are a gifted student, then you have a higher chance of awakening your spiritual abilities. However, some survivors are still not satisfied. I am a duck, what abilities will I awaken? I am a bricklayer, what abilities will I awaken? However, the system did not provide any explanation for this. If the system is fair, it is also unfair. To be fair, abilities will be randomized. What's unfair is that the random conditions are determined based on your own professional skills. In other words, if you were a waste before, you will be a waste in the future. Of course, it's not impossible for Jiaoxi to counterattack. Then, Chen Kai set his sights on the reward. Pioneer of Survival, title. Function, increase all attributes by 50%. Good guy, this title is awesome. Chen Kai was immediately shocked. That is, where the title. Whether it is attack power, health, defense, speed or other attributes, all will be increased by 50%. This is a qualitative improvement. Let's look at another reward. Random ability card, randomly awaken an ability. Very simple introduction. But Chen Kai has a problem. System, I am already an awakener, can I still use this card? Okay. Hearing this, Chen Kai immediately felt relieved. But unfortunately, this time it is a direct reward from the system. The tenfold blessing was not triggered. Otherwise, this will be another designated awakening ability card. Without saying anything, Chen Kai used this card directly. Congratulations, you have obtained the B-level awakening ability, Eagle Eye. What the hell? Chen Kei's expression suddenly changed. Why is it B-level? Eagle Eye makes your eyes change and see farther. The current visual distance is 1000 meters. Although it is a pity that the ability level is low. However, Chen Kei suddenly found that this ability matched well with his Luoshan Bao. In fact, sometimes it is not necessary to pursue the strength of abilities. It depends on whether you can fully utilize this ability. Chen Kei comforted himself like this. He came out of his emotions immediately. At the same time, Chen Kei saw that people in the communication area had already started buying awakening cards. Moreover, what surprised Chen Kei was that the awakening of an SR-level ability would also trigger a system announcement. Congratulations to the survivor camp, Huaxia Kingdom, Luo Tianhong, for awakening SR-level ability, Tang Dao Wanwu. Congratulations to the survivor camp, Eagle Country, Mark, for awakening the SR-level ability, the Power of Ice. Congratulations to the survivor camp, Aligua, and Zastro, for awakening SR-level abilities and banknote abilities. Several SR-level ability users appeared at once. Suddenly the world was boiling. At this time, every SR-level awakening represents the glory of the camp and the glory of the country. After so many people awakened their abilities, the system issued another announcement. The number of awakened persons is consistent with the release of the awakening ability rankings. A comprehensive ranking is now based on the ability of each awakened person. The next moment, a new ranking appeared in the ranking system. Immediately, everyone moved to the ranking system. And when they saw the rankings on the leaderboard, they were stunned. Am I deaf? Why didn't I hear the announcement about X-level abilities just now? It's not that you are deaf, it's that both of us are deaf, and I didn't hear it either. It's all of us who are deaf, and we didn't hear it either. Oh my god, X-rated, who is it? Please take my knee. Hidden name again, could it be that great god from China again? When everyone saw the information about the first place, they were completely speechless. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the name was hidden. Awakening ability rankings. Survivors, China, hidden, X-rated deduction. Survivor, China, Luo Tianhong, SR level Tang Sword Dance. Survivor, Eagle Country, Mark, SR level Ice Power. Survivor, Era, Zastro, SR level banknote ability. X-rated, deduction? What ability is this? Fortune teller? If nothing else, it should be. Master, this is my birth date, please see how long it will take for me to be single. Pattern. What are each of them thinking about? Is the X-level ability telling your fortune? Great God, look at me, I have been single for 30 years. Great God, I have awakened the B-level ability, the Kirin arm. Take pity on me, show me first. Because there was no announcement, everyone quickly guessed that this person with X-level awakening ability should be the great god of China. Here, Chen Kei turned off the system. Never mind the flash floods and tsunamis outside. The world is such a big place, relying on the keyboard alone will not do you any harm. Check the balance. Chen Kei's energy has once again approached 1 million. Opening a bottle of XO, Chen Kei came to the ground. Hey! The lives of rich people are often so simple and unpretentious. Taking out the Luoshan Bao, Chen Kei took the bow and shot an arrow. The target 100 meters away hit directly. Boom! But the next moment, the target exploded and was shattered into pieces. Only then did Chen Kei realize that the arrow just now was an explosive recovery arrow. The next moment, the explosive recycling arrow appeared in his hand again. Putting it into his backpack, Chen Kei took out an ordinary arrow. Activate. Hawkeye. Chen Kei's pupils shrank suddenly, emitting a dark light. At this moment, in Chen Kei's field of vision, the 500-meter target was clearly visible. The patterns of the 10 rings on it are all meticulous. The same is true when looking at a target thousands of meters away. A little further away, although Chen Kei could see it, it was not so clear and detailed. This vision and clarity made Chen Kei's archery even better. Facing the target 1,000 meters away, Chen Kei fired his bow vigorously. Whoosh! However, what made Chen Kei helpless was the target has clearly been aimed at. The shot missed the target. It seems that we still need to continue practicing. Intermediate archery takes Chen Kei's understanding of archery to a higher level. Chen Kei knew exactly why he couldn't hit the target at such a distance. It's because of the force, the angle, and the wind direction. Various factors can cause deviations in shooting. At this moment, Chen Kei's eyes suddenly lit up. If we use deduction to deduce the next shot, can we achieve a perfect shot? Thinking of this, Chen Kei suddenly became excited. Picking up an arrow again, Chen Kei aimed at the 1,000-meter target. Hawkeye. Deduction. Activate Eagle Eye and proceed with the deduction. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. You used 30 pounds of pulling force, raised the angle by 20, and the current wind direction is 0. You missed the shot. No. Continue the deduction. You used 40 pounds of pulling force, increased it by 10 degrees, the current wind direction is 0, and you hit the second ring. Hey! It's interesting. Chen Kei was immediately happy. This proves that the pulling force in pounds is about the same. It's just a matter of angle. You used 40 pounds of pulling force, lowered it 10 degrees, the current wind direction is 0, and you hit the 9th ring. Deduction again. You used 40 pounds of pulling force, increased it by 5 degrees, the current wind direction is 0, and you hit the 10th ring. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. Directly hits the 10th ring 1,000 meters away. Buzz! The arrow feathers shook violently. The arrow hits the heart. At the same time, another prompt sounded. You hit the 1,000-meter 10-ring target, triggered the critical strike practice, and gained 10 proficiency points. You triggered the tenfold blessing, and gained 100 proficiency points. I'll go. This will do. Shin-Kei carefully calculated that using his deduction ability, it would take 3 to 5 points of energy to shoot once. But it can be exchanged for 100 points of proficiency. I believe that it won't be long before archery will be promoted to advanced archery. I swear I won't go out until I'm a senior. Shin-Kei worked hard and started practicing in retreat. At this time, the entire world began to undergo earth-shaking changes. A spiritual energy suddenly filled the world. Zombies and alien beasts all began to undergo drastic changes. This night is destined to be sleepless. The roars of zombies were everywhere. There were roars of strange beasts everywhere. The base door is locked and the lights are turned off. The survivors did not dare to take a breath. But the good thing is they have a system. This is just like surfing the internet in a hotel, starting to talk about things in this city, your country, and the world's channels. TSK, it would be great if I could play games. Yeah, chicken, hero, king, let's play black together, that would be perfect. I said, we are here to survive, not on vacation. I haven't found dinner yet. At this time, Shin-Kei had already completed 100 shots while they were chatting. Rely on deduction and gain 100 proficiency points at a time. Shin-Kei was quickly promoted to the level of advanced archery. Archery, advanced. Proficiency, 0/100W. Function, 100% hit at 500 meters, hit the target at 1000 meters. Let me go, promotion to special level requires 1 million proficiency points. Seeing this number, Shin-Kei couldn't help but start cursing. This must have broken your arms. Putting away his bow and arrows, Shin-Kei came to the bathroom. There was no water in the bathroom though. But Shin-Kei made a bathing device. After taking a cold bath, Shin-Kei lay comfortably on the bed. Only then did the system open. Looking at the news inside, Shin-Kei immediately came to the window. Looking down through the glass, the streets were filled with the roars of zombies. It was as if they were in heat. People are looking for mates everywhere. It was just that it was too dark, so Shin-Kei couldn't see what it looked like down there. But you can know it through the chat area. The zombies outside have evolved. Not only the zombies, but also the alien beasts have all evolved. Rat 2. Shin-Kei shouted. 2 huge black figures walked in from outside. I saw 2 mutant mice that were obviously a little bigger coming in front of Shin-Kei. Let me go, what did you eat secretly? Why have you gained so much weight? Looking around, Shin-Kei was surprised to find that these 2 mutated mice had all turned into level 2. Is it related to the changes outside? Rat 2, who has reached the 2nd level, has significantly improved both in terms of blood volume and attack power. Moreover, there is even one more skill. You guys go down and see what's going on outside? Shin-Kei immediately directed Shushu Air to run downstairs. Come to the street downstairs. Rat walked around struttingly. In the dark night, the mutant mouse's vision is very clear. It's just a pity that Shin-Kei cannot use the system to view zombie information through the mouse's field of vision. However, judging from the changes in the appearance of the zombies, they are obviously much braver. Suddenly, a zombie wearing a firefighting suit rushed over. The mutated mouse was caught without any reaction. Immediately afterwards, Shin-Kei's vision turned into darkness. I go. Shin-Kei was startled. It was obviously the zombie that rushed over just now, grabbed the mutated mouse and started biting it. After coming back to his senses, Shin-Kei secretly exclaimed, this 2nd stage of survival is really much more difficult. Ordinary people are no match for the type of zombies just now. When I first came here, a fire axe and a pistol could solve 1 or 2. But now, I'm afraid the pistol is almost useless. The next day, Shin-Kei came downstairs. I originally planned to retreat for a while yesterday. Who knew it would be done in 1 day? Holding a sword and carrying a long bow, Shin-Kei came to the door of the building with a serious look on his face. In the next time, Shin-Kei will start to explore the world carefully. It is not advisable to rely solely on the internet to become a scammer. Why? First, what comes after being blessed tenfold? It will directly destroy the balance of the entire survival world. Shin-Kei can be 100% sure. Behind this survival game, there is an unknown manipulation. As expected, he was already being targeted. If the balance continues to be destroyed, the controller will definitely impose some kind of sanctions or restrictions on himself. Another thing is the reality of this world. If Shin-Kei stays at home, he can earn enough energy. But what about Shin-Kei himself? But he doesn't know this world at all. How many zombies are there out there? How many strange beasts are there? What are their abilities? How to deal with it? You can't know just by communicating on the system. You have to practice. To get to know. Therefore, talking can't defeat the enemy. Shin-Kei was kept awake all night by the evolved zombies last night. So I took out the map of Yunlan City and started studying it. since it is necessary to collect the resources of Yunlan City. Naturally, he has to choose where to start. After careful research, Chen Kai divided it into 3 areas. First is the administrative district. This is the site of the former administrative unit. There are not many resources here. But what attracted Chen Kai was the weapons arsenal here. The weapons depot supplies weapons and equipment for police stations across the city, as well as special police, some heavy and special weapons of the armed police. If you can get your hands on the things here, you can definitely make a lot of money. Next are residential areas. Chen Kai calls it the living area. This place is so big. But Chen Kai's fixed target is the major supermarket chains in his living area. Supermarkets here occupy 2/3 of the city. Turning this place upside down is much faster than killing tens of thousands of zombies. Finally, there is the Science and Technology Industrial Zone. This used to be a high-tech zone for the development of agriculture, industry, science, and technology. It is a key development area in Yunlan City. Here, Chen Kai is interested in technology in various fields. If these technologies can be obtained, the value will be immeasurable. Chen Kai thought for a moment. The living area had the most people and was the most dangerous, so he should put it last. There are fewer people in administrative districts and industrial development zones. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai chose the administrative district. Because weapons are what is most needed right now. But it's also one of the most dangerous places. Before the end, this can be said to be the safest place. But after the end of the world, this place became a forbidden place. Why? Because the armed police and special police forces are all assembled here. The infected police officers relied on their strong physical fitness. Even if he becomes a zombie, he is still the most powerful police zombie. In order to avoid unnecessary accidents, Chen Kai would deduce what would happen next every once in a while. After repeating this process, Chen Kai successfully arrived at the administrative area. I don't know why, but when Chen Kai stepped into the neighborhood here, the whole atmosphere suddenly became quiet. It's like there are 2 worlds separated by a street. Nonai, the atmosphere is quiet and weird, there must be a big demon coming out. Chen Kai tightened the alloy sword in his hand, and then moved close to the facade house on the side of the street. At each intersection, Chen Kai stopped and began to deduce the outcome of each intersection. Since the purpose was a weapons arsenal, Chen Kai deduced a total of 5 routes. From the 5 routes, Chen Kai found a route that was safer and not infested by zombies. It's a bit detoured, but it's safe. Rule 2 of the Doomsday Survival Code, be patient if you can. Not long after, they arrived at the weapons depot. Iwa is also very particular about the construction of the weapons depot. There are no high-rise buildings on all sides. There is a fire brigade on the left and an armed police detachment on the right. As far as defense is concerned, there is absolutely no problem. He walked to the door with his waist bent, and Chen Kai was about to push the door open and enter. At this moment, a voice came from inside. "Brother, are you really not going to find that guy?" A familiar voice came from inside. Chen Kai frowned, but couldn't remember. But the next moment, another person's voice made Chen Kai tighten his crotch. "This time we were able to get here with the help of our brothers from Fonlei City. Although I also want to kill that bastard Chen Kai, I don't know where he is now. Yunlan City is so big that I can't even find him." The speaker was none other than Zhang Chang, who was among the survivors in Yunlan City last time. "You're taking advantage of that kid," another person said bitterly. "I'm talking about you, kid. The target is not Chen Kai, but the sister next to him." Zhang Chang sneered and saw through his purpose at a glance. "Hee. Brother Chang is here, see through it without telling you. This place is too big, there isn't even a woman." Another person smiled obscenely. "Okay, let's move things." Zhang Chang gave the order and everyone started to take action. Chen Kai looked inside through the crack in the door. They saw boxes of grenades, bombs, machine guns, submachine guns, pistols and sniper rifles being carried into the open car. Seeing this, Chen Kai's eyes widened. "Ahem. That, Hadron." At this moment, Kuehu, who was silent on the side, suddenly walked over. "What happened, Huzi?" Zhang Chang is already the leader of this team, and he doesn't even call him Brother Tiger to the original leader. "I learned from the city channel in Yunlan City that my wife actually found this place, so I wanted to go find my wife," Kuehu said. But then he was afraid that Zhang Chang would not agree, so he quickly explained. "It's not far, you're on your way back with us." "Oh? It turns out to be my sister-in-law." Zhang Chang raised his eyebrows and showed a playful smile. "Okay. As a family, let's take it over so we can take care of you." Hearing this, Kuehu nodded immediately. Seeing this scene, Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although this Kuehu used to be a big brother in society, he was very generous and took great care of his subordinates. This can be seen from the last time we met. I didn't expect that in order to survive, I would be begging for mercy like this. But at this moment, Kuehu suddenly said excitedly, "Xiangzi, I told my wife was here, and she came here alone." "Oh? Really? Come on. Let my sister-in-law come in quickly." Zhang Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was even happier than Kuehu. Not long after, Kuehu brought in a woman in her 30s who looked a little vicissitudes of life from another door. The woman was about 34 or 5 years old, with ragged clothes and shaggy hair. But even so, it can't hide that proud figure. However, what is regrettable is that Kuehu's wife turned out to be a lame man. Wife. Kuehu burst into tears immediately, ran over and hugged the woman tightly. Husband. The woman couldn't bear it anymore. Bursting with tears, she threw herself into Kuehu's arms and burst into tears. The grief. Answers I had felt over the past few days were all vented. After a while, the two separated. Kuehu brought the woman to Zhang Chang. Jianzi, this is my wife, Zhang Ru. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Chang's eyes gleamed and he looked at Zhang Ru from top to bottom. I've long heard that my sister-in-law used to be a chicken cook. When I saw her today, she certainly lived up to her reputation. But, why is this leg so lame? Hearing this, Kuehu's face suddenly darkened. In the past, when the survivors in Yunlan City gathered together, they all introduced their work and background at Blue Star. After Kuehu told his origin, Zhang Chang knew about Kuehu. It turns out that the two cities where Zhang Chang and Kuehu live are not far away. Kuehu was also well known as a gangster leader at that time. They mainly make money by collecting accounts, lending money, and showing off to others. So it was very famous in that area at that time. As for the history of Kuehu's fortune, it was also widely circulated at that time. Kuehu's wife Zhang Ru was also a little girl in the past. Kuehu has been following Kuehu since he didn't make a fortune. The reason why that leg is lame. It was the sequelae caused by blocking Kuehu's knife at that time. So much so that the relationship between the two was very deep. As for Zhang Ru, before she met Kuehu, as Zhang Chang said, she was just a chicken cook. Kuehu gritted his teeth and said nothing. Instead, he subconsciously pulled Zhang Ru behind him. But at this moment, Kuehu looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that the people around him had already gathered around. Jianzi, what do you mean? Kuehu asked coldly. Brother Hu, it's not interesting. Your wife is a chicken cook. I don't know how many people she has received before. Now we have more than 20 brothers here. How about you make all the brothers happy and give your sister-in-law a welcome ceremony? Zhang Chang licked his lips and walked over with a wicked smile. Zhang Chang, you don't deserve to die. Kuehu said and took out the pistol. But at the moment Kuehu took out the pistol, Zhang Chang moved his finger, and the pistol in Kuehu's hand actually bent. Kuehu, I am an awakened person now. Do you really think this is still Blue Star? It would be easier to crush you to death than to crush an ant to death, do you understand? Zhang Chang played with it calmly. At this time, Kuehu and his wife were the ants in their hands. Play however you want. If you don't want to play anymore, just crush it to death. Kill him, and Kuehu's wife will come later one by one. Hey! Brother Chang is awesome. Ah, I am second, no one can compete with me. This group of people shouted excitedly. Then several people swarmed up and tied up Kuehu. Then Zhang Chang grabbed Zhang Ru and walked to the house next to him. Husband! Help! Husband! Zhang Ru made a shrill cry. But no matter how hard he struggled, he just couldn't break free from Zhang Chang's shackles. Zhang Chang, you have the guts to come at me. If you dare to touch my wife, I will kill you. Kuehu's eyes were red and he roared heartbreakingly. Yes, Zhang Ji Ru did cook chicken before. But since joining Kuehu, Zhang Ru has become more serious. She began to become virtuous and considerate, and all her advantages were completely magnified. At that time, Zhang Ru was the sister-in-law of Kuehu's hundreds of subordinates. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful will die. This has become Kuehu's reverse scale. Anyone who dares to mention this matter is provoking Kuehu. Ah! Zhang Chang, you are coming at me. If you dare, you'll kill me. Let my wife go. Watching his wife being dragged into the room, Kuehu cried angrily. This scene of watching his relatives and his wife being insulted completely destroyed Kuehu's bottom line. At this moment, whoever can save his wife. Kuehu was willing to go up the mountain of swords and go down into the sea of fire. But this is the end. Here, let alone people, not even an ant will appear. Gradually, Kuehu gave up struggling. He had struggled so hard that he lost all strength. Through the broken window of the room, Kuehu saw his wife having her clothes ripped off by Zhang Chang. And at this critical moment, the sudden explosion shocked Kuehu. Then he looked around and saw a figure flying out due to the impact of the explosion. The dead can no longer die. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, 4 or 5 explosions sounded again. Many people around Kuehu were killed. Others who survived were also seriously injured by the explosion. Kuehu was indeed experienced in many battles. Taking this opportunity, he immediately turned over and hid behind a car. Look closely. I saw arrows flying continuously in the distance. The arrows seemed to have bombs strapped to them. If you shoot one person, there will be an explosion. But the strange thing is that the arrow disappeared directly after hitting the person. After looking around, Kuehu confirmed that the bow and arrow were fired from outside. Bow and arrow. Suddenly, Kuehu thought of someone. Looking out. Due to the obstruction, Kuehu couldn't see clearly outside. At this moment, Zhang Chang, who heard the noise, immediately ran out of the room. What happened? Zhang Chang asked loudly. Brother Chang, there is an ambush. Some of the remaining people reminded loudly. Whoosh! Suddenly, another arrow flew over. A direct hit on the back of the head of a person running towards Zhang Chang. Exploded. The man was transformed into a headless corpse. Zhang Chang quickly backed away in shock and immediately hid behind the car. At this time, Chen Kai outside was watching all this with cold eyes. Zhang Chang was no longer within shooting range, so Chen Kai stopped his attack. Immediately turning on the system, Chen Kai said directly to Kuei Hu on the city's communication channel, "Brother Hu, tell me Zhang Chang's location. If the system is at someone, that person will receive a reminder." Kuei Hu was suddenly startled. When he saw that the message was from Chen Kai, his eyes widened. Without any time to hesitate, Kuei Hu immediately revealed Zhang Chang's location. 9 o'clock, right? Chen Kai sneered, then left the original design point and came to the side. From this angle, only the car in front of Zhang Chang can be seen. But it's full of thermal weapons. If you continue to use explosion recovery arrows, it could completely detonate the contents. Therefore, we can only use enhanced penetrating arrows instead. At this time, some people also noticed the words in this city's channel. When Zhang Chang saw this, he immediately cursed. "Chen Kai, damn it, you damn thing, I'm going to kill you this time." When Kuei Hu exposed his direction, Zhang Chang had to leave the place. But this is what Chen Kai wants. As long as he moves, there will be flaws exposed. From this angle, although Zhang Chang cannot be seen, he can see the blocking car in front of Zhang Chang. Hawkeye. Deduction. You used 50 pounds of pulling force, raised the angle by 20, and the current wind direction was 1. You shot the car's windshield. You used 60 pounds of pulling force, lowered the angle by 10, and the current wind direction was 1. You shot through the iron sheet of the car, causing 50% damage to Zhang Chang. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh! Chen Kai released his fingers without hesitation. Explodes to recover the arrow and hit the car directly. The powerful explosion directly penetrated the car. Zhang Chang, who was hiding behind the car, was also injured. Are you looking for death? Zhang Chang's frightened roar came from behind the car. This is a weapons depot. If you use bombs and arrows to explode everything here, everyone will die. But Chen Kai didn't care about this. Because every time Chen Kai made a move, he had deduced it. Chen Kai knew whether he could detonate other things or not. At this moment, Kuei Hu ran out of his hiding spot because he was worried about his wife Zhang Ru. When Zhang Chang saw this, he waved his hand and several nails flew out. Whoosh whoosh. Ah! Kuei Hu screamed. I saw that his chest and hands were directly nailed to the wall. Since he has just awakened his ability, Zhang Chang is not yet mature in the application of his awakened ability. It can only control existing iron tools, but cannot change the shape of other solid iron tools to attack. This ability is somewhat similar to Magneto. But he can only control metal. So it should be called the Metal King. This ability is actually very abnormal. If it grows up, it will definitely be very powerful. After taking control of Kuei Hu, Zhang Chang immediately shouted outside, "Chen Kai, I know you are here to save Kuei Hu. If you dare to do anything again, I will kill him." Zhang Chang was also anxious and took medicine indiscriminately. Because he felt that at such a critical moment just now, Chen Kai suddenly took action. So he felt that it must be Chen Kai who wanted to save people. In order to contain Chen Kai, Zhang Chang said tentatively. However, what Zhang Chang was waiting for was Chen Kai's ridicule. Aren't you all in the same group? Why should I save him? What I want is what's inside. If you don't want to die, put your things down immediately and get out of the back door. Don't I got these things with so much hard work, how could I give them away to others? Zhang Chang stamped his feet angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at his men, there were only 5 or 6 people who had been killed. You guys, go around to the back, get in the car and transport the things out first. I'll hold him back. Yes. 6 or 7 people suddenly became happy and ran towards the back, rolling and crawling. But as long as someone shows his head, Chen Kai will be beaten directly. Suddenly, the 5-meter journey became a Huangquan road. Anyone who dares to go out will definitely die. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly saw the back of the weapons depot. At the original military base, a fully armed mysterious figure appeared on the roof. This mysterious black figure wears a military helmet, holds an explosion-proof shield, wears a bulletproof suit, and holds a submachine gun in his right hand. Looking at the equipment, it looks like a person. But when he walked, he was swaying, almost like a zombie. Because he was wearing a fully enclosed helmet, he couldn't see clearly what he looked like. I saw this black shadow jumping on the roof and slowly coming towards the weapons depot. Could this guy be an armed zombie? Chen Kai couldn't help but guess. If this is the case, it will be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Chen Kai looked at the weapons arsenal again, trying to find a way to deal with Zhang Chang and the others as soon as possible. This guy must not be let go today. Putting away the falling god Bao, Chen Kai held the alloy sword in his hand and lurked over with his waist crouched. The people inside were wary of Chen Kai and had no idea that Chen Kai had already arrived at the door. Looking inside, Chen Kai could see Kuei Hu nailed to the wall. I saw that Kuei Hu's facial features were distorted and he was struggling in pain. But the next moment, Kuei Hu seemed to notice Chen Kai and immediately stopped struggling. Chen Kai made a shushing gesture. Kuei Hu endured the pain and nodded. The next moment, Kuei Hu used all his strength to point Chen Kai in their direction with his hands nailed to the wall. After Chen Kai received the instruction, he immediately lay on the ground and looked inside. From this angle, you can actually see the feet of those people. Changing to the falling god bow again, Chen Kai aimed at the feet of these people from below, and then started shooting. Whoosh whoosh. Explosions kept coming. Zhang Chang was completely confused. Where did this arrow come from? Looking around, I saw that all the people around me had died from severe injuries to their legs. Seeing this, Zhang Chang suddenly realized. But there were no points of strength around, and there was no way to hide his legs. Boarding. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up and he immediately climbed into the car. However, just after his feet left the ground, explosive retrieval arrows were fired from below. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion pushed Zhang Chang onto the truck. This is an unfilled truck. Zhang Chang crawled quickly and looked out from the gaps in the four corners of the truck. From this angle, you can see where Chen Kai is hiding at the gate. I'll kill you. With a wave of his hand, several iron nails flew up. Whoosh whoosh. Under Zhang Chang's control, several iron nails were fired at Chen Kai. At this moment, Chen Kai's eyes were fixed on the weapon's arsenal. At this time, Chen Kai was deducing how to get in perfectly. At this moment, you were just about to attack from the right, but you were hit by a flying nail. The system prompts that he is not dead, which means that the damage from the iron nails is not enough to kill him. Chen Kai was shocked. He hid quickly. In that third of a second, more than 5 iron nails were driven into Chen Kai's ear 3 centimeters away. The gravel splashed from the wall hit Chen Kai's face, leaving several traces of blood. Chen Kai's heart was beating rapidly with lingering fear. The scene just now was too dangerous. This kind of close combat gave Chen Kai a direct impact on his soul. This is an experience that cannot be experienced at all if you become a prostitute. Some things can only be understood by experiencing them. The combat experience people talk about is tempered by every edge of life and death. This world is too dangerous, and you can't survive without enough combat experience. At this time, because of this dangerous attack, Chen Kai also discovered Zhang Chang's location. This guy happened to be hiding in the truck. Chen Kai didn't know if there were any thermal weapons on it. What if it gets detonated? Immediately, Chen Kai immediately aimed at the truck to perform the deduction. You shot through the truck with a burst recovery arrow, detonating the bomb inside, and killing Zhang Chang. The aftermath of the explosion continued to detonate other weapons, and you killed Kuei Hu. Killed Zhang Ru, killed the third-level military zombie. What a guy! He killed everyone at once. While Chen Kai was shocked, he also noticed the military zombie. I really didn't expect that the heavily armed guy I saw just now turned out to be a third-level military zombie. Logically speaking, all those encountered in the second stage of survival should be at the second level, but why are there third-level zombies here? Chen Kai actually doesn't know that the main way to play in the survival world is to explore and survive. And this area is the exploration area that belongs to the third stage of survival. Now Chen Kai is exploring ahead of his time. But Chen Kai's purpose is the weapon here. So detonation is the last option. Immediately, Chen Kai immediately changed into an enhanced penetrating arrow. The penetrating power of this thing is extremely strong, and it should have no problem penetrating the iron sheet of the truck. Aiming at the truck, Chen Kai used the deduction function to start the deduction. You used 40 pounds of pulling force, the shooting angle was 90 degrees, the current wind speed was 0, and you shot the truck. Hearing the reminder, Chen Kai continued to increase the pulling force. From the tip, 40 pounds of pulling force is not enough to shoot through the truck. You used 50 pounds of pulling force, the shooting angle was 90 degrees, the current wind speed was 0, and you shot through the truck. This time it penetrated, but no one was hit. You used 60 pounds of pulling force, the shooting angle was 90 degrees, you adjusted it 3 centimeters to the right, the current wind speed was 0, and you shot Zhang Chang's thigh. This is the location. From this angle, we can know that Zhang Chang is lying there. But not satisfied with being shot in the thigh, Chen Kai continued to adjust 5 centimeters to the right. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. You shot Zhang Chang in the upper chest, causing 120% damage. Zhang Chang fell into a dying state and was unable to move. Hearing this, Chen Kai put away his bow and arrows, took out his alloy sword and rushed over. As soon as he jumped on the truck, he saw Zhang Chang lying motionless on the ground. A large amount of blood flowed from Zhang Chang's chest. Chen Kai used the system to check the opponent's status. It was discovered that Zhang Chang only had 3% of his health left. If left unchecked, he would be dead within 3 minutes. And right now, squeak! The door behind was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Ru crawled out in ragged clothes. She hasn't eaten for a long time. She was originally weak, but after hearing the news about her husband, she used strong perseverance to persist here. Now, she can no longer hold on. The moment I climbed out, Zhang Ru saw Kuei Hu nailed to the wall. Looking at Kuei Hu, Zhang Ru laughed. Zhang Ru was already satisfied to see her dearest person again at the last moment. Slowly, Zhang Ru closed her eyes. But the next moment, Zhang Ru was suddenly pulled up by an irresistible force. Kuei Hu in the distance saw this scene, his eyes widened angrily, and he roared loudly at Chen Kai. Chen Kai, you are not a human being, come at me, she is about to die, please let him go, I beg you please let him go. But the next moment, what made Kuei Hu gradually calm down his anger was, Chen Kai took out the fresh water and slowly poured it into Zhang Ru's mouth. After coming into contact with the water source, Zhang Ru gradually regained consciousness under the influence of the system's digital mechanism. Afterwards, Chen Kai took out liquid food and fed it to Zhang Ru. Zhang Ru, whose satiety gradually recovered, gradually opened her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai took out a compressed biscuit, a food that could restore a lot of satiety, and handed it to Zhang Ru. Not long after, Zhang Ru recovered from his near-death state. Go and save your husband. After saying that, Chen Kai ignored Zhang Ru and went straight to the cars filled with weapons. Zhang Chang had previously filled 3 cars with weapons. When Chen Kai pocketed them all, he saw a dark figure standing 100 meters away. Suffer it. Chen Kai immediately retreated and hid in the weapons warehouse. Because all the weapons were put into the system backpack by Chen Kai. So don't worry about the possibility of being detonated. At this time, Kuei-hu had been rescued. Chen Kai saw that Kuei-hu had lost the ability to move. In desperation, Chen Kai took out the O-type blood-replenishing red dates and fed it to Kuei-hu. Unexpectedly, Kuei-hu still had type O blood, so he suddenly received double the recovery power. In just a moment, Kuei-hu became lively. Come on, there's a big guy coming, Chen Kai urged. Sudden boom. The closed door was slammed open. Military zombies broke into the door. Let's go, Chen Kai urged again. But what about you? Kuei-hu held Zhang Ru's hand tightly. I wanted to leave, but the righteousness and magnanimity I had cultivated in my heart over the past few decades did not allow me to leave just like that. I can't die. Just don't drag me down. Chen Kai waved his hand impatiently. After saying that, Chen Kai immediately came to Zhang Chang. Looking at Chen Kai's back, Kuei-hu gritted his teeth and left with Zhang Ru. Brother, if you don't die, I will follow you to the death. At this time, Zhang Chang already had 1% of his health left. Brother, use your remaining energy to light up the world. Chen Kai took out some medicine and fed it to Zhang Chang. After a while, Zhang Chang was pulled back from the Hellgate. However, due to serious injuries, Zhang Chang's mobility was not very good. Go, Pikachu. Chen Kai grabbed Zhang Chang and threw him towards the Wujuan zombies. Then, he quickly ran to the fire brigade next door. Because before, Chen Kai had observed that around the weapons depot, there were only fire brigade buildings, which were 4 stories high. There, it is the most suitable place to fly a kite with a bow and arrow. Boom! Zhang Chang, who had just recovered, opened his eyes and saw a figure wearing military uniform walking in. Help! Help! Because the Wujuan zombies were all wrapped up, Zhang Chang didn't realize the situation and quickly called for help from the Wujuan zombies. But what greeted him was a shuttle of bullets in the hands of Wu Jun. Hearing the gunfire, Chen Kai looked back. Unexpectedly, this military zombie could actually use weapons. Dozens of bullets were fired. At the end of the day, I was exhausted. And when the bullet hit him, Zhang Chan used all the energy in his body to activate the ability to control metal. Dozens of bullets were lodged in front of him. With a thought, Zhang Chang shot the bullet back. But the next moment, the military zombies actually raised the explosion-proof shield in their hands and blocked all the bullets. I'll go. Such a keen zombie. When Chen Kai saw this scene, he knew that he was no match for the Wujuan zombies. Run away. After climbing over the wall, Chen Kai came to the yard of the fire brigade. Afterwards, Chen Kai immediately looked for a ladder to climb to the roof, and then came to the roof, looking down at the weapons depot. At this time, in the weapons arsenal, Zhang Chang was struggling hard. He used all his strength to control all available metals around him, trying to stop the advance of the armed zombies. But no matter what hit the explosion shield, it was blocked. When the Wujuan zombies came to Zhang Chang, under the pitch-black helmet, a pair of crimson and violent eyes were revealed. Boom! One shot ended Zhang Chang's life. Because of Zhang Chang's obstruction, Kuei-hu, the others, and Chen Kai got effective time to escape. After killing Zhang Chang, the Wujuan zombies walked out of the weapons depot. He was seen looking around, seemingly looking for others. And right now, Chen Kai suddenly saw Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru coming back from the roof. At Kuei-hu, what's the matter with you? Why are you back? Chen Kai asked angrily in the channel. I don't want to either. From between the lines, you can hear Kuei-hu's helplessness. Then he looked around and saw a large number of zombies pouring over from Kuei-hu and the others. There were wolves in front of them and tigers in the back. Kuei-hu and the others were immediately surrounded. Go left and go around to the back of the weapons depot. I'll attract that zombie. Chen Kai guided Kuei-hu and the others on the escape route from a high place. Take a bow and shoot an arrow. A set of smooth flow, without any sloppiness. Whoosh! The explosive retrieval arrow was shot, and Chen Kai immediately lowered his head and hid. Boom! The explosive retrieval arrow explodes. Information about the military zombies was also fed back. Martial Army zombies, level 3. HP, 400%. Attack power, 250%. Defense, 400%. Weapons, submachine guns, explosion-proof shields, body armor, bulletproof helmets, etc. Skills, infection, shooting, military boxing. Wanuma. 400% defense, let's get rid of it. Chen Kai suddenly exclaimed. Roar! The military zombies who were hit roared. but it also bought Kuei-hu and the others time to escape. Soon, Kuei-hu and the others went around to the back of the weapons warehouse. That's where the military zombies come from. At this time, Kuei-hu and his wife were hiding at the back door, trembling and looking at the angry military zombies. But the military zombie who was hit could not find his attacker. That's the good thing about bows and arrows, there's no sound. Slowly raising his head, Chen Kai looked at the Wujuan zombies. He saw that the military zombies were facing away from him at the moment. Because the distance is not very far, only 100 or 200 meters. So when Chen Kai started shooting, he didn't even need to activate his eagle eye. Whoosh! Another arrow. Chen Kai became catty again. Oh ho! The zombie was hit by an arrow in the back. Since there was no explosion-proof shield to block it, the damage caused this time was also very considerable. In addition, the Falling God Bow has a 50% defense break. So you can deal hundreds of damage at one time. If the military zombies could talk at this moment, they will definitely yell, "You are a real dog. Come out and challenge me if you dare." At this moment, the zombies attracted by Kuei-hu also came here. The military zombies, who had nowhere to vent their anger, attacked these zombies. Day. A volley of bullets passed by. A swarm of zombies fell. One's own people beating one's own people? Chen Kai's eyes suddenly widened. You are so angry. Find other zombies to vent your anger on. But at the same time, Chen Kai also noticed a serious problem. That is the third-level military zombie, which already has emotions. This is not a good thing for survivors. This shows that the higher the level of zombies, the higher their intelligence. Reappeared and shot another arrow. The military zombies were completely furious, raised their submachine guns, and started shooting in all directions. Oh ho, oh ho. Suddenly, an ordinary zombie pointed at Chen Kai's position and roared at the military zombie. The next moment, the Wujuan zombies immediately looked towards Chen Kai. I was discovered, and this guy actually complained. Chen Kai rolled on the spot and moved to the left. The next moment, bullets were heard whizzing. It hit the wall where Chen Kai was just now. Looking down, the military zombies were rushing towards this side. Seeing that he was exposed, Chen Kai did not hide. He stood up immediately. He shot another arrow at the military zombie. But this time, Chen Kai did not ejaculate immediately. Instead, he held his breath and concentrated, and activated the charging skill of the Falling God Bow. Each second of charging can increase the damage by 10%. It can be charged for a total of 5 seconds. Whoosh! A powerful blow. But to Chen Kai's disappointment, this arrow was actually blocked by the explosion-proof shield. The explosion-proof shield seems to be somewhat similar to Chen Kai's Thornsoft armor. It has strong defensive capabilities and can directly block all damage. However, this also blocked the footsteps of the military zombies. The burst recovery arrow returned to his hand, and Chen Kai shot another arrow. Immediately afterwards, the military zombies began to advance forward with shields in hand. Boom! The powerful figure directly broke through the wall between the weapons depot and the fire brigade. When they came downstairs, the Wujuan zombies put away their submachine guns. One hand is holding an explosion-proof shield, and the other hand is actually climbing. This kind of wall climbing is a routine training for armed soldiers in the past. This operation is memorized in the muscles. It can be used skillfully without any thinking. Therefore, even if they become zombies, Wujuan zombies can climb the wall faster than Chen Kai. Seeing that the zombies of the military army were about to come up, Chen Kai smiled and took out several grenades and placed them on the position where he climbed up. Immediately jumping down from the other side, Chen Kai left here directly. Boom! A moment later, an explosion occurred on the roof of the building behind him. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai received a prompt from the system. You killed the third-level military zombies, Uptai. Ned the white anti-explosion shield, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained the blue tiger shield. You get a white riot helmet, trigger 10 times blessing, and get a blue tiger helmet. After receiving the 2 pieces of equipment, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. And just when Chen Kai was immersed in the joy of harvest, suddenly I heard a scream from behind me. Chen Kai! Be careful! Subconsciously looking back, he saw Kuei-hu rushing toward him quickly. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a gunshot rang out. Kuei-hu's figure slowly fell down in front of Chen Kai. Looking closely, an armored vehicle was driving towards here quickly. I saw a man holding a sniper rifle, standing on an armored vehicle, aiming at Chen Kai. Husband! Zhang Ru ran over quickly, hugged Kuei-hu and cried bitterly. Chen Kai, you saved my wife, and I will give you my life back. But before you die, I hope you will help me again and take care of my wife. Kuei-hu used his last bit of strength to pray to Chen Kai. Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger! The two had been reunited for less than an hour, and now they were about to part ways. Brother Hu, if you leave, I won't be able to live anymore. With that said, Zhang Ru took out a knife and pointed it at his neck to wipe it off. The next moment, Chen Kai grabbed Zhang Ru's hand directly. Then he took out the War Tiger shield he had just obtained. The moment the War Tiger shield appeared, Chen Kai blocked it in front of the 3 of them. Boom! Another bullet came, but it was blocked by the War Tiger shield. He immediately took out the O-type blood-replenishing red dates and fed it to Kuei-hu. Zhan Hu, who was about to belch, was rescued again. Thank you for taking the bullet for me, but I don't like to owe others. Besides, I can't take care of your wife, so you should take care of her. Come here, I give you this shield, use it to protect the one you love the most. Chen Kai handed the shield of War Tiger to Kuei Hu. Kuei Hu stood up excitedly and immediately took the shield. A good man will do his best to send Buddha to the west. You should also take this. Chen Kai also gave Kuei Hu the Zhanhu helmet he had just obtained. I saved you in the arsenal, you owe me a life, you saved me here. But I also saved you, so you still owe me a life, this life, follow me from now on, pay it back slowly. Hearing this, Kuei Hu showed a happy smile. At this moment, he seemed to be back to the beginning. That feeling is like finding a good big brother. Although he is older than Chen Kai. Several remote-controlled bombs were immediately placed at their feet. Chen Kai and the other two hid behind the tiger shield and slowly moved backwards. Bang bang bang. Bullets kept hitting the War Tiger shield. It will not cause any harm to the three people at all. Chen Kai held the remote control in his hand. When the armored vehicle passed the bomb, Chen Kai pressed the button without hesitation. Boom! The armored vehicle was overturned, and the sniper on it was blown away. Seeing this, the three people stood up immediately. Who are they? Chen Kai asked quickly. The survivors in Fenglai City were called here by Zhang Chang. Kuei Hu explained. It turned out that when Chen Kai made the attack, Zhang Chang directly called the people in Fenglai City. Get out of here quickly. Afterwards, the three of them returned to Chen Kai's temporary residence. Looking at the tall building that was thousands of meters high and reached straight into the sky, Kuei Hu panted and said, Chen Kai, it is safe here, but it is a bit laborious. There is no elevator, and it will kill people to go around here in a day. Oomph. That's because you didn't see the benefit of it. Chen Kai said proudly. The next moment, Kuei Hu opened his eyes wide. He exclaimed, I'll go, this is okay. That's right, Kuei Hu just received a system prompt. You walked 2,000 stairs, the strength of your legs +1. After the strength of the legs was strengthened, the originally sore legs suddenly became stronger. No! I have to walk around again. After saying that, Kuei Hu turned around and went downstairs. Chen Kai smiled silently, and then led Zhang Ru to the top floor. After Zhang Ru entered here, he immediately exclaimed. Walking on the soft carpet and looking at the empty and clean hall, Zhang Ru felt instantly filled with a sense of security. Sit anywhere you want. Chen Kai came to the sofa in the center and breathed a sigh of relief. Today's harvest can be said to be a fruitful one. By the way, there is a bathing place inside. Do you want to go in and wash yourself? Looking at the ragged Zhang Ru, Chen Kai pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Thanks. Because Zhang Chang tore his clothes. So Zhang Ru kept holding her chest with both hands on the way here. When I heard that I could take a shower, I immediately stood up happily. By the way, do you have any energy? Chen Kai asked. No. Zhang Ru lowered his head in embarrassment. Take these first and use them. Chen Kai handed over some crystal nuclei. Go to the system trading area and buy some clothes to wear. Thank you. Zhang Ru did not refuse and expressed her heartfelt thanks again. At this moment, Kuei Hu came up from downstairs panting. At the same time, he said nonchalantly, Nano, why didn't you strengthen it this time? The second reinforcement needs to be doubled. Chen Kai explained. Ah. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Kuei Hu said helplessly. You didn't even ask. Chen Kai shrugged and said with a smile. By the way, brother Chen Kai. The next moment, Kuei Hu walked over seriously. Thump! Arriving in front of Chen Kai, Kuei Hu knelt down in front of Chen Kai without hesitation. I, Kuei Hu, swear that I will always follow you in this life. Although I am older than you, according to the rules of the world, you will be my boss from now on. I, Kuei Hu, will go up to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, and I will do whatever you say without hesitation. After saying that, Kuei Hu kowtowed 3 times to Chen Kai. You saved me and my wife. Our lives belong to you, boss. As long as you say a word, I, Kuei Hu, will do whatever you want. Honey, come here and kowtow to the boss. Kuei Hu waved, and Zhang Ru immediately came over and knelt in front of Chen Kai. Bang bang bang. Without saying a word, just 3 clicks. The loyalty of Zhang Hu is vividly reflected in Kuei Hu. And Zhang Ru deserves to be from a martial arts background, and she also has a bold air about her. Quick, get up. It's not that serious. Chen Kai quickly helped the two of them up. I took you in because of the deep relationship between you and your husband, and because brother who sacrificed your life to take a bullet for me. From these 2 things, it is enough to see that you, brother who, are a man. Okay. Take these crystal cores first, buy some clothes in the system and change into them, and then the 2 of you go take a shower together. Chen Kai took out some more crystal cores and handed them to Kuei Hu. Good. Kuei Hu took it solemnly, and then walked into the bathroom with Zhang Ru. Then, Chen Kai sat on the sofa and began to sort out today's gains. Everything you get today comes after 10-fold blessings. So in terms of power, it is still very powerful. This batch of equipment can definitely be sold at a good price. Explosive grenade, white. Attack power, 300%. Penetrating pistol, white. Attack power, 150%. Penetration, plus 50%. Flame submachine gun, blue. Attack power, 180%. Fire comes with fire damage. A series of equipment all have strong attributes. And just when Chen Kai was about to put it on the shelves, but suddenly stopped. No, if you put it on the shelves directly, you will definitely be killed by the survivors. It is better to sell these things to your own people. If possible, just sell them directly to the country. Thinking of this, Chen Kai immediately found the official representative of China in his country's communication channel. This setting is quite good. Just like the official account of Douyin in the past. After system certification, it is reliable. At Zaya, here are a batch of enhanced weapons that I want to sell. If you want, please chat privately. Not long after, Chen Kai received a private message from Huaxia officials. Hello, I am the official representative of China. What type of weapon do you have? Hot weapon or cold weapon? Chen Kai didn't say anything, and directly threw out the attributes of various weapons. Not long after, Chinese officials immediately asked excitedly. How many? We want them all. 100 boxes of explosive grenades, 500 reinforced pistols, about 10,000 rounds of matching ammunition, and 100 flame submachine guns. Chen Kai told the other party the quantity of everything. By the way, I am number 1 on the world contribution list and the national contribution list. I am completely contributing to the country. You can give these things as you see. What? Are you our mysterious hero of China? The Chinese officials suddenly lost their composure. You have made so many contributions to our country. Therefore, we want all these weapons and equipment, and we will give them to you at the market price. Chen Kai smiled and said nothing. Not long after, a remittance of 5 million energy was received from the Chinese official. In addition, the last prison explosion killed so many zombies and exploded the energy sold. Chen Kai already has nearly 6 million energy. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai opened the resurrection list. You resurrected some people. You have resurrected very few people. What's more, you are resurrected. Announcements one after another appeared on the home channel. The originally quiet national channel immediately exploded. It was like a huge stone was thrown into the calm water. He strikes again. It's him again, a dragon from ancient China. It's him, our hero, Little Neza. He is higher than the sky in the sky, and even bigger than the sea. Don't be fooled upstairs, fight with monsters and little ghosts out of your wits. Turn off the communication channel lightly. Chen Kai hides his merit and fame. 6 million energy resurrected 60,000 Chinese spines, Chinese shields, and Chinese spears. There is strength in numbers. As a country, only with the power of the strong masses can we continue to move forward and become stronger. Chen Kai hopes that one day, it can be seen that in a crisis-ridden apocalyptic world, China is still like a strong barrier. Build a strong country, protecting hundreds of millions of people. Let the red flag flutter under the blue sky again. Let the dazzling star become people's faith again. 60,000 people were resurrected. Chen Kai received 60,000 contribution points. At this moment, Chen Kai once again topped the national contribution list and the world contribution list with a contribution of 290,000. Chen Kai felt vaguely. This contribution will definitely play a big role in the future. He is not just in an honor. Shut down the system. Chen Kai was attracted by a humming sound. Looking back towards the bathroom, Chen Kai's face turned green. Wanuma, are you going to do it directly? Listening carefully, Zhang Ru's voice penetrated the fragile door and entered Chen Kai's ears. Brother Tiger, the boss is still outside. How about we come back at night? Oh, the boss is also a big man. He has been here before, so what are you afraid of? You bastard, you also know that the boss is a big man. Do you want to make the boss feel uncomfortable? What? Do you want to contribute? Shame. If you want, I will. Stop dreaming, the boss is in his prime. How can he like you, an old lady? Chen Kai was completely speechless. He deserves to be from a martial arts background. This couple is really generous. However, listening to this sound is really fucking uncomfortable. Forget it, I can hold back Kei Chi lying in my arms. What does this live broadcast mean? After saying that, Chen Kai stood up and took out the Luoshan Bao. Aim. Shoot. Not long after, more than half an hour later, Kuei Hu and Zhang Ru walked out. Zhang Ru was seen standing behind Kuei Hu with a red face, too shy to look directly at Chen Kai. Then he looked around and saw Kuei Hu put on black clothes. The big man's aura came out all of a sudden. A black shirt, with a few buttons on the chest undone, revealing the domineering mountain tiger tattoo on the chest. Black loose trousers, paired with a pair of black sports leather shoes, look elegant without losing style. But Zhang Ru is much simpler. Her hair was pulled back and tied into a simple ponytail. The white sportswear and sneakers, standing together with Kuei Hu, are very eye-catching. But even in sportswear, that proud figure can still be clearly seen. Moreover, after washing, Zhang Ru's fair face was stained. Although you can see some crow's feet, you still look beautiful. Brother Tiger is always getting stronger. Chen Kai aimed at the target 1,000 meters away and shot out. Hearing this, Zhang Ru twisted Kuei Hu's waist hard. Hee. Boss, I come from Kuei Hu Jianghu, but I am a bit reckless. Boss, please bear with me. Kuei Hu scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Waving his hands indifferently, Chen Kai put away his weapon and came to the two of them. Sit down. Chen Kai took out a lot of food and put it on the table. Let's talk while we eat. When the two saw the food, their eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious that they were all hungry. While eating, Chen Kai asked, "After you are full, I will give you energy. You can buy awakening cards to see what abilities you can awaken and follow me. If you can awaken good abilities, you will not drag me in the future." The hind legs. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and suddenly became nervous. Chen Kai was right. If they really awaken to rubbish abilities, if they continue to follow Chen Kai, they will be holding him back. "Don't worry, boss, if you awaken with rubbish abilities, I will leave immediately and I will definitely not hold you back." Chen Kai said nothing and was not polite. In the apocalypse, carrying a tow bottle is simply asking for death. After a while, the three of them finished eating. Afterwards, Chen Kai traded 5,000 energy to each of them. Because he had just resurrected 60,000 people, Chen Kai didn't have much energy left. I saw Kuei-hu clasping his hands together and mumbling words, as if praying. "Bless me, Mr. Guan. I will follow the new boss. You must protect me and don't hold the boss back." Later, Kuei-hu started buying ability awakening cards. Glancing at Chen Kai solemnly, Kuei-hu took a deep breath. "I'm about to wake up." The next moment, the energy awakening card bloomed in Kuei-hu's mind. The light penetrated into the body and disappeared. Immediately after wards, Kuei-hu heard a system prompt. "You used the ability awakening card. Congratulations, you have obtained the SR level ability, Thunder Tiger." Kuei-hu was stunned. Then he collapsed on the sofa like a deflated balloon. Seeing this scene, Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious from Aohu's expression that he had awakened the power of garbage. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger." Zhang Ru also shouted with worry on his face. The next moment, Kuei-hu suddenly laughed. Then he started crying again. His crying and laughing look frightened Zhang Ru. "Brother Tiger, don't scare me." "Ha ha. Boss. Guess what level of ability I have awakened?" Kuei-hu asked, holding Chen Kai's arms tightly with both hands and shaking them vigorously. Kai is sincerely happy for Kuei-hu. Because Kuei-hu became stronger. It can also help Chen Kai. Then, Chen Kai and Kuei-hu looked at Zhang Ru next to them. Kuei-hu didn't hold back, but what about Zhang Ru? SR level, SR level. Really? Chen Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide. What ability? SR level, Thunder Tiger. Aha! Kuei-hu jumped up excitedly. They danced and danced in the hall. Great! Great! Zhang Ru also said excitedly. The next moment, Kuei-hu was seen standing there. A solemn look on his face. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai felt an energy burst out of Kuei-hu's body. Roar! A tiger's roar erupted from Kuei-hu's mouth. I saw Kuei-hu's body beginning to expand rapidly. It didn't stop until it was more than 2 meters away. The clothes on his body were torn, and white hairs grew out on his skin. The whole person turned directly into a monster with the head of a tiger and the body of a human body. Hands waved, claws roared. Aha! Kuei-hu pointed his claw at the wall. I saw 4 deep claw marks directly on the wall. What a powerful ability! Chen Kai exclaimed. After a while, Kuei-hu recovered and walked to Chen Kai. It's awesome, but the clothes are a bit useless. Ah, it doesn't matter, a little energy can buy 100 sets. There are a lot of these daily necessities with no shelf life in the trading area. Some people, with the idea of being better than nothing, put all the clothes and shoes from abandoned shops in the apocalypse on the trading area. 100 sets of brand-name goods can be purchased with a little energy. Miscellaneous goods are sold directly by the ton. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai and Kuei-hu set their sights on Zhang Ru. Daughter-in-law, don't worry about awakening. Even if you awaken your garbage abilities, you will still have your husband to protect you in the future. Kuei-hu's comforting words gave Zhang Ru great courage. Then he looked at Chen Kai, who also nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Ru took a deep breath and then bought the awakening card. Click to use. The next moment, milky white energy submerged into the body. Immediately afterwards, the system beep sounded. Kuei-hu and Chen Kai looked at Zhang Ru expectantly. After a full minute or two, Zhang Ru slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Zhang Ru's slumped face, the two of them couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the garbage ability has been awakened. Why? Zhang Ru sighed. I'm sorry for holding you back. I've also awakened SR level abilities. It's okay, wife, I will protect you from now on. Kuei-hu took Zhang Ru into his arms distressfully and comforted him. Chen Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. You two life treasures, you really have the same temperament. Kuei-hu didn't seem to have reacted yet. Holding Zhang Ru, she seemed to feel something was wrong. Honey, what did you just say? What ability did you awaken? SR level, Shadow Demon Cat. Said. A meowing sound came from Zhang Ru's mouth. Then, Zhang Ru's tail grew a long, fluffy tail, and even her ears turned into cat ears. Black hair grows on both claws, short and fine. The nose became slightly flattened, and 3 or 4 slender beards grew on both sides of the cheeks. TSK, perfect. Chen Kai looked at Zhang Ru from top to bottom. Zhang Ru, who turned into a cat demon, became more plump. However, the clothes on her body were too ill-fitting. Wait me a moment. Chen Kai immediately opened the trading area. Then I entered the keywords of what I wanted. Tight, leather, bulletproof, breathable, strong stretchability. The next moment, an extremely sexy black leather battlesuit appeared in front of him. However, Chen Kai frowned immediately when he saw the selling price. Just this set of clothes actually sells for as much as 5,000 energy. It's more expensive than a blue weapon. Can you make it cheaper? It's too expensive. No one will buy it. Chen Kai started talking to the other party. On the other side, Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru began to flirt. One day, I'll actually be able to fuck a real cat lady. Kuei-hu looked at his wife, his eyes shining, wishing he could have sex with her right now. Oh, the boss is still here. Zhang Ru shyly pushed Kuei-hu. But Kuei-hu took advantage of the situation and took him into his arms. Honey, tonight, okay? I really can't do it now. Okay, let's start again after you transform tonight. Aha! Zhang Ru nodded obediently. Immediately afterwards, Kuei-hu activated his transformation. Transformed into a tiger demon over 2 meters tall. Suddenly, Zhang Ru looked very weak in front of Kuei-hu. Kuei-hu grabbed Zhang Ru by the waist and put him on his shoulders. From now on, my shoulders will be your throne. Kuei-hu laughed. There is a big living person here. Chen Kai rolled his eyes and opened his eyes. Ball. As he spoke, he took out a set of black tights and handed them over. I bought this suit at a bargain price of 4,000 energy. Sister-in-law, put it on. So expensive? Kuei-hu and the two men immediately exclaimed. Excellent value for money. Don't underestimate it. It's very breathable and stretchable. It doesn't affect your movements at all after transformation. It's also bulletproof. Is it so powerful? Zhang Ru took it excitedly, then turned and walked towards the bedroom. Just leave it here and change it, we are all our own. Aoi Tiger shouted with a wicked smile. Roll. Brother Hu, I found out that you have this idea of a green wife. This is very dangerous. Chen Kai said solemnly. Ahem, don't talk nonsense about that, I was just joking. Kuei-hu said awkwardly. Brother Hu, let me tell you, since you have followed me, don't try to test me in this regard. I have my bottom line as a human being. Chen Kai said without any intention of joking. I know you must be wary of me in your heart. But don't worry, brothers and wives cannot be bullied. This is the bottom line of my life, so you can rest assured. Yes. Kuei-hu nodded sheepishly. At this moment, a black silhouette walked out of the bedroom. The two of them turned around to look at each other, and were immediately stunned by Zhang Ru's attire. Plump, proud, bulging forward and backward. The black leather jacket fully reflects Zhang Ru's figure. Chen Kai didn't dare to look directly. It can be said that Zhang Ru perfectly displays the mature charm of a woman. Very nice, try stretching. Chen Kai calmed down his mind and body, then walked over and asked. I saw Zhang Ru doing a chest expansion exercise, and then stretching forward, backward, left and right. Along with her movements, the peaks and ridges on Zhang Ru's body also fluctuated. Chen Kai couldn't help but look to the side. Then he asked seriously, Sister-in-law, tell me what your ability is. The three of them sat down again. Zhang Ru told Chen Kai the prompt given by the system. SR level, Shadow Demon Cat, Beast Awakening ability. Its main advantages are speed and surprise. It has certain bonuses in the Dark Knight. Very good, Brother Tiger will be the soldier and tank from now on, Sister-in-law, you will be the assassin, and I will be the shooter. The prototype of a team began to slowly take shape. Ha. To celebrate that we have obtained SR level capabilities, I suggest eating dumplings tonight. Chen Kai said loudly. Not as delicious as dumplings. This is the first hot meal Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru have eaten since the end of the world. After eating, the sky turned completely dark. Since they couldn't light the lamp, the three of them went to bed early. Chen Kai deliberately arranged it. He arranged Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru's rooms far away from him. Chen Kai knew what would happen at night. So out of sight, out of mind, it's better to isolate in advance. But even so, Chen Kai still underestimated Zhang Ru's madness. Zhang Ru, who transformed into a Dark Knight demon cat, completely released her wild nature. In this deserted, dark city, waves of high-pitched shouts penetrated the sky, causing the zombies to look around. At this time, Chen Kai was immersed in the system, completely blocking the madness of Kuei-hu and the others. I have to say that Kuei-hu's ability is still a bit lacking. After all, I am still old. After all, he is in his 30s. In the apocalypse without Wolfberry, if maintenance cannot keep up, the engine will naturally have some aging problems. I walked around the system and looked around the trading area to see if there was anything good. Chen Kai turned off the system and prepared to go to bed. In the distant bedroom, there seemed to be a pause. At this moment, the bedroom door opened, and Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru came out. The two of them stuck out their heads. They checked to see if Chen Kai was asleep. Sudden. Oh, the boss hasn't slept yet. There was a whisper from Zhang Ru, and she seemed a little anxious. It's okay. It's so dark that you can't see. You go to the bathroom first. Then, the two of them ducked in and walked in. Chen Kai couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This is completely treating oneself as a transparent person. Chen Kai, who was not sleepy, took out a bottle of beer, sat on the balcony and drank it. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom, and Chen Kai lit a cigarette and thought about what to do next. The administrative district has probably succeeded. Let's go to the Science and Technology Development Zone tomorrow to have a look. Chen Kai thought secretly. At this moment, Kuei-hu walked over shirtless and wearing loose trousers. Hey, boss, you're not asleep yet. Kuei-hu came over and saw Chen Kai drinking the remaining beer on the balcony. Without any hesitation, I picked it up and felt bored after one gulp. Ha! So happy. Kuei-hu drank more than half a bottle of beer in one go. Drink more? Chen Kai asked with interest. Okay. It's been a long time since I had a good drink. Kuei-hu's eyes suddenly lit up. Clang. Chen Kai took out 2 boxes of beer and placed them in front of the two of them. What? You don't treat me as a human being. Suddenly, Zhang Ru walked over wearing hollow pajamas. Then he sat directly next to Kuei-hu. Chen Kai could vaguely see something looming through the night. Boss, don't underestimate your sister-in-law. When she was following me, one person could bring down 2 men. On that street, there were only a handful of people who could drink her. Kuei-hu made a high evaluation of Zhang Ru's drinking capacity. Oh, really? Then we'll have a good look at it today. Chen Kai opened a bottle of B.R. and handed it over. Bang! The 3 of them bumped into each other. Then he raised his head and drank. Not long after, each bottle was blown away. Sister-in-law has a huge amount. Seeing that Zhang Ru drank a bottle of beer without even frowning, Chen Kai immediately gave him a thumbs up. Hey! It's a pity that I'm old. Kuei-hu couldn't help but sigh as the years passed by. I'm on the decline now, and your sister-in-law is in her prime. I can hardly satisfy her anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Ru twisted Kuei-hu hard. That's the truth. Kuei-hu said pitifully. Scientific proof is that men and women are equally horny. It's just that men are between 18 and 28 years old, while women are between 32 and 40 years old. The time period is different. That's why women are like wolves at 30 and like tigers at 40. Statement. Chen Kai said seriously. It's normal that you can't feed your sister-in-law enough, but I have a good thing here. Chen Kai smiled evilly and took out a mysterious treasure. Chiwei Rehmannia Wan. The younger brother of Bai Rehmannia Wan. The effect is not as good, but it is more than enough to satisfy your sister-in-law. There is such a good thing? Kuei-hu suddenly opened his eyes wide. But, when you put it this way, I remember when we first came here, I really wanted to see something like this in the trading area. I really thought it was Bai Di Wan. Hey, I sold that thing. Chen Kai said with an evil smile. That one can add an hour of battery life, but this one is a bit worse. It can only last for half an hour. With the time you have now, it is enough to satisfy my sister-in-law. Ha ha. Wife, I'm going to kill you completely now. Kuei-hu said, drinking the medicine along with the beer. After eating, my eyes suddenly opened wide. Brother, you can still drink wine tomorrow. I'm going to test its power now. With that said, Kuei-hu pulled Zhang Ru into the bedroom. Chen Kai rolled his eyes helplessly. Then I put some earplugs in myself. Listening to music, admiring the moonlight, and drinking beer. But even so, Zhang Ru's penetrating voice can still be heard occasionally. Before I knew it, I had finished 2 boxes of beer. Chen Kai did not use energy to eliminate the power of alcohol. He just fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Chen Kai's biological clock woke him up. Just because the alcohol was still strong, Chen Kai's head hurt very much. After spending some energy to adjust his body's condition, Chen Kai immediately returned to his normal state. Arriving at the door of the bedroom, Chen Kai saw that there was still a gap in the door. It seems that after Kuei-hu took the medicine last night, he couldn't wait to close the door. Then he looked around and saw 2 naked bodies entwined together, sleeping soundly. Chen Kai gently closed the door, then opened the surrounding windows and began to exercise. As the survivors learned more about the system, people discovered that they had originally mastered some physical training skills, such as martial arts, fighting, taekwondo, etc. These abilities, after being used proficiently, can not only increase physical fitness, but also after reaching a certain level of proficiency, be recognized by the system as a skill. Now on the system, one martial arts family has emerged one after another. China has martial arts. Muay Thai in the Kingdom of the Giant Elephant. The Taekwondo of Dahan Ning Kingdom. Boxing sport of Eagle Sauce Country. And the Karate of Sakura Country. Of course, many of these originated from China. For example, karate in Sakura Country. It originated in the prosperous Tang dynasty of China, and was brought back to Sakura by the spreaders of Sakura martial arts and perfected. Its original name was Tang Shou. Chen Kai opened the World Channel and found that it was only in China. With the support of the system, dozens of schools have been created. For example, the famous Shaolin, Wudong, Xingqiang, Tianshan, Ame, Dianson, Panglai, and so on. They have formed a basic system, built their own sanctuary base, and begun to spread their own martial arts. Among them, Chen Kai saw a more interesting sect. He is the perfect round Taiji Gate. This is a controversial sect, the most famous of which is the 5 lightning whips of their leader. It's just a pity that this famous skill has not yet been recognized by the system and has not become a full-time skill. Young man, once my 5-shot lightning whip is recognized as a skill by the system, it will directly kill other sects instantly. In reality you are a liar, and you still want to become a grandmaster here. Young man, I advise you to use rat tail juice. In the communication area, the leader of the horse chatted with the Confucian scholars. With the power of one person, he protects the dignity of Hunyuan Taiji sect, without falling behind. Suddenly, Master Ma saw a ray of light among the thousands of insults. A light on his side. Master Ma, sincerely seek advice from the Lightning 5 continuous whip. At this moment, Master Ma, after seeing these words, seemed to have found a soulmate. It's like finding your own Kalama and bowl. So, Boss Ma immediately had a private chat with this close friend. Young man, if you really want to study, I will teach you the 5 lightning whips for free. At this time, Chen Kai was made to laugh a little by the sudden message. When I said that, it was completely ironic. Unexpectedly, Master Ma thought he really wanted to learn. However, seeing Master Ma being so excited, Chen Kai suddenly became interested in playing pranks. Really? The sight of Lan Xing admiring the majestic master of the horse is still unforgettable. If I can learn today, I will be lucky for the rest of my life. Young man, you are the first person who wants to learn my 5 lightning whips. I see that you are so sincere, and I will give you a copy of the manuscript for free. Although he has not been recognized as a skill by the system, let me tell you. When the horse leader talks about his special skills, he talks like a river. What is blowing is that the iron tree is blooming. Later, the horse leader actually sent 5 lightning whips to him. However, what surprised Chen Kai was, you received the handwritten martial RTS skill from Master Ma, the 5 lightning whips, and received 10 times the blessing. You obtained the skill, the 5 lightning whips. Unexpectedly, it actually became a skill under the influence of blessing. Chen Kai couldn't wait to use the skill of 5 lightning whips. Skills that are not learned are placed in the backpack in the form of scrolls. This can be traded freely. Lightning 5 continuous whips, elementary. Function, dance your hands to create thunder and lightning. 1 whip causes 10% damage, 2 whips cause 20% damage, 3 whips cause 30% damage, 4 whips cause 40% damage, and 5 whips cause 50% damage. I'll go. My horse master is awesome. Chen Kai was immediately stunned by the effect of the 5 lightning whips. Just a basic skill. But with one set, it can actually cause 150% damage. You know, there are countless other skills that Chen Kai has seen. The damage caused is not more than 100. The main reason is that this system has not yet formed a basic system. For example, awakening ability consumes energy. Logically speaking, this martial art consumes internal energy. But the survival world has no internal force, so it can only cause some basic external force damage. Some martial arts that are too dynamic, such as palm techniques, boxing techniques, etc., consume some physical strength. At present, learning martial arts is not a promising thing. But I won't know in the future. In case the system creates an internal force system. If it can cause internal damage, then martial arts definitely has a future. Bang bang bang. After Chen Kai learned the 5 lightning whips, there were 5 jerky cracks. You used a set of 5 lightning whips, triggering 10 times the blessing, and you gain 10 points of proficiency. Just like when practicing bow and arrow, when practicing the 5 lightning whips, I gained a lot of proficiency. Moreover, what surprised Chen Kai was that after doing this, Chen Kai didn't seem to have any consumption. No energy is consumed, no physical strength is consumed. Chen Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. Is this a bug again? Overjoyed, Chen Kai continued to practice. Not long after, Kuei-Hu and Zhang Ru woke up. Seeing Chen Kai practicing this strange martial art, Kuei-Hu immediately laughed and said, "Boss, what are you practicing?" 5 lightning whips. Chen Kai said casually. Is this Master Ma from Mouse Tail Juice? Kuei-Hu suddenly laughed. Don't underestimate any skill. Now that martial arts is starting to emerge, I think there will definitely be a future for development. I suggest you start learning a martial art and try to start practicing proficiency as soon as possible and raise your skill level. Hearing this, Kuei-Hu nodded in agreement. Yes, I also have this plan, but I just don't know what to study. This morning, I just had a new idea, which is to combine the power of martial arts with the ability of awakening. You are a thunder tiger, with attack power but insufficient defense. I suggest you learn a defensive martial art. Like iron shirts and stuff like that. Okay. I'll take a look now. Kuei-Hu studied it while eating breakfast. Not long after, Kuei-Hu said excitedly, "Boss, I found an iron shirt and a golden bell in Shaolin. Their martial arts have been certified by the system and become skills. You can learn them by spending 100 energy. 100 energy is not much, you can learn." Chen Kai thought for a moment and suggested. Okay, I'll learn this. Later, Kuei-Hu shared the skill attributes of Taibushin with Chen Kai. Iron shirt, elementary. Function, passive, defense plus 3%. Function, active, after use, defense plus 5%, lasting 3 minutes. It can be seen that the current martial arts attributes are indeed very low. Practice hard. Then, I saw Kuei-Hu turning around. Then he said to Chen Kai, it has increased a little proficiency, but upgrading to intermediate skills requires 10,000 proficiency points. Hey, this is natural. Compared with others, Chen Kai immediately felt that his blessing skills were powerful. This is 10 times the cultivation speed of others. If the infinite blessing is increased to 100 times, it will be 100 times the cultivation speed of others. Get ready. After eating, go out and do some actual combat. The abilities of the three of us need to be tempered to bring out the greatest power. Okay. The two responded. The three of them came to the street. The first time you walk out the door, Kuei-Hu took out the War Tiger shield and put on the War Tiger helmet. This helmet is a good thing, and it greatly protects Kuei-Hu's survival rate. Boom! The War Tiger shield stood on the ground, making a heavy impact. At this moment, Kuei-Hu, who had experienced hundreds of battles, showed his excellent and keen combat experience. Kuei-Hu advanced cautiously in front. Zhang Ru followed cautiously in the middle. Chen Kai used his bow and arrow at the end to clear the obstacles. The three-person team moved forward slowly. Soon we arrived at the Science and Technology Development Zone. Stopping at an intersection, Chen Kai took out a map. Before setting off, Chen Kai told Kuei-Hu his goal this time. There are 5 important science and technology institutes in the development zone. Our target today is the Agricultural Development Institute. Chen Kai knew the history of Yunlan City. Yunlan City is a high-yield rice city. It is a famous rice exporting place. In the post-apocalyptic world, it is second only to northeastern black soil rice. After the apocalypse, zombies are all over the world. Therefore, there is very little land suitable for cultivation. The survivors can only survive today by relying on their original food reserves. Until the arrival of survivors changed the world. The digital world has turned originally mature technologies into worthless things. But Chen Kai doesn't think so. Because everything follows the principle of conservation of energy. Everything that is embodied in data has other energy support. These energies may be crystal nuclei obtained by people hunting zombies, or they may be other energies. And if Chen Kai masters this technology, he can continue to survive even if the digitalization fails or returns to the original Blue Star. Not long after, Chen Kai and 3 others arrived at the Agricultural Research Institute. There was silence. Originally, there were relatively few people in the development zone. After the apocalypse, zombies seemed to be very few. Advancing the Scientific Research Institute carefully, Chen Kai asked the two to continue moving forward. And he immediately found a commanding height and began to observe the surrounding environment. After confirming that there were no problems around the Scientific Research Institute, Chen Kai told Kuei-Hu through the team channel, "Brother Hu, be careful. Receive." Then, Kuei-Hu slowly opened the door of the Scientific Research Institute. Brother Hu, first look for the safety passage map. It shows the building directions of the Scientific Research Institute. Chen Kai moved his position to always ensure that Kuei-Hu and the two were within his field of vision. The Agricultural Science Institute is not big. After a while, Kuei-Hu uploaded the building map to the team channel. Brother Tiger, on the 3rd floor on the right side of THE Laboratory, you first go to the power generation station of the backup power supply. Your Thunder Tiger comes with lightning power, which is enough to boost the charging capacity of the entire Scientific Research Institute. Our goal is to kill the farmers in the Scientific Research Institute. Material R&D technology. Receive. Although Kuei-Hu was confused, he did not ask further questions in the channel. Not long after, Kuei-Hu found the generator. But then, Kuei-Hu walked out again. It's a diesel generator. I bought a lot of diesel in the trading area, enough to last a day. Chen Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sometimes, I make the problem complicated. Walk slowly into the laboratory. A smell of falling dust hit my face. Stacks of papers were scattered everywhere on the laboratory table. The computer covered with dust was restored to use with the power running. Chen Kai immediately opened all the computers and started searching. Wait, am I stupid for riding a horse? Chen Kai stopped immediately. There used to be 20 or 30 computers in the laboratory, and I searched for them one by one. I didn't know when I would get them. Deduction. You turned on the first computer and found 100 G seeds inside. Yeah. This is the Agricultural Research Institute. It must be the seeds for planting. Take them all away and study them slowly. You opened the second computer and found 5% of the new ocean-cultivated hybrid rice technology inside. Found it. Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. So I went straight to the second computer. But after opening it, when Chen Kai was about to copy the technology inside, found. The scientific research system discovered that you are not a manager and activated the self-destruction program. All programs will be destroyed in 3 minutes. Quick! Chen Kai immediately shouted. Open all the computers, they contain the latest rice research and development technology, quickly copy it to our system. Chen Kai immediately began to deduce. Kuei-Hu and Zhang Ru immediately took action. Channel 3 has 5% of the information. Channel 5 has 10% of the information. At this moment, there were roars coming from outside. Chen Kai quickly came to the door and looked out. I saw a large number of zombies surrounding the place. What's going on? Why are there zombies surrounding this place? Chen Kai suddenly turned back to look at Kuei-Hu and Zhang Ru. The two of them shook their heads in confusion. It seems that the electricity here should have formed an electric magnetic field, attracting zombies. Chen Kai thought of recent online research reports on zombies. Reports show that zombies are extremely sensitive to some special magnetic fields and energies. Time is running out, only 2.5 minutes left. Chen Kai thought for a moment and then ordered. Brother Hu, go and block the door. Sister-in-law, follow my instructions and copy the information. Kuei Hu nodded in response. He took out the War Tiger shield and walked towards the door. Channel 8. 12 stations. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the zombies also came to the door, using their sharp claws to attack the shield. Click. At this moment, the glass on the right side shattered. A zombie crawled in crazily. Whoosh. Boom. Before the zombies could land, the explosive retrieval arrow hit the target. The sudden explosion affected the zombies behind him. Chen Kai took out the bombs slowly and threw them in various corners. Brother Tiger, take your sister-in-law and retreat first. Receive. The moment Kuei Hu let go, explosive arrows shot into the zombie swarm. A brief repulse gave Kuei Hu time to escape. At this moment, Kuei Hu, who had escaped from the back door, suddenly came back with Zhang Ru. There's a big guy behind you. Kuei Hu said with a solemn expression. Look back. I saw a fat man with a bald head and a height of 3 meters, covered with white fat, squeezed in through the back door. Brother Tiger, sister-in-law, transform. The couple looked at each other. The next moment, Kuei Hu's figure was seen to skyrocket, reaching more than 2 meters in height. White hair grew rapidly from the skin, and there were 2 strong tiger claws with sharp nails. With a gentle pat, the table next to him was scattered. Zhang Ru quickly transformed into a shadow demon cat, sometimes jumping on the table, sometimes jumping on Kuei Hu's shoulders. Later, after the transformation, Kuei Hu took out his shield again and put on his helmet. Then he transformed into a humanoid tank and rushed towards the zombies. Chen Kai's order was to break out of the encirclement, not to kill. Now that the information has been obtained, and a bomb has been installed here, there is no need to dwell on it. Zhang Ru, on the other hand, followed Chen Kai vigilantly, protecting Chen Kai. Once a zombie approaches, Zhang Ru will immediately kill it. Take a bow and shoot an arrow. Chen Kai tentatively shot at the fat zombie. Boom! What Chen Kai didn't expect was a burst recovery arrow only caused 10% damage. All other injuries were resisted by his fat body. Looking closely, Chen Kai was immediately shocked by the defensive power of this fat zombie. Fat zombie, level 3. HP, 300%. Attack power, 150%. Defense, 500%. Skills, fat defense, savage crash, infection. Good guy. 500% defense. Chen Kai was immediately stunned. Chen Kai is absolutely certain that the 500% defense power in the attribute is just basic. If he uses fat defense, it will definitely exceed 500%. Otherwise it would be impossible to only cause 10% damage. Deduction. You escaped quickly and used bombs to destroy this place. The ruins suppressed the fat zombies. You successfully escaped. Good guy. Can't the bomb kill you? Chen Kai did not hesitate to urge Kuei Hu to clear the way, and then quickly fled the Agricultural Science Institute. Boom! There was an explosion behind him. Chen Kai did not breathe a sigh of relief, but continued to leave here. The fire was raging behind him. Chen Kai and the others left here quickly. Eat the food one bite at a time. Things should be done one by one. Remember not to rush for quick success. So after obtaining the information about this technology, Chen Kai immediately returned to his residence. Boss, it's still early. Why are you back? Kuei Hu asked with some confusion. Actually, if we fought hard just now, we could kill that big guy. Chen Kai shook his head and sat down on the sofa. What is the purpose of our trip? Look for scientific research information. Kuei Hu said without thinking. Isn't that okay? But killing zombies is also a convenient thing. Kuei Hu didn't understand what Chen Kai meant. Sometimes, there are things that are not smooth sailing. What do you want to do? Once the goal is achieved, just leave. Don't delay. If you delay, unplanned things will happen. I don't do anything I'm not sure about. Hearing this, Kuei Hu nodded thoughtfully. But he still felt a little regretful. Maybe the two people have different styles of doing things. Although it was a pity, Kuei Hu didn't care about anything. After all, now that I have a new boss, I can do whatever the boss tells me to do. Just like when I was smuggling before. It is impossible to entrust 2 things to one person at the same time. You're responsible for driving, just drive. Drive from A to B safely, then take your money and leave. No matter what happens in the process, you are responsible for getting the goods. No matter what it is okay to put it in the car from A. Then take the money and leave. You are responsible for shipping. The whole process, this batch of stuff, no matter what it tells you it is. You only need to be responsible for transporting it to the specified place safely. During the process, if someone wants to rob you, you must protect it even if you risk your life. Arrive safely, take your money and leave. Regardless of what exactly is being shipped. This is a clear division of labor. If someone contaminates other people's work, then there will definitely be trouble. Recall the past events. Kuei Hu thought about it carefully again. I can't help but feel that at Chen Kai's young age, can do this. He is truly a born leader. Don't be greedy, don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Be calm in times of trouble. Know what you should and shouldn't do. By the way, brother Hu, sister-in-law, send me the information you copied from the computer. Chen Kai said to the two of them. Zhang Ru sent you 35% of the new ocean-bred hybrid rice technology. Do you accept it? Kuei-hu has sent you 45% of the new ocean-bred hybrid rice technology. Do you accept it? Accept. Chen Kai immediately chose to accept it. New marine-bred hybrid rice technology, primary 95%. Function, seawater can be used to cultivate hybrid rice, with a survival rate of 30%. But when I looked at it later, I found that it only added up to 95% of the technology. No yet? Chen Kai asked doubtfully. There is none left. Kuei-hu shook his head. Huh? Why does it show here that after I transmitted it to you, what I kept here was destroyed by myself? Mine is too. Kuei-hu said in surprise. Hearing this, Chen Kai suddenly noticed something. In this world, under the influence of digitization, the guarantee of technology has reached a very safe level. In other words, this technology itself has set an instruction to spread and destroy at once. The more this happened, the more Chen Kai felt the preciousness of various technologies. Only 95% technical information. This is most likely because this technology has reached the final stage of research and development. But it may be interrupted by the coming of the end. At this moment, a sudden system prompt sounded. You have obtained 95% of the new ocean-bred hybrid rice technology, triggered 10 times of blessings, and obtained the super water-bred hybrid rice technology. Super water-bred hybrid rice technology, intermediate. Function, all water resources can be used for hybrid rice cultivation. The survival rate varies according to the influence of water quality. You can use any water quality for cultivation. Seeing this condition, Chen Kai suddenly opened his eyes wide. What does this mean? What this means is that on a planet where 71% of the seawater area is occupied, rice cultivation can be carried out anywhere. Chen Kai couldn't help but think of the scientists working hard to rid humans of hunger. If they were allowed to see such technology, I wonder if they would be moved to tears. Hunger has always been an important way for humans to die. If this problem is overcome, then human beings will have the most direct guarantee for survival. After acquiring this technology, Chen Kai immediately wanted to hand over this technology to the country. But then, he gave up the idea. Because Chen Kai thinks, what the country needs at the moment is not this technology. The problem facing the country now is not one of hunger. It's a matter of survival. Although there is no conflict. But the biggest difficulty is to increase the force value. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai kept this technique for the time being. Just in case. Chen Kai memorized the core of this technology in literal form and memorized it in his mind. In this way, even if the digitization fails or returns to Blue Star due to an accident. So this technology is still deeply imprinted in my Earth. Then, Chen Kai took out all the other gains this time. This time, the three of them went out in a team. So kill zombies and get all the stuff. It will be awarded to any team member immediately according to the combat process. Wow. Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru also took out things. Boss, this is too much. Kuei-hu looked at the equipment, food, and crystal cores all over the floor in disbelief. With a chuckle, Chen Kai said, what is this? Indeed, this is really a drop in the bucket compared to what was obtained after the last explosion in the prison. It's just a pity. Things that the team rewards to other people will not trigger the tenfold blessing without going through Chen Kai. In the future, I will keep everything I get. Now we are all first-level awakeners. If we want to break through to the second level, we will need a lot of energy and new world points. If it is not enough, we will find a way. Chen Kai pushed their own things in front of themselves. It still doesn't work, boss, keep it all, and then sell as much energy as you want, and you can save it for us. No. Chen Kai shook his head and refused. You must have enough energy in your body, just in case. Sometimes, in desperate situations, you can use energy to buy things immediately in the trading area to solve the current predicament. For example, today I used a bomb to blow up the Farmers Research Institute. Also, if we are separated due to some special reasons in the future, energy will also be your life-saving thing. After hearing this, Kuei-hu immediately felt that what Chen Kai said was very reasonable. So he didn't refuse and put away all his things. After lunch, Kuei-hu worked hard on the iron cloth shirt. Chen Kai worked hard to practice archery. Zhang Ru looked for his suitable skills in the trading area. No one is idle. Boss, Brother Tiger. Suddenly, Zhang Ru seemed to have discovered something big. Turn around immediately. The conditions for entering the third stage of survival have been announced. What? Chen Kai and Kuei-hu immediately stopped and opened the system one after another. Open the system and take a closer look. Sure enough, among everyone's private messages, there was a letter from the system. Dear survivors/survivors, hello. In order to ensure the quality of the survival game, the conditions for entering the third stage of survival are now released. Survivors/survivors, the conditions for entering the third stage of survival are as follows. Condition, can consume 10,000 energy to advance to the second level of awakening. Condition, 500 new world points need to be consumed. Condition, before spending 10,000 energy to enter the second level awakener, complete the private limited time task issued by the system. If you enter the second level awakener in advance, the difficulty of the task will increase. Note, new world points can be awarded for limited time tasks. The difficulty has been upgraded. After reading it, Chen Kai took a deep breath. At the same time, Chen Kai also received a limited time task. Survivor, NK. Task level, second survival stage. Limited time mission, kill 100 ordinary zombies and be rewarded with 100 new world points. Kill first level zombies or alien beasts and be rewarded with 100 new world points. Limited time mission, kill 50 humans from different camps and reward 500 new world points. Note, choose one of 2 limited time tasks. Boss, what is your mission? Kuei-hu suddenly asked. Chen Kai told Kuei-hu about his mission. I'm just like you. Kuei-hu said excitedly. It seems that everyone's mission should be the same. Chen Kai thought secretly. Later, Chen Kai saw that someone in the communication area had already begun to study. Hey, what's your mission? Mine is a choice between 2, either kill the survivors or kill the zombies. Mine too. It seems that everyone's are the same. This is completely forcing survivors and survivors to kill each other. We are born from the same roots, so why rush each other? We are all human beings, so why bother forcing each other? I directly spent 10,000 energy to advance to the second level, and the mission has changed. I worship the boss. What has become of the mission? The new world point rewards for the tasks of the second level awakener are also much higher. It is recommended that everyone upgrade first. The new world points for the second level mission have been doubled. Everyone needs to upgrade first. I see people constantly calling for upgrading first. Chen Kai believed what they said. However, there are probably not many people with 10,000 energy nowadays. Sure enough, there was another scolding in the communication area. Upgrade your hammer. I worked so hard to kill zombies and accumulated more than 100 points. I just bought a weapon. 1 point points for a fruit photo, 10 points can be used for video shipment, small business, if you are the one. 100 G of seed resources, exchange for some points, don't let the scammers come. Immediately afterwards, people went from complaining to returning to their original style of painting. Chen Kai looked at the remaining energy, and then asked, sell everything now, and then absorb the crystal core energy and see how much there is. Soon. Kuei-hu, I saved 1,500. Zhang Ru, my 1,000. In this battle, although 3 people formed a team. But he also killed a lot of zombies. But they still only got so much energy. That's not to mention other survivors who are alone. Afterwards, Chen Kai traded the remaining energy in his body to each of them for 10,000. You upgrade your level first. Energy is not an issue. The most important issue now is new world points. Since the mission rewards can be doubled after upgrading, it is better to upgrade the level first. Sure enough, after the 3 upgraded, their mission changed. Survivor, Chen Kai. Task level, the 3rd stage of survival. Limited time mission, kill 100 first level zombies or alien beasts and be rewarded with 200 new world points. Kill 1 3rd level zombie or alien beast and be rewarded with 200 new world points. Limited time mission, kill 50 humans from different camps and be rewarded with 1,000 new world points. Note, choose one of 2 limited time tasks. From the perspective of new tasks, the task of killing other camps seems to be a little easier. From this point of view, Chen Kai felt more and more that the system required the living and survivors to kill each other. Not only that, after upgrading, personal attributes have also changed. Chen Kai saw that his health had increased from 180% to 255%. Boss, my health has increased by 50%, and my attack power has also increased a lot. Kuei-hu said excitedly. 50%. Chen Kai suddenly frowned. My own seems to be more than 50%. Later, Chen Kai discovered that he also had the title of Pioneer. This title can increase all attributes by 50%. That's why there have been so many improvements. Boss, the task of killing survivors seems a little easier. Kuei-hu also discovered different changes in the tasks after the upgrade. Forget it. Chen Kai poured a basin of cold water over it. The survivors are not easy to kill. First of all, they are in a group. Secondly, they also have tasks in this stage, so we should kill the zombies or alien beasts first. As for the survivors, if nothing else, they also have the task of killing us survivors. So, we don't need to go to them, they will naturally come to us. But, we don't know if there are any other survivors in Yunlan City. Thinking of the survivors of the last prison, Chen Kai became a little suspicious. After the prison was detonated by himself, most of the survivors were killed. After that, An Ichuan and several other key figures flew away. It is unknown whether there are any other survivors in Yunlan City. Let's do this for today. Tomorrow we will go to the Science and Technology Development Zone and the Agricultural Research Institute. A fat zombie, there is a 3rd level zombie. Killing him will allow one of the 3 of us to complete the task. Half the mission. Ah, the boss is so wise. Kuei-hu's eyes suddenly lit up. Fortunately, we didn't kill that big guy today. If we did, where would we find other 3rd level zombies? Kuei-hu immediately felt relieved. Okay. Let's go around today and kill the 1st level zombies around us first. We need 100 1st level zombies, and the 3 of us need 300. The zombies around here should be enough for our needs. Good. Kuei-hu suddenly became eager to try. Wait a moment. Chen Kai stopped Kuei-hu. Before setting off, I will equip you with some weapons. After you use the awakening energy, your own energy will attract more zombies like today after the electricity was turned on at the Agricultural Research Institute. Therefore, don't use your awakened abilities unless absolutely necessary. Just use weapons to kill zombies at ordinary times. Immediately open the loot from killing zombies today. Because Kuei Hu and his trophies were not blessed, but Chen Kai was. So Chen Kai doesn't need to go to the trading area to buy it all. Of course, if you don't have the right one, you still need to buy it. I got a total of more than 10 pieces of equipment today. In the case of Kuei Hu, the choice of weapons needs to be based on the combination of shields. Chen Kai immediately set his sights on the combination of these weapons. Shield plus short spear. Chen Kai personally believes that it is the most versatile set of main battle equipment. It has good speed, acceptable power, and good range. It has enough confidence to stand in the front row during melee. Shield plus short sword. It's fast, just keep attacking and it's done. Compared with the short spear, its range is a bit smaller and its power is lower. Shield plus one-handed mace. The power output is stable, but the speed is very slow and the range is short. Shield plus crossbow. Remote attack. Fortunately, Chen Kai has several matching weapons. He told Kuei Hu about the matching standards. Kuei Hu chose the short spear without hesitation. Isn't this the king of war in LOL? Unexpectedly, Kuei Hu also plays this game. I also know the characters in the game very well. Afterwards, Chen Kai gave the short spear that had been blessed 10 times to Kuei Hu. Spear of War, blue. Attack power, 200%. Attribute, penetration plus 50%. It's a pretty good piece of equipment. It has strong attack power and penetration, which can cause higher damage. Afterwards, Chen Kai simply selected a set of body armor for Kuei Hu. After all, when this guy transformed, his clothes were so useless. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai chose another piece of equipment for Zhang Ru. Combined with Zhang Ru's transformation, it is also a factor of close combat. Chen Kai did not choose a long-range weapon for her, because melee combat can improve her melee combat experience faster. Later, Chen Kai chose a one-handed dagger for her. Just in case, I got a golden desert eagle. Pin the golden desert eagle to your thigh. Zhang Ru suddenly had the direct vision of the female character Pandora in CF. When he came downstairs and looked at the zombies that occasionally appeared in the distance, Chen Kai asked, "Do you know how to fight them?" "We are the best at fighting," Kuei Hu said confidently. "Honey, follow me in a moment. I will be responsible for the main attack and defense. You can roam and attack." "Very good." Chen Kai was very satisfied with Kuei Hu's arrangement. "One more thing, don't leave within a kilometer of me. This is my shooting range. After leaving, I cannot guarantee long-range support." "Clear." Kuei Hu and Kuei Hu responded in unison. "Also, don't put the fighting location on this street. This is our residential area. There must be a small number of zombies around so that we won't be suspected." After saying that, Kuei Hu walked towards the next block. Passing through an alley, the three of them arrived at the next block. Sure enough, there were a lot more zombies in this neighborhood. The limited time mission is an individual mission, so we don't need to form a team to do it. We cooperate to kill as many as we can kill. After Chen Kai finished speaking, he began to spray the three people with odor isolating spray. I don't know who invented this thing. Sales are good in the trading area. It can be guaranteed that zombies will not smell it within 5 meters. Advancing carefully, everyone began to move towards the nearest zombie. Their primary target is the first-order zombies. Therefore, the three of them simply ignored some ordinary zombies that were far away. Within 5 meters, a zombie slowly turned its head. The zombie, which had fallen to only a handful of hair, made a hoarse, low voice and turned its stiff body around. However, the seemingly stiff and inflexible zombies smelled the scent of strangers. It actually exploded with unprecedented power and speed. First-order zombies. Notice. Kuei Hu paused and raised his shield high. Boom. The zombies hit hard. Without paying attention, Kuei Hu was knocked back 2 steps. Aha! Zhang Ru was as nimble as a cat, bypassing Kuei Hu, and struck the zombie's head with a sword. Laugh. The blue dagger stabbed sharply into the head of the first-level zombie. The zombie slowly fell down and an inflatable doll exploded. Hey, boss, this is for you, you can use it. Iovo threw it over with a smirk. Chen Kai rolled his eyes angrily and shot the thing into the distance with a whoosh of an arrow. Boom! However, what made Chen Kai helpless was this arrow turned out to be an explosive arrow. A powerful explosion attracted the attention of hundreds of zombies on the block. The next moment, hundreds of zombies turned around and walked towards this side. It's just that the three of them sprayed isolation spray. So they only heard the movement, but did not smell the breath of strangers. Slowly retreat and kill as you go. Chen Kai immediately came behind Kuei Hu. The tall shield immediately blocked the three people. Hey! Although a single explosive arrow is powerful, it is not practical for different battle situations. Chen Kai thought secretly. It would be nice if there were more types of arrows that could be recovered, such as powerful penetrating arrows, rope arrows, flying feather arrows, triangular arrows, etc. But recyclable arrows like explosive arrows are really hard to come by. Therefore, from the situation just now, Chen Kai deeply realized the importance of different arrows. This time when I go back, I must study this carefully. Fight and retreat. The three of them were neither fast nor slow. Day. Suddenly, a burst of rapid footsteps came from behind. Chen Kai suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Looking back, I saw an embarrassed figure limping towards Chen Kai and the others from the blot behind. This man is young, a young man, 18 or 19 years old. He has short, lean hair, but his head is full of blood. He was shot in the thigh, and his chest was split open from top to bottom with a sharp weapon. The actual injuries could not be seen because they were covered by clothing. With eyes as sharp as an eagle, after seeing Chen Kai and the others, he ducked in from the side alley very decisively. It's a survivor. After Kuei-hu saw this person, he suddenly became excited. Because one of the limited time tasks is to kill people from other camps. Seeing the survivors, Kuei-hu's eyes widened. This is much faster than killing zombies. Boss, do you want to pursue me? Although Kuei-hu was excited, he still asked Chen Kai for his opinion. Let's go. Chen Kai looked at the alley where the young man left, thought for a moment, and quickly pulled Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru after him. And just as they left, a group of 7 or 8 people chased them from a distance. These people alerted the zombies in the neighborhood. A large number of zombies swarmed towards them. However, these people did not take zombies seriously at all. He raised the Gatling in his hand, and a large piece fell down as soon as the shuttle passed by. Then, one of the men with a very special nose came out. I saw his nose twitching, and then he said excitedly, "Boss, besides that little kid, there is also the smell of a stranger. He is a survivor." "Are they the guys who killed Zhang Chang?" The leader, a man wearing an iron helmet, said coldly. "Tell them on the city channel that we are here to find them and let them hide." "But aren't we here to find that survivor boy?" A person next to him asked doubtfully. "You idiot, attract their attention, you know? The survivor kid took away the research information on the simulated mechanical limbs. What if he is killed? So we told them that we were here to find them, but in fact we continued to chase the survivor, do you understand?" "Understand." After saying that, a group of people ran into the alley that smelled of blood. Survivors in Fenglei City. It turned out that Zhang Chang had joined the group. What are they doing here? Chen Kai walked through the streets and alleys familiarly. Get rid of the group and follow the survivor leisurely. "Boss, it's Li Wanbiao." Kuei-hu suddenly discovered the content of this city's channel. "They are here to trouble us. You're thousands of miles away and you're causing trouble for us?" Chen Kai shook his head. In this world, interests are greater than life, and greater than hatred. So, without absolute interests, they will not risk their lives to come all the way to trouble us. Chen Kai didn't think they were here to avenge Zhang Chang. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Kai knew that it was related to the survivor. Although it is said that killing survivors can earn New World points. But a bunch of people come to hunt down one survivor. This is somewhat unreasonable. Unless. Thinking of this, Chen Kai laughed. "Let's go. Follow that person just now." When they arrived at the intersection, Chen Kai walked straight forward after some deductions. "By the way, let's talk about this Li Wanbiao. Li Wanbiao is a native of Blue Star, China and a survivor in Fenglei City. Before the end, he was a car mechanic. Since Li Hu left early, he still doesn't know the other party's awakening ability. But judging from his ability to assemble dozens of survivors in Fenglei City, he should be very strong." After gaining a basic understanding, Chen Kai also gained some confidence. Although they are both survivors, the relationship has already been formed. So either you die or I die. Soon, Chen Kai followed the survivor into the living area. This is the place with the highest concentration of zombies in the city. It seems that he is going to die. However, what makes Chen Kai strange is that no matter where this survivor goes, Li Wanbiao and his gang can be found. There are only 2 such situations. The first is that the survivor has a position. The second is that there are awakened people among Li Wanbiao's group who can be tracked. Be careful when you get here. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded by zombies and you will be doomed. Since they were sprayed with isolation spray, the 3 of them could avoid most of the zombies as long as they were careful. The survivor boy was not so lucky. Unfamiliar with the terrain, he panicked and ran into a dead end. There were 3 or 5 zombies wandering in the corridor. Due to the lack of food and energy replenishment for a long time, these zombies were already skinny. After seeing this survivor, he immediately rushed over. Although the young man was seriously injured when fighting zombies like this, he was able to quickly get rid of them with a fire axe. A rush of footsteps came from afar. Hearing the sound, the young survivor's expression changed. Kid, run, now let's see where you run." Li Wanbiao led people to surround him. "Fire the tranquilizer gun, don't kill me." The next moment, the people around him took out their tranquilizer guns and pointed them at the young man. At this moment, Chen Kai, who was hiding on the high building on the left, saw the scene and immediately confirmed his suspicion. There must be a secret about this kid. That's why Li Wanbiao and the others didn't kill him. Whoosh whoosh. The tranquilizer gun shoots out. The survivor boy struggled to avoid it. Laugh. After all, there is no strength in numbers. A stick of anesthetic shot the survivor boy, and 1 milliliter of anesthetic was injected into the boy's arm. What surprised Chen Kai was that the boy had a helpless look on his face, then placed the shot arm against the wall. He picked up the fire axe and chopped it hard. Click. The arm fell in response. But what frightened everyone was that this kid didn't change his expression. With blood streaming from his arm, the boy took out his pistol and started shooting. Li Wanbiao and others will fight back. The next moment he gave up helplessly. Because they need to live. Tranquilizer gun. Shoot for me. Whoosh whoosh. In the narrow alley, the kid was shot after all. 3 anesthetics are injected into the body. There was nothing to be done about it now. My sister paid for the information with her life, why would I give it to you idiots? The effects of the medicine hit me, and I felt drowsy. The survivor kid raised his pistol and pointed it at his chin. Get ready to take action. Chen Kei's target is naturally that boy. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind, and the sparrow also wants to take advantage. At this time, when the young man raised his left hand, a familiar stone bracelet appeared in front of him. No! This is impossible. Chen Kei's pupils shrank suddenly and his eyes widened. It looked like the kid was about to commit suicide. Chen Kei shouted immediately. Help! The next moment, Chen Kei bent his bow and knocked an arrow, and shot the arrow out with a whoosh. The arrow accurately hit the kid's pistol and pinned it to the wall. Unable to commit suicide, the survivor boy slowly fell. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to see a familiar figure. Boom! A 2-meter-tall monster with a tiger head and human body fell from the sky. After falling into the crowd, he waved his claws and several people were knocked away. Maid! Chen Kei, it's you! I and you are at odds with each other. Li Wanbiao recognized Chen Kei. Chen Kei picked up the survivor, glanced at Li Wanbiao, turned around and jumped over the wall to leave. Want to run? No way! Li Wanbiao shouted loudly. Excavator, the art of bondage. In the void, the long arm of an excavator stretched out and grabbed Kuei-hu. Kuei-hu, who was extremely powerful, was suddenly unable to move. Chase me! After entangled Kuei-hu, Li Wanbiao was unwilling to let Chen Kei escape and immediately led his men to chase him. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Li Wanbiao was shocked and retreated hastily. I felt a chill on my neck, and 4 blood marks appeared. If he hadn't been alert, he would have taken a step back. The blow just now probably wiped my neck. Look closely. A sexy cat demon wearing a tight leather jacket stared at him coldly. Boss. What a sexy cat girl. Boss, this is a good thing. You guys said if you fart while wearing leather pants, will your cyst bulge? Wanuma. Li Wanbiao slapped the boy away. Is the point about the quality of the leather pants? After saying that, Li Wanbiao smiled evilly and said, You go chase Chen Kei, leave this little kitten to me. Yes. Others responded. But before leaving, he did not forget to warn, Boss, don't play to death, remember to leave some soup for us. Don't worry, I'll leave a mouthful of white soup for each of you. Thank you, boss. Several people excitedly climbed over the wall and chased Chen Kei. But then I thought about what I just said, and I couldn't help but retched. Li Wanbiao, who graduated from Lanxiang. The original dream was to become a great excavator operating technical engineer. But then I had to take exams. He had no choice but to become a mechanic. However, when he felt that he had no chance with the excavator. When he came to this world, he miraculously awakened the soul of the excavator. S-level awakening ability, Excavator Soul. It allows him to summon an excavator, which can be used for projects to make money, or it can be used to attack enemies. Hey! Little cat, don't run away, the big mouse is coming to catch you. Li Wanbiao smiled evilly and punched the ground. The power of the excavator. I saw the shadow of an excavator slamming into Zhang Ru. Boom! The dexterous Zhang Ru immediately dodged the attack. But the wall behind him was smashed into pieces. Want to run? No way! Li Wanbiao suddenly turned around, waved his hands, and shouted loudly. Excavator mechanical restraint technique. It is different from the ability that entangled Kuei-hu just now. I saw 2 excavator mechanical arms sticking out of the ground. Then he directly grabbed Zhang Ru's calf. Zhang Ru, who was pinned to the spot, suddenly found it difficult to break free. Li Wanbiao smiled obscenely and walked over with his hands folded. At the same time, he gestured with his hands and said with some surprise, It's so big. I can't even feel it with one hand. Li Wanbiao was indeed very strong, but he still underestimated the power of Thunder Warrior Tiger. Drink! Kuei-hu not far away was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Just hear a bang. The excavator restraints on his body were directly broken. Zhang Hu's true form. The next moment, only Kuei-hu in human form was seen, lying on all fours. Suddenly it transformed into a giant white tiger about 5 meters long. The body is strong, the limbs are powerful, and the power of thunder flashes around him. This is the ability awakened by Kuei-hu's 2nd-level awakener. Zhang Hu's true form. This. Kuei-hu turned into a living tiger. Roar! Kuei-hu roared angrily. He jumped up and rushed directly towards Li Wanbiao. That bloody mouth bit Li Wanbiao's head in one bite. Laugh! The scene immediately splattered with blood. After Li Wanbiao died, all excavators disappeared. Boss, done. Kuei-hu said to Chen Kei in the channel. After a while, Chen Kei returned here holding the unconscious survivor. It's not safe here, go back quickly. After saying that, he left the living area. the top floor of the building. Looking at the survivors who were still unconscious, Chen Kai took out the blood-tonifying red dates and gave him treatment to stop bleeding. Seeing that the lost vitality had been restored, Chen Kai focused on the stone bracelet on his wrist. Boss, why don't you kill him? Kuei-hu asked doubtfully. Silly, Li Wanbiao is reluctant to kill him, there must be something good in him. Zhang Ru rolled her eyes at Kuei-hu and said, didn't you see that he committed suicide and didn't want Li Wanbiao to succeed? Yes. But what is there that can make him risk his own life to protect it? Kuei-hu nodded thoughtfully. Ignoring Kuei-hu and the other two, Chen Kai took off the stone bracelet. A small stone, shaped like a peach heart, threaded with a red rope. Stone bracelet, nothing special, it may represent some kind of emotion. Very simple explanation. But Chen Kai held it tightly in his hand. Slowly, Chen Kai's heart gradually settled down. There was a trance in front of my eyes. It's like going back more than 10 years ago. No. Let go of my sister. A boy of 7 or 8 years old rushed towards a group of people like a mad dog. His hands, teeth, and any part that could be attacked became the little boy's weapons. Ah! A man screamed. You little bastard, you dared to bite me? What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks. After all, the small body is no match for those adults. The boy watched helplessly as his sister was taken away by those people. Suddenly turned around. 2 middle-aged men, a man and a woman, were happily counting money. Aha! The boy couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over and knocked down a wad of money. Give me back my sister. Little brat, I told you, I brought her back from the orphanage, not your sister. The man scolded the boy while picking up the money. But you brought me back from the orphanage, why didn't you sell me? Sparrow, you are different from them. Although you are also an orphan, after being adopted by us, you will become our son, do you understand? The woman next to me came over, squatted in front of me, and said softly. The precocious Sparrow knew that the parents who adopted him were personal traffickers. But they are more advanced than human traffickers. Traffickers rob directly. They are different. Instead, they travel around the country and specifically pick out irregular orphanages. Hypocrites want to adopt orphans. For a small amount of money, they can buy a healthy orphan. Then sell it elsewhere. Sparrow knows that he will be sold sooner or later. However, the so-called parents failed to select a suitable buyer. No one gives a right price. And the girl who was bought for 2,000 yuan just now. He is a child in an orphanage with Sparrow. Until they met my Younger's current parents. It was bought for 10,000 yuan. At that time, the Sparrow was already 10 years old. Boss, do you know this bracelet? Kuei-hu's voice interrupted Chen Kai's memories. It is my sister's bracelet. Chen Kai rubbed his sore nose and eyes and put away the bracelet. I'll go. Did this guy kill the boss's sister? Kuei-hu took out his spear and walked towards the survivor. Wait until he wakes up. Chen Kai stopped Kuei-hu with one word. The survivors recovered from their injuries. But his right arm, which he had cut off, could not grow back. This is the disabling mechanism of the system. It is said to better enhance the survival experience. Narcotics are very powerful. It didn't slowly dissipate until the next day. Chen Kai has been paying attention to this person. The moment he wakes up, this man was like a frightened bird and instantly took out his weapon. Chen Kai even doubted whether his consciousness could keep up with his reaction. After 3 seconds, the man calmed down and saw Chen Kai sitting on the sofa. It's you? After seeing Chen Kai, this man immediately thought of what happened yesterday. Then, he seemed to feel something strange. When he looked down, he realized that his right arm had disappeared. Did you save me? The man asked suspiciously. But then, he seemed to understand something. He immediately said firmly. Don't dream about getting information about simulated mechanical limbs. I've already sold it. Chen Kai didn't pay attention to the information about the simulated mechanical limbs in his mouth, but directly threw the stone bracelet on the table. After seeing the bracelet, the man subconsciously looked at his wrist and then asked angrily, Give me back my bracelet. As he spoke, he swooped over desperately and tried to snatch it away. Chen Kai shouted angrily. He stood up and kicked him away. Tell me, where did you get the bracelet? Ning Yi was panicking at the moment. Rubbing his chest, which felt as if it had been hit by a boulder, he could never imagine why this seemingly harmless man in front of him would suddenly make a move. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw a heart-shaped stone necklace placed on the table. But this is obviously his own. It was given to him when his sister was taken away. But he seemed to recognize this bracelet too. This belongs to my sister. Your sister? Chen Kai asked with a raised eyebrow. What's your sister's name? Is she called Xiexio? What Xie Diao? My sister's name is Ning Linger. Ning Yi finally understood what the man in front of him who had saved her wanted to do. Is there a mistake? Chen Kai's heart sank, and he turned around and took the bracelet in his hand. Perhaps there is really a mistake. There should be countless bracelets like this, let alone in 2 worlds. Sorry. Chen Kai walked over disappointedly and then stretched out his right hand. Ning Yi snorted coldly and stood up using her only remaining arm to support the wall. Chen Kai looked at the bracelet in his hand with some reluctance. Is this important to you? Of course, it was left to me by my sister. Ning Yi snatched the bracelet away. Please be more honest. Kuei-hu came over and slapped Ning Yi. This is my boss, bring it to me. With that said, Kuei-hu reached out to grab the bracelet. But Ning Yi turned his right hand. The bracelet disappeared and was replaced by a grenade. Ning Yi pulled off the bracelet without saying a word. Fuck. Kuei-hu was shocked and immediately pounced on Chen Kai, wanting to knock Chen Kai down. Boom. The next moment, Chen Kai kicked him sharply. A grenade was kicked away immediately. Boom. The grenade exploded. The floor collapsed, revealing a 2-meter diameter hole. Looking at Ning Yi, who was like a poisonous snake, ignoring death. Kuei-hu was actually a little scared at this moment. The cowardly ones are afraid of the cruel ones are afraid of the crazy ones, and the crazy ones are afraid of risking their lives. Ning Yi is the kind of person who doesn't care about her life. Oomph. Unless you kill me, you can't get any information about the simulated mechanical limbs from me. To this day, Ning Yi still believes that everything that happened just now was a play performed by Chen Kai to obtain information. Let me ask, who would have a soft spot for an ordinary stone bracelet? For Ning Yi. Isn't this just a fictional story made up by Chen Kai using a stone bracelet? A story that wants to win your own trust. Use the stone bracelet as a basis, resonate with yourself, and then take the opportunity to obtain information. Ning Yi has insight into everything and sees through life and death. It seems that all the conspiracies and tricks have nowhere to hide in front of him. 10,000 energy points, sell me the bracelet. Chen Kai asked sincerely. With 100,000 energy points, sell me the bracelet. Kuei-hu opened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Chen Kai's gourd. Because he had just seen it, this bracelet was just an ordinary stone. If you want, you can make a lot of them by hand. I only have this energy. If you are still unwilling, forget it. Chen Kai turned around in disappointment. I didn't save you for some so-called information, because my sister also has a similar bracelet. If you don't want to, please leave here. Chen Kai waved his hands in disappointment. Ning Yi looked at the three of them suspiciously. Then he moved towards the door step by step. Get out of here. Kuei-hu roared. My boss told you to get out, so just get out of here. He is really a lunatic. He cuts off his arm whenever he wants, commits suicide when he wants to, and pulls the grenade whenever he wants. Kuei-hu cursed incessantly. It wasn't until Ning Yi came to the door that she was sure that they really wanted to let her go. With such a good opportunity, Ning Yi turned around and ran downstairs. But before leaving, cautious Ning Yi secretly placed a mini tape recorder at the door. Until he reached the bottom of the building, Ning Yi looked at the towering building and was still a little confused as to why Chen Kai let him go. Turn on the recording. Ning Yi said, then got into an alley and disappeared. On the building. Kuei-hu asked in confusion, Boss, why don't you kill him? Ah. Chen Kai chuckled. I am an orphan. When I was in the orphanage, I had a sister named Shieshio. Chen Kai told Kuei-hu about his experience. After a long time, Kuei-hu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Chen Kai's experience would be so bad. Then why didn't you just grab the bracelet? This way you can have one more thing to think about. Then tell me, if that bracelet was really given by his sister, how sad would he be if he lost it? Chen Kai shook his head, then tilted his head back, leaning on the sofa and squinting his eyes. This was the reason why Chen Kai let Ning Yi go. The empathetic experience was the reason to let him go. At this time, Ning Yi had already left. After hearing Chen Kai's conversation through the recording equipment left behind, he couldn't help but stop. Ah! A soft whine came from the recording device again. At this time, in the building. Kuei-hu came to where Ning Yi was just now. Boss, what do you think this is? Chen Kai opened his eyes slightly and looked around. I saw Kuei-hu holding a wallet. It's probably the wallet he left just now, it's of no use. At this moment, Ning Yi, who was eavesdropping, immediately patted his pocket. Sure enough, his pockets were empty and his wallet disappeared. Logically speaking, for survivors and survivors who own the system, everything they carry will be put into the system space. However, this wallet has a different meaning to Ning Yi. First of all, this wallet was given by my sister. Secondly, there is a photo of me and my sister in the wallet. Every time he thought of his sister, he would habitually take out his wallet to look at things and think about people. Suddenly turning around, Ning Yi rushed back without hesitation. If he could, he would trade the bracelet for the photo. Because the photo is more important than the bracelet. At this moment, he heard a conversation from the recording that made it difficult for him to calm down. There's a photo in there. Ioho pulled out the photo and threw away his wallet. Let me see. Chen Kai reached out and took it. But when he saw the person in the photo, Chen Kai's eyes widened immediately, and his whole body immediately sat up straight on the sofa. There are two people in the photo. One male and one female. The male is Ning Yi, the female. I saw that the woman was about 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin and bangs. He smiled sweetly, showing his neat and white teeth. Especially the black mole in the corner of his eye deeply hurt Chen Kai's heart. I looked carefully at the girl's chest, but due to the wrinkles in the photo, I couldn't see clearly at all. How could it not be? There should be a heart-shaped birthmark on the chest. Chen Kai flattened the photo and placed it carefully on the table. Kuei-hu, look, the mole at the corner of his eye is the same as my sister's. Chen Kei's mood at this moment was so exciting that it was hard to suppress it. Although that familiar face has grown up, it still has the same outline as when it was a child. Why is the photo wrinkled? She should have a heart-shaped birthmark on her chest. I gave her the heart-shaped stone bracelet based on the birthmark. What? Hu Weihu looked at the emotional Chen Kei in disbelief. Boss, are you telling the truth? Hu Weihu came to the table immediately. Then looked carefully at the photos on the table. If this girl is really your sister, boss, then that kid just lied. At this time, Ning Yi, who had reached the bottom of the building, stopped. At the same time, he muttered to himself, impossible, how can my sister be her sister? Looking up at the towering buildings, Ning Yi rushed in directly. He wanted to figure this out. Boom! A wooden door on the top floor was kicked open violently. Ning Yi walked in expressionlessly. It's your boy. Upon seeing this, Kuei-hu immediately rushed over, trying to catch Ning Yi. Ning Yi took off a bug from the door and put it away. Seeing this scene, Chen Kei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kid's vigilance is really too strong. When I left just now, I actually left a bug behind. And all this was done silently, and no one noticed. Looking at the photos on the table, Ning Yi took out the bracelet. You said, your sister also has a heart birthmark on her chest? That's right. But she is obviously my sister. She was kidnapped by people from the machinery group. She is my biological sister. How could she be your sister? She is a survivor. Not a survivor. Ning Yi roared a little crazily. Or is this still a play you performed for me? You are from the machinery group, and you know what my sister looks like. You know all the characteristics of my sister, and you know that I left the bugs in all the conversations. Did you do it on purpose? Thinking of this possibility, Ning Yi calmed down. Chen Kei couldn't help but feel deeply helpless by Ning Yi's alertness and suspicion. This kind of person is probably the most tired. In his eyes, perhaps no one could believe it. Give me the photo back. Ning Yi stretched out her hand and shouted. But it was just suspicion, so Chen Kei didn't embarrass Ning Yi. But now after seeing the girl in the photo, Chen Kei suddenly lost his composure. Those various characteristics, as well as Ning Yi's reaction, proved that this girl was his sister Xiexio. He slowly shook his head. Chen Kei put the photos away. I have to figure this out. Is the girl in the photo my sister or your sister? You just said that she was captured by people from the machinery group? Who are they? Looking at Chen Kei, who was completely unaware of this matter, Ning Yi still sneered. Stop pretending, you are clearly from the machinery group. Why are you pretending? I'm telling you, stop acting. I won't hand over the information on the simulated mechanical limbs. Looking at Ning Yi, who still held strong hostility and suspicion, Chen Kei waved his hand impatiently. I will investigate it clearly even if you don't tell me. Besides, I'm not interested in the bullshit information you have at all. You either get out now or you stay and tell me everything. Ning Yi looked at Chen Kei blankly, trying to find the slightest abnormality in his expression. But he was disappointed. Chen Kei seemed to be in a very solemn mood at the moment, and it didn't look like he was watching a joke or acting at all. Are you really not from the machinery group? Ning Yi issued a final question that came from her inner vigilance. Is the machinery group a survivor? Yes. I am a survivor on horseback. I go. How could I have forgotten this? Ning Yi looked at the three people present with some embarrassment. Finally, I mustered up the courage to speak to break the awkwardness. The girl in the photo is called Ning Linger. She is my biological sister. Indeed, as you said, she has a heart birthmark on her chest. But, you are survivors from another world, how can you know such detailed characteristics of my sister? And you also said that she is your sister. Are there really two people in this world who look exactly the same, even with the same body shape and characteristics? No, it's two worlds. What happened in front of him was beyond Ning Yi's understanding. In order to understand all this and find her sister, Ning Yi decided to stay. I can tell you everything about the machinery group and take you to them. Chen Kei suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Yi. Real? Ning Yi nodded. But at this moment, Zhang Ru came over. Boss, it might not be convenient for us to add a survivor to our team. Yes, boss, our systems are different. What if he tells other survivors our secrets? Hu Weihu also followed suit. Furthermore, even if he is trustworthy, there will definitely be unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles when we meet other survivors or survivors in the future. You said that if there are survivors who want to kill him, should we help or not? If there are survivors who want to kill us, should he help or not? It has to be said that Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru considered this matter clearly. But Chen Kei stared at Ning Yi and asked, how would you handle this situation? But Ning Yi smiled and said, I will handle it how you handle it. Indeed, this is a problem common to both parties. Welcome to join my team. Chen Kei took out the photo and returned it. Then he extended his right hand. Ning Yi was slightly stunned. He thought the photo would not be returned to him, but he didn't expect. Ning Yi stretched out her remaining left hand and held it with Chen Kei. Then he let go and took the photo again. I saw him folding the photo in half with one hand and then tearing the photo into two pieces with his mouth. Looking closely, Ning Yi and the girl were separated in T. Photo. Throwing away half of himself, Ning Yi gave back the other half of the girl. You said she looks a lot like your sister, so I'll leave the photo to you. People cannot live without thoughts, otherwise life will become meaningless. Perhaps, the two worlds are the past and present lives, but they are just misplaced in time and space. In her previous life, her name was Xiexio, in this life, her name is Ning Linger. If possible, after finding Linger, I hope she can call you brother. Chen Kai was extremely moved by Ning Ye's words. Maybe, it's true what he said. Misplaced time and space, past and present lives. By the way, in your world, is she your biological sister? No, fuck my sister. Ning Ye's joining. It didn't cause much of a stir among this small group. Perhaps because he was still wary. At night, Ning Yi sat alone in the corner by the window and rested. Aha! Oops. Brother Tiger. A sweet roar came from the wooden door as thin as cicada wings. Ning Ye's face turned green. Is that an exaggeration? Is it so unconcealed? So unscrupulous? What's the purpose of the wooden door? Just for decoration. At least there are still two men. Pay attention to your image. You can wear a quilt too. In the dark night, Ning Yi helplessly covered her ears. The 9-year obligation told him that this was something not suitable for children. Don't listen to anything inappropriate. Get used to it slowly. In the darkness, Chen Kai's voice came. Brother who was a rough and tumble hero. He doesn't care about such secular etiquette, but he is very righteous. Ning Yi didn't answer and slowly closed her eyes. Whoops. Whoops. There was a gentle snoring in the darkness. But the vigilant Ning Yi still didn't dare to fall asleep. His escape since the end of the world has allowed him to develop an alertness beyond ordinary people. Since you can't sleep, let's study this thing. Ning Yi thought secretly. Ning Ye's father works in a machinery group. Participated in a human body simulation machinery project of the machinery group. It is rumored that this plan will allow machines to replace human organs. He can replace your heart with a mechanical heart. You can replace your limbs with powerful mechanical limbs. It can even replace your brain with a mechanical brain with supercomputing power. This plan can be said to benefit mankind. However, Ning Ye's father forcefully stopped him. Because, although the human brain can be replaced by machinery, and can transfer people's memories. However, machines are machines, but they cannot transfer human emotions together. The transferred brain makes people become like cold machines. When doing things, there is no regard for the consequences, and there is no emotional factor at all. However, the person in charge of this plan rejected Ning Ye's father's request, and drove Ning Ye's father out of the machinery group. At that time, the end had just arrived. Ning Ye's father took the opportunity to steal some of the information in this plan. These are the simulated mechanical limbs in Ning Ye's hands. Ning Yi fled all the way from the imperial capital to Fenglei City. I happened to meet Li Wanbiao and the others. Even Ning Yi couldn't figure out why his secret was known to Li Wanbiao. And he is also a survivor. What he didn't know was that his arrival had changed Li Wanbiao's mission to break through the third stage of survival. Originally it was just a mission to kill zombies. But because of Ning Yi's arrival, it was changed to seizing the information on Ning Yi. Li Wanbiao, who didn't understand, knew that mechanical limbs were a good thing as soon as he heard the name. So we pursued him all the way here. Opened the simulated mechanical limbs. Under the influence of the system, the original data was displayed in front of you in a simple form. Simulated mechanical limbs, intermediate. Function, collect specific materials to synthesize mechanical limbs that replace human limbs. Wooden mechanical limbs, wood 1, screws 5. Iron mechanical limbs, iron block 5, screw 10. Alloy mechanical limbs, fine iron 100, fine iron screws 50. Originally, it still required fine carving, polishing, and countless tools and machine tools to create a robotic arm. Now because of the digitization of the system, you only need to collect the corresponding materials to automatically synthesize this thing. Escaped all the way. Ning Yi hasn't observed this thing carefully yet. Now that he saw it, he was overjoyed. Immediately opened the trading area to find the required materials. But then Ning Yi dimmed. Because he has no energy. So far, he is still just an ordinary person. I can't even afford an awakening card. Along the way, he only ate one meal a day. He has been hiding in Tibet, and only with superhuman perseverance can he survive until now. Looking out the window at the night. Every twinkling star seems to be his courage to live. In her mind, Ning Yi clearly remembered her sister's favorite song. Twinkle twinkle little star. It's getting light. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At 6 o'clock sharp, Chen Kai also got up. Didn't sleep all night? Chen Kai asked looking at the tired Ning Yi. Ning Yi looked away awkwardly and did not answer. Now that you have joined this group, you still need to have basic trust. I don't want you to join and be a burden to the three of us. Chen Kai put on his clothes and walked to the bathroom. Hey! Wait a minute! Ning Yi suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped her loudly. But it was already too late. Opened the bathroom door. A white figure, naked in white, with an upper body like a mountain and a lower body like a peach, appeared in front of her. Seeing this scene, Chen Kai immediately closed the door. Sister-in-law. The shower has to be closed. Chen Kai helplessly patted his forehead and walked over. Arriving in front of the sofa, Chen Kai motioned for Ning Yi to come over. Ning Yi stood up, stretched, and relaxed her muscles. Apparently he didn't sleep all night last night. Sitting opposite Chen Kai, Ning Yi remained silent. As I just said, since you choose to join, you must guarantee your role in this group, do you understand? Chen Kai scolded with a solemn expression. You stayed up all night, can you guarantee that it will not affect today's battle and plan? It's guaranteed. Ning Yi said affirmatively. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Are you staying awake all this time when facing us? Ning Yi fell silent. Dreams and goals can't be realized with just a lot of passion, do you understand? Chen Kai continued to educate Ning Yi. If you want to find your sister, you must first ensure your safety and improve your strength. Don't you know how powerful the mechanical group is? Can you defeat thousands of mechanical warriors? Sorry. Ning Yi clenched her fists tightly and finally slowly released them. If you don't even have this trust, you should leave. You are tired, we are tired, and I also want to find my sister. Now that I know where she is, I can do it without you. Faced with Chen Kai's reprimand, Ning Yi, who had a will of steel, was not angry at all. Either bluntly contradict them, or they throw away their sleeves and leave. Instead, he stood up silently. He bowed deeply to Chen Kai. I'm sorry. I was too worried about you. Facing Ning Yi, who apologized so sincerely, Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. Okay, let's go wash up and eat. But Ning Yi looked towards the bathroom. At this moment, Zhang Ru walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing this, Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Walking into the bathroom, the fragrance of a mature woman hits my face. It stirred Ning Yi's iron heart. On the mirror that was wet with mist, Ning Yi seemed to see everything that had just happened here. Zhang Ru really deserves to be the eldest brother's woman. It's hard to resist for every man. This is the charm, and everyone will be tempted by it. But if you can endure it, you are a character. Chen Kai did it, and so did Ning Yi. After washing up, the four of them sat at the table. Chen Kai has prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Typical Chinese breakfast. Rice porridge, steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, etc. Seeing these foods, Ning Yi couldn't help but salivate. It had been a long time since he had eaten these warm things. Eat it. After Chen Kai spoke, everyone dared to start taking action. Ning Yi has sharp eyes and quick hands. He grabbed the fried dough stick with one hand and took a big bite. He only has one hand. If he had two hands, he might be faster. Chen Kai was stunned when he saw Ning Yi eating like this. This kid is really good at eating. Nothing seems to be chewed when it comes to the mouth. He swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Not long after, everything on the table was swept away. Eat. You guys eat. Why are you looking at me? Ning Yi said vaguely. However, looking at the empty tabletop, as if a typhoon was passing through, everyone suddenly didn't know what to eat. In desperation, Chen Kai took out another table full of things. When you are a boss, you have to keep your employees fed. Although Ning Yi is just an ordinary person now. But with his superhuman will and courage, he will definitely be a talent in the future. As long as he is trained well, he can definitely become Chen Kai's right-hand man. After eating, Zhang Ru cleared the table very consciously and virtuously. At the same time, I made a pot of tea for the three men. Looking at the one-armed Ning Yi, Chen Kai took out a potion from his backpack. This is a potion that can restore your arm. I spent 50,000 energy points to buy it. With 3 courses of treatment, you will be back to your original state. Ning Yi stared blankly at the potions on the table and then at Chen Kai. I really didn't expect that Chen Kai would spend such a high price on himself from the beginning. But then, Ning Yi shook her head. No. But it's very inconvenient when you fight with one arm. Chen Kai asked doubtfully. I have my own way. Since she chose to believe it, Ning Yi prepared the tray and went out. You know why those survivors are chasing me? Why? Chen Kai asked without thinking. Simulated mechanical limbs. Oh, Chen Kai suddenly realized. You don't even risk your life just to protect this. That's right. Ning Yi nodded. You're right. Since you choose to join, you still need to have basic trust. I always thought that you also wanted to simulate the mechanical limbs. But judging from yesterday's contact, I misunderstood you. Then, Ning Yi told Chen Kai about her experience. My father gave this to my sister and me before he died. But I was helpless and let them take my sister away. I was the only one left to escape with this secret. Ning Yi punched the table hard. The feeling of powerlessness made him feel so broken that he even wanted to die. But thinking of her kidnapped sister, Ning Yi persisted. The entire world has been digitized, and this technology has therefore become a skill. Now that I have mastered it, I can create powerful mechanical limbs. With that said, Ning Yi shared the information about the simulated mechanical limbs with Chen Kai. I can understand this piece of wood and iron, but among the materials required for this, what is refined iron? Chen Kai asked doubtfully. Refined iron is made from 100 iron blocks. Ning Yi explained. Without digital support, it would be very difficult to refine 100 iron blocks into one piece of fine iron. Since there is a better substitute, I will put this potion Awa. Why? Chen Kai put away the potions on the table. Then we won't kill zombies today, but help Ning Yi make a mechanical arm. After Chen Kai finished speaking, he took out a map of Yunlan City. After some searching, Chen Kai's index finger landed on a spot on the map. Today's target is the steel refinery. This is a factory still located in the development zone. Mainly provides steel to the construction industry. There are probably countless iron blocks here. Ziyuan Steel Plant. It can be said to be the leading company in the steel industry in Yunnan City. The steel he produces supplies several surrounding cities. There are very few women working in steel plants. Ying Shangling is a special one among these few, because she is a daughter who inherited her father's business. The boss of the steel factory is her father. During college, she studied steel construction. After graduation, Ying Shangling came to work in a factory. When the end comes, she happened to be inspecting the factory. A worker who usually smiled suddenly turned into a hideous and terrifying zombie and pounced on him viciously. After being bitten, Ying Shangling accidentally fell into the molten steel being refined. Laugh. The extremely high-temperature molten steel engulfed Ying Shangling in an instant. But I don't know why. Her body was actually wrapped in energy and was not melted by the extremely high-temperature molten steel. Instead, the molten steel inside flowed into her body like blood. Gradually, her organs were coated with molten steel and protected. Skin turned to steel. The blood in the body is replaced by molten steel. Until the factory ceased operations. Molten steel gradually cooled, and Ying Shangling walked out of the molten steel. A zombie bit her, and she was about to turn into a zombie, but miraculously she became a man of steel. When she came to the mirror and saw that she could not return to her original beauty, Ying Shangling hid her face and cried bitterly. Until now, she is still hiding here and dare not go out. The silent tempering plant. Chen Kai and others fought all the way here. Strange? Why isn't there a zombie in here? Kuei-hu looked around strangely, but became more and more alert. During this period of following Chen Kai, Kuei-hu also learned a lot. He knows deeply that the more seemingly safe a place is, the less safe it is. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Wait a minute. Let me see. Chen Kai stopped immediately. Looking at the huge steel mill, Chen Kai activated his deduction ability. You let Kuei-hu be the vanguard. Kuei-hu walked into the steel plant and was crushed to death by steel falling from the sky. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai immediately saw steel rods about 10 meters long hanging above the steelmaking plant. You can't force the shit out of me. Chen Kai immediately gave up the idea and continued the deduction. You tested it with a stone, but the steel didn't fall. It seems that this is not agency control. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai waited for a few more minutes. But the steel still didn't fall. It seems that this has nothing to do with time, that is, someone is controlling it. Chen Kai immediately confirmed the idea. Immediately, Chen Kai continued to deduce. You entered from the left and fell into the hot molten steel, leaving not even a slag behind. Continue. You enter from the right side and are shot through the body by 100 steel thorns, becoming a hedgehog. Can't get in? After several deductions, Chen Kai suddenly had no idea where to start. At this time, Ying Shangling, who was hidden in the tempering plant, could clearly see everything outside through the feedback of steel elements. Every road leading to the interior of the tempering plant has been blocked by himself. As long as they set foot on it, they will surely die. However, what surprised Ying Shangling was that the leading man seemed to be very cautious. He seemed to know that there were traps on every road, but he just didn't move. Don't come in, don't come in. Ying Shangling couldn't help but call out in her heart. It doesn't want outsiders to see itself like this. Even if it's a zombie, Ying Shangling doesn't want to be seen. Although he is invisible in the eyes of zombies, he will not be attacked. But she still cleared the entire factory of zombies. Let's see if the discarded iron lumps around us can be used. If so, we won't go in. The cautious Chen Kai said to Ning Yi. It's possible, but the quality is not up to standard and needs to be refined. With digitization, it only requires additional energy value. We won't go in, just collect these iron lumps. Chen Kai took a solemn look at the silent tempering factory, and then began to collect. At this time, after hearing Chen Kai's conversation, Ying Shangling inside suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But she still did not relax her vigilance and kept silently paying attention to what was going on outside. Right now, a lean young man wearing black sportswear pushed open the door and entered. What was a little surprising was that one of this man's sleeves was swinging empty in the air. When Ying Shangling saw this young man, his eyes widened immediately. No. Impossible. How could it be him? How could he be here? Ying Shangling shook her head in disbelief. Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in, I don't want you to see me like this. However, what drove Ying Shangling crazy was that this man seemed to recognize something. That, boss. Ning Yi called Chen Kai unnaturally. Chen Kai felt slightly surprised when he heard Ning Yi address him. But this is a good thing. From this incident, it can be seen that Ning Yi has let go of his guarded heart. Is this Ziyuan steelmaking plant the only one in Yunnan City? Yeah, it should be. According to the data, this is the largest steelmaking plant in Yunnan City, supplying several surrounding cities. Chen Kai nodded. and explained. What? Is there a problem? Hee. Ning Yi scratched his head. Said with some embarrassment. My first girlfriend in college was from Yunnan City. I heard from her at that time that her family ran a steelworks, and her major at the time was steel construction. Hey, Doomsday Frenzy, I don't know if your girlfriend is here anymore. The end brings joy and sorrow, separation between life and death. Whenever he thought of this kind of thing, Chen Kai felt heavy. I seem to vaguely remember that her steelmaking factory is called Ziyuan Steelmaking. This is Ziyuan Tempered Steel. What? Ningyi suddenly looked at her surroundings in surprise. I'll go in and take a look. With that said, Ningyi strode in. Ningyi walked in before Chen Kai had time to stop him. No! Danger! Chen Kai shouted to stop. But it was already too late. Ningyi stepped directly into the tempering plant with one foot. Silence, deathly silence. Ningyi froze in place, not daring to move. Chen Kai looked up to the sky. The steel hanging high in the sky did not fall. What happened? Chen Kai suddenly became confused. The result of the deduction just now is obviously going to fall no matter what. How come Ningyi doesn't fall out when she goes in? At this time, inside the tempering plant, a girl made of steel was hiding in the corner, crying helplessly. Ningyi, why you? How could it be you? Why did you come here to find me? How can I face you like this? Go quickly, go quickly. Correct. Ying Xiangling suddenly remembered something. Ningya's arm. That's right, she suddenly discovered that one of Ningya's arms was missing. Did you get bitten by a zombie on the way to find me? Looking down secretly, I saw Ningyi standing at the door. It was precisely because of seeing Ningyi that Ying Xiangling did not let the suspended steel fall from the control. At this moment, Chen Kai, who was surprised, suddenly thought of something. Judging from the results of the deduction just now, it is clear that someone is controlling all of this. Someone can control steel. This is similar to the ability of Zhang Chang, who was killed. But when Ningyi went in, there was no reaction. Chen Kai suddenly thought of what Ningyi said just now. His college girlfriend's home is in Yunlan City. My family also runs a steelworks factory. And the name is Ziyuan Tempered. So, then. Chen Kai immediately called Ningyi back. What's your college girlfriend's name? Wen Xiangling. Ningyi asked in confusion. Do you love her? Of course, there's my first love. Ningyi said without thinking. The reason why I fled to Yunlan City was just to see if she was still there. At this time, after hearing Ningyi's words, Ying Xiangling was moved to tears. Hearing this, Chen Kai asked again, if your first girlfriend turned into a zombie, would you still love her? Why are you asking these weird questions? How can I get along with her when she turns into a zombie? Then what if she still remembers you? Hearing this, Ningyi fell silent. After a moment, Ningyi's eyes were filled with hope. I have already lost the family member who loves me the most. If possible, I don't want to lose the one I love again. If she still remembers me, I am willing to continue to protect her and love her. But if she doesn't remember me and just turns into an irrational zombie, then I won't take her with me, because I still have things to do, and I can't bring any trouble to our team. Burden. Chen Kai couldn't help but be moved by Ningya's infatuation and righteousness. His strong willpower kept him from losing his way. He knows what he can and cannot do. What if she turns into a monster? What monster is scarier than zombies? Ningyi chuckled. You don't know how considerate, gentle, and considerate she is. What I love is her heart, her person, not her body and skin. Hearing this, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. Then looking at the empty steel factory, Chen Kai shouted loudly, Ying Xiangling, did you hear that? Ningyi loves your heart, not your skin. If you still love him, then please come out bravely. God takes pity on you and gives you a chance to meet. If you don't cherish it, I'm afraid we will never have the chance to meet again in the future. Watching Chen Kai shouting at the empty factory, Ningyi was confused. Ying Xiangling? You said Xiangling is in there? The words trailed behind, and only a bump was visible. Yoji, a figure draped in a large sheet, appeared in front of everyone. Through the exposed gaps in the sheets, you can vaguely see the metallic luster reflecting light. More than 10 meters away, Ningyi could still recognize the girl with a charming smile through her steely face. That smile is like a spring breeze. But from now on, there was no smile on her face anymore. Xiangling. Is it really you? Xiangling. Ningyi rushed forward unconsciously, wanting to hug the girl. Stop. Just heard a sharp shout. The next moment, the road leading to Ying Xiangling was suddenly covered with cold steel needles. A steel needle more than half a meter high blocked Ningyi's way. Ying Xiangling turned sideways slightly, not daring to look directly at Ningyi. I didn't expect that I could really see you again. Ying Xiangling's trembling voice came. Ningyi stretched out her hand to touch, and the next moment, Ningyi suddenly laughed. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Ningyi stepped on the steel needle and walked towards the girl step by step. Laugh. The steel needle penetrated the sole of the foot. Ningyi endured the severe pain and pulled it out again and walked again. Seeing this scene, Chen Kai and the heirs suddenly opened their eyes wide. What a ruthless emperor he is. Kuei-hu called him cowhide. Ah. When Ying Xiangling reacted, Ningyi had already taken 4 or 5 steps. With a wave of his hand, the steel needle disappeared. Ying Xiangling immediately rushed towards Ningyi. What are you doing? You fool, what are you doing? You don't want your life. The moment the steel needle disappeared, Ningyi fell to her knees on the ground. Hugging Ningyi, Ying Xiangling couldn't help crying anymore. At this moment, the sheets on Ying Xiangling slipped off, revealing the iron girl wearing only a t-shirt and shorts. Seeing Ying Xiangling's appearance, Chen Kai and the others suddenly opened their eyes wide. Chen Kai originally thought that Ing Shangling was just infected and became a zombie. But I didn't expect that she would become like this. She was like a steel sculpture. If she stood motionless, no one would think she was a person. Ning Yi hugged Ing Shangling. The cold steel and hard skin on Ing Shangling's body made him feel slightly stunned. But the sense of fulfillment brought by the tight hug was something Ning Yi could never forget. I said, no matter what you become, I will never leave you. Ning Yi whispered in Ing Shangling's ear. I saw Ing Shangling's body trembling slightly. Even though she has a body of steel, she also has a tender heart of a girl. Slowly letting go of Ning Yi, Ing Shangling mustered up the courage to look directly at Ning Yi. You really don't mind me turning into such a monster? Ning Yi didn't speak. He proved his thoughts with actions. Ning Yi hugged Ing Shangling again and kissed her. The cold touch gave Ning Yi a different kissing experience. Although Ing Shangling has a body of steel, the pleasure brought by the sensitivity of various parts of the body is still there. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Holding Ing Shangling's hand tightly, Ning Yi prepared to stand up. But the next moment, he was unable to stand because of the injuries on his feet. Kneeling on the ground, Ning Yi said to Chen Kai, Boss, can you? Welcome to join us. Before Ning Yi finished speaking, Chen Kai extended his right hand to Ing Shangling. Thank you, boss. Ning Yi was immediately happy and then introduced. Xiang Ling, this is my boss. Although he is a survivor, but, please believe him, he is a good person. Survivor? What is that? However, what surprised everyone was that Ing Shangling did not know what a survivor was and what a survivor was. Xiang Ling, are you kidding me? Don't you even know about survivors and survivors? Ning Yi looked at Ing Shangling in surprise. Ing Shangling shook her head with a confused look on her face. I do not know. Then you don't usually check the system? What is the system? Ing Shangling still looked confused. You don't even know the system? This time it was Chen Kai's turn to not be calm. What on earth are you talking about? I really don't know. Ing Shangling said with confusion. What kind of survivors? What kind of survivors? What kind of system? I really don't know what you are talking about. In your mind, isn't there a digital image similar to a computer image, just like surfing the internet? Ning Yi tried his best to explain everything in simple words. However, facing Ing Shangling's confusion, everyone realized that she really had no system. Impossible. How is this possible? Chen Kai really couldn't understand. In this planet covered by the system, there are actually survivors who have slipped through the net. Is it good or bad to have no system? Later, Ing Shangling told everyone about her experience. You mean, you were bitten by a zombie and then fell into the molten steel and became like this? Chen Kai asked thoughtfully. Yes. Ing Shangling nodded. Generally speaking, after a person's body falls into high-temperature molten steel, it will melt and disappear within a few seconds. But you did not. Instead, you were protected by a mysterious energy. That mysterious energy, what is the energy? After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai seemed to have thought of something. It's zombie energy. Logically speaking, after you are bitten, you should soon be infected and become a zombie. Then this energy may be activated after encountering high temperatures, protecting you and making your body mutated, and you gain this ability. Chen Kai used system digitization to observe the attributes of Ing Shangling. Although Ing Shangling has no system. However, under the digitization of the system, her information can still be displayed. Ing Shangling, innate third-level awakener. Ability, body of steel. Skills, iron body, iron will, iron protection. Perhaps, Shangling without a system should be a good thing. After a while, Chen Kai said slowly. Why? Everyone asked in confusion. Think about it, with the system in place, are we under the system's detection? Yes. Then Shangling does not have a system, so he is not restricted by the system. For some things, there is no need to abide by the system's principles. The more Chen Kai thought about it, the more he felt so. He said excitedly to everyone. For example, a very simple question, Shangling does not need to complete these tasks before we can enter the third stage of survival. For Shangling, she has no concept of the survival stage. After hearing what Chen Kai said, everyone nodded in understanding. Forget it, I'll explain it to you now, but you won't understand. When Shangling encounters problems in the future, you will know his benefits. Chen Kai waved his hand and stopped talking about this matter. By the way, Shangling, we are here mainly to make a mechanical arm for Ning Yi. Can you help us find some fine iron? Chen Kai told Ing Shangling the purpose of his trip. This is easy. Ing Shangling waved his hand, and the surrounding steel flew over immediately. Then the huge piece of steel slowly shrank and its impurities were removed. Finally, pieces of fine iron appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With Ing Shangling's help, everyone easily gathered the refined iron for Ning Yi. Give the fine iron to Ning Yi. Ning Yi put all the materials together and activated the simulated mechanical limbs skill. The next moment, all the fine iron was fused, and then merged with all the fine iron screws. Slowly, a simulated human arm appeared in front of you. This arm was made according to the length and thickness of Ning Yi's left hand. After installing it on the right arm, the mechanical arm and the incomplete body were fused together, and they fit together perfectly. The sensors on the robotic arm were connected to the nerves, and Ning Yi tentatively raised her arm. The next moment, the mechanical arm was raised and then controlled according to Ningya's thoughts. Stretch out your 10 fingers, clench your fist, and stretch out all your fingers to make a fist gesture. I tested the flexibility of the arm, and it was exactly the same as the previous physical arm. Boom! The next moment, Ningyi punched the wall. The 30 to 40 centimeter wall was actually smashed through by Ningya's punch. What a powerful force! Chen Kai was shocked by the power of this punch. Show me quickly. Ningyi also retracted her arm in disbelief, and then stretched it out in front of Chen Kai. Looking closely, Chen Kai discovered that this arm was actually a piece of blue equipment. Mechanical right arm, blue. Attack power, 200%. Attribute, punch speed plus 50 and attribute, according to the punching speed, every 10% of the speed increases the damage by 10%. It's actually blue equipment. Chen Kai exclaimed. And you haven't used the awakening card yet. Hey. Ningyi was also very satisfied with this arm. Because the powerful power brought by this arm gave Ningyi an unprecedented sense of security. Let's go. Let's go back and awaken your ability today. Wait a moment. Ningyi looked around and looked at the mountains of steel surrounding him. These are all good things, we can't just waste them. After saying that, he said to Shangling, compress all the steel here into fine iron, let's take it all back, don't waste it. Okay. I saw Shangling waving his hands, and everything just began to merge and become smaller. Finally, it turned into pieces of fine iron and was neatly placed in front of Ningyi. Chen Kai counted it carefully and found that the fine iron totaled more than 1,000 yuan. Ningyi was asked to put them away, but Chen Kai did not get involved with these things. After all, these are Shangling's things, so it is most appropriate to leave them to Ningyi for safekeeping. Just 2 days. The members of this small team have expanded to 5 people. And Shangling, after seeing that everyone looked at her with no strange eyes, slowly began to integrate into the group. After returning to the top floor of the building, Chen Kai bought an awakening card for Ningyi. Try it. See what abilities you can awaken. Chen Kai handed the awakening card to Ningyi. Ningyi took it with both hands carefully, and then nodded fiercely. In front of everyone, Ningyi used the awakening card. Seeing the milky white light sinking into the body, everyone's hearts lifted. This is more exciting than opening a blind box. But Chen Kai was the only one who looked calm. Because Chen Kai knew that Ningyi could definitely awaken extraordinary abilities. Just by his superhuman willpower. After a while, the light disappeared and Ningyi slowly opened her eyes. Even through life and death. Developed an iron will. But Ningyi still felt extremely excited after gaining the ability to awaken. Because this means that he has entered the threshold of becoming stronger. From today on, he will have real strength and can face the mechanical group. To retaliate, to resist. Fearless. Only. Ningya's face suddenly darkened. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly secretly said, oh no. Boom. The mechanical right fist hit the table hard. The table fell apart instantly. Why? Ningyi knelt down with a plop. Then he howled to the sky. God, why are you so unfair to me? Why? Ningyi pointed at the sky and cursed loudly. Seeing this, everyone understood something. It doesn't matter, don't forget, you still have a mechanical arm. Chen Kai stretched out his right hand and helped Ningyi up. You have to remember that there is no useless ability, only useless awakeners. As long as any ability is used in the right place, he will be the most powerful. Yes. Let everyone see what your abilities are, and let's help you think of a solution together. Kuei-hu also comforted him. Only Shangling next to her was holding Ningyi tightly with one hand. No matter what kind of abilities Ningyi awakens, she will always be by his side. With everyone's encouragement, Ningyi quickly recovered from her loss. He didn't even care about life and death, how could he be defeated by this setback? The next moment, Ningyi shared her ability with everyone. 2 purpose, Class B. Function, you can be distracted and do 2 things at the same time. Really? It's a rubbish ability. What is the use of this ability? Multitasking, this was originally a derogatory term, okay? Unexpectedly, it has become an ability now. However, just when everyone sympathized with Ningyi, Chen Kai suddenly said, I don't think so. Suddenly, everyone focused their eyes on Chen Kai. Boss, why do you see me? Kuei-hu asked curiously. As we all know, the awakening ability will become stronger with the level of the awakened person. Chen Kai expressed his guess. Do you think Ningya's ability can be used for 3 purposes, 4 purposes, or 10 purposes? Yes. Kuei-hu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is awesome. When Chen Kai said this, Ningya's disappointed eyes gradually became more exciting. Boss, keep talking. Ningyi asked expectantly. For example, when it comes to playing games, we can work as a team. Chen Kai continued. Brother who is a warrior and part-time tank, but after Shangling came, Shangling became a tank. Sister-in-law Zhang Ru is an assassin, and I am a shooter. And you? Focus on 4 tasks, look at the overall situation, and control the whole scene. You tell me whether your positioning is important. Chen Kai's words ignited Ningya's extinguished flame again. Also, I have an idea to enhance your abilities. The more Chen Kai thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was possible. What idea? Everyone's minds were deeply attracted by Chen Kai. Four people gathered around, looking forward to Chen Kei's explanation. Tell me, how many arms does a human have? Of course two. Everyone said without thinking. Can it be 3 or 4? Hearing this, everyone was suddenly confused. Boss, what do you mean? Just tell me. Kuei-hu asked with an itchy heart. If Ningyi creates 6 arms, combined with the ability to multi-purpose, can he control more arms at the same time to maximize the power of these arms? Hearing this, Ningya's lips split open and she laughed excitedly. The idea of Chen Kei comes from a villain in the Spider-Man movie, Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus was originally a scientist. During an experiment, a ruptured pipeline caused radiation to leak out, causing a big explosion. This fused Otto with the mechanical tentacle he invented that could lift 8 tons of weight. Become Dr. Octopus. What if longer, telescopic robotic arms could be made? Then Ningyi will become just like Dr. Octopus. Coupled with the ability to multi-purpose, controlling these arms is a piece of cake. Yi Ningya had the foresight to condense all the steel in the factory into fine iron and brought it back. However, according to the original robotic arm manufacturing skills, the mechanical arm he created is the same as that of a normal person. If you want to make a longer, telescopic arm, you can't just rely on the current level. Ningyi seemed to be aware of this problem, so he said, but the current manufacturing skills of simulated mechanical limbs cannot produce the kind of telescopic arms you mentioned. Hearing this, Chen Kei couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, Chen Kei raised his head and stared at Ningyi seriously. Do you believe me? Of course I believe it. Ningyi said without thinking. I said, I can help you improve your simulation mechanical limb technology. Do you believe it? Chen Kei said again. Really? Ningya's eyes suddenly lit up and she asked excitedly. What needs to be done? Seeing Ningyi so excited, Chen Kei looked calm. I saw Chen Kei slowly stand up, then took a deep breath and said, I know that you sacrificed your life for this technology, so it is of great significance and very precious to you. But I want to help you improve your level. I need you to hand over this technology to me. Hearing this, Ningya's face gradually relaxed, and her vigilant heart became restless again. Of course, you can choose to refuse. After all, we have only known each other for a few days, and we have not yet reached the point of complete trust. Chen Kei then added. You have to understand that I just want to help you and have no interest in your skills at all. Ningyi glanced at Ing Xiangling beside her, then stared at Chen Kei. At this moment, Ningya's mind was filled with the experiences of the past few days. After a while, Ningyi took a deep breath and came to Chen Kei. If you wanted to kill me or get this technology, you would have caught me long ago and tortured me at all costs. But you didn't. And you even helped me find Xiangling. Having said this, Ningyi glanced affectionately at Ing Xiangling beside her. So, I choose to believe you. If you really take the technology and kill me, then I have nothing to say except that I, Ningyi, am blind. With that said, Ningyi extracted this technology and used data to synthesize a skill book. Slowly handing it out, Ningyi looked firmly into Chen Kei's eyes. Their eyes faced each other, and their eyes were extremely clear. At this moment, Ningyi knew that he had made the right bet. From Chen Kei's eyes, he didn't see any twinkle or excitement in Chen Kei's eyes. On the contrary, it was very bland. At this time, Ing Xiangling behind him had begun to become wary. Once Chen Kei takes something and kills people, she will protect Ningyi as soon as possible and then kill everyone here. Slowly taking the skill book, Chen Kei remembered the prompt in his mind. You obtained the simulated mechanical limb manufacturing technique, triggered a tenfold increase, and obtained the simulated mechanical limb manufacturing technique. Focusing on his skills, Chen Kei smiled contentedly. Sure enough, after 10 times of blessings, this technology got the results I wanted. Simulation can simulate mechanical limb manufacturing technology, advanced. Function, you can consume corresponding materials to create different mechanical limbs according to your own imagination. At this time, Chen Kei was immersed in the blessed skill and could not extricate himself. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Ningyi started to get nervous. Click, click, click. The mechanical arm started to move and clenched into a fist. If anything happened to Chen Kei, he would hit him directly with his fist. Seeing Ningyi on guard, Kuei-hu next to him also became nervous. What should I do? The boss didn't say he wanted to steal this skill. What should I do now? Do I need to be ready to transform at all times? He turned and glanced at Zhang Ru beside him. Zhang Ru saw confirmation from Kuei-hu's confused eyes. Zhang Ru's meaning is very clear. Receive. I'll deal with Ing Xiangling later, and you deal with Ningyi. The atmosphere was tense. At the critical moment, Chen Kei slowly opened his eyes. Call. Chen Kei pretended to be working hard. Looking at Ningyi in front of him, Chen Kei waved his right hand, and the skill book appeared in his hand again. Living up to my expectations, I finally succeeded. Ningyi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the skill book again. But at the same time, from this moment on, Ningyi completely recognized Chen Kei. From the bottom of my heart, I have the desire to follow. Taking the skill book with great care, Ningyi's anxious heart finally settled. Call. At this moment, the other 3 people also breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? You're all sweating. Is it hot? Chen Kei looked at Kuei-hu and the others in confusion. Ahem. It's quite hot, ha. With an awkward smile, Kuei-hu resolved the misunderstanding. At this time, Ningyi looked at the skill book and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Advanced skills. Ningyi exclaimed. Wasn't it just an intermediate skill? How did you do it? Ningyi raised her head and looked at Chen Kai in disbelief and asked. Let's learn it and try its power. Chen Kai motioned to Ningyi. As soon as Ningyi patted the skill book, it turned into a ray of light and penetrated into the body. The next moment, Ningyi mastered this skill. Afterwards, Ningyi eagerly took out a pile of refined iron from her backpack and started smelting it. Wait a moment. Chen Kai stopped Ningyi. Ningyi looked confused. Skills can be refined according to your imagination. Have you ever seen Spider-Man? Spider-Man? Have you seen it? Does Dr. Octopus inside know? No. Oh, I see. Ning Yefan suddenly woke up. Dr. Octopus's tentacle robotic arm immediately came to mind. The next moment, all the fine iron was suspended, and then began to merge under the influence of skills. Not long after, stretchable tentacle arms appeared in front of him. In the contracted state, the arm looks like a normal arm. In the extended state, the arms can be up to 10 meters long. At the end, Ningyi did not set it to look like hands. Instead, it is set up with 3 long triangles that can be opened and closed. When closed, it resembles the tip of a spear and can be used for attack. When opening and closing, it can be used to pick up items. But, the problem came again. How to install these robotic arms? Ningyi only made 2 arms. Looking at the 2 mechanical arms on the table, everyone fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, for example, Ningyi's broken arm earlier. Just install it directly. The physical tissue will automatically connect to the machine and can then be controlled. But where to install these 2 arms? Just install it on the back. Chen Kai picked up an arm and came behind Ningyi. Similar to Dr. Octopus, you can put it away when you don't use it. Immediately, Ningyi took off her shirt, revealing her strong and lean body. Chen Kai put one end of the robotic arm on Ningyi's back. But the robotic arm was not connected to the flesh. Does it mean that it needs to be connected to the damaged flesh? Aha! As soon as Chen Kai finished speaking, Ningyi took out a dagger. Boss, come on, cut. Try. Chen Kai had no choice but to take the dagger and said. Then bear with it. Ningyi smiled contemptuously. That's it? The blade touched the skin, and Chen Kai scratched the skin with a little force. Red blood flowed out immediately. After pulling out a wound of about 5 or 6 centimeters, Chen Kai immediately put the robotic arm on it. Only part of the mechanical arm was seen, and it immediately began to connect with the wound. But because the wound is too small, it can only be connected a little bit. Efficient. Seeing this, Chen Kai suddenly became happy. It's just that the wound is too small to connect. Boss, just pull it. Ningyi said through gritted teeth. Then bear with it. Chen Kai said, then took out some anesthetics from his backpack and prepared to give Ningyi anesthetics. No boss. Ningyi immediately stopped Chen Kai. I'm worried that anesthesia will affect the control of the robotic arm. You'd better not use anesthesia. Fine. Chen Kai nodded, then took a deep breath, and started to use the knife on Ningyi's back according to the size of the mechanical arm. A round wound appeared that fit perfectly with a section of the robotic arm. Then, Chen Kai picked up one end of the skin and pulled hard. Ningyi suddenly let out a miserable cry. I saw a round piece of human skin, which was torn off by Chen Kai. Afterwards, Chen Kai immediately installed the robotic arm. Blood trickled down his back. The flesh tissue began to connect crazily with the mechanical arm, and was finally fixed on Ningyi's back. Be patient, there's another one. Chen Kai reminded Ningyi. I saw Ningyi bent over, head lowered, covered in sweat, and nodded firmly. This is like tearing off a piece of flesh. There is no reason why it shouldn't hurt. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai followed the same pattern. Following another scream from Ningyi, the remaining arm was successfully installed. After installing it, Chen Kai immediately took out the blood-replenishing medicine and gave it to Ningyi. Not long after, Ningyi's blood volume increased. Ningyi's pain disappeared after she regained her full health. After taking a long breath, Ningyi was already sweating profusely. Let's use these 2 mechanical arms for the time being. After all, your awakening ability is multitasking, and you can just control 2 of them. Boss. Ningyi leaned on the sofa, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing an evil smile. Can't I spend energy points to advance now? Help me advance. Can you bear it? Chen Kai was not worried about the energy level, but worried that Ningyi wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't worry, we'll get it done once and for all, and we'll save you trouble next time. Ningyi said indifferently. Besides, I can replenish my blood at any time to recover, and I won't kill anyone. All right. Chen Kai nodded, and then traded some energy to Ningyi. Afterwards, Ningyi directly spent energy to upgrade his level to the 2nd level. Boss, it's exactly what you said. Ningyi sat up suddenly. 2 mechanical arms behind him stretched out in a flash. Boom! One of the arms, after touching the wall, directly penetrated the wall. The power is staggering. 2 uses at once has become 4 uses at once. It has doubled. Ningyi said excitedly. So if you install 2 more robotic arms on me, I can control 4 arms at will. Ningyi said, then took out some fine iron and started making it again. Not long after, two more mechanical arms were created. Bring it on! Ning Yi patted her shoulder and turned around, facing away from Chen Kai. Chen Kai nodded, picked up the dagger, and installed the two mechanical arms on it. 10 minutes later, Ning Yi, who had 4 robotic arms like Dr. Octopus, appeared in front of everyone. Do 4 things at once. Ning Yi controlled 4 mechanical arms, swinging them randomly in midair. Immediately afterwards, an arm attacked Ing Xiangling beside him. Then he wrapped Ing Xiangling around the waist and hugged her immediately. In midair, Ing Xiangling let out a melodious laugh, extremely happy. Boss, brother tiger, sister-in-law, let me test it out and see if I can hold a few of you at the same time. As he said that, the other 3 arms stretched out and picked up the 3 of them easily. It doesn't feel like any effort at all, Ning Yi said excitedly. Afterwards, Ning Yi put the 4 people down and retracted the mechanical arm. The retracted mechanical arm hugged Ning Yi from behind as if it were a person. In this way, the robotic arm can be well hidden. If you want to become stronger, become completely stronger. A fierce look flashed in Ning Yi's eyes. Then, he took out a sharp long knife, pointed it at his left arm, and slashed it hard. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Ning Yi, who had one of her arms chopped off, quickly took out the manufactured arm and immediately installed it. In this way, Ning Yi's arms became mechanical arms. However, this mechanical arm, like the right arm, has great power, but cannot stretch. The retractable arms also have great power though. But compared to the non-retractable main arm, the strength is still a bit inferior. From now on, the 4 telescopic arms will play a supporting role, and the main arms will actually attack. I said, you are too cruel, you just cut off an arm if you want. Kuei-hu couldn't help but give Ning Yi a thumbs up. Anything else? Ning Yi sneered. Put on a crazy smile. Aha! The sword flashed, and a thigh was chopped off again. Wanuma! Kuei-hu couldn't bear to look directly and turned around. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yi directly replaced her legs with mechanical legs. The effect of these mechanical legs greatly improved Ning Yi's strength. This pair of mechanical legs adds some telescopic capabilities. Although the telescopic length is only 2 meters. But under the effect of telescopicity, Ning Yi could jump more than 10 meters in one leap. Standing high jump, you can also jump to 4 or 5 floors. Seeing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but look at his legs. Take courage but then relax, take courage but then give up. Chen Kai gave up the idea. For Ning Yi, mechanical limbs can indeed increase strength. But for Chen Kai, it seems that this is not necessary. After all, Chen Kai's main attack method is long-range attack. Just stay up and be fine. So it's better not to suffer this kind of sin. Although it is said that after installation, it can be restored immediately. But the moment it was cut down, the real pain was still horrifying. At this point, the entire team is completely armed. To celebrate Ning Yi's new life, let's have hot pot tonight. Now the things in the trading area have been perfectly distinguished. Once you enter, it's like going to a supermarket. You can buy almost anything you want. After all, only the trading area is where survivors and survivors can communicate. In this way, resources can be fully mobilized. It has a very good promotion effect for both parties. I bought pots and pans in the living area, fresh shrimps and abalone in the fresh food area, and vegetables and fruits in the fruit and vegetable area. A large table was set up, and 5 people sat down happily. Correct. Chen Kai looked at Ing Xiangling. Can you eat after you become like this? Don't worry about this. Ing Xiangling explained. After I became like this, I found that I could absorb steel energy to meet my body's needs. But eating can make me feel the joy of being a human being. Moreover, I still have the sense of taste and smell. After eating, it will make you feel full. This is great. Chen Kai immediately felt relieved. It would be such a shame if you couldn't eat and enjoy all kinds of delicious food. The aroma is fragrant and fills the entire hall. The sizzling mandarin duck pot is boiling with all kinds of food. The cold beers touched each other, and everyone cheered for this moment of encounter. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Chen Kai put down his chopsticks and looked at Ning Yi. Tell me about this machinery group. Now that we have a goal and a direction, we can't live in Yunlan City forever. We have to take action to find clues about my sister. Ning Yi nodded and explained. The machinery group has branches all over the world. The Chinese head office is located in Magic City. They captured my sister and must have brought her to Magic City. So we only need to go to Magic City to find clues about my sister. Okay. Let's leave tomorrow and go to the Magic City, Chen Kai said without hesitation. But the conversation changed. Before setting off, let's complete the mission first. The promotion task has not yet been completed, so this phase of the task must be completed as soon as possible. By the way, do you survivors have this mission? Chen Kai asked doubtfully. Yes, they also kill zombies. Ning Yi explained. The setting of the survival stage is the same for both survivors and survivors. Now that we all have strong strength, we will try our best to help everyone complete this task tomorrow. Full of wine and food, everyone drank until late at night. Then he reluctantly fell asleep. However, during the long night, Chen Kai had no intention of sleeping. With the addition of Ing Xiangling, the cold-hearted Ning Yi also opted a room for herself. Then he and Ing Xiangling hugged each other and walked in. After the two of them entered, Kuei-hu came out shirtless. Chen Kai looked back and saw the door ajar, revealing Zhang Ru's smooth and white back. Boss, you see Ningyi has a companion, and you are still alone. Otherwise, how about we find a way to find one for you tomorrow? Kuei-hu smiled mischievously. Then he picked up a bottle of beer and drank it. Piss off. Chen Kai rolled his eyes. Kuei-hu waved his hands and smiled bitterly. Drought will kill you, and flood will kill you. Only the exhausted cattle will die, and there will be no damaged land. But fortunately, God has mercy on us big men and has set a 7-day bleeding time for those women. Otherwise, where would we be? I can bear it. Hey! It turns out that my sister-in-law is having an inconvenience today, no wonder. Chen Kai chuckled. Kuei-hu moved his position and sat opposite Chen Kai. He came over in a mean manner and asked, Boss, why do you think Ningyi attacked Ying Xiangling? How to start? Chen Kai was a little dizzy and didn't understand what Kuei-hu meant. Oops. Kuei-hu expressed all the doubts in his heart. Chen Kai's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Good guy, if you don't think about this aspect carefully, you don't know anything about this kind of thing. It's useless to worry about all this, won't you know if you ask Ningyi tomorrow? Chen Kai stood up and walked to his room. At this moment, Ying Xiangling's deep voice came from Ningyi's room. Hearing this sound, Kuei-hu was even more excited than if he had been injected with chicken blood. He immediately and cautiously came to the door, and then put his ear against the door. Boom! The next moment, a robotic arm penetrated the door panel and stopped 3 centimeters away from Kuei-hu. Kuei-hu suddenly trembled with fright, and then ran into his room. The irritated Kuei-hu jumped onto the bed as soon as the door closed. Damn it! Wife, get up and fight to the end. The next day, Chen Kai woke up early. The feeling of being hungover is very unpleasant. Chen Kai immediately spent energy to eliminate these negative states. The two couples in the 2 rooms were not up yet. It seems that I was really tired last night. Chen Kai prepared breakfast and couldn't help but think to himself. Should I find one too? Otherwise, if this continues, my ears won't be able to bear it, and my body won't be able to stand it either. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that the 4 of them got up slowly. The moment the door is opened, the 4 people faced each other and laughed awkwardly. After washing, several people sat down. Chen Kai told everyone about today's plan. Go out in a while and work together to kill them. No matter what level of zombies you encounter, you must work together as a team. Do you understand? Boss, we can handle first-level zombies in a single fight. Kuei-hu said confidently. You can do whatever you want later. No. Chen Kai shook his head. We will inevitably fight together in the future, so today, we must build up a tacit understanding between each other. I'm going to position you here again now. Xiangling, main defense. Kuei-hu, main attack. Zhang Ru, lead the attack. Ningyi, primary support, part-time secondary attacker. I am the main attacker. Do you understand? Clear. The 4 of them responded in unison. After assigning the plan, Chen Kai said to Ningyi, Give me some of your fine iron. Okay. Ningyi took out dozens of pieces of fine iron and gave them to Chen Kai. After eating breakfast, Chen Kai looked at the fine iron and began to prepare his plan. Long ago, Chen Kai had a plan for the use of his bow and arrows. In the past few days, Chen Kai has combined Marvel Hawkeye's bow and arrows to prepare different arrows. The arrows are intended to be made of fine iron. The arrow body is made of lighter alloy. The arrow tail is made into a flight feather shape to speed up the flight. With Ying Xiangling as a free blacksmith, Chen Kai began to look for various drawings in the trading area. Because I want to make my own different arrows, or even other equipment. System regulations require drawings. The source of this drawing can be created by professional technicians. It can also be caused by certain monsters and zombies. After searching for a while, the trading area was indeed as powerful as expected. Chen Kai finally found different types of arrowhead manufacturing. Moreover, it seems to be roughly the same as the arrowhead of Marvel's Hawkeye. First up is the standard piercing arrow. Penetrating arrow, green. Attack power, plus 120%. Attribute, penetration plus 20%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 20%. This penetrating arrow is made directly from fine iron, so it is a green expendable equipment. There are also explosive arrows. This one has Chen Kai's explosive recovery arrow, so there's no need to craft it. There are also split arrows. Split arrow, blue. Attack power, 120%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 20%. Attribute, penetration plus 10%. Attribute, after being shot, 6 branch-guided arrows are split, each causing 100% damage. This uses blueprints, and the blueprints are blue, so the level created is also blue. And flash arrows. Flash arrow, green. Attack power, 100%. Attribute, attack power plus 50%. Attribute, flash. This comes with a flash lighting function, suitable for lighting in the dark, and can also be used as a signal flare. There are also shock arrows. Electric shock arrow, blue. Attack power, 130%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 20%. Attribute, penetration plus 10%. Attribute, 10,000 volt current release. This is awesome. Not only has powerful attack power, also comes with electric attack. No problem at all for control. There are also rope arrows. Rope arrow, blue. Attack power, 100%. Attribute, rate of fire plus 10%. Attribute, penetration plus 10%. Attribute, 20-meter rope. This is a magical tool for saving lives and escaping. After being shot out, the sharp and powerful arrow can directly penetrate into walls or other buildings. Then the arrow tail will release a 20-meter-long rope, which can be used to ensure falling from high altitude or when climbing. At present, Chen Kai has found these 5 types of arrows. However, it is fully sufficient for Chen Kai to use in different scenarios. What Chen Kai didn't expect was, a piece of fine iron can actually make 100 arrows of various types. I saw the fine iron in Ing Xiangling's hands changing its shape at will. Then according to the drawing, it turns into arrows with different abilities. After making 1,000 arrows of each type, Chen Kai asked Ing Xiangling to stop. These 1,000 arrows are enough for Chen Kai to use for a long time. In addition, Chen Kai also asked Ing Xiangling to use ordinary steel. A lot of this ordinary steel can be extracted at will from cars on the roadside. Using these ordinary steels, Chen Kai made 10,000 ordinary white arrows. This kind of arrow is mainly used by Chen Kai to kill ordinary or first level and other low-level zombies. After all, to deal with this kind of scum, even using penetrating arrows is a waste. As for the explosive recovery arrow, although this can be used unlimitedly, but it is not suitable for some quiet places. After all, once it explodes, it will attract more zombies. After preparing everything, Chen Kai packed up everything here and prepared to leave. Once I leave, I'm afraid I won't come back. Because I want to leave. Therefore, the zombies under the building no longer have the function of covering up. Ready to fight. Chen Kai gave an order, and everyone immediately found their formation and began to slowly move forward. Take turns to kill zombies and complete everyone's mission. Following Chen Kai's instructions, the 5-man team began to move forward. As a tank, Ing Xiangling was the first to bear the brunt. Kuei-hu and Zhang Ru followed behind, one taking the main attack and the other making a surprise attack. Following closely behind was Chen Kai. The falling god Bao is always available for support and long-range strikes. Finally, Ning Yi is responsible for secondary attack and support. After several people's research, the 4 mechanical arms behind Ning Yi, if wrapped around everyone's waist, can change everyone's position at any time. When unable to dodge, Ning Yi can use her mechanical arm to help her teammates avoid attacks. Kuei-hu goes first, mainly kill the first-level zombies, leave the other ordinary zombies to me. As the team leader, Chen Kai directed everyone in an orderly manner. Killing ordinary zombies is meaningless. So Chen Kai used ordinary arrows, one at a time, to help Kuei-hu clear out the invalid targets. In this way, the small team fought and walked all the way, and soon left Yunlan City. Kuei-hu also completed his time-limited mission at this time. Boss, that's enough. Kuei-hu said excitedly. The system prompts me that I have earned 200 New World points. Very good. Chen Kai said with satisfaction. But if you want to break through the survival stage, you must collect 500 New World points, so Kuei-hu is still not enough. What should we do? Kuei-hu suddenly asked worriedly. It doesn't matter, there is nothing in the world that money can't solve. Chen Kai smiled. I saw a few days ago that New World points can be bought and sold. Really? That's great. Besides, I also have a lot of New World points. Chen Kai said proudly. Boss is mighty. Kuei-hu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Okay, let's complete other people's tasks. Chen Kai looked at the desolate suburbs. I saw cars everywhere on the national highway. Let's not worry about finding transportation tools first, let's complete the task first. In this way, the small group moved forward along the national highway. Start clearing the zombies on the road. Careful. Suddenly, Chen Kai and Ning Yi, who had been responsible for keeping an eye on the overall situation, immediately noticed the strange sight on the roadside. I saw a black shadow quickly rushing toward the nearest Ing Xiangling. But the next moment, everyone burst out laughing. The mutated dog pounced out and bit Ing Xiangling fiercely. But Ing Xiangling raised her arm slightly. The ferocious mutated dog bit Ing Xiangling's arm. But the next moment, there was only a clicking sound. The mutant dog's teeth were broken. This silly dog can even bite steel. Everyone burst out laughing. Then, Zhang Ru stabbed out a sword and ended the mutated dog's life. They fought 100 kilometers all the way from Yunlan City. All the tasks of several people were completed. I randomly picked up a Wuling sacred car on the road, and everyone got in the car. Wait a moment. Ing Xiangling suddenly stopped everyone. Watch me modify this car for everyone. Later, Ing Xiangling was seen controlling steel, and then installed some steel on the Wuling divine vehicle. Not long after, a strange-looking Wuling car appeared in front of everyone. The system trading area sells many car accessories. Before Kuei-hu became a gangster, he once worked as an auto repairman. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, the original parts of the Wuling Shinchi were replaced. I saw that the current Wuling sacred car has sharp steel spikes on the front that look like large pliers. This can effectively push away the obstacles of scrapped cars in the middle of the road. At the same time, the attack power of the impact is increased. If you are trapped in a zombie group, you can effectively break out of the zombie group. Secondly, the windows on all four sides are equipped with steel windows that can be lowered. While increasing the defense, it can also be opened for ventilation. Everyone got in the car. Kuei, who was responsible for driving, and Zhang Ru sat in the passenger seat. Others sit in the back. Now that the mission is completed, how many new world points do you still lack? Chen Kai asked. I'm still 300 short. Me too, short of 300. Chen Kai nodded. Including himself, a total of 1,200 new world points are needed. Chen Kai once blew up the survivor prison. Nearly 2,000 people were killed. Earned a full 4,200 new world points. Enough for 4 people to complete the stage mission. After trading the new world points to the other 3 people, Chen Kai still had 3,000 points left. Not long after, Chen Kai remembered the reminder in his mind. Congratulations on completing the limited time mission and qualifying for the 3rd stage of survival. You have consumed 500 new world points and entered the 3rd stage of survival. Friendly reminder, the system will arrange the difficulty of survival for each person based on their survival stage level. Next, what you will face is the 3rd stage of survival difficulty. There is no reward, it just tells you that you have entered the 3rd stage. But at this time, the world channel had already exploded. Don't advance, the 3rd stage of survival is simply hell. Shit, the zombies around me have all turned into level 3 zombies. What should I do? As someone who has experienced this, I advise you not to enter the 3rd stage of survival. Is anyone going to enter the 3rd stage so soon? Then according to what you said, if we don't enter the 3rd stage, what will happen when the time limit task comes? No one has ever tried it. Because the task is limited to 3 months. If 3 months is up, what will happen to those who didn't complete the task? No one knows. No one dares to think about it. But no matter what, the 4 people in the car have all completed their tasks. As for Ring Xiangling, because she does not have a system, what she will face next will be the same difficulty of survival as Chen Kai and the others. Boss, look, the price of new world points has now risen to 1,000 energy points. Ning Yi said in disbelief. Why are your survivor prices so low? Zhang Ru asked doubtfully. The price of our survivors has risen to 1,050. This is the difference between market economy and demand. Chen Kai opened the communication channel and explained. I saw that the communication channel at this time was acquiring new world points in large quantities. Unlimited acquisition of new world energy, 1 point is 1,500 energy, as much as you want. 1,800 points collected, 300 points required. 2,000 collected, 100 needed. Chen Kai did the math and found that he now had 3,000. According to the price of 1,500 yuan, it can be resold for 4.5 million yuan. This is another windfall. However, Chen Kai does not intend to sell. There is no doubt about the importance of new world points. If you sell it at this price now, you may need to buy it back at 10 times the price in the future. This reminded Chen Kai of Bitcoin. How much was it at that time? Now 1 Bitcoin has reached hundreds of thousands, and there is no comparison at all. In addition, Chen Kai has no shortage of energy. You can make a lot of money by reselling some things in the trading area. The car went all the way south, and because of obstacles on the road, the speed was relatively slow. Before nightfall, everyone arrived at Fenglei City, which they had to pass through. Kuei-hu, send a message to the city's channel and see if anyone is there. Chen Kai ordered. Ning Yi, please also send a message to the survivor's local channel to see if there is anyone. With Ning Yi, Chen Kai had the eyes of a survivor. You can know everything that happens to the other party. Boss, there is someone. The other party reported the location and asked us to come over. Kuei-hu said quickly. Chen Kai also immediately turned on the system to watch. At this moment, Chen Kai found that the city's channel suddenly began to curse. Kuei-hu, how dare you come back? Did you kill the boss? It turned out that this group of people turned out to be Li Wanbiao's younger brothers. After Zhang Chang was killed, Li Wanbiao knew about Kuei-hu's rebellion. Li Wanbiao then followed Ning Yi to Yunlan City. He was killed by Chen Kai again. But at that time, Li Wanbiao notified his subordinates. That's why his men knew everything. Where are you? Chen Kai looked at Ning Yi. In one hospital, there are more than 200 survivors. Ning Yi said solemnly. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. Chen Kai thought for a moment and then told everyone. Find a place to rest for the night, try not to conflict with them as much as possible, and leave here early tomorrow morning. Afterwards, everyone entered from the highway intersection and randomly found a hotel to stay in. At this moment, on a high-rise building, a survivor with golden eyes could see Chen Kai and others from a distance of several kilometers. Hilton Hotel, 5 people. The man immediately reported the news. Soon, he received the news. A survivor named Ning Yi claimed that he was one person. How could it be 5? I suspect the other 4 are survivors. Do survivors collude with survivors? Great, I got it. At this time, it was located in an inconspicuous private hospital. A man wearing glasses and looking a bit bookish, after thinking for a moment, immediately told the others, zombies are active at night, go and make some noise and try their water. Yes. What Chen Kai and the others didn't know was that they were already being targeted. After leaving Yunlan City, the outside world becomes more dangerous. And this is just the beginning. Night falls. It became completely dark. The 5 people lived in a suite for safety reasons. The Wuling sacred car is parked at the bottom of the building. A sneaky figure appeared quietly downstairs in the hotel. After taking one look at the weird-looking car next to him, the man knew he had reached his destination. Looking up at the towering building, the man took out the bomb and went upstairs. Boom! There was an explosion. The 17th floor was ablaze. The 5 Chin-K people on the 20th floor woke up immediately. The alert Ningyi came to the window in a flash. Opening the window and looking down, Ningyi said without looking back, "There was an explosion on the 17th floor. How could there be an explosion for no reason?" Kuei-hu's War Tiger shield had appeared in his hands, and the 5 of them immediately entered a fighting state. "Let me see it." Chen-K paused for a moment, then began to deduce. "You came downstairs and found a sneaky figure running away. You come downstairs and find that the zombies are gathering here. You are surrounded. Someone is causing trouble, the zombies are coming." After Chen-K finished speaking, he opened the door and rushed out. Ningyi glanced at Chen-K in surprise. "I was confused, the boss didn't go out, how could he know?" When we arrived on the 17th floor, we saw huge flames and smoke. But fortunately, only 4 or 5 rooms were blown up, and the safe passage can still be used. As soon as he arrived downstairs, Chen-K saw a large number of zombies rushing up. "Rush out!" Chen-K gave an order and the team changed their formation. Ing Xiangling transformed into a body of steel and rushed directly into the zombies. The thunder roared, and Kuei-hu transformed into a Thunder War Tiger and followed closely behind. Now that it has been exposed, Chen-K doesn't have to worry about whether it will cause more noise. The explosive retrieval arrow was cocked, and bursts of explosions immediately sounded among the zombies. What surprised Chen-K even more was Ningyi. This guy's 4 retractable arms are like tentacles, working in one place for 4 purposes. Each one can accurately penetrate the zombie's head. In terms of killing zombies, his speed is no less than that of Chen-K. Soon, the 4 of them arrived in front of the Wuling Divine Vehicle. But just when the 4 were about to get in the car, they found that the tire was punctured and they could not move forward at all. "Damn it!" Chen-K cursed secretly, looking at the zombies coming in large numbers. On the street, he suddenly had a plan in mind. "Kuei-hu, tell Li Wanbiao's men on this city's channel that we are at the Hilton Hotel. Receive." Kuei-hu immediately opened the city's channel, and then began to use unpleasant words to stimulate the survivors in the city. "You guys, I'm at the Hilton Hotel. If you have the guts, come and see me. Zhang Chang was killed by me, and Li Wanbiao was also killed by me. If you want revenge, come and take revenge. Maid. Just wait for me. If you have the guts, don't run away." Sure enough, the other party responded quickly. Afterwards, Chen-K looked around and thought about it. "Ningyi, take the other 3 people with you, grab them with your robotic arm, and climb up the wall of the building. Receive." The next moment, 3 arms wrapped around Kuei-hu, Zhang Ru, and Ing Xiangling. Ningyi jumped up. Mechanical legs exerted force and flew 3 people directly to a height of more than 10 meters. Boom! The remaining mechanical arm pierced the wall hard, and then led the 3 people to stop on the straight wall. Chen-K slowly retreated and replaced the rope arrow. Whoosh! The rope arrow was fired, bringing out a rope and shooting directly into the wall. Immediately afterwards, the rope contracted and then flew up with Chen-K. On this smooth wall, the zombies below have nothing to do. But the zombies, who were single-minded, could only pile up arhats below and roar at Chen-K and the others. Tie the rope around your waist and hang Chen-K in midair. Then put on the explosive recovery arrows and start harvesting. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions occurred below. Chen-K asked others to buy firearms, bombs and other long-range attack weapons in the trading area and started shooting together. Immediately afterwards, a series of system prompts sounded in my mind. You killed the 2nd-level zombies, obtained an electric rod, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and obtained the remote-controlled electric rod. You killed the 2nd-level zombies, got a women's underwear, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and got a set of red transparent sexy underwear. You killed the 2nd-level zombies, got a bottle of perfume, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and got a bottle of temptation perfume. Chen-K's head is covered with black lines. What are these things that he exploded? But little did they know what the zombies exploded. They are all related to his lifetime. Those zombies are the staff of the sex shop opposite. Ha ha, it's so cool. Kuei-hu let out a hearty cry. Boss, if you just kill zombies like this, I can keep killing them, and a lot of things will explode. However, reality does not give them this opportunity. Careful. Ing Xiangling suddenly reminded. Boom. The next moment, a bullet was shot from a distance. Sparks flashed, hitting Xiangling, and bounced to other places. Ningyi controlled Ing Xiangling and used Ing Xiangling as a shield to block Chen-K. There's a sniper in the distance. Chen-K immediately started to deduce and discovered something unusual. As expected, they should be survivors in this city. Ningyi, can you jump to the building opposite? It should be about the same. Ningyi measured the gap and nodded. Then he kicked his legs and shot the 3 people like cannonballs. I saw that the wall was cracked by the powerful force. Jumping to the opposite wall, several people quickly got into the window. Chen-K fired another rope arrow at the building opposite. He also followed to the opposite side. After briefly avoiding the zombies, Chen Kai looked out through the window. Boom! The sniper, who had just emerged and was hiding in the darkness, pulled the trigger again. But this time, it failed to hit Chen Kai, but instead exposed his position. Got you! Chen Kai sneered and ducked to the window next to him. Judging from the observation just now, the other party is within 1,000 meters. This is Chen Kai's effective shooting distance. You shoot an arrow in the 12 o'clock direction with a force of 70 pounds. The current wind speed is 3. You hit the target. One deduction directly determines the outcome. Get up, shoot, all in one go. Whoosh! A special arrow was shot. In the dark night, the arrow hits its target. I saw a flash of lightning. The sniper was paralyzed by the strong electric current. That's right. The arrow Chen Kai shot just now was an electric shock arrow. The electric shock arrow contains 10,000 volts of electric current. The sniper was shocked instantly and lost consciousness. Stay here and don't move, Chen Kai ordered, then jumped out of the window and ran towards the sniper's position. Arriving at the sniper's location, Chen Kai saw a man wearing a black trench coat, falling to the ground, twitching. Beside him, dropped a modified sniper rifle that was about 1 meter long. Immediately taking out the steel rope, Chen Kai tied up this guy in 3 strokes. After calling Ku Wei-hu and the others over, Chen Kai splashed a basin of water on the guy to wake him up. You 4, hide around and don't come out. This kid will probably wake up soon and call for help. When they come, catch them all. The 4 of them nodded in response, then immediately went downstairs and hid. After a while, the sniper slowly opened his eyes. As expected, this kid immediately told his people through the system. Fortunately, this kid is an awakened person and has a strong physique. Otherwise, a current of 10,000 volts can directly electrocute a person. Tell me, how many survivors are there and what are their strengths? The sniper looked at the iron lock on his body, then looked at Chen Kai, and smiled contemptuously. 10,000 people, everyone is better than me. Oh, is it so? Chen Kai chuckled. You can get 2 new world points by killing a survivor. 10,000 people are 20,000 points. If you kill more people, you can complete the achievement. You can get at least 30,000 points. You call them here, I will kill them, and then how about we split the points? Is there something wrong with you? Can you kill all 10,000 people? The sniper struggled and shouted. Is there something wrong with you? Are there 10,000 of you? Chen Kai came up and slapped him in the face. If you don't want to die, call me. Oomph. I've already called you, if you have the guts, just wait here. Although the sniper fell into Chen Kai's hands, he was not a fry of Chen Kai at all. Chen Kai ignored this person and came to the window to observe the situation outside. Because they lost their target, a large number of zombies began to retreat. Only mountains of zombie corpses were left. The storm gradually subsided. What disappoints Chen Kai is that after waiting all night, there are still no survivors. It seems that they have given up on you. The moment the morning light came in, Chen Kai slowly stood up, then took out his alloy sword and walked over. You have lost the meaning of your existence, go peacefully. The sniper's face was ashen, and he couldn't sleep all night. Because he and the organization prayed all night. The specific content of the conversation is as follows. Sniper, boss, I'm on the 7th floor opposite the Hilton Hotel. He's alone. Come on. Survivor leader, where are the other 4? Isn't there 5 in total? Sniper, I don't know. But he stunned me and asked me to call you. Survivor leader, are they trying to ambush us? Sniper, I don't know. But there are only 5 of them. You can catch them by sending dozens of people. Survivor leader, you have not seen the fighting power they displayed when they were besieged by zombies. From the surface, they are all 2nd level awakened people. Sniper, then what do you mean? Are you not going to save me? Survivor leader, please be patient for a while, and I'll think of a solution later. Sniper, what can we do? There are only 5 of them? Survivor leader, then in order to save you, will I sacrifice more brothers? Sniper, boss, you are not authentic. Survivor leader, hold on, the queen will be back tomorrow. As soon as she comes back, you will be saved. Sniper, I can't wait. It's almost dawn. Otherwise, why don't you send some people out to attract their attention? Survivor leader, continue to wait for rescue. Sniper, get out of here. He's coming with a machete. Don't kill me. Kill me. My boss won't let you go. My queen will come back today. If she knows that I have been killed, she will definitely take you back to be her male favorite. The sniper saw that Chen Kai had murderous intentions and quickly began to plead. At this time, Ku Wei-hu and the others came upstairs after waiting all night. As soon as I walked in, I heard some sensitive words like male favorite. What kind of male favorite? Who wants to be a male favorite? Aoi Tiger opened the door and walked in and asked. This kid must have been given up and is begging me now. Chen Kai explained. Then he asked you to let him go on the condition of being your male favorite? Aoi Tiger asked with a smirk on his face. Fuck you, do you want to disgust me to death? Chen Kai kicked him over. Aoi Tiger dodged away with a smile, and then came to the sniper, showing a hungry expression. Boy, how about you become my male favorite? As long as you agree, my brother will let you go. Serve your brother well, and he will ensure that you have enough food and clothing. The sniper's face turned green when he looked at Ku Wei-hu with a lewd smile. Brother, no. It is our queen who needs a male favorite. After being squeezed dry in one neg. As many as 80 men died under her crotch. If he were to capture me, it would be hell and a nightmare. The sniper couldn't help crying when he recalled the vivid past. You fart, it's obviously heaven and a sweet dream. Before Kuehu finished speaking, a cold dagger stabbed him. Kuehu trembled with fear. When he turned around and saw Zhang Ru's terrifying eyes, he immediately shrank his neck. Can I satisfy you when you want it? Abel. Can I satisfy you with the position you want? Abel. I risked menstrual cramps and fought bloody battles with you. Are you still not satisfied? Satisfy. Kuehu hurriedly hid behind Chen Kai, stuck his head out and shouted, Daughter-in-law, I was wrong, I will never talk nonsense again. Ning Yi looked at Ying Xiangling and laughed. The sniper next to him was also amused. Laugh at your mother's approval. Kuehu just slaps him when he comes up. Asked back. Boss, what should I do? Kill him. Keeping him will be a disaster. Chen Kai walked straight out. No, no. If you kill me, our queen will. The sound stopped suddenly. Not long after, Kuehu caught up. Ever since they detonated the bomb last night and attracted so many zombies, the relationship has been forged. Not to mention that last night, this guy fired several shots in a row and almost hit Chen Kai. What should I do now? Kuehu asked as he caught up. Didn't you say they are in a small hospital? Let's go there now. Came to the ground floor of the Hilton last night. Everyone repaired the scrapped Wuling modified magic car. At this time, where the survivors gathered, a tank drove domineeringly into the hospital yard. It's the Queen. The Queen is back. Great. Welcome your lady the Queen. The crowd cheered. Surround the tanks. The leader, the man with glasses, walked over with an affectionate look on his face. Snapped. The tank lid is open. A woman with wheat-colored skin, wearing a tight-fitting vest and loose overalls, and full of a primitive and wild atmosphere emerged. When the man with glasses saw this, he immediately knelt on the ground and acted as a human bench. The woman stepped on the man with glasses and walked in directly. Han Feifei. Female. 25 years old. Huaying hybrid. Having lived abroad all year round, she has developed an extremely open character. Even after returning to China, she has not forgotten her true nature and has become a female sea king who makes all men fearful. That arrogance and disdain for all men conquered countless men at her feet. She likes men to beg for mercy at her feet. She likes those high-ranking corporate executives, the second generation of rich people, even the second generation of officials, to be jealous in front of her. When the end came, she suffered the retribution for her previous actions. Those men who had once looked down upon them all poured out all their previous hatred on Han Feifei. During those dark days, Han Feifei was tortured until she became inhuman. But she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Until the system comes. Han Feifei awakened the extremely rare SR-level awakening ability. Queen Dewei. In the face of this skill, any man will unconsciously want to surrender. In addition, she has learned a special skill of enchantment. Together they can make all men surrender. Slowly, Han Feifei realized the importance of power. As a result, a force of its own began to form in Fonlei City. All the men bowed their heads, and Han Feifei soon ruled all the survivors in Fonlei City. But in this force, women's status is higher than men. All men must put women at the center. This is a man's paradise and a man's hell. All men for all women trends. Anyone who resists will be killed. Due to the convenience brought by the system, the survivors in each province began to form a joint alliance to fight against the scattered survivors and zombies. In the past few days, Han Feifei received the news and took people to the provincial capital of Qianyuan province. But when I went there, I took more than 100 people with me. Only after losing troops and generals along the way could they reach Qianyuan province. On the way back, Han Feifei used her queen's power and added her own unique skills. Induced the leader of a force in Qianyuan province, and then he sent some people to escort him back. But there were twists and turns on the way back. People from Qianyuan province sacrificed their lives to protect Han Feifei all the way, and gave Han Feifei a tank as a protection. That's why Han Feifei can return smoothly. These are masters from the provincial capital, and they will all be treated well to me, do you understand? Han Feifei sat in the main seat of the conference room. Pointing to a row of about 13 or 14 people on the right, he ordered. Yes. The survivors of Fonlei City, led by the man with glasses, immediately responded in unison. Okay. Get out. Han Feifei waved her hands a little tiredly. And he leaned on the chair with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to relax. But the man with glasses stood still and did not leave. Han Feifei snorted lightly, and the man with glasses immediately knelt down. Your lady queen, I have something to report. Explain. Han Feifei said calmly with her eyes closed. Yesterday, a group of people came to Fonlei City and killed the sniper Qifeng. Hearing this, Han Feifei immediately opened her eyes. Qifeng is the sniper in her team. Former sniper shooting club. Although ability awakening is the lowest level of Hawkeye ability. But combined with a modified sniper rifle, it is very powerful. Han Feifei had absorbed his essence several times. If he hadn't felt it had some effect, he might have been sucked to death long ago. Who did this? Han Feifei suddenly said angrily. Didn't you send someone to arrest them? There were 5 of them, one was a survivor, and the other 4 were all survivors. I asked people to detonate bombs in the middle of the night in an attempt to attract zombies to kill them. But they were so powerful that they actually broke out from the zombies and killed Chi Feng. The man with glasses praised the strength of Chen Kai and the other 5 to the fullest extent. One of them has a bow, and every shot hits the right chord. The other one can transform into a giant white tiger, so brave. There is another one who is transformed into steel and is invulnerable. There is also a woman with 4 tentacles on her back and the ability to transform into a cat demon. Okay. Han Feifei interrupted the man with glasses impatiently. The next moment, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, showing a charming smile, and she looked at the rows of men on the right. Guys, you see, in this small place like mine, the talented people are not as good as those in the provincial capital. Chi Feng is one of my generals, and you guys are also Guan Xiang's subordinates. Why don't you help me solve this problem? Ha ha. Easy to say, easy to say. The leader, a bearded man, was completely fascinated by Han Feifei. He only said a few words and the bearded man was obedient. Along the way, he was ready to make a move, but because this woman had a relationship with his boss, he could only endure it. However, from the process of communication all the way, the bearded man also knew that this woman was not an economical person. It's just that. The bearded man sighed. There are more than 30 of us who came here, and only 14 of us brothers are left. Her Majesty the Queen is not allowed to appoint some young girls with flexible hands to massage the brothers to loosen their muscles and bones? Take care of it. How many brothers? I have so much energy to do things. Hee. If Her Majesty the Queen is willing, we are also willing to dedicate some energy to help Her Majesty the Queen improve her strength. Yeah. Some other people said again and again. Her Majesty the Queen also knows that along the way, our brothers have all fallen under your pomegranate skirt. If you are willing, my brothers and I will do whatever you want to do. Oh, is it so? Han Feifei covered her mouth and giggled. This smile is simply a fatal blow to these sluggish men. In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Lu Bu, but now I, Queen Han Feifei, fight against your 14 heroes alone. Everyone. Come on. 5 wards in the hospital have been opened. Here is a large bed made up of 10 beds. Toilet paper was stacked to the ceiling in the corner. Judging from the level of consumption, hundreds of bags have been used. Cheer. Han Feifei pulled left and right. The loose overalls were pulled open from the left and right sides. A pair of wheat-colored, slender and straight thighs as smooth as jade appeared in front of everyone. There are more than 10 men exuding strong male hormones. Facing these men, Han Feifei raised her right hand and hooked her fingers. Roar! The next moment, a man couldn't bear it anymore. It pounced like a wild beast. But before she could reach him, she was kicked to the ground by Han Fei. Fei! Kneel down. Yes. My queen, obey, my queen. The Queen's Majesty exudes a majesty that makes all male animals submit to her. At this moment, Han Feifei conquered everyone. Hey! Unbearable sounds came from the abandoned hospital. Kuei-hu exclaimed, did we go to the wrong place? This is a brothel. Hide first. Chen Kai gave instructions in the team channel. Ning Yi, challenge your survivors on the local channel and ask them to come to Zhongqing Square. Zhongqing Plaza is just a road in front of this hospital. Not long after, a large number of people came out of the hospital. The leader was a group of disheveled, menacing strong men, but their feet were a little weak. Seeing these more than 10 men, Kuei-hu sneered in the channel, Maid, I am not as exhausted as them, every night. I am afraid these guys have been sucked out of their yang energy. You're just bragging, can you try it tonight? Zhang Ru poured a ladle of cold water over it. Ahem. Just give it a try, no one is afraid of whom. Kuei-hu was strong and calm. But then he secretly asked Chen Kai, boss, do you have any medicine? Yes, I'm just afraid that your physical strength can't keep up. The departure of the survivors interrupted everyone's teasing. 3 pickup trucks and a tank drove out of the hospital compound. Tanks, they actually have tanks. Kuei-hu screamed, fuck. Don't worry, leave this big guy to me. Ying Xiangling said confidently. Yes. Ying Xiangling is a man of steel. Not only is the body indestructible, it can also control steel. In front of Ying Xiangling, this tank is probably just a scrap metal shell. You guys will attack the hospital later, and Xiangling and I will go deal with those people. Chen Kai thought for a moment and then formulated a battle plan. Be careful. The sniper said they have a queen. I don't know what this so-called queen is. Don't worry, no woman can escape in my hands. Kuei-hu said confidently. But Zhang Ru was hit again. Walk. Chen Kai quickly rushed to Zhongqing Square with Ying Xiangling. The huge central square is filled with scattered zombies. They were wandering hard under the scorching sun with nowhere to go. The small lake in the center of the square had become a stinky puddle because no one took care of it. There were corpses floating there and mutated flies the size of fists wandering back and forth. The convoy stopped in the center of the square. After getting off the car, the people in the car immediately looked around the convoy and tanks warily. Boss, they started shouting on this city's channel, saying that we were nowhere to be seen. Ning Yi sent a message. Nu. Chen Kai was lying in the shop across the road, watching all this silently. Then he took out his bow and arrow and aimed at one of them. Whoosh! The splitting arrow was shot out, and one arrow turned into 6 arrows. 6 direct hits. Alert! Where are the people? Where are the people? A group of people looked around, looking for the source of the bow and arrow. Over there! Suddenly, a tall and thin man in the crowd pointed at Chen Kei's location with a pair of cold green eyes. Looking closely, the man's neck is covered with fine scales, like snake scales. Click, click, click. The next moment, the tank turned its gun barrel and aimed at Chen Kei's location. We've been spotted and they're targeting us with tanks, Ying Xiangling said solemnly. You rush out and attract their attention. Chen Kei took out the explosive recovery arrow, and then took out a square adsorption bomb and attached it to the explosive recovery arrow. This is the latest attack method invented by Chen Kei. On top of the explosive retrieval arrow, add a bomb. After being shot out, there will be a double explosion with infinite power. Ying Xiangling nodded, stood up, and rushed out. After seeing the figure coming and going, the other party opened fire quickly. Did-day. Bullets rained down, covering them. But only sparks flew, and Ying Xiangling was unscathed. The next moment, Chen Kei stood up. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and hit the bottom of the tank. At the same time, a shell was fired from the tank. Boom! Chen Kei's explosive arrow exploded first, and the entire tank was lifted up. Due to inertia, the shells in the tank directly missed. The exploding arrow came back, and Chen Kei shot out one arrow after another. At this time, Ying Xiangling also approached the tank. With the surge of iron will, the tank was instantly compressed and completely reduced to waste. Did-day. Countless bullets hitting Xiangling at close range, just like tickling Ying Xiangling. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar. A huge shadow fell from the sky. Boom! The giant shadow waved the giant axe in his hand, and Ying Xiangling was chopped away with one strike of the axe. Looking closely, this person is clearly the leader of the gang of soft-footed shrimps in Kuei-Hu's hands. At this moment, this man's body was covered with muscles, his height and length were both large, and his whole body was full of strength. Chen Kei shot an arrow, the explosive arrow exploded, and the shockwave generated by the explosion was unable to cause fatal damage to it. At the same time, Chen Kei was also targeted by several other people. I saw one person who was extremely fast. In order to avoid the shooting, he rushed towards Chen Kei in an S-line. Halfway through, Chen Kei smiled contemptuously and shot an arrow. Because in the eyes of real snipers and archers, running on the S-line is useless. But the next moment, the man suddenly disappeared, and Chen Kei's arrow missed. Not good. The archers were closing in, which was in mortal danger. The next moment, Chen Kei switched weapons and replaced the falling god bow with the alloy sword. Boom! Just changed weapons. A black shadow struck from the right. This man appeared suddenly, and he actually knew how to be invisible. He just made an attack and his figure was exposed. Chen Kei's eyes narrowed. Super fast. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Chen Kei disappeared on the spot. When people's eyes froze, Chen Kei stayed still, and the man's head slowly fell to the ground. You killed the second-level survivor, obtained the skill Blitz, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained the skill Super Blitz. It is detected that Lightning Strike and Super Swiftness can be fused. Do you want to fuse them? Fusion. While fighting, Chen Kei responded. Putting on the falling god bow again, Chen Kei hid behind a car, took out an electric shock arrow, and aimed at the bearded man. Everyone else is secondary, and this big guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Aiming at the bearded man, Chen Kei prepared to shoot. Suddenly, a wave of cold air came. Chen Kei actually saw that the car in front of him was hit by something unknown and turned into an ice sculpture. Looking up, he saw a man in a white suit, dancing with his fingers, controlling several ice blades, looking at Chen Kei with a playful expression. Whoosh! The next moment, an ice blade shot out. Chen Kei rolled and dodged. Boom! The car just now was directly smashed into pieces and turned into ice slag. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Skill fusion is successful, Super Swiftness disappears, Super Lightning Strike disappears, you get Lightning Raid, trigger 10 times Blessing, get Super Lightning Raid. Immediately afterwards, the attributes of the new skill emerged. Super Lightning Strike, Advanced. Function, gain lightning speed, which lasts for 10 seconds, causing double damage to the first target. After attacking, the Lightning Strike state will not be cancelled, which will last for 10 seconds and end. Bang bang bang! 3 ice spikes shot out in the shape of a pin. After Chen Kei heard the prompt in his mind, he immediately urged it. Super Lightning Strike. Aha! At this moment, time around me seemed to slow down. Even the airflow has slowed down a lot. A sense of deja vu came to my face after the Flash activated his skills. 3 ice spikes exuded a biting chill, crawling like turtles. Chen Kei was shocked and speechless by this scene. Bypassing the ice spike, Chen Kei ran towards the man in the white suit in the distance. The man in the suit still had a confident smile on his face. The alloy sword in Chen Kei's hand slashed through without hesitation. At this time, only 3 seconds had passed. Looking at the bearded man in the distance, Chen Kei arrived in an instant. The alloy sword in his hand went from bottom to top, entered from the chrysanthemum, and came out from the throat. Throughout the body. Oh! The shrill, unbearable screams resounded throughout the world. 10 seconds later. The man in the white suit was cut in half, and the bearded man fell to the ground with his buttocks covered. The remaining survivors were stunned. What just happened? Why were two people killed at once? Run! You can't beat me! The thin man immediately lay down on the ground, then twisted his body like a snake and swam toward the smelly lake in the distance at an extremely fast speed, submerged in the water and disappeared. The rest fled in all directions, and Chen Kai put on the falling god bow and ended everyone's lives. It's done here, how about over there? Chen Kai immediately sent a message in the team channel. At the same time, I started to take care of this harvest. This time, a total of 32 people were killed and 64 new world points were obtained. Other things are as follows. You killed Big Beard, got a power card, triggered 10 times blessing, and got a skill power card. You killed the Iceman, obtained the skill Frost, triggered the tenfold blessing, and obtained the skill Frost blessing. Probably only these two people have released relatively good stuff. The rest are food, drink and ordinary weapons. Chen Kai opened the skill power card. Skill power card, elementary. Function, after use, the next attack will be increased by 1000%. Remarks, disposable consumables. This is a good thing. So far, Chen Kai has not encountered anyone with a health value exceeding 500%. If you use this power card, wouldn't it kill you instantly? You have to use this when you encounter the big boss. After putting it away, Chen Kai looked at another skill. Frost Blessing, elementary. Function, each attack has a 5% deceleration effect. Ouch. This is not bad. This reminded Chen Kai of the ice shooter in LOL. With the help of the falling god bow, and with the blessing of this skill, no one can escape. Use. Without hesitation, Chen Kai saw the news from Ning Yi. Boss, come on, Brother Tiger is about to be sucked dry. What do you mean? This queen is so powerful. After Brother Tiger rushed in first, he was seduced by the witch, and the two got together. Now my sister-in-law can't pull her away. I'll go. Is it so powerful? Chen Kai greeted Ying Xiangling and rushed to the hospital. Across the street, the two arrived here quickly. The hospital was littered with corpses, and all the survivors inside were killed. In an open room on the third floor, Kuei-hu was shirtless and a man with dark skin was doing something shy. In this large public place, Zhang Ru was itching with hatred, but she was afraid of hurting Kuei-hu. Then he looked around and saw that Kuei-hu's eyes were blurred, as if he had been charmed. The girl was having sex with Kuei-hu while watching the others warily. Let him go and come to me if you dare, Chen Kai said coldly. But after saying this, the others immediately looked at Chen Kai. I did not mean that, Chen Kai explained awkwardly. Immediately taking out the falling god bow, Chen Kai aimed at the girl. Believe it or not, I blew your head off. Let her. The girl sneered. But I can guarantee that I can completely absorb all his energy before you take action. I saw that Kuei-hu was addicted to drugs and couldn't extricate himself. What do you want? Chen Kai immediately put down his weapon and started negotiating terms with her. Since those people I sent out haven't come back, it seems they are all dead. The girl said coldly. You all get out now, within my sight, and out of the scope of the hospital. I will let him go after I escape. Okay. As long as you let him go, we will promise you anything. At this moment, Kuei-hu's life has been endangered, and Zhang Ru doesn't care about what Kuei-hu did with her. Afterwards, several people immediately left the hospital. Looking from the window, Chen Kai and the others had indeed left the hospital. Seeing this, Han Feifei immediately let go of Kuei-hu, and then ran to the backyard without even having time to put on her clothes. Chen Kai had sharp eyes, and after coming downstairs, he kept paying attention to what was going on in the room. After seeing Han Feifei leaving, he quickly launched a super lightning raid. Aha! In 10 seconds, Chen Kai came downstairs and came upstairs. Looking at the unconscious Kuei-hu, Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. The fox demon is not as good at sucking as you are. Kuei-hu, who was originally strong, now looked pale, lifeless, his lips were purple, and his energy was weak. Due to the loss of energy, Kuei-hu's health was also affected, dropping to less than 40%. Even his physical strength is only 5% left. Once this physical value reaches zero, the rate at which Kuei-hu's health value decreases will plummet. Death can occur within minutes. He immediately took out the remaining blood-tonifying red dates and fed them to Kuei-hu. Kuei-hu's health quickly recovered. However, the physical strength value is still 5%, but fortunately, it is still recovering at a rate of 1 minute. At this time, the other 3 people also rushed in. Take care of Kuei-hu. After saying that, Chen Kai immediately rushed out. However, when she rushed outside, Han Feifei had disappeared. At this time, Han Feifei panicked and ran into alleys without any clothes. Sudden. Stop. A loud shout sounded. Han Feifei subconsciously raised her hands. Turning around, he saw 2 men with wide-eyed eyes and squinting faces, pointing guns at Han Feifei. Seeing these 2 men, the battle-hardened Han Feifei immediately activated her awakening ability. Queen D-Wei. A wave that stimulates male hormones and teases men's inner desires and humble thoughts of surrendering at any cost. Coupled with the fact that Han Feifei was naked, her desire was aroused, and the 2 men fell in love instantly. Survivor? Yes, yes. My queen. The 2 of them walked over seductively, dropped the guns in their hands, and came to Han Feifei, one from the left and the other from the right. Oh, my queen, what can I do for you? My queen, humble slave, is always at your command. Take me to your sanctuary. Han Feifei ordered coldly. Nothing good was found in the hospital. Because everyone has a system, many things are stored in their own Ace backpack. And once this person is killed, then everything about this person, except for a certain explosion rate, will return to the system. Chen Kai felt that such a setting might be using everyone's lives as energy to support the operation of the system. After all, some people died, and their whole bodies were worth very little. And when some people die, their whole bodies are worth nearly tens of millions. This setting is actually not good. It's like something that makes everyone a lot of money, is obtained by one person, and then is hidden in his own space backpack. But you want to get something, but you don't dare to kill him. Because once you kill him, if things can't explode, isn't that the end? Based on this issue, many people have provided feedback. Ever since, the system has also been changed in a humane way. Set certain precious things to be certain to explode after the owner dies. This has greatly reduced the losses of some people. After killing more than 200 survivors, there was nothing left except what they themselves exploded. After leaving the hospital, they found a hotel to stay in. Kuei-hu has not yet woken up, and he must wait until he has fully recovered before he can set off again. It's just that Han Feifei will be a disaster after all if he doesn't die. In the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel, Zhang Ru was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the unconscious Kuei-hu, and he was constantly cursing. I almost died on a woman's belly this time, so I won't let you talk nonsense about this again in the future. Do you think it will scare him into getting sick this time? What if I can't do anything anymore? Then won't I have to be a widow from now on? After Chen Kai heard Zhang Ru's chatter, he spit out a mouthful of water. Sister-in-law, don't worry, now is the digital age, any disease can be cured. Chen Kai comforted. I won't let you remain a widow. Even if Brother Tiger practices the evil sword technique, he can still grow back. Besides, even if Brother Hu is no longer able to do anything, I, as your younger brother, will find you a handsome guy. Cough cough cough. Suddenly a cough came. Brother Tiger was hit hard and woke up from a coma. Help me up, I think I can still try. Why are you thinking about that vixen? Without saying a word, Zhang Ru slapped Kuei-hu down on the bed. Chen Kai immediately stepped forward to check. It was discovered that Kuei-hu's physical strength had recovered to 60%. You're recovering well. When your physical strength is all up, I'll find you some Shirquan Dabu pills to try to restore your vitality, and then you can regain your glory. Really? That's great. Boss, you are really my recreated parent. Kuei-hu said with tears of gratitude. By the way, you guys stay out of the way and let me see if that thing is broken. At this time, in a bathing center in Fonglei City, all the survivors in Fonglei City gathered here. The number of survivors is only 1/10 of the number of survivors. At this time, more than 20 survivors were all looking eagerly at Han Feifei, who was brought back. Oomph. Stinky men. The survivor who originally relied on duty to survive here suddenly felt satisfied when he saw the other men being pleased by him, looking at the new woman with eager eyes. Oh, my queen, this is where we live. Look at this place. It is magnificent and magnificent. Does it look like a palace? That's right, my queen, you will be the king here from now on, and we will all be your slaves for you to control. Under the queen's majestic momentum. The other men were all bewildered. The aroused desire occupied their hearts and made them lose the ability to think. Very well, my knights. Han Feifei nodded with satisfaction. You will gain my favor and the desire to be happy. Appropriate giving is also one of the better control methods. Han Feifei's way of controlling people can be said to be extremely proficient. Soon, she took control of the place. However, more than 20 people were far from enough to satisfy her power of revenge. You are now using your system to attract all the survivors from nearby cities. Only when our power becomes stronger can we become more prosperous and prosperous. Okay, your lady queen. All the male animals responded in unison. By the way, are there 4 survivors in Fonglei City now? Is there another survivor with them? Han Feifei asked immediately. Yes, these 4 people killed our former boss, and we are looking for revenge on them. I have seen them. They are very strong. We are not opponents yet. We must find other survivors and survivors as soon as possible. Han Feifei thought for a moment and gave up the idea of letting these people go out for revenge immediately. What? Do we still have survivors in our group? Yeah, the survivors will kill us. Everyone regains some sense. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, everyone has to obey my orders. As long as our goals are the same and our interests are the same, we can coexist peacefully, right? Han Feifei is good at tempting and dispelling the inner barriers of the survivors. For Han Feifei, as long as he is a man, she can control him. Therefore, the forces she controls, whether they are survivors or survivors, must not be in a situation of civil strife. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you must deal with this problem in advance. The next day, after a night's rest, Kuei-hu's physical strength has recovered. Chen Kai found some medicines to nourish Qi in essence. After 10 times of blessing, Kuei-hu's energy was directly restored. It is said that it is difficult to recover from a loss of energy. But now, there is Chen Kai's Super Shirquan Dabu pill. Men will no longer have this kind of crisis in the future. Chen Kai thought that he could make a living selling this when he retired. Everyone, that woman can charm men, both survivors and survivors. Chen Kai told others his thoughts. And she doesn't have much fighting power, so she has to rely on other men. Only City is so big. As long as she doesn't get eaten by zombies, I suspect she might go looking for survivors. What do you mean, boss, that this bitch went to find Li Wanbiao's former subordinate? Hu Weihu immediately understood. That's right. Chen Kai nodded. Now we have two options. First of all, don't worry about that girl. Anyway, she won't be able to make any big waves for us. Let's set off immediately, leave Fonglei City and go to the Magic City. Second, find the girl and eliminate the root cause. Although this girl has no attack power, her ability can use countless men as guns. This is very scary. There are not New York survivors in Fonglei City. Compared with more than 200 survivors, it was less than 1/10. Compared with the combat power, it is even weaker. After some discussion, everyone decided to eradicate the problem. Because Kuwei mentioned a historical celebrity, Chen Kai felt a deep crisis. That is the Demon Queen Daji. However, how to find it in the huge Fonglei City? If you accidentally provoke a powerful zombie group, wouldn't it be doomed? I have a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Ning Yi raised her eyebrows, thinking about it. Boss, come to Chang'an Bank, I found several tons of gold. Fuck. Why did you post it on this city's channel? Fuck. Made a mistake. No matter, hurry up and bring your brothers here. There are third-level zombies here, which are a bit difficult to deal with. I'm injured. Wait. Such a conversation appeared on Fonglei City's local channel. In a large luxury bathing center, Han Feifei put on a pair of black stockings, a pair of 10-centimeter high breasts, and a black windbreaker on her upper body, which was sexy and coldly arrogant. These are all famous brands, but they are worthless in the apocalypse. Dear Queen, someone said on this city's channel that gold was found. As expected, it should be those guys. Qin Shouren was originally Li Wanbiao's top thug. After Li Wanbiao died, he became the boss here. But he was not having a good time. Because without the protection of Li Wanbiao, he would not have the strength to go out and hunt zombies. That's why he hated Chen Kai and the others. Gold? When she heard about gold, Han Feifei's eyes suddenly lit up. Gold is still valuable even in the end of the world. The market share price is around 100 energy per pound. Someone got the upper hand, picked out banks and pawn shops, and made a lot of money. I'm afraid there is some fraud in this matter. I saw a thin man with a scaly neck saying worriedly. This person is clearly the snake man who escaped. Snakes have a lustful nature. After losing his companion, this guy followed the clues and found Han Feifei. So he stayed with all his heart. He quickly gained Han Feifei's trust. Moreover, he is still a survivor, so he is closer to Han Feifei. This made Qin Shouren and his group of survivors extremely jealous. Oh? What do you mean? Han Feifei also relied on this snake man, so she asked curiously. It's very simple. Let's send some people over first to take a look. If it's true, then it won't be too late for us to take action. The snake man easily came up with a solution. But this angered the other survivors. Hey, what do you mean? Do you want us survivors to explore the way? Qin Shouren said dissatisfied. Ah, you are the most popular here. If you don't go, who will? The snake man snorted coldly. Shut up. Han Feifei shouted angrily. Or I'll go. No, Queen. My Queen, you must not go. What will we do if you go? I'm going. Queen, let's go. With just a simple act of coquettishness and intimidation, Han Feifei manipulated these people into applause. Don't worry, just be careful and come back after taking a look. It won't be very dangerous. Han Feifei comforted. From now on, as long as you complete some tasks well, I will reward you. Really? All the animals present suddenly opened their eyes wide. My lady queen, what reward is this? I can let you kiss my beautiful feet. After saying that, Han Feifei raised her slender black thighs high, revealing her petite soles. Oh ho! The animals howled. Without saying a word, the survivor immediately sent 3 people out to explore the way. Judging from the simple communication information on this city's channel, they should be at Chang'an Bank, the largest bank in the city center. Chang'an Bank has a custody business, and many precious things are stored there. They also tried to take risks more than once, but failed. Because there are too many zombies in the city center, you will be surrounded if you are not careful. Of the 3 people sent out this time, one was a speed-type awakener, one was an eye-evolved awakener, and the third was a power-type awakener. The 3 of them cooperated very well. One observes, one protects, and one attracts. Soon, the 3 of them came to the street of Chang'an Bank. Looking around, this street has almost been cleared of zombies. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately felt that the information was accurate. But little did they know that the 3 of them had already entered Chen Kai's observation range. Ruihu, do it, pretend to be injured, pretend to be struggling. Receive. Outside Chang'an Bank, Kuehu, who transformed into a thunder tiger, roared and immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people. Look! I saw one person pointing in the distance and saying, it's Kuehu, he's injured and covered in blood. Boom! After finishing his words, Kuehu was severely knocked away by a second-level zombie. I think the 3 of us can get a bargain. The power-awakened person said eagerly. Don't be impulsive, there are 5 of them, and now only Kuehu is alone. The Agile Awakener immediately grabbed him. Didn't you see on the city's channel that they are not together? The Power Awakener said impatiently. If you delay a little longer, they will be here. Do you think you could have succeeded in this situation? Hearing this, the Power Awakener immediately calmed down. Indeed, that was a second-level zombie. The disparity in strength was too great. If Kuehu counterattacked, he would be in trouble. Look, what is that? The person with awakened eyes was suddenly startled and pointed inside the bank. I saw a golden light reflected from inside. It's gold. There are so many gold bars. This must be at least 2 tons. Hurry up and inform Her Majesty the Queen that we are rich this time. The 3 of them reported the news excitedly. At this moment, after receiving the news, Han Feifei immediately gave instructions to everyone. A conservative estimate is more than 3 tons. If we can get this batch of gold, it will have an energy value of more than 600,000. Everyone, with these energy values, it will be enough to arm each of us. Han Feifei's words made everyone excited. Not only are they armed, but they can also buy awakening cards for everyone, allowing everyone to become awakened, and also allowing everyone to enter the second level. When the time comes, let me ask the entire Fonlei city, what are we afraid of? Ready to go. Han Feifei gave an order, and everyone took all their weapons and went to the destination. At this moment, Ning Yi was guarding here at the east intersection around the bank. Because we were not sure where the other party would come from, people were left at every intersection. Coming, Ning Yi said in the team channel. A van, a pickup truck, a conservative estimate of more than 20 people. Did you see that bitch? Kuehu was acting to deal with the zombie attacks and reading the news in his spare time. I haven't seen you. Ning Yi said using binoculars to look at everyone getting off the car. Chen Kai sneered when he heard this. She is still very wary. But it doesn't matter. Ning Yi, just follow the direction they came from and touch back, and you will definitely find her. Receive. In a building at the end of the street. Han Feifei stood on the 18th floor, observing everything below with a telescope. From this angle, the bank can be clearly seen. At this moment, the scene of Kuehu being knocked away by zombies again and again fell into Han Feifei's eyes. After the convoy passed by, it met the 3 pathfinders and prepared to outflank them. My lady queen, if I succeed this time, you have to reward me well. The snake man stared at Han Feifei with lustful eyes from behind. Don't worry. Your benefits will not be missed. Han Feifei responded without looking back. I mean, besides the gold, I also want these stockings on your legs. The snake man licked his lips and said. Ha ha. You bitch, that's right. Han Feifei smiled contemptuously. The next moment, Han Feifei let out a light sigh. Immediately, Han Feifei looked to the right. But there was nothing there. Just now, it seemed like something flew over from the roof of the building opposite. Han Feifei thought she was dazzled or that some bird had just flown by, so she didn't pay attention. At this time, on the wall of the tall building on the right, Ning Yi jumped across the 10-meter gap. The 4 mechanical arms behind him pierced the wall of the building opposite. Then Ning Yi climbed up the straight wall like a spider. The golden hook hung upside down. Ning Yi looked inside from the window at the back and saw Han Feifei and a tall and thin man hiding inside, observing the situation outside from this angle. Boss, I found it. Ning Yi sent a message to Chen Kai. Xian Ling, go over to support, brother Hu, sister-in-law, get ready to take action. With an order, everyone took action. Kuehu, who originally seemed to be on the verge of being knocked down, suddenly rose up, and his claws with the power of thunder instantly tore apart the zombies in front of him. The survivors who were about to outflank him were stunned. What, is this a blood injection? More than 20 people suddenly didn't know whether to continue the attack or retreat. Qin Shiren tightened the grenade gun in his hand, then looked at the gold bars inside, grit his teeth and ordered. The brave will starve to death and the coward will starve. Kuei, who was at the end of his strength. Go up now. First, you can avenge Brother Biao, and second, you can get the gold. Brothers, the queen is still watching from behind. Kill. Don't know yelled. More than 20 people immediately stood up and pulled the trigger on Kuei. Pistols, grenades, machine guns, bows and arrows, grenade guns. Miscellaneous attacks were fired at Kitora. Kuei, who had been paying attention to this group of people, roared angrily, picked up a scrapped car and threw it over. Boom! All attacks are carried out by cars. At this moment, a phantom rushed out from the left. Swish, brush, brush. The sharp claws can easily cut the survivor's throat. The survivors who were attracted by Kuei showed no resistance at all. Sure. I was fooled. Han Feifei, who saw all this through the telescope, quickly put down the telescope and exclaimed. Let's go. Without saying anything, Han Feifei turned around and ran downstairs. But before taking 3 steps, Han Feifei stopped hastily and stepped back step by step. Then he looked around and saw that Ning Yi was gearing up and pushing forward step by step. Han Feifei's eyes popped out when she saw Ning Yi. That day Snake Man was sent out to face Jin Kai, but Ning Yi went straight to Huanglong and overturned their nest. Han Feifei saw with her own eyes that the 4 mechanical arms behind Ning Yi were like black and white iron chains that locked the soul. Snake Man, stop him. Han Feifei shouted and looked around, looking for an exit. But this is the 18th floor, like the 18th floor of hell where she was buried. The snake man's eyes instantly turned green, his mouth opened slightly, hesitating, revealing two fangs. My lady queen, you go first, I will stop him. After saying that, the snake man opened his mouth, and a stream of transparent liquid shot out from his mouth. Ningyi inserted her forearms into the ceiling and hung her whole body up, avoiding the venom's attack. Laugh. The venom had a strong corrosive effect, corroding a large hole in the floor. The next moment, the forearms contracted, like springs, and suddenly released. Ningyi shot out, and the impact force was accompanied by the power of the two main arms, which directly knocked the snake man out of the window. In an 18-story building, even a defensive awakened person would be reduced to a pulp if he fell down. The windows were broken and strong winds poured in. Han Feifei's windbreaker was blown wildly, revealing the beauty under her skirt. Ah! Han Feifei yelled and fell to the ground pretending to be weak. Please, don't kill me. Han Feifei burst into tears. I'm just a weak woman, trying to survive in this apocalypse. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Han Feifei's queen's imperial power has a great effect on ordinary people or awakened people of the same level. But for awakened people who were higher level than her, the effect was minimal. But Han Feifei knows that all men in the world are the same, and only those hanging on the wall will be completely honest. No man would refuse a soft, sexy, plump, pitiful woman who can be manipulated and kneaded at will. You see, in fact, I was humiliated by those men among the survivors. They beat me, scolded me, whipped me, and tied me up with ropes. As she spoke, Han Feifei took off her windbreaker, revealing the lace-patterned shirt underneath. Especially this kind of half-covered, half-covered feeling is a fatal temptation for men. Han Feifei can guarantee that no man can resist such a killing move, unless the person is not a man. Ningyi walked over with an indifferent expression. He let go of his forearms and fell from the ceiling. The mechanical legs stamped hard on the ground, causing the floor to sink instantly. Ningyi slowly stretched out her right hand to help him up. Seeing this scene, Han Feifei showed a successful smile. And just when she stretched out her right hand, aha! Han Feifei's eyes suddenly became round with an expression of disbelief. Slowly looking down, he saw 4 mechanical arms appearing on his chest. 4 mechanical arms penetrated the chest from the back, ending Han Feifei's life. Ningyi didn't take it back until she heard the system prompt. Oomph! Women will only affect the speed of my attack. Ningyi snorted coldly and kicked Han Feifei's body off the tall building. Turning around slowly, Ningyi was suddenly startled. Ying Xiangling was seen leaning against the doorframe, looking at Ningyi with a half-smile. Then, as a woman, have I affected the speed of your attack? Ahem! How can you be a woman? You are obviously a fairy. It was rare for Ningyi to say a sultry love word. Ying Xiangling forgave him instantly. Then the two of them walked downstairs. Do you know why the boss asked me to support you? Why? The boss said that a man will only be honest if he hangs on the wall. Tell me honestly, when I tempted you just now, were you moved? When we came downstairs, the group of survivors had been dealt with. It can be said that there is no human being left in the entire Fenglai city, be it a survivor or a survivor. At the entrance of the bank, 5 people gathered. Put away the gold. Chen Kai ordered. Kuei-hu walked in and collected the piles of gold bars. In fact, it's not much at all. It's just that the angle is different and it looks like a lot from the outside. Chen Kai bought this in the trading area and did not find it in the bank at all. However, when I bought it, it was worth 1,000 pure gold. After triggering the tenfold blessing, it became 10,000 pure gold, and the price increased tenfold. After hanging all the gold in the trading area, Chen Kai stopped paying attention. Chen Kai believes that the price of gold will definitely drop in the near future, because the effect of this thing is far inferior to that of the crystal core. In the future, crystal cores will definitely become hard currency. Let's go. Leave this city. Chen Kai looked around, sighed and turned to leave. Some places are destined to be just passing scenery. Driving the modified Wuling car, the 5 people embarked on the journey again. Take stock of this harvest. In the car, Chen Kai said to everyone. Then he opened his backpack. This time, more than 200 survivors, more than 20 survivors, and countless zombies were killed. It can be said to be a fruitful harvest. In terms of skills, Chen Kai particularly likes 2. The first one is the Super Lightning Strike after synthesis. The second one is Frost Blessing. There were countless other things to eat and drink. Brother Tiger, this is for you. Chen Kai laughed and threw a red transparent dress over. This is exactly what Chen Kai got in the red sexy underwear. This thing landed impartially on Kuei-hu's head. What the hell? Aoho took it down. He immediately exclaimed, this is a good thing, wife, put it on. Are you stupid? I'm putting it on for you in the car now. Zhang Ru rolled her eyes and put it away. Chen Kai knew that tonight would be another passionate night. And this? Chen Kai threw something that looked like an iron rod over. Remote control of the electric rod, combined with the sexy clothes just now, the effect is amazing. Boss, how did you get these things? Kuei-hu smiled maliciously. How do I know? These things should be revealed to you. Chen Kai said, playing with another bottle of perfume. This is the seductive perfume. What does this thing do? Chen Kai sprayed into the air in confusion. Suddenly a very tempting aroma filled the entire carriage. Wow! This perfume smells so special. Zhang Ru and Ning Xiangling said in surprise. And he took a deep breath and smelled it. But then, Zhang Ru's eyes began to become blurred. Although Ning Xiangling is an Iron Man, he is not much better. The two women are full of charm. Boss, what skills did you use to make these two women start to get angry? Kuei-hu grabbed the temptation perfume and looked at it. Temptation perfume, spray it on the body, it can make women's sexual desire rise after smelling it. A very simple introduction shows that this is an alternative kind of drug. As soon as the two girls took off their clothes, Ning Yi, who was in charge of driving, stopped the car. Boss, you are so bad. Do you want to watch our live broadcast? After saying that, Ning Yi grabbed Ning Xiangling's hand and ran towards the abandoned houses on both sides. It's not out of the city yet, and there are residential buildings on both sides. Not to be outdone, Kuei-hu picked up Zhang Ru and rushed into the house. Accompanied by the wails of several zombies, there were loud shouts that echoed immediately after. Wanama, keep your voice down, the zombies are coming. Chen Kai watched the zombies gathering around him and immediately took out the falling god Bao. Thank you, boss, protect our output. Kuei-hu's voice came from the room. Come on, wife, put on this dress. Whoosh! An arrow hit the zombie in the head, piercing directly through its head. No, these two guys feed me dog food every day. I am also a normal man. If this continues, I will not be suffocated to death. Chen Kai complained while killing zombies. You two guys, when you go to the next place, you have to rob me of a woman. Chen Kai shouted angrily. At this moment, Chen Kai's expression gradually became serious. Then he looked around and saw a huge creature approaching slowly from the end of the street. Hey, are you ready? A big guy is coming. Chen Kai shouted loudly inside. Boss, hold on for another 20 minutes. Ning Yi shouted loudly. Boss, hold on for another 30 minutes. Aohu shouted loudly. I'll go. Where are you two competing? Chen Kai immediately hunched over and ran away. After reaching a certain distance, used the system to check the information of this big guy. Venom Zombie, level 3. HP, 1200%. Defense, 300%. Attack power, 350%. Skills, Zombie Cub Self-Destruct, Spray Venom, Create Venom Zombies. I saw this big guy, a fat man with pustules all over his body and 3 meters tall. This guy's appearance is simply hard to look at. After seeing the message, Chen Kai turned back to where Kuei-hu was with a solemn expression. Brothers, keep fighting, leave this place to me. After saying that, Chen Kai took out the falling god Bao and shot at the Venom Zombie. Boom! The explosive retrieval arrow exploded with a bang. The pustules on the venomous zombies were shot out directly. Green slime flows outward. Chen Kai actually saw zombie cubs about the size of a baby in those pustules. After the zombie cub was blown out, it actually formed a separate life, and then crawled towards Chen Kai with its teeth and claws open. Zombie cub, first level. HP, 100%. Defense, 0%. Attack power, 10%. Skill, self-destruction. Go ahead, this is a suicide bomb. Chen Kai was shocked by these disgusting zombies. Whoosh whoosh. Several arrows passed by, and these zombie cubs exploded directly after being shot. And the power of the explosion is definitely no less than a grenade. It can also emit green venom in all directions, causing corrosive damage to the surrounding area. The arrows come with a blessing of ice, which has a 5% slowing effect. Like flying a kite, Chen Kai led the zombies to other places, providing Kuei-hu and Ning Yi with a quiet place to fight. Bang bang bang! The pustules on the venomous zombies continued to explode, and babies emerged from them. At this moment, the venomous zombie grabbed a baby and threw it towards Chen Kai. Wanama, do you still have bomb droppers? Chen Kai immediately used Super Lightning Raid and dodged. Boom boom boom. One baby after another was thrown over. But while he was in midair, he was shot by Chen Kai. Green liquid fell from the sky and filled the streets. The ground was directly corroded into pits. Brothers, are you done? This thing is a bit tricky. Chen Kai said in the team channel. Right away, oh ho. Chen Kai just rolled his eyes, and without paying attention, the baby was thrown over. Boom! After the baby landed, it exploded 1 meter away from Chen Kai. Green liquid splashed all over Chen Kai. Suddenly, Chen Kai's vitality was decreasing at a rate of 1% per second. It stopped when it was reduced to 30%. This venom is powerful. It can continuously cause 30% damage. Most importantly, it can be superimposed. Chen Kai couldn't help but have a whim. If you collect these venoms, apply them on arrowheads, and make a poisonous arrow, it will be very powerful. At this moment, the 4 people finally finished their work and came out. Brothers, be careful. There is a baby in the pustule on this guy's body. The baby will explode and attack with venom. Now I will contain them. You help me collect the venom. I will make some poisonous arrows. Receive. It was a joke, but when the fight actually started, these people were very serious. Venom zombies have limited attack methods, mainly relying on their own venom and throwing bombs. While Chen Kai was restraining him, the other 4 were collecting venom. Careful! Chen Kai exclaimed. I saw this guy throwing 6 bomb babies at the same time. The next moment, Shin-Kei flipped his right hand, and a splitting arrow appeared in his hand. As he knocked a bow and shot an arrow, a light flashed in Shin-Kei's eyes. Hawkeye activated, and at this moment, the target in midair seemed to slow down a lot. Whoosh! At a certain right angle, Shin-Kei shot the splitting arrow. The splitting arrow split in midair. There are exactly 6 branches. Whoosh whoosh! 6 arrows hit 6 targets at the same time. Boom! A rain of venom rained down, and Kuei-Hu and the others immediately applauded. What a guy! The boss is awesome. Venom zombies don't have an endless supply of bomb babies. It has a regenerative function. At this moment, after such a long time, the pustules on his body were almost gone. Shin-Kei then looked around and found that the venom zombie's blood volume had dropped to 23%. This shows that the pustule baby on his body consumes his life points. Whoosh! Another arrow passed. But based on super defense, Shin-Kei only caused 15% of the damage. At this moment, the venomous zombie suddenly stopped. The next moment, his body began to swell. Like an inflated balloon, getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this, everyone stopped. An ominous premonition came to mind, and Shin-Kei immediately began to deduce. The venom zombie self-destructed. Yu, Kuei-Hu, Zhang Ru, and Ning Yi were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, and were poisoned to death again. I go! Shin-Kei immediately shouted. Run away! Upon hearing the warning, the mechanical arm behind Ning Yi immediately stretched out and wrapped around Kuei-Hu and the others. Immediately after, Shin-Kei launched a super lightning attack and rushed towards Ning Yi. Whoosh! Grabbing Ning Yi took the other 3 people and the group of 5 rushed directly to the distance. The impact caused by the super speed directly rushed everyone's hair behind them. After escaping, there was an explosion behind him. The coverage area actually spread to hundreds of meters. Within 100 meters, houses collapsed and no grass grew. The strong corrosive venom corrodes everything and emits white smoke. You killed the 3rd level venom zombie, obtained the skill of self-destruction, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and obtained 1,000 enemies killed and 800 self-destructions. You killed the 3rd level venom zombie, obtained a one-time consumable prop, venom, triggered the 10-fold blessing, and obtained the deadly venom. A reminder sounded in his mind, and Shin-Kei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What a risk! I almost told you here. Shin-Kei let out a sigh of relief. Aha! Suddenly, Zhang Ru next to him let out a muffled groan. Everyone looked around and saw Zhang Ru softening and giving Kuei-Hu a shy look. Aha! Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Ru with doubts on their faces. What? The effect of the seductive perfume hasn't worn off yet? No. No. Zhang Ru's face turned red and she waved her hands to explain. Shin-Kei seemed to understand something and immediately looked at Kuei-Hu's hand. I saw Kuei-Hu holding a remote control in his hand. Surprisingly, it was the remote control that Shin-Kei gave him just now. Good guy, you really know how to play. Shin-Kei called Nyopi directly. Then the 5 people got on the Wuling sacred vehicle and continued to move forward into the distance. In the car, Shin-Kei began to study the things he had just obtained. Kill 1,000 enemies, damage yourself 800, intermediate level. Function, use all the energy of the body to self-destruct, causing 10,000% damage within a range of 500 meters. There is a 5% chance of surviving. Perish together. This is a skill that should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Learn it immediately. Anyway, you have many skills but not too much. Immediately, Shin-Kei looked at the next thing. Good stuff. Deadly venom, intermediate. Quantity, 10L. Function, causes 10% damage per second to the target, lasting 30 seconds. Awesome. If you mess with it even a little bit, you can cause 300% damage. Most importantly, there is 10L. This is enough for Shin-Kei to use for a long time. Then, Shin-Kei took out the penetrating arrow and soaked all its arrowheads in the venom. Of course, Shin-Kei only soaked the penetrating arrow. Others, such as electric shock arrows, were not soaked. After all, electric shock arrows are used to control others. Don't kill someone with an arrow when the time comes. In addition, poison arrows are only used in special circumstances. To deal with other ordinary zombies, just use ordinary arrows. Soon, the car left Fenglei City and everyone set off towards their next destination. Hey, you watch the World Channel? The car was driving slowly on the highway, and Kuei-Hu suddenly let out an exclamation. Everyone who was resting suddenly became excited. What are you doing? You're so surprised. Zhang Ru cursed dissatisfiedly. No, you watch the World Channel. Mark from Eagle Country opened the World Tower. Several people immediately opened the World Channel. Congratulations to the survivor camp, Mark from the Eagle Country, for obtaining the leaves of the World Tree, which can be used to open the World Tower. Survivors and survivors can enter the World Tower to experience. World Tower experience can obtain corresponding new world points and equipment. The higher the World Tower experience level, the higher the difficulty, and the richer the rewards. Additional rewards can be obtained on the 20th, 50th, and 100th floors of the World Tower. The World Tower contains all kinds of zombies and strange beasts in the world, allowing survivors to better understand this dangerous world. After the system message passed, the World Channel suddenly became lively. The leaves of the world tree, my god, how did he get them? The survivors are originally from this world. It is not incomprehensible that they have certain advantages. Hey, where is your attention? Shouldn't it be on the world tower? By the way, where is this world tower? How to get in? On the home page of the system interface, next to the trading area. Someone immediately discovered the way to enter the world tower. The next moment, everyone, whether they were survivors or survivors, immediately started clicking to enter the world tower. Chen Kai also clicked curiously, and immediately the system prompt sound came. Do you want to enter the world tower? Warm reminder, after entering, you will disappear directly in reality. The time of the world tower is twice the real time. After the specified time is up, it will be automatically teleported out and cannot be entered in combat state. Squeak! The car stopped. Ningyi turned around excitedly and asked, Boss, can you get in? Stop the car and go in and take a look. The Wuling Divine car stopped on the side of the road, and Ningyi locked the doors and windows. Who couldn't wait to enter, but then complained, I'll go. I'll get some new world points if I go in. It's normal, but I think what you get after entering will definitely be enough for the ticket price. Chen Kai said, then clicked to agree. The next moment, Chen Kai's body slowly disappeared in front of everyone, but only Ying Xiangling could not enter. After all, Ying Xiangling is a special being and there is no system in her body. Therefore, it is impossible to enter the world tower. Xiangling, stay here for a while, we will be back soon. Ningyi comforted. Ying Xiangling nodded obediently, don't worry, I'll protect the car, you go quickly. When he reappeared, Chen Kai saw a tower towering in front of him. Looking up from below, I don't know how many layers there are. The architectural style of the world tower is somewhat similar to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. There is no one around. It seems that although the data is exchanged, they cannot meet each other. If we could meet, people from all over the world would be busy. But this may not be realistic. Even if it can be realized, it will require huge energy to support. Enter the world tower and slowly open the door. The sound of the system came to my ears. This time the sound didn't come from my mind, but from within the tower. Welcome to the world tower, you only have one chance to enter the world tower every day, please cherish it. When you enter the world tower every day, you can choose the latest level to challenge, you can also choose to challenge again from the beginning, or challenge any level you have passed. After passing the level, your physical condition will return to its peak. Level 1, Breaking Out of the Siege. The next moment, the scene in front of Chen Kai changed, as if he had returned to the abandoned city before. Looking back and forth, Chen Kai saw that he was on a very narrow street. It's flanked by tall buildings and surrounded by abandoned cars. But what was terrible was that there were dense crowds of zombies rushing over from both sides. 500 meters away, at the end of the street, a helicopter hovered. The system's voice sounded. A helicopter that rescues you cannot enter the streets. You need to break out of the siege by yourself. The shorter the time, the higher the reward, and you can be ranked on the world tower list. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. Without saying a word, Chen Kai took out the falling god bow and shot an arrow at the zombies. Fortunately, these are ordinary zombies. One arrow can kill 3 or 4 of them directly. Shooting and moving forward, Chen Kai quickly opened up a path. But the zombies behind him quickly rushed forward because they didn't attack. This can't go on like this. We definitely can't get out with just a bow and arrow. Chen Kai thought to himself, so he put away the Luotian bow and replaced it with an alloy sword. Super Lightning Strike. Aha! Chen Kai's figure instantly turned into an afterimage. Within 10 seconds, Chen Kai waved his alloy sword left and right. All the zombies in the way were shot in the head with a knife. After 10 seconds passed, Chen Kai's figure appeared 200 meters away. Seeing the helicopter right in front of him, Chen Kai rushed over waving his alloy sword. Fighting all the way to the helicopter, the system prompt rang. Congratulations on breaking out of the siege. It took 1 minute and 25 seconds to gain 10 new world points and 265 energy points. Tip: the number of zombies you kill represents the energy points you are rewarded. You are about to enter the second floor of the world tower, please be prepared. Welcome to the second floor of the world tower, kill the tyrant. On one side of the screen, Chen Kai appeared in an abandoned city center square. The surroundings were lonely and desolate, and a gust of cold wind blew through, picking up pieces of dead leaves. The abandoned car was covered with rust. In the distance, a tyrant from Resident Evil appeared in front of him. Please kill the tyrant within the specified time. The shorter the time, the richer the reward. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. When the countdown ended, the tyrant in the distance slowly walked over. At this moment, Chen Kai had a sudden idea and thought of a skill he had just acquired. Kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 losses. This is a suicidal skill that Chen Kai would only use in desperate situations. But here, in the world tower, death is not really death. That means Chen Kai can use this skill at will. Thinking of this, Chen Kai used this skill without hesitation. The next moment, Chen Kai felt the energy in his body begin to gather. A feeling of expansion came, and then, boom! Chen Kai exploded with a bang, and the powerful energy formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye, sweeping out in all directions. The tyrant in the distance was directly destroyed in the explosion. But right after, Chen Kai was surprised to find that the rare 5% chance actually happened. Oh my god, how lucky you are. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai heard the sound of the system. Congratulations on killing the tyrant, you spent 3 seconds and gained 20 new world points and 70,000 energy points. Tip: the time of killing affects how much energy you get. You are about to enter the 3rd floor of the World Tower, please be prepared. Welcome to the 3rd floor of the World Tower, Mutant Rats Attack. This skill is simply a bug in the World Tower. Chen Kai suddenly laughed. Chen Kai didn't move, only reminders sounded around him. Therefore, the map of the 3rd layer is the same as that of the 2nd layer. Swish, swish, swish. A dense sound came from all directions. Immediately afterwards, a countdown appeared in Chen Kai's upper right corner. A 10-minute countdown. Tip: if you persist in the rat tide for 10 minutes, the more mutant rats you kill, the richer the rewards will be. Then what are you waiting for? Commit suicide. Chen Kai suddenly laughed. Suddenly, tens of thousands of densely packed, countless mutated rats attacked. Chen Kai waited quietly. When the mutated rat is close to him, he uses it to kill 1,000 enemies and damage himself 800. Boom! Chen Kai exploded. But this time, Chen Kai was not so lucky. Unfortunately, you committed suicide and the mission failed. But because you killed the mutant rat, the rewards are still issued. You killed 250,064 mutant rats and obtained 250,064 energy points and 30 new world points. The scene turned and Chen Kai appeared in the car again. There was no one in the car, it seemed that the others were still inside the World Tower. At this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in Chen Kai's mind. Congratulations, you are on the World Tower list with your 2nd level results. Do you want to display your name and log into the list? Hide name. Chen Kai chose to hide without hesitation. The next moment, a systematic prompt sounded in the mind of every survivor. The survivor hides his name and clears the 2nd floor of the World Tower in 3 seconds, kills the tyrant and ranks 1st in the World Tower. Immediately afterwards, a new list appeared in the World List area. World Tower List. At this moment, a survivor whose name is hidden occupies the 1st place alone. World Tower ranking, 1st place, score, 2nd level. Taking the 1st place on the 2nd floor is enough to illustrate the difficulty of this World Tower. This list only records the number of layers. Whoever has the higher level will be ranked 1st. This does not depend on your performance at each level. Of course, if 2 people on the same floor show up, then it will be distinguished by performance. For example, the 3rd level kills those mutated rats. Within 10 minutes, whoever defends and kills the most rats will definitely come 1st. Chen Kai smiled slightly, and the world was shocked at this moment. 3 seconds. Was there any mistake? Wanema, I can't even pass the 1st level. Can someone clear the 2nd level in a few minutes, or in 3 seconds? Check-in, I reported with my real name, someone is using a cheat. At this moment, there are countless survivors and survivors being teleported out. They are all hung on the 1st floor. Breaking out of the siege is easy for some people, but for others, it is impossible to climb. The dense zombies were simply a nightmare. A helicopter was right in FR. ONT of him, but the zombies in the distance were like an abyss that could not be crossed. At this moment, Chen Kai received another prompt from the system. Each floor of the World Tower will have a separate achievement list. People on this achievement list will receive additional rewards. This achievement list will appear on the big stone at the entrance of each floor and become a kind of honor. Congratulations, you topped the 1st floor in 1 minute and 25 seconds. Is your name displayed? Hide. Chen Kai still chose to hide. The next moment, the 1st floor of the World Tower. On the narrow street, on the right wall, a line of font slowly appeared. 1st place. Time, 1 minute and 25 seconds. Then, the prompt sounded again. Congratulations, you ranked 1st on the 2nd level in 3 seconds. Is your name displayed? Hide. Keep hiding. The next moment, in the square where the tyrant appeared, a line of font appeared on a big stone. 1st place. Time, 3 seconds. This is a list that only appears in the World Tower. Congratulations on being ranked 1st on the 1st level, you will be awarded an additional 10 new world points and 265 energy points. It seems that those who make the list will receive doubled rewards. Congratulations on being ranked 1st on the 2nd level. You will be awarded an additional 20 new world points and 700 million energy. You trigger a random reward and get a piece of green equipment, one of the death suits, Death's Boots. You obtained green equipment, one of the death suits, Death's Boots, triggered 10 times blessing, and obtained blue Death's Boots. Chen Kai couldn't wait to open this piece of equipment. Death's Boots, blue. Death 5-piece set, boots. Speed plus 20%. Attribute, movement speed plus 10%. Attribute, attack speed plus 10%. Introduction, one of the death sets. Collect all 5 death sets to trigger the set attributes, and all equipment levels will be upgraded. Since this is a set, after blessing, only the attributes are added. Suits can be exploded in the World Tower, which is a good opportunity to make money. Chen Kai immediately put on these boots. They are just black boots that look very domineering and are very comfortable to wear. But it just doesn't match the clothes on my body. Looks like I need to change into a windbreaker to match these boots. Chen Kai thought secretly. At this moment, Chen Kai also heard a series of other notification sounds for the list. But these people also stop at the second level, because that tyrant is too difficult to fight while alive. Soon, Kuei-hu and the others also came out. Boss, why did you come out so quickly? Kuei-hu asked doubtfully. You shouldn't have died on the first floor too. Impossible. The boss is not that weak. Ning Yi said as he slowly emerged. I've definitely passed the second level, and I've definitely been defeated by the tyrant. After some discussion, Chen Kai knew that they had all stopped at the second level. That tyrant is really too hard to beat. What surprised Chen Kai was that the first person to clear the first level was himself, and the second person was Ning Yi. Ning Yi smiled sheepishly and said, although I am in second place, I only killed a few zombies. Ah. How come there are only a few? There are so many zombies, how can you get past just by killing a few? Kuei-hu suddenly asked in confusion. You used the robotic arm to get over the wall, right? Chen Kai guessed the reason instantly. Hee, that's right. This is too perverted, you are cheating. Kuei-hu suddenly felt hit hard. The relationship itself has to be overcome by fighting to the death. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly slapped his forehead and secretly cursed himself for being a fool. Because I also have rope arrows, I can get over quickly as long as I use rope arrows. But it doesn't matter, because no one can beat the time of 1 minute and 25 seconds. Ning Yi and Chen Kai were only a few seconds apart. The reason is that he didn't think of this method at first. By the time I thought of this method, it was already too late. After passing by, he was just a few seconds behind Chen Kai. It doesn't matter. When you enter the World Tower tomorrow, you can start from the first floor and directly refresh your results. Kuei-hu patted Ning Yi on the shoulder and said, yes. Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. One chance every day, you can completely refresh this score the next day. Not long after, Zhang Ru also slowly emerged. Ah, where's Xiangling? Only then did everyone suddenly realize that Ying Xiangling was missing. Because Ying Xiangling didn't have a system, she could only stay in the car. But now there is no Ying Xiangling in the car. Everyone immediately opened the doors and got out of the car. Looking around, Ying Xiangling was nowhere to be seen on the abandoned highway. Xiangling! Xiangling! Where are you? Everyone started shouting loudly and looking for Ying Xiangling everywhere. Lie! In the distance, Ying Xiangling was seen behind a car. She immediately raised her body and made a silent gesture to several people. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked over in confusion. I saw Ying Xiangling in front of a BMW, looking inside through the window of the BMW. After everyone walked over, they bent down slightly and looked inside. When they saw the inside of the car, several people were stunned. In the BMW, a female zombie was tightly tied to the driver's seat. The female zombie was wearing a white dress, but it was stained by black bloodstains. Her hands were tied behind her back and her neck was tied tightly, unable to break free. This female zombie has fair skin and seems to have just been infected. His eyes were dark and bulging because his neck was tied. So I could only let out bursts of wailing, but I couldn't move. And in the back seat of the car, there was a man with a ponytail. The little girl, who was only 3 or 4 years old, fell asleep on the chair tiredly. There are lots of snacks and food around her. The corners of her eyes were full of tears. There is a wooden board between the front and back seats. So the girl couldn't climb to the front. That female zombie might be the girl's mother. Chen Kai guessed a very great scene. My mother knew she was infected, so she used wooden boards to separate the front and back. Then he tied his hands and neck to avoid hurting his daughter. Chen Kai told his guess, and everyone couldn't help crying. Then why didn't she lock the car and get out of the car? Kuei-hu said doubtfully. Maybe she wanted to see her child again at the last moment when she lost consciousness. Chen Kai sighed and asked Ying Xiangling to open the car door. I saw Ying Xiangling put her hand on the car door, and the steel of the door melted instantly. When the car door was opened, the girl opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar Chen Kai, the girl backed away in fear. Little sister, don't be afraid, we are here to save you. Chen Kai showed a friendly smile and stretched out his hands. But the little girl was still very scared. Suddenly, Chen Kai remembered something. Got a super lollipop last time. The system introduced that this lollipop is the favorite of human traffickers. After taking out the lollipop, the little girl relaxed a lot. Don't be afraid, little sister, uncle and aunt are here to save you. I miss mom, I miss dad. The girl crawled towards Chen Kai crying and started crying immediately. After taking a look at the female zombie in the car, Chen Kai gave the girl to Zhang Ru. Put her in the car. Chen Kai didn't want her to see her mother become like that. After Zhang Ru got into the car, Chen Kai opened the driver's door and ended the life of the girl's mother. After searching in the car, Chen Kai found information about the girl's family. The girl's mother's backpack contained their ID cards and household registration books, as well as her mobile phone. The phone was out of battery and turned off, so Chen Kai took the important things with him. Moreover, Chen Kai also found a photo in the bag. Back in the car, Chen Kai used the charger in the car to charge his mobile phone. After a while, the phone was opened. Fortunately, there was no password. After opening it, Chen Kai looked through his address book, photo album and WeChat. After some observation, Chen Kai found out that the little girl named Yaya and her mother escaped from Fonlei City. He was planning to go to the magical city to find the girl's father. At this moment, when Ning Yi saw the photo, he immediately snatched it away. Uncle Lu? You know? Chen Kai suddenly raised his eyebrows. This is my father's colleague. His name is Lu Qianyun, and he also works at the machinery group. Ning Yi explained. He used to oppose it with my father at first, but because the machinery group threatened his family, he had to give up. What a fate! Chen Kai couldn't help but sigh. This girl, her life should not be cut off, she met us. At this moment, Lu Yaya was holding the super lollipop and licking it deliciously. I have to say that Lu Yaya's mother is a very smart woman. She originally only needed to lock the car door and get out of the car to avoid accidentally injuring her daughter. However, if the car door is locked, the daughter will be suffocated inside. And if you stay in the car, even if she becomes a zombie, she only needs to restrain herself so that she cannot harm her daughter. Moreover, the smell of his own zombie body can also cover up his daughter's smell. Prevent your daughter's scent from being smelled by the zombies outside. Judging from the transformation of Lu Yaya's mother, it should have been less than 3 days. He took Lu Yaya on the road with him because Ning Yi knew their family's situation better. So as long as he told her that he was going to find her parents without telling her, he would soon calm down. After all, she is just a 3-year-old girl. However, Lu Yaya has learned to speak, and normal communication is still no problem. The strange thing is that even though Ning Yi is the son of her father's friend and knows their family well, Lu Yaya is still very close to Chen Kai. Maybe it was because when she opened the car door, the first person she saw was Chen Kai. It is getting dark, and everyone must rush to the next destination, Qingyun County, before dark. Qingyun County does not belong to Fonlei City, but is another city adjacent to Fonlei City, Tianshan City. This Tianshan City is a tourist city with beautiful scenery and pleasant scenery. Qingyun County also has an AAA-level scenic spot called Qingyun Mountain. Qingyun County got its name from this. Everyone, please be careful. I learned from the Survivors National Channel that many animals in the 5A-level zoo in Tianshan City have been alienated and have spread to various places in Tianshan City. There is a place like Qingyun Mountain in Qingyun County. I doubt it. There are wild animals escaping here. After entering Qingyun County, Ning Yi said to everyone with a solemn expression. Because it is a tourist city, Qingyun County is also relatively developed. The buildings in the county town are comparable to those in ordinary 5th-tier cities. In a relatively quiet street, everyone found a hotel to stay. After clearing away the zombies in the hotel, everyone blocked the hotel door. Due to the specificity of modifying Wuling's appearance, Chen Kai covered it with car clothing just in case. After sealing the doors and windows with a thick quilt and making sure no light could penetrate from the outside, Chen Kai took out the lighting equipment. It was a dark room, and the table was steaming. After brushing the mutton and the lamb tripe, which were boiling, Chen Kai opened another bottle of beer and passed it to the others. Eat quickly, go to bed early when you're full, and don't bother me tonight. Chen Kai looked at the 4 of them with some resentment and said, Hey. Several people smiled sheepishly, then quickly picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. After all, Lu Yaha couldn't eat these spicy things. So Chen Kai bought her some burgers and fries, and then some noodles. After it was cooked in the 3 delicacies soup, she also had a warm meal. Turning off the lights and going to sleep, Lu Yaha curled up in Chen Kai's arms. At night, she opened her big, watery eyes and muttered, Gorilla, little mouse, gorilla, little mouse. Chen Kai disagreed, patted Lu Yaya, and slowly fell asleep. At night, Chen Kai suddenly woke up. At the same time, the other 4 people also opened their eyes. On the streets of Qingyun County, Hours of mechanical soldiers armed with high-tech laser guns trapped a 3-meter-tall black gorilla among them. Roar! The gorilla beat its chest, roared, grabbed a car, and threw it at the mechanical soldiers. Leave! The laser gun gathered energy, and a laser bombarded it. The car in mid-air was blown away. Another mechanical soldier changes the ability of the laser gun in his hand. Pull the trigger and fire. A large laser net shot out. Catch the gorilla directly. The more the gorilla struggled, the tighter the laser net became. Wow! Lu Yaha suddenly woke up from her deep sleep and cried loudly. Yeah, don't be afraid, uncle is here. Chen Kai quickly held him in his arms and began to comfort him. The gorilla is so pitiful. Uncle, please save the gorilla. Lu Yaya's eyes were filled with tears, and she was still asleep, so she pointed outside and said in a daze. Opening the window, Chen Kai looked outside. I could only hear the sound of gunfire outside, but because there was a building blocking it, I had no idea what was going on. Ning Yi, climb up to the top of the building and see what's going on. Chen Kai immediately ordered. Ning Yi opened his mechanical arm, climbed out of the window, and climbed up the wall of the building. In the dark night, Ning Yi was like a spider, jumping between every building. Soon, Ning Yi came back immediately. But he saw a solemn expression on his face, and his eyes were full of anger. Boss, he's from the machinery group. They are rounding up a gorilla that is over 3 meters tall. Chen Kai looked at Lu Yaya in his arms in surprise. How did this girl know there would be a gorilla? Chen Kai suddenly remembered that when she was going to bed, she was still mumbling about gorilla and little mouse. Chen Kai thought it was a children's song and didn't pay attention at all. Who knew there were actually gorillas? As for the little mouse, Chen Kai was shocked. Because Chen Kai has the ability to control mutant mice. So every time he went to a place, Chen Kai would control the rats around him and then act as a guard, observing what was going on around him. In other words, Lu Yaha actually felt the presence of these strange beasts. What a mechanical army, I want to see what you are going to do. Because he was worried about Lu Yaha, Chen Kai simply made a baby-carrying artifact, and then carried Lu Yaha behind his back. Several people left the hotel and quickly rushed to the fighting site. Looking down from the top of a high-rise building, the gorilla is exhausted and has lost the ability to resist. Chen Kai counted carefully and found that there were 12 mechanical soldiers in total. The so-called mechanical soldiers are actually human beings, they are just equipped with mechanical armor. This is the greatest invention used by the mechanical group in war. The mechanical armor is ultra-high-tech, has extremely strong defense capabilities, and has many networking functions such as night vision, reconnaissance, inquiry, and reporting. Especially the mechanical laser guns in their hands. It has many powerful abilities such as strafing, shaped cannon, laser net, etc. As he looked at it, the capabilities of the mechanical soldiers appeared in his mind. Mechanical soldier, level 2. Ability, super fighting. HP, 500%. Defense, 200%. Equipment, mechanical armor, mechanical laser gun. These people were originally well-trained soldiers, just wearing high-tech armor. Therefore, inside the armor, they are still the same person, an awakener who has awakened their abilities. Chen Kai thought for a moment and came up with a battle plan. The weapons in their hands are not ordinary thermal weapons. Laser attacks may also cause some damage to Xiangling. This time, Xiangling focuses on both attack and defense. Brother Tiger has secondary attack and defense. Sister-in-law raids. Ningya's main attack is also auxiliary and raid. I'll help you. After assigning everyone's position, Chen Kai waved and took out the falling god Bao. Brother Tiger, after rushing in, first find a way to rescue the gorilla. Do it. With an order, Chen Kai aimed at the mechanical soldier closest to the gorilla. Lost god Bao, charge up, 3, 2, 1, shoot. Whoosh. The explosive retrieval arrow exploded with a bang. He accurately shot the mechanical soldier in the head. This guy's defense is 200%. With Chen Kai's attack power and defense breaking, he can't kill him instantly. Alert! After this guy was attacked, he immediately activated the defense system of the mechanical armor. The next moment, a defensive shield appeared around the body. Chen Kai didn't expect that this thing could have such a function. At this time, they also discovered Kuei-hu and others who were rushing towards them. Ying Xiangling acted as the main attacker. With a wave of his hand, abandoned cars on both sides smashed into him. It has to be said that Ying Xiangling's attack power control is also very powerful. 3 or 4 cars knocked away several mechanical soldiers. Chen Kai immediately put on the venom-penetrating arrow. Another arrow aimed at the remaining blood. The arrow penetrated the energy protective shield, and then penetrated the mechanical armor. But it stopped. The soldier only felt a slight pain and sneered. Because the arrow just slightly cut the skin. But the next moment, his expression changed instantly. Because his blood volume was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 10% per second. He originally had only residual blood, but within 5 or 6 seconds, he fell to the ground and completely burped. Hey! Poison arrows are better. Chen Kai switched to poisonous arrows and shot each mechanical soldier with an arrow first, and then used explosive recovery arrows to harvest them. Basically no soldier can stop these 2 arrows. Kuei-hu transformed into a thunder war tiger. After rushing into the crowd, his claws wrapped around the power of thunder. He grabbed it from left to right and threw it fiercely. Zhang Ru was agile. She transformed into a cat demon and wrapped herself around the shoulder of a mechanical soldier. The short sword in his hand was thrust into the gap in the mechanical armor. Ying Xiangling was even more simple. After rushing over, he discovered that there was still metal in the mechanical armor they were wearing. There are many ways to apply her means. It can be used as a defense in itself, and can also manipulate metal. It easily destroyed the function of their mechanical armor. Ning Yi was even more ferocious. Originally, the mechanical group was the enemy, so the mechanical legs charged forward. Like a speeding locomotive, it used both arms as the attack point and hit the mechanical soldier's chest hard. Immediately afterwards, the 4 mechanical arms behind him turned into sword thorns and stabbed fiercely into the chest of the mechanical soldier. Soon, these 12 mechanical soldiers were eliminated. And this sudden battle was uploaded to the headquarters of the machinery group because of the mission recorder on the mechanical armor. At this time, Xiao Yongsheng, the general manager of the machinery group, Huaxia Corporation, and Asia, looked at the picture that was sent back with a solemn expression. And when Ning Yi, he couldn't help but smile. Ning Yun has a good son. He actually developed external mechanical limbs just by using the technology of simulating mechanical limbs. If nothing goes wrong, the number of mechanical arms behind him can continue to increase. Come on, go to Tianshan City and capture Ning Yi. Remember, you have to live. Yes. The moment the laser net is lost, the gorilla immediately ran away. But it didn't go far. Instead, he was watching with vigilance from a place 400 to 500 meters away from everyone. Gorilla! Gorilla! Lu Yaya waved her young hands and called to the gorilla. As if hearing the call, the gorilla got down on all fours and slowly crawled over. Chen Kai held Lu Yaya in his arms, but Lu Yaya struggled to get down. In desperation, Chen Kai had no choice but to put Lu Yaya on the ground. I saw Lu Yaya running towards the gorilla excitedly. Gorilla, does it hurt? Lu Yaya touched the scars on the gorilla's body distressfully. I saw bullet marks all over the gorilla's body, and it would tremble in pain at the slightest touch. Gorilla, be good, Yaya, let me blow you. Lu Yaya blew gently on the gorilla's wound. What Chen Kai found unbelievable was that the wounds on the gorilla miraculously began to heal. After a while, the gorilla recovered as before. Yeah, the gorilla is ready. Lu Yaya also danced on the spot excitedly. The gorilla stretched out its broad palm, and then Lu Yaya walked up. The gorilla put Lu Yaya on his shoulders, and then the gorilla jumped up and ran away with Lu Yaya in the distance. Ya. Chen Kai suddenly panicked and called out quickly. Hurry up. Chen Kai chased after him without hesitation. But after chasing for 2 streets, the gorilla had already chased everyone away without a trace. Yaya must have awakened her powers. Chen Kai can say with certainty. But, don't survivors who are young children have to be 6 years old to activate the system? Kuei-hu said in disbelief. That's right, the survivors, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were all left in the virtual world of Blue Star. There is no need to worry about food and clothing, and the continuation of the Blue Star human race can be ensured. As for the survivors in this world, the old, weak, sick and disabled do not have that kind of treatment. Most of the old people here died in the apocalypse. As for young children, because they have no ability to move and think. So the system can only be turned on when you are 6 years old. He is an innate awakener. Ningyi immediately thought of a report she had seen on the World Channel. Some professionals have investigated things about awakened beings. They discovered that some people will have abilities that are different from ordinary people when they are born. They are called innate awakeners. Of course, they only have the ability to awaken, not to activate the system. If you want to enjoy the benefits brought by the system, you still need to be 6 years old. Yaya's ability may be to get close to animals, or to treat animals. I guess that gorilla will not hurt her. Zhang Ru came over and comforted. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes. A black shadow ran from the distance again. After a few ups and downs, he was in front of everyone. Then, the gorilla stretched out his arm, and Lu Yaya slid down along the arm like a slide. Uncle! Lu Yaya threw herself directly into Chen Kai's arms. Chen Kai quickly hugged Lu Yaya in his arms. The gorilla took me to play in the mountains, but it was too dark on the mountain and I couldn't see anything. He even picked fruits for me to eat. After saying that, the gorilla opened his other hand and took out 5 or 6 fruits. These 5 or 6 fruits are brightly colored and strange in shape. Chen Chu. He has never seen them before. Maybe it's a mutated fruit. Then, the gorilla reluctantly turned and left. After 3 steps, he turned back and looked at Lu Yaya. Finally, it slowly disappeared into the night. The gorilla is so pitiful. He said he wanted to find his parents. Lu Yaya said with tears in her eyes. It wants to find its parents, and we also want to find your parents. We will definitely meet again in the future. Chen Kai comforted. Aha! Hearing this, Lu Yaya nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, Chen Kai asked Kuei-hu to pick up the fruits on the ground, and then everyone returned to the previous hotel. When Kuei-hu picked up the fruits, he immediately exclaimed, "This fruit is actually..." What's wrong? Everyone gathered around. After taking a closer look, I found that this fruit is extraordinary. Mutated apple, rare. Function: after eating it, you can increase the level of your awakening ability, which is limited to level 3 or below. I'll go. This is prepared for us. Chen Kai exclaimed. That's right, everyone is now a 2nd level awakener. If you eat it, you will go directly to the limited 3rd level. I looked and saw exactly 5. 1 per person. It's divided. Chen Kai immediately gave 1 piece of fruit to each person. However, this fruit is limited to the 3rd level. But Lu Yaya hasn't turned on the system yet. Looking closely, Chen Kai discovered that Lu Yaya was indeed an innate awakener. Lu Yaya, 1st level. Innate awakening ability, animal affinity. Skills: listening, perception, treatment. Good guy, I actually have 3 skills at the 1st level. Chen Kai said in surprise. The abilities of those who are innately awakened are extraordinary. This can be understood from the literal meaning of the skill. Lu Yaya can understand what animals are saying. You can also sense the presence of animals and heal them. That's why she kept talking about gorillas in the hotel. 1 is Chen Kai, 1 is Kuei-hu, 1 is Zhang Ru, 1 is Ningyi, and 1 is Lu Yaya. As for Ying Xianling, although she is also an innate awakener, but he is already a 3rd level innate awakener. So this fruit cannot be used at all. But, if I use this fruit for Lu Yaya now, will it be a waste? Because this fruit is obviously most suitable to be used at the 2nd level. I wonder if I can use the energy value to raise Lu Yaya's level. Chen Kai thought secretly. Afterwards, Chen Kai immediately transferred energy to Lu Yaya. Suddenly, Lu Yaya was wrapped in a wave of energy and closed her eyes comfortably. Not long after Chen Kai input 20,000 energy, Lu Yaya actually advanced. It seems that if a non-system owner advances from level 1 to level 2, it will cost twice as much energy as before. Chen Kai remembered that when Kuei-hu and the others were promoted, they spent 10,000 energy. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai gave Lu Yaya the fruit to eat. This was originally given to Lu Yaya by the gorilla, and Chen Kai and the others were able to take advantage of Lu Yaya. Everyone returned to the hotel, and after making sure the surroundings were safe, they began to eat the fruit. The fruit is very sweet and contains a powerful energy. After it is eaten, it immediately starts transmitting to various parts of the body. My whole body felt warm and very comfortable. You ate the mutated apple, and the level of your awakening ability Eagle Eye increased. Your current ability level is level 3. You have obtained the third level skill of awakening ability, Night Vision. You ate the mutated apple and your awakening ability deduction level increased. Your current ability level is level 3. Immediately opening the attribute bar, Chen Kai saw that he already had 3 Eagle Eye awakening abilities. Eagle Eye, level 3. Skill, Farsightedness. Under the basic visual distance of 1000 meters, the visual distance is increased by 500 meters. Skill, Observation of Subtleties. You can slow down and observe changes at a certain moment. Skill, Night Vision. Can see objects in the dark. Each time the awakening ability is upgraded, one more skill will be added. The ability of Night Vision, although not to say how powerful it is, but at least it's a lot more convenient. And Hawkeye's second skill is the wonderful moment when Chen Kai shot 6 explosive babies with one arrow when he killed the venomous zombies last time. Deduction, level 3. Skill, Single Deduction. The result can only be deduced once each time. Skill, Multiple Deductions. You can deduce multiple results each time. The more times, the more energy is consumed. Skill, Screening. You can select the most suitable deduction result from multiple deductions. These are all the skills when the deduction reaches the third level. Especially the third skill greatly saved Chen Kai's time. This allows Chen Kai to find a solution faster in a difficult situation. Moreover, with the promotion, Chen Kai found that his health, defense and other attributes had also been improved accordingly. After advancing to the first level, Chen Kai's health increased by 100%. Defense value increased by 50%. Other speeds and the like have also increased accordingly. Now, Chen Kai's health has reached 455%. This value greatly increases Chen Kai's survivability. The defense value has also been increased to 250%. This number can be said to be very high for ordinary awakened people. The main reason for such a high value comes from Chen Kai's Thornsoft armor. Look at Lu Yaha again. In addition, Chen Kai used energy to level up, and after eating the mutated fruit, she also reached level 3. Lu Yaya, level 3. Innate awakening ability, Animal Affinity. Skills, Listening, Perception, Treatment. Because Lu Yaha didn't turn on the system. Therefore, it is impossible to use the system to detect the level of the awakening ability of this animal affinity. What surprised Chen Kai was that Lu Yaya's abilities had not changed at all after being promoted to the third level. But then, Lu Yaya's words made Chen Kai feel relieved. Uncle, I feel like I can feel the existence of many small animals further away. Some of them are injured and some are hungry. Can we go and help them? It can be known from Lu Yaya's words that after she was promoted, her 3 skills were greatly enhanced. Okay, but it's not dawn yet. How about we wait until it gets bright before setting off? Otherwise, there will be a big bad wolf at night. Chen Kai touched Lu Yaya's head and said, "Don't be afraid, the big bad wolf is also my good friend now." Chen Kai couldn't help but be speechless for a while. The big bad wolf used to be used to scare children. But now Lu Yaya can communicate with all animals, perceive and heal them. Even the big bad wolf will turn into a good baby in front of Lu Yaya. The big bad wolf's effect of scaring children disappeared instantly. Looking at the others, they all reached the third level. How is it? How are your abilities? Chen Kai asked. Boss, I have an additional skill called Thunder Roar. Kuei-hu excitedly shared his attributes with everyone. Kuei-hu, third level awakener. Ability, SR Thunder Tiger. Skills, War Tiger's Fury, War Tiger True Body, Thunderous Roar. Equipment, War Tiger Shield, War Tiger Helmet. Of course, this is just his basic information. Other numerical information has also received great value added. Chen Kai can be sure that this guy's health value must be higher than his own. You can tell by looking at the general grid. Then there is Zhang Ru. After Zhang Ru entered the third level of Taoism, he became more agile and faster. Zhang Ru, third level awakener. Ability, SR Shadow Demon Cat. Skills, Shadow Strike, Shadow Tear, Cat Demon True Form. Equipment, Leather Jacket. Finally, there was Ning Yi. Ning Yi, third level awakener. Ability, B, Dual Purpose. Skill, 4 uses at once. Equipment, Mechanical Main Arm, Mechanical Auxiliary Arm, Mechanical Legs. Simulation can simulate mechanical limb manufacturing technology, advanced. Function, you can consume corresponding materials to create different mechanical limbs according to your own imagination. Ningya's main ability still relies on her robotic arm. So in terms of skills, it seems a bit single. But don't underestimate this multitasking. The reason why Ningyi was able to use the mechanical subarm with ease was entirely due to this multitasking skill. Without this skill, Ningyi can be said to be completely rubbish. Therefore, Chen Kai feels that the current blue-level robotic arm can cope with the current situation. If it reaches the later stage, Chen Kai will have to upgrade the equipment level of his robotic arm. But Ying Xiangling is still like this, nothing has changed. Since there was no system, Ying Xiangling didn't feel any grudges in her heart. Ying Xiangling, innate level 3 awakener, is not restricted by the system. Ability, body of steel. Skills, iron body, iron will, iron protection. Everyone's strength has been qualitatively improved. Especially tonight, traces of the mechanical group were also discovered. I think we must have been exposed. After Ningyi thought for a moment, he said solemnly to Chen Kai. The exposure is certain. Their mechanical armor is very high-tech. I think their headquarters already knew it when we showed up. Chen Kai said disapprovingly. But, didn't we go to them? Now, wouldn't it be better to let them come to us? Hearing what Chen Kai said, Ningyi suddenly realized, that's right. I estimate that the mechanical arm on your body has been exposed, and they will definitely send someone to arrest you. I'll kill as many as you come. Just in time to ask how my sister is doing. Ningyi said sinisterly. At this moment, Kuei, who suddenly thought of something. Boss, you said that Ningyi has been exposed, but Yaya was also there at that time. Wasn't Yaha also exposed? Her father is also from the machinery group and will definitely come to find Yaya. Yes. Everyone suddenly realized. Chen Kai looked at Yaya, who was already sleeping in his arms, and couldn't help but sigh. That's good, let her father pick her up, it will save us some trouble. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky is slightly bright. No one was sleepy. Chen Kai called Ying Xiangling to his side, and then told him, Xiangling, take good care of Yaya, let's enter the world tower and try again. No problem. Go ahead with confidence. Ying Xiangling was sleeping on the other side of Yaya, looking at Yaya with a gentle face full of motherly love. When everyone entered the world tower, Ying Xiangling suddenly said, Ningyi, it would be great if we also had a child of our own. At this time, the ranking of the world tower is changing with one person's name every second. Because you can refresh the map the next day, the results on the ranking list are changing dramatically. Chen Kai's first level score of 1 minute and 25 seconds has long been ranked among the tens of thousands. I have to say that humans are really smart animals. After just one day, they found many ways to deal with it. Those with the ability to fly flew directly over. It takes no more than 10 seconds. But this achievement is already the limit. In the end, the first level stood out from the crowd and became the first place with a time of 8 seconds. It was difficult to compare for a while. Of course, these achievements are just some additional rewards. It cannot enter the real World Tower list. The World Tower ranking is not about who has good results, but who has reached the highest level. Chen Kai saw that he was still at the top of the World Tower list. He topped the list with a time of 3 seconds. After all, these 3 seconds were too shocking. At this time, Mark, the survivor who had just teleported out from the 3rd floor, fiercely inserted the red equipment in his hand, the Ice Scepter, into the table in front of him. Fake. Fake. It's just 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I can break through the 3rd level. Mark, the man who obtained the leaves of the World Tree and opened the World Tower. Now, because he obtained the leaves of the World Tree, he suddenly appeared on several rankings. Because of the leaves of the World Tree, Mark received 5,000 new world points. He jumped to first place in the new world standings with 5,500 points. Chen Kai ranks second with 3,060 points. Next is the Energy Giant list, which can be said to be a wealth list. Whoever has more energy will be first. Mark gained unparalleled energy this time and jumped to the 3rd place on the Giant list. There is also a contribution list. He is already number 1 in Survivor Eagle Country. Number 1 on the camp list. Because he opened the World Tower. This is a contribution to the entire world. Directly received a contribution of 200,000 yuan. Plus his previous contribution of 100,000. With a contribution of 300,000, he became the number 1 in the world. Chen Kai, on the other hand, ranks second with a contribution of 290,000 because he resurrected countless thousands of people in China. There is also a list of weapons and equipment. Still, because of the World Tower, he got a red equipment that matched his awakening ability. Ice Scepter. This red Ice Scepter gave him a qualitative improvement in his abilities. At the same time, it also made him the first on the weapons and equipment list. Directly suppressing Chen Kai's Luo Shengong. It can be said that this time, he was directly pushed to the top of the world. But, even so, the first place in the World Tower list, those 3 seconds of red. It hurt his heart and kept him awake all night. Why, I got the red Ice Scepter. I still can't clear the 3rd level, and I still can't kill the tyrant on the 2nd level in less than 3 seconds. Mark roared. The 2nd level was refreshed today. Mark used all his strength and took 10 seconds to kill the tyrant. This is the limit of his strength. The tyrant was so powerful that he couldn't kill him any faster. Even if it's just 1 second shorter. So now, Mark can only rely on breaking through the 3rd level to become the first in the World Tower rankings. However, in the last 10 seconds, he failed. As long as he persists for 10 more seconds, he will succeed. At this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed, sexy girl wearing a fig leaf walked in. What's wrong, Mark? Are you so angry? Seeing this woman, Mark pulled her over. Then he pressed down on the bed and started outputting like crazy. After a few minutes, Mark finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the anger in his heart seemed to have calmed down a lot. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds away, I can pass the level successfully. Mark said angrily to the blonde. Yes. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, I can fly. The blonde grumbled dissatisfiedly. What did you say? Mark was immediately angry. No, it's nothing. The blonde waved her hands and explained. Don't think I didn't hear you. You're complaining about my short time, right? Mark waved angrily, and the ice scepter inserted into the table flew directly into his hand. The next moment, Mark directly inserted the ice scepter into the blonde's body. The blonde's expression gradually hardened. Finally, it turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Boom! Mark kicked him off the bed. The blonde was smashed into ice. At this moment, Chen Kai, who entered the World Tower, still chose to start from the first floor. Although it is impossible to break the first level record with one's own ability, but at least you can get a little more reward. Entering the first floor, Chen Kai saw the ranking list on the wall next to him. The first place is an unfamiliar name. He must be a flying evolver. He successfully passed the barrier in 8 seconds. Shrugging his shoulders indifferently, Chen Kai immediately took out the falling god Bao. Welcome to the first floor of the World Tower. Mission, break out of the siege. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. When the countdown ended, Chen Kai shot a rope arrow and pulled himself over at the extreme distance. Then, another rope arrow. It's the ultimate distance again. Repeatedly, Chen Kai quickly reached the helicopter without killing a single zombie. Congratulations on breaking out of the siege, you spent 25 seconds and gained 10 new world points. Tip, the number of zombies you kill represents the energy points you are rewarded. You are about to enter the second floor of the World Tower, please be prepared. Welcome to the second floor of the World Tower, kill the tyrant. For 25 seconds, Chen Kai thought that this might be his limit. No matter how fast you go, you won't get anywhere fast. Maybe Ningyi can try to beat the first place result. After all, Ningyi has legs with extremely strong jumping ability. Just jump out at the first moment, and then use the mechanical arm to grab the wall. Climb over quickly. The whole process should take less than 10 seconds. Of course, this depends on Ningyi's own ability. Come to the second floor. Welcome to the second floor of the World Tower. Mission, kill the tyrant. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. The score determined by the system is based on your best score. So, if you refresh the picture the next day, this time the results were no better than the last time. The system will still be based on the last one. Today, Chen Kai's goal is to break through the third level. So I don't dare to use the self-destruction skill. After all, if you are unlucky, dying here would be a waste. In addition, Chen Kai looked at the big tyrant. I also want to try out the strength of this big guy. Chen Kai just noticed that the second place on the World Tower list is Mark, who opened the World Tower. He finished second with an excellent time of 10 seconds. Kill the tyrant in 10 seconds. Chen Kai didn't dare to say he could do this level of difficulty. This is enough to illustrate the strength of those on the results list. This is a list that truly reflects a person's strength standards. Whoosh. Poison piercing arrow. Whoosh. Shock arrow. Whoosh. Explosive recovery arrow. Chen Kai's eyes were solemn and he shot as fast as possible. The bow and arrow in his hand shot 3 arrows almost in 1 second. And it's a different arrow. Chen Kai wants to fight seriously. From this battle, you can see the difference in level between you and other masters in the world. Although everyone's fighting style is different, you can still see the reason. Explosive recovery arrows have powerful attack power. But the only drawback is that he has a short recovery process. During this short recovery process, Chen Kai had time to shoot 2 more arrows. However, Chen Kai thought of a way. The moment you shoot the explosive retrieval arrow, quickly take out other bows and arrows to replace it. In this way, 2 consecutive arrows penetrated the arrow and went out, and the burst recovery arrow just returned to the hand. 3 seconds, 4 seconds passed. As soon as the tyrant took a few steps, he was paralyzed by the electric shock arrow and almost fell to the ground. But he was a big boss after all, so he just slowed down. The tyrant was as slow as a turtle, taking 3 seconds to take a step. Look at the tyrant's blood volume. Chen Kai shook his head. Because if this continues, he can easily kill the tyrant. But the time couldn't exceed 10 seconds at all. Super Lightning Strike. The Super Lightning Strike, based on the Death Boots, arrived in front of the tyrant in less than 3/10 of a second. Alloy Sword. With 3 consecutive blows, the tyrant's blood volume was reduced by 1/3 again. But this kind of damage is still not enough to kill the tyrant within 10 seconds. Because 5 seconds have passed now. 5 lightning whips. Master Mao once said. He uses 5 lightning whips, and the fastest time is 3 seconds. Perform 1 or 20 moves in 3 seconds. And now, there are only 3 seconds left. 1 whip, Danjie. 2 whips, Mountain Split. 3 whips, the sky is falling. 4 whips, ground fall. 5 whips, the world changes. However, before Chen Kai could use his 5th whip, the tyrant fell to the ground. This should be the first time Chen Kai has used this set of skills on a target. The first time you use it is when you just get it. At that time, Chen Kai just played with the air. But what I didn't expect was that this set of 5 lightning whips was so powerful. Because every whip and every move has a critical strike effect. A critical hit. The damage is doubled. The first whip causes 10% damage, the second whip causes 20% damage, the third whip causes 30% damage, the fourth whip causes 40% damage, and the fifth whip causes 50% damage. Originally, 5 whips could only deal 150% damage. But after a critical hit, the damage can reach 300%. This skill is pretty good. Chen Kai couldn't imagine what this skill would look like after a second blessing. We must quickly collect 10 million to upgrade the blessing skills so that the blessing skills can reach the level of 100 times blessing. Chen Kai thought secretly. At the same time, the system prompts also sounded. Congratulations on killing the tyrant, it took 7.7 seconds, and you gained 20 new world points and 33,000 energy points. Tip: the time of killing affects how much energy you get. You are about to enter the 3rd floor of the World Tower, please be prepared. Welcome to the 3rd floor of the World Tower, Mutant Rats attack. Call. Hearing this, Chen Kai let out a long breath. Chen Kai was already satisfied with breaking Mark's 10-second record. Welcome to the 3rd floor of the World Tower. Mission: Mutated Rats Attack. Tip: if you persist in the rat tide for 10 minutes, the more mutant rats you kill, the richer the rewards will be. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. Dense swarms of rats came again. Chen Kai is preparing to use the skill of injuring the enemy by 1000 and damaging himself by 800. But at this moment, Chen Kai suddenly noticed. The fundamental factor in this task is that you need to persist for 10 minutes. In other words, you can only complete the task after 10 minutes. Instead of killing a lot of mutant mice at once, Chen Kai felt that even if he killed 10,000 rats with self-destruction, he still survived with a 5% survival rate. Then the mission may not be completed. Chen Kai suddenly realized and understood all this. How stupid I am. It seems that every task is not unsolvable. It depends on whether you can think of a way. Looking around, the mutant rats have arrived. The map is still the square on the 2nd floor. Chen Kai noticed that in the center of the square, there stood a 7 or 8 meter high figure sculpture. Thinking of this, Chen Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Slowly approaching the figure sculpture, Chen Kai shot while walking. Because it has the blessing of ice, it can also slow down the approach speed of the mutant rat. Seeing that the mutant rats were about to surround him, Chen Kai took out a rope arrow and fired the rope at the figure sculpture. Whoosh! Chen Kai flew directly to the sculpture. Now the mutant rat can't get close to Chen Kai. This method reminded Chen Kai of the time in Fonlei City when the gang used bombs to attract zombies. In desperation, he just lay on the wall of the building to kill the zombies. Boom boom boom. Explosive recovery arrows keep exploding. Chen Kai took the trouble to shoot. Of course, every time Chen Kai shot, he still gained something. At the very least, my proficiency in archery has also increased. While shooting, Chen Kai also checked his proficiency in advanced archery. Archery, advanced. Proficiency, 10W/100W. Function, 100% hit at 500 meters, hit the target at 1000 meters. Unknowingly, he had accumulated another 100,000 proficiency points after reaching the advanced level of archery. It seems that raising your archery skills to the highest level is just around the corner. With expectations, Chen Kai has strength. Unconsciously, 7 or 8 minutes have passed. It seems that this task is quite simple. Chen Kai thought leisurely. At this moment, a huge creature suddenly appeared at the end of the street. Let me go, you didn't say there was a big boss in the system. On the street in the distance, I saw a rat king that was over 1 meter tall and could walk upright, running towards here quickly. His speed was very fast, and other mutant rats were immediately knocked away wherever he passed. When approaching the sculpture, the big mouse jumped up. I go! Chen Kai exclaimed. Quickly replace the explosive retrieval arrows with electric shock arrows. Whoosh! The electric shock arrow was shot just as the big rat was out to pounce. But even the big rat that was shot and paralyzed jumped towards Chen Kai due to its inertia. Boom! Chen Kai was hit hard. Almost fell. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly saw a reminder appear on the big mouse. Why are you hesitating? Of course I chose to conquer. Conquer! Chen Kai didn't say anything and just chose to subdue. The next moment, the system prompts again. Tip: conquered successfully. Stench and nausea coming from the mouse made Chen Kai throw the Mouse King directly. What excited Chen Kai was that after the Mouse King's body was thrown away, the other mice actually left. Not long after, the 10 minutes were up. Chen Kai received the prompt. Congratulations on resisting the attack of the mutated rats. It took 10 minutes and you gained 30 new world points and 85,000 energy points. Tip: the number of zombies you kill represents the energy points you are rewarded. You are about to enter the 4th floor of the World Tower, please be prepared. Welcome to the 4th floor of the World Tower, protect Dr. Liang. Mission: protect Dr. Liang. Tip: protect Dr. Liang and rush out of the laboratory. Dr. Liang's blood volume represents your reward. Please be prepared. 3, 2, 1, start. Looking around, Chen Kai found himself in an abandoned laboratory. There were tables scattered around, with sparks flickering from the computers on them. The lights in the laboratory flickered on and off, giving people a strange atmosphere. You were sent by the Alliance to save me, right? Take me out of this hellish place quickly. Suddenly, in a cold voice, a voice came from the side. Chen Kai jumped a lot. Looking back, I saw an old man wearing a white coat and gray hair, saying to himself nervously, "Do you know the road? How to get there?" Chen Kai asked quickly. "Go from here." Dr. Liang pointed to a safe passage and said. But this safe passage was dark and felt unsafe. "You have to be careful, the animals in the laboratory have mutated and are very dangerous." Chen Kai cautiously walked towards the safe passage. Dr. Liang followed closely behind. Ah! Ugh! Suddenly, Chen Kai heard a scream from behind him. Looking back, I saw Dr. Liang being dragged backwards quickly by a long tentacle. Chen Kai has already launched a super lightning attack immediately. Then he took out his alloy sword and cut off the tentacle with one stroke. Looking closely, Dr. Liang's blood volume has been reduced by 10%. Dr. Liang is just an ordinary person, with only 100% blood volume. Let's go! Not daring to delay here, Chen Kai took Dr. Liang's hand and ran outside. In the dark corridor, a putrid smell came to you. In the distance, at the end of the corridor, Chen Kai suddenly stopped. Then he looked around and saw a dark thing eating a corpse in the darkness. In the darkness, the guy seemed to see Chen Kai and slowly raised his head. A pair of green eyes shone with a strange light. After blinking, Chen Kai felt a rancid smell coming to his face the next moment. Aha! The alloy sword in his hand slashed down without hesitation. The thing was split in half instantly. Let's go! Chen Kai pulled Dr. Liang and continued to rush out. However, what frightened Chen Kai was the monster that he split in half actually struggled to stand up. Then he rushed towards Dr. Liang. Ah! Dr. Liang screamed, and then his neck was bitten off, completely burping his farts. Before dying, Dr. Liang revealed an important clue. It's a mutated dog injected with split cells, be careful. Unfortunately, you failed to protect Dr. Liang and the mission failed. But because you protected Dr. Liang and rushed out of the 15-meter range, you were rewarded with 15,000 energy points. Leaving the World Tower. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kai left the World Tower. When he opened his eyes again, Kuei Hu and the others had already come out. They were discussing there. The boss is out? How is it? Kuei Hu quickly came over and asked. What level have you reached? Not bad. Kill the tyrant. Chen Kai smiled and deliberately concealed the truth. I killed that big guy too, but when I was on the 3rd floor, I was swallowed up by a tide of rats. Kuei Hu said with regret. Chen Kai looked at Ning Yi. Me too. Ning Yi also said happily. Moreover, I also broke the first level record and became the first place in 7 seconds. The 3rd level is too difficult, there are so many mutant rats, densely packed, too many. When Zhang Ru said this, she felt sick. I estimate that all female survivors and survivors will not be able to pass this level. I think that sometimes, you can't rely on strength, you also need certain skills. Chen Kai said calmly. Skills are necessary, but strength is still the most important. Look at the current World Tower rankings, the number 1 is still the mysterious man, 3 seconds. 2nd place is survivor Takanokuni Mark, who holds the record with 10 seconds. Hearing this, Chen Kai was stunned, isn't it 8 seconds? 8 seconds is the first level of hold. Hearing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but slap his forehead. At that time, I thought Mark had 8 seconds, so I tried my best to kill the tyrant in 7.7 seconds. What about 3rd place? The 3rd place is still from the survivor Eagle country. His name is Adam. He became the 3rd place in 15 seconds. This Adam is amazing. He is the first on the list of energy giants and the real richest man in the world. The 4th place is still from the survivor camp, but it is Long Wu from China. He reached 4th place with a record of 20 seconds. The 5th place is the survivor, Wu Ming from China, who recorded the kill of the tyrant in 25 seconds. The 6th place is the survivor, Huaxia Luo Tianhong, who killed the tyrant in 28 seconds. Event place. Before Kuei Hu finished speaking, Ning Yi interrupted him. The 1st place has changed. It is the great god whose name is hidden. He broke through the 3rd level and passed the mutant rat level with a kill record of 85,000. I'm Chao. You're so awesome. Kuei Hu suddenly exclaimed. There is such a great god among us survivors. It must be your great Chinese god who resurrected hundreds of thousands of people. Ning Yi said with some envy. If only I could know who he is. Hearing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. In fact, what is far away is right in front of you. You blind people. Ignoring their shock, Chen Kai focused on the reward this time. The rewards this time were very generous, and I got 170 new world points. Because for breaking records, the reward is double. The energy is hundreds of thousands. But what excited Chen Kai the most was the mutant mouse. Chen Kai was curious about how the mutated mice obtained from the World Tower came to reality. However, then, Chen Kai felt an extremely friendly feeling coming from outside the door. In a digital world, there is nothing surprising. The system directly set the mutated mouse to be a certain Mouse King in reality, and it became the Mouse King conquered by Chen Kai. At the same time, Lu Yaya seemed to feel the presence of the Mouse King and woke up from her deep sleep.